In this world, everyone is hunting down the gods. Yet I follow behind them, explaining the remnants of the gods, simply because this is an era when the gods walk the earth. Once, they trampled upon mortals at will, until one day, when mortals awakened their sequence abilities. Some awakened the assassin sequence, allowing them to conceal their form. Others awakened the deceiver sequence, enabling them to mimic others, while I awakened the unprecedented god devourer sequence. By consuming the gods, I can become stronger. To avoid being dissected and made into a specimen, I had to conceal my identity and scavenge some god corpses to eat. The entire safe zone is covered by a dome that isolates the gods. Fortunately, at the exit of the safe zone, there is a god hunting team that exterminates the peripheral gods every day. Perhaps I can pick up some remnants of the gods there. Taking advantage of Saturday, I headed to the largest nearby safe zone exit. At this moment, the No. 114514 safe zone exit was already surrounded, with more than a dozen people wearing helmets and protective clothing standing in front of the security gate. At this moment, 2 sequence ability users who had completed their hunting mission took off their helmets and prepared to return. And then, hundreds of ordinary people around them immediately surrounded the 2 officers. Would you like to take a break? We have excellent foot baths and great dishes here for you, 2 commanders. Commander, my daughter hasn't married yet. As soon as she saw the parrot of the commander, she decided that she would only marry the commander. Without a doubt, these are all ordinary people from the edge of the safe zone. They hope to attach themselves to a sequence ability holder, to escape from their current fate and live in a more comfortable place. I want to pass through the crowd. I went to see if there were any abandoned divine remnants, but I was immediately pushed away by the crowd. I had no choice but to wait on the outskirts. It wasn't until evening that I finally stood in a forward position. Unfortunately, all those remnants were taken away by the nearby union and government prosecutors. I didn't manage to pick up any. Just when I thought I would leave empty-handed today, I saw a wriggling ear fall out of the backpack of a sequence awakener. I looked at the wriggling ear, my eyes shining, and swallowed. I was about to pick it up when a cleaner swept the ear into the dustpan and left. Seeing this, I immediately followed the cleaner and left the safe zone exit. In the end, I saw him dumping the ear into a trash can on the street corner. I eagerly ran over and opened the trash can after watching the cleaner leave. However, when I saw what was inside the trash can, I was stunned to find that it was full of divine remnants inside. It was truly a feast. Looking at the divine remnants in the trash can, I licked my lips. I am indeed the chosen one. After making sure no one was around, I picked up the trash can and saw the wriggling ears on top. This disgusting sight mixed with the smell of blood in the air. Even Hannibal would have to stew and eat it again. But in order to become stronger, I still forced myself to put it in my mouth. After a few chews, I swallowed the mouthful of meat pulp. Although it looked disgusting, the taste was surprisingly good, even better than the food in the school cafeteria. If all the divine remnants taste like this, then I won't be polite. With a greedy smile, I immediately pounced on the trash can and started to eat voraciously. The strange thing is, no matter how much I eat, I never feel full. Maybe this is related to my training ability. After a little over an hour, I finally finished eating all the divine remnants in the trash can. Feeling the power filling my whole body, I cleaned the bloodstains on my body and then went home contentedly. The next morning, I checked my muscles all over my body. I have indeed become stronger. What should I do today? Should I go back to that trash can to find divine remnants? Yesterday, the divine remnants disappeared from the trash can at exit 114,514. Maybe this has already attracted someone's attention. It's too risky to go there again. Change the location after each shot. We can just avoid the trash cans at this exit of the safe zone. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of exits in the entire safe zone. I carried a bag of food and started walking along the bus route. After all, I couldn't even afford a meal normally, let alone taking the bus. Fortunately, many of the bus stops were named after safety zone exits. After walking for more than 2 hours, I finally arrived at safety exit 54321, because the serial number was closer. So, this exit was larger in scale than 114,514, and there were more people. There were more than 10 trash cans here. It was like a feast. Just looking at it from a distance made my mouth water. Just as I was considering opening the food bag to eat, suddenly, I noticed 2 cleaners standing next to the trash cans, covered in bloodstains. Something was off, but I didn't stop. I pretended to be a passing student and walked past them as if nothing had happened. At that moment, I realized they definitely weren't ordinary cleaners because the dirt on their bodies looked too deliberate. It was obviously applied intentionally. It seemed that the disappearance of the debris from the trash cans yesterday had attracted attention. It looked like I had to give up on this place and go to another exit. I continued walking along the bus route and finally reached the next exit after 3 hours. Thankfully, my body had been strengthened yesterday. I didn't feel tired even after walking for more than 6 hours in a row. I went straight to the trash cans here, and there was no one around. The disappearance of the debris didn't affect this place. After making sure no one was watching, I immediately started rummaging through the 3 trash cans. I don't know if it was because I had gotten used to it, or my physical fitness had improved, but this time I ate much faster than yesterday, taking less than half an hour. Almost bottomed out with only 3 trash cans. Just at this moment, a notification sounded in my mind. The sequential god ranker has been promoted to the current level 2, the greedy spewing skill blood shadow zombie god, also able to digest the skill violence. Within 10 minutes, my own strength, agility, and physical strength will increase threefold. During this period, I won't feel any pain. Finally promoted the new skill violence, which can greatly enhance my combat ability. This also means I have the ability to join the god hunting team, hunting gods. After all, digging through trash cans is not a long-term plan. But the biggest problem is, I can't let others know that I am a god ranker. I must find a sequence that can be disguised and passed off as something else. Just then, disordered footsteps came from behind, and a drunkard was staggering towards this direction. If this drunkard finds the anomaly in the trash can, it's likely that the area will be sealed off soon. I have to leave. Without caring about wiping off the bloodstains on my body, I quickly put more than 10 god fragments from the trash can into my backpack and fled with it on my back. Fortunately, it was just a drunkard. If I were caught with the god fragments in this backpack, there would be no way to explain it. I carried the blood-soaked backpack through the dark alley, planning to run all the way home like this. However, just as I turned into a dark alley, a sudden change occurred. A small knife flew out from the corner, aiming straight for my right eye. Luckily, my agility far exceeds that of an ordinary person, so I dodged immediately. 3 figures emerged from the corner, their faces filled with bloodlust. Who would have thought that taking a nap here would lead to a fat lamb walking right into our trap? It seems the 3 of us are in luck. I asked coldly. What do you want? Why bother asking? Of course, we're here to rob you. I don't have money. At this moment, my heart was filled with anxiety. The fact that the remains of the deity had disappeared could be exposed at any moment. I had to get away from this situation as soon as possible. At this moment, one of them, with greasy bangs, smirked and said, "No money? No problem. Just leave your backpack here." These 3 individuals had their eyes on my backpack. I glanced at my bag, covering the spot where blood was seeping out with my hand. Realizing the situation was dire, I thought to myself, although there wasn't anything valuable in the bag, I couldn't hand it over to them. If there's nothing valuable, then open it and let us take a look. You, running so fast in this alley, as if your life depends on it. Is it because the bag holds something secretive? Leave it here, and the 3 of us can pretend we never saw it. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Even if you manage to escape, the 3 of us can go to the police station and report you. When you turned into this alley, the streetlight revealed your face. We've already memorized it. Hearing this, I froze, my feet ready to flee. If these 3 individuals had seen me before, it would pose a risk of exposure. If they were to report me, all my efforts would be in vain. Suddenly, a sense of murderous intent arose within me. The fierce gleam in my eyes was immediately caught by the experienced thugs who had been crawling in the gray area for years. The boss said this kid's eyes look like he wants to kill. Kill? Just based on this poor kid, since he has murderous intentions, it means the treasures in his backpack are invaluable. The 3 of us will take it and enjoy the wealth inside. As they spoke, the 3 of them each pulled out a knife and stabbed towards me one after another. Originally, it was just a passing thought for me. But now, since Tiani wants you all dead, it's no wonder I threw a quick punch towards the nearest person's face. When my fist made contact with that person's nose bridge, I distinctly felt the crisp fracture vibration. That person was punched off the ground. They flew back 7 to 8 meters before landing. They rolled a few steps on the stone slab and then came to a stop. The other 2 men, seeing this scene, trembled in fear, immediately realizing they had provoked a skilled hunter. Despite their fear, the 2 of them did not retreat. At this point, it's either you die or I survive. Pleading for mercy is useless. The only way to stay alive is to kill him. The 2 men rushed out even more frantically, wildly stabbing with the knives in their hands. I took a step back with my left leg, then delivered a flying kick with my right leg, aiming directly at one person's waist. More crisp sounds of bones breaking followed along my leg. That person was split in half at a bizarre angle, swinging in the air with my leg and colliding with the last thug who rushed over. Without hesitation, I leaped forward. Arriving in front of the thug who was beaten up, I raised my fist again. "Have mercy, I'll give you all the money I have on me," said the thug, his survival instinct prompting him to beg for mercy at this point. Without giving him a chance to speak further, I delivered a punch to his temple, shattering his skull. "You brought this upon yourself. The money is mine now," I thought. After killing 3 people in a row, the desire to kill in my heart gradually faded, quickly replaced by a strange emptiness. I sighed with a tinge of regret, never expecting that I would actually kill someone. But it was all for self-preservation, there's nothing more to say. Looking at the 3 corpses on the ground, I suddenly remembered something I had seen online before. It seemed there was a sequence that could read the final memories of the deceased. To avoid exposure, I wrapped my fists in one of the person's clothes. I smashed the heads of the 3 people. After sweeping the scene, I carefully cleaned up the bloodstains. I then took out all the money from their clothes. I stuffed the 3 corpses into a dark and desolate warehouse. I lit a fire. I burned the 3 corpses, and also burned the bloodstained coat I was wearing. I did this to prevent any sequence ability user from tracking the corpses by their scent. After confirming that the flames enveloped the 3 people, I quickly fled the scene. Finally, I made it back home safely, found a secluded spot, and devoured the remnants of the divine in my backpack. Then I set fire to the backpack and coat. After that, I started counting the money I had taken from the 3 gangsters. When I finished counting, I was stunned. Among the pile of copper coins, there was a shiny silver coin. You should know that it takes 10,000 copper coins to exchange for 1 silver coin. These gangsters were too wealthy. How could 3 villains carrying a fortune dare to go to the police station to report themselves? Isn't this leading to my own demise? Now, on top of stealing the remnants of the divine, there's also a murder case. But I didn't dare to spend that silver coin myself. After all, I'm an orphan who doesn't work. Where would I get so much money? Therefore, I must find a way to openly appear in public. As a sequential ability user, I must never reveal my identity to anyone. With that in mind, I took 20 copper coins and went to the internet cafe, entered the forum, and started looking for useful information. If a sequential user wants to upgrade their sequence level, they must refer to the model provided by the Sequence Management Bureau. And all I need to do is consume the divine to advance. Doesn't that mean I'm like cheating? If I want to register with the Sequential Ability Management Bureau, I must find a sequence to use as a disguise. Finally, my eyes settled on one sequence. Phantom Assassin, Rank 1, Apprentice skilled life and death on the line, can double my agility within 5 minutes, but will leave me weak after 5 minutes, making it hard to move for half an hour. My violence skill just activated. Good, completely concealed the assassin's skill. At this moment, there was a noisy commotion outside the internet cafe. "Officer, this is just a small business. It can't handle your openness. Could it be that they are coming for me? If I'm exposed, the police will come knocking. Regardless of whether it's for me, I must be prepared." In a panic, I quickly deleted the browser history and found a disguise. Just as I finished, 7 or 8 police officers entered the internet cafe. Everyone immediately left their computers, holding their heads and crouching on the side. "What are you doing? Get away from the computer, hands up!" The officer yelled at me, pointing the gun. I immediately raised my hands in panic. "Officer, I'm here, I'm here." The officer immediately rushed to me, looked at the content on my computer, and disdainfully said, "Don't look at these things. Being too indulgent at a young age will lead to trouble." After saying that, the officer left. Then, these 7 or 8 officers checked the browser history and content of each computer. After a while, they found 2 young men engaged in black market transactions at the internet cafe and took them away. But the officers' expressions were somewhat serious, indicating that their real target was not this. The thrill of surviving the new year made me extremely relieved. I took a deep breath. Deciding to open the forum and continue browsing, a dialog box suddenly appeared on the computer screen. I widened my eyes, feeling a chill down my spine, and my hair standing on end. The network administrator's warm reminder popped up. "The person the police officer was looking for just now is you. Carry on with your browsing. Don't leave after you finish reading. Wait for me in the alley behind the internet cafe." A few hours later, the greasy middle-aged network administrator appeared in the narrow alley. "Young officer, they're looking for you because you killed someone, right? Even if you don't say anything, I know. Last time you came to check on the sequence ability users. This time, you came for the outcome. The police came, and you quickly deleted your browsing history. I immediately guessed that you must have killed someone. It's simple for me to call you out. I won't tell anyone about your situation, but you have to give me a silver coin as hush money." The network administrator's chubby face trembled with excitement, seemingly due to the great discovery from his keen observation. I smiled lightly in celebration. I cast a sharp glance at the network administrator. Since you know that I killed someone, why aren't you afraid that I might kill you? The network administrator wiped the cold sweat off his face with his hand, then said, I've already written an email to report your situation and attached a close-up photo of you from the surveillance. This email will be sent to the police station tomorrow at 3 a.m. I reset the time on the mailbox every day, delaying it by 1 day. If I die, you will be exposed too. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Kill me now. Before next week, you have to give me 1,000 copper coins. Otherwise, I will tell the police about you. The network manager smirked, revealing 2 rows of slightly damaged yellow teeth. I didn't respond, I just turned and left the alley. Otherwise, the network manager realized that he still didn't know his name. My name is Lu Daji. What's your name? I continued to walk back silently, still without a response. A dead man doesn't need to know my name. After leaving the alley, I hid in the shadows and quietly followed Lu Daji all the way to his home. I quickly left after noting down his address. Killing Lu Daji is easy, but after killing him, it's very tricky to keep my secret from being revealed. The next day, I took a detour past the bar, glanced at Lu Daji at the bar from a distance, and then headed straight to school. Today doesn't seem like a good day to kill Lu Daji. When I arrived at the school gate, to my surprise, the principal was inexplicably doing inspections at the school gate today. There were also a few brown-nosing school leaders following behind. Because my school bag was burned yesterday, I was naturally stopped by a teacher. Why aren't you carrying your school bag? Don't you do homework on the weekends? The worse the school, the more rules there are. Faced with this teacher's stern questioning, I was about to retort, when suddenly I heard a girl's voice behind me. Teacher Qin Shen, over the weekend, we went to a classmate's house for extra lessons. I left my book at the classmate's house, and we agreed. Today, I brought the book for him. When I turned around, I found that it was Lu Ruyan who helped me out. I didn't know why he did it, but I nodded in response. Then, I turned and walked into the school. Lu Ruyan quickly caught up and said, Qin Shen, shouldn't you say something to me? I looked at Lu Ruyan's clear smile and emotionlessly said, do you think I should thank you? Lu Ruyan's smile stiffened for a moment, then he used a slightly coquettish tone to say, I didn't do well before, you helped me, and I helped you. Let's call it even between us. I really like it, seeing how you care about me. My motivation every day comes from you. I find that I can't do without you. Then, he revealed a smile he thought could charm me. This cheesy confession was planned by Lu Ruyan and his girlfriends over the weekend. According to their understanding of Qin Shen, they were sure they could win him over. I just find it funny to call it even. In my memory, I would rather go hungry every day. I even bring breakfast to Lu Ruyan, and I help him with his homework. However, Lu Ruyan took the breakfast I prepared for him and gave it to Zhou Yang from the neighboring class to please him. Lu Ruyan, I have a question I've been wanting to ask you. Why are you so fixated on me? Aren't there any other male classmates willing to do your bidding? Lu Ruyan didn't expect Qin Shen to say that, and was momentarily speechless. What do you mean? If you want to pursue Zhou Yang, then work hard on your own. Stop trying to rely on me for everything. You want me to make his breakfast for you, you want me to help you with your answers for him, you want me to help you write. Why don't I just marry him instead? With extremely harsh words, I exposed Lu Ruyan's thoughts. It made her a little flustered for a moment. Her face showed a look of shock. Lu Ruyan, stop bothering me. Find another dog to help you with your homework. If you bother me again, don't you want to keep Zhou Yang from knowing about this? Watching Lu Ruyan's increasingly ugly and changing expression, I felt extremely relieved. This time, my words finally had an effect. After school in the afternoon, I didn't rush home. Instead, I went to the library to work and study. What I didn't know was that Lu Ruyan and her best friend secretly followed him. Ruyan, do you really want to track him? With so many of us, once we leave the school, he's bound to notice. I didn't answer Zhou Yang today, nor did I make him breakfast. He's already starting to ignore me. If he finds out who told on him, I have to teach him how to speak. I never expected to be monitored while working in the library. Just when I was organizing the books, I noticed a girl sitting next to the bookshelf, flipping through an exercise book. I politely approached to remind her that the library was closing. When our eyes met, my gaze lingered for a moment. Sorry to disturb you as you're leaving work. The girl bowed to me and Mr. Shu, then hurriedly left with her backpack. I just thought she was very pretty, but couldn't remember who she was for a moment. Mr. Shu sighed and said, when Shu is such a reassuring child. She's smart and obedient. If only my grandchild were as well behaved in the future. It was then that I suddenly realized. So it was when Shu. Her name is well known. She's always the top student in her grade, good-looking, and a great student. She's the school's recognized beauty, and many boys pursue her. But she has politely turned them all down. Just like me and him. He also comes from a poor family and lives with his grandmother. But what does that have to do with me? After leaving the library, I went to the restroom at the back. Just as I finished and was about to leave, I suddenly heard the sound of slapping from the next room. Are you the one who told Qin Shen about Zhou Yang, you scoundrel? I told you, I don't know Qin Shen, I don't know Zhou Yang, and I definitely don't know you. Qin Shen, you were the only one I talked to at school today, besides Julie. It wasn't you who said that. Could it be that Julie, that old lady, said it? Ruyan, don't believe her. Girls like Wenshu, who are good at studying and good-looking, all have a wicked heart, taking advantage of being favored to flirt with others. I didn't want to have anything to do with Lu Ruyan, but Wenshu was also innocently involved because of me. I have to stand up for what's right. I went to the ladies' room to wash my hands, but Lu Ruyan caused such a commotion. She wouldn't let me be, insisting that I tell Zhou Yang about the matter to satisfy her. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, then calmed down. Qin Shen, don't be so extreme. I didn't cause trouble for you, so why do you care so much? I can't be bothered with him. I walked up and pulled Wenshu out. He was the one who slapped me twice. Yes, Wenshu didn't look grateful to me. After all, he was innocently involved because of me. As soon as he finished speaking, I slapped Lu Ruyan across the face. Everyone was stunned. Wenshu looked at me in surprise, as if not understanding the behavior of this unfamiliar male classmate. I didn't expect to act so decisively. Qin Shen and Lu Ruyan covered their faces, glaring at me angrily. Stop barking. You and I are even now, and I've settled things with Wenshu. Do you understand? There was a fierce look in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Qin Shen, you will regret this. Wenyan, I suddenly remembered that Lu Ruyan's uncle seems to be a thug. I'm not afraid of any hooligans, but Uncle Wen is likely to get hurt. We can't keep watching Wenshu and Lu Ruyan all the time. At this moment, I suddenly thought of a brilliant way to solve the problem. Lu Ruyan, I will go to the internet cafe and write down everything about you and me in an email. I will schedule it to be sent to Zhou Yang next Monday. Please, if something happens to me or Wenshu, get ready to break ties with Zhou Yang. Lu Ruyan originally planned to have her uncle teach Qin Shen and Wenshu a lesson, or even eliminate them directly from the safe zone. But Qin Shen directly blocked this path. He was desperate. Qin Shen, I've never seen you so malicious. Well, today you saw it. I snorted and pulled Wenshu away without saying a word, but I felt very pleased inside. I don't know how many times I've thought of Lu Daji today, but this is the first time I felt that Lu Daji brought some positive value to me. The next morning, after leaving the house, I took a detour and arrived at the entrance of the internet cafe once again. This time, I found that the person at the counter was not Lu Daji, but a middle-aged man with a stubble. The opportunity had come. I put on my hoodie and cap, bypassed the surveillance cameras at the internet cafe entrance, and gestured to the middle-aged man with a stubble at the counter, signaling him to come out for a moment. The middle-aged man looked puzzled, but still walked out. When I arrived at the place where I talked with Lu Daji that night, I finally asked, "Are you the owner of the internet cafe? The police took away 2 people from your internet cafe that day, one of whom is my friend. He left something here, and I want to check the surveillance footage from that day." The internet cafe owner snorted coldly, "You little brat, are you trying to fool me here? You can check the surveillance if you want. He left me something worth 20 silver coins. If you find it, I'll give you one." As I spoke, I took out a silver coin that emitted a dim white light under the starlight, immediately catching the attention of the internet cafe owner. The internet cafe owner's eyes flickered twice, ultimately leading me to the internet cafe. Next door is a dark little warehouse where all the surveillance footage is. Let's find it here first. If I let you watch the surveillance, regardless of whether you find it or not. Wait, your surveillance footage needs to be viewed here. Can't the computer at the counter be used to view it? The computer at the counter is only for customers to use the internet and isn't connected to the surveillance system. How can we view the surveillance? I hesitated for a moment, nodded, and walked over to check the surveillance. When I found the footage from that day, I immediately frowned. Why is there no surveillance from the morning of the 3rd? The internet cafe owner smirked. Electricity is expensive, so the cameras can't be on all the time. I usually turn them on every few days. I looked coldly at the internet cafe owner. Are you trying to fool me? Without the footage from when the police came that morning, how am I supposed to investigate? The internet cafe owner smirked, picked up a hammer from the side, as we agreed before. Even if you can't find it, you still have to give me a silver coin, otherwise. I lifted my foot, stepped on the scrapped monitor on the side, crushed it slowly in front of the internet cafe owner's eyes, turning it into a handle. Otherwise, the internet cafe owner immediately panicked. "You are a sequence ability user." I disdainfully glanced at the internet cafe owner. What kind of person do you think can be in this rundown internet cafe on the edge of the safe zone, doing business worth 20 silver coins? The internet cafe owner was completely dumbfounded, immediately imagining a sequence ability user running a black market. "Please spare me, spare me. I don't know anything. I don't want to hinder your business." "Of course, I know you don't know anything. If you did, would you dare hide it? I might as well be a corpse now, but you're lucky today. I'm a reasonable person." With that, I threw the silver coin to the internet cafe owner. The internet cafe owner looked at the silver coin in his hand, feeling extremely uneasy, and quickly refused. No, I can't accept this. Have you found the recording? I can't take it for nothing. I might come back here in the future to look for things. I don't want to escalate things. This silver coin is your hush money. The only thing I'm worried about is, you won't tell the police about our business, will you? If I get sold out by you, next time our people come, they won't be giving you silver coins. No, absolutely not. You can trust me. You should know that. I can run an internet cafe in this rundown place because I have some connections. As long as there's no evidence, the police won't touch me. Then the internet cafe owner smirked, showing a sycophantic expression, and besides, if I sell you out, I'd have to hand over this silver coin, right? With so much money, why would I go looking for trouble? You can come whenever you want. If I find something, I can wait for you to come and collect it. I can also wait for you to come and collect it. Okay, but I might come here to use the computer in the future. I hope you can keep it confidential for me. The internet cafe owner said, "You can come directly to the warehouse and use the computer there. The computer I use to monitor is top-notch, and the login port for the internet is encrypted. Even the police can't trace it," he said, then took a key from his waist keychain. He handed it to me, and I took it. He nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, I got it. Thank you. You've said that, if you need anything, just let me know. My name is Wang Defa. Just call me Alpha." "Alright, Alpha, I'll report your matter. You can rest assured that as long as I'm safe, you won't have any trouble." After leaving the internet cafe, I smiled slightly and set off for Ludaji's house. I was already 99% sure I could deal with Ludaji. All the evidence tells me one thing: Ludaji is a liar. The so-called surveillance screenshots don't even exist. I can finally confidently sentence Ludaji to death. I ran as fast as I could and hurried to Ludaji's house. I quietly approached the door of Ludaji's residence. There was a lot of garbage piled up at the entrance. In order to make it look like a burglary, I didn't choose to break in violently. Instead, I tapped on Ludaji's door with my sleeve. I lowered my voice, pretending to be a man in his 30s. "Neighbor, the garbage in front of your door stinks. Move it quickly," I said. Inside, Ludaji's impatient voice came through. "Are you crazy? What's it to you? The garbage is there, it's not blocking the way. Mind your own business." Ludaji refused to open the door, so I shouted directly, "If you don't open the door, I'll block you at the door. I don't believe you don't have to go to work. When you go to work, I'll go to your boss and complain about you." Ludaji's confidence immediately weakened inside the room. Alright, I'm afraid of you. I'll throw it away later," he said. "I've given you a chance to save face about the garbage. Don't wait, throw it away now. Wait for me to put on my clothes, then I'll come out and throw it away." There was the sound of getting dressed, and Ludaji came to the door, unlocked it, and before he could finish speaking, I lost consciousness and fainted. I controlled my strength and, in the moment of opening the door, directly gave Ludaji a punch to the jaw, knocking him out. Then I immediately rushed into the house and supported Ludaji to prevent his bulky body from falling, which caught the attention of the neighbors. After closing the door with my hand, I dragged Ludaji into the inner room. In one go, I tied him up and stuffed his smelly socks into his mouth, then began searching the room. Ludaji's home didn't have much wealth, only a few hundred copper coins. I don't need this money, but I'll still take it to create the illusion of a home invasion robbery. After busying myself for a while, I heard a groan behind me. I turned around to see Ludaji waking up, staring at himself in fear, shaking his head desperately. He seemed to want to beg for mercy, but then his eyes turned fierce, as if threatening me. I acted nonchalant and said, "I had a chat with Wang Defa today. Guess what happened?" Ludaji froze. His eyes twitched uncontrollably. Looking at the smile on the person in front of him, he seemed to see the king of hell. I walked to the kitchen. I took out a bucket of cooking oil and a knife. Greed demands a price, and I'm here to collect it. A few minutes later, I saw Lu Daji's body engulfed by flames. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. I left the house and shouted loudly downstairs, "Fire! Quick! Escape for your life!" To avoid leaving too much scent behind, I used my violent skills to run as fast as I could. I hurried to the school at the fastest speed. As I neared the school, I returned to the main road once again, nonchalantly strolling into the campus. With my exceptional physical fitness and triple agility boost from violent skills, I escaped to the vicinity of the school from Lu Daji's house. It only took 5 or 6 minutes, although a bit slower than my usual pace to school, but it's still acceptable, almost a perfect alibi. I hope the police can quickly classify this case as a burglary. In a few days, when the heat dies down, I should also go register with the Ability Management Bureau. I remember the feeling of being choked by someone, more painful than suffocation. I must be careful in the future. Can't let anyone catch me off guard again. Arriving at the school, I still maintained a calm expression. No one could imagine that just over 10 minutes ago, I had just killed someone. In the afternoon, as I tidied up the library shelves, Uncle One, as usual, was practicing fasting in the library. So, I left the school with him. The two of us arrived at the same fork in the road as yesterday. When it was time to part ways, Uncle One said goodbye. Just as he was about to turn and leave, I grabbed his backpack. A smile played on my lips, but my eyes were filled with cold indifference. "Today, I'll escort you back." Uncle One couldn't understand why Qin suddenly became more assertive and independent. Without letting him interrupt, I grabbed his hand and walked in the direction of his home. Uncle Wen frowned and tried to break free, but then he heard my low voice saying, "I warned Lu Ruyan yesterday. I didn't expect you to dare to follow today." Uncle Wen was completely shocked this time, looked back anxiously, but found nothing. "My home is not here," Uncle Wen said with some fear. I turned left and right in the alley, then looked back at him, laughing. "Are you planning to commit murder at your doorstep? Kill!" Wen Shu's eyes widened in shock. She thought Qin Shan was joking, but the icy look in Qin Shan's eyes made her realize that he seemed serious. No. Qin, should we talk to Li Jingwen and the others? There's no need for violence among classmates. Qin Shan said, "If it's Li Jingwen following us, I'll just slap her and send her away." "No, not Li Jingwen? Then who is it?" Qin Shan glanced back, sneered, and continued to pull Wen Shu forward. Wen Shu also looked back. At that moment, she suddenly noticed 7 or 8 shadows emerging from the alley they had just passed. The shadows held weapons, iron rods, and short blades. Qin Shan quickened his pace, pulling Wen Shu along. Wen Shu anxiously looked at Qin Shan beside her. Who are they? Probably Li Jingwen's uncle. Her uncle is a notorious thug in the area, with blood on his hands. Then why is her uncle following us? Qin Shan pondered for a moment. To kill us both. They probably plan to beat me up and then kill me. As for you. He didn't finish his sentence, just glanced at Wen Shu symbolically, and she immediately covered her neckline. But why? Why do they want to kill us? Didn't you hear what I said to her yesterday? Because of her and Zhou Yang. Because of her and Zhou Yang? Yes. Who is Zhou Yang exactly? Just an ordinary person. But his uncle awakened his sequence ability, so he's been gaining prominence lately. Li Jingwen wants to latch onto Zhou Yang for a wealthy life. But didn't you say you set a timed email to warn her not to mess around? Qin Shan smiled slightly at Wen Shu. I lied to her. Lied? Internet cafe fees are so expensive, where would I get the money? She probably realized that too, which is why she sent her uncle to deal with us. But how did her uncle know if you went to the internet cafe? Was he following you all along? No, it's too tiring to follow me all the time. I think her uncle probably had someone stake out the internet cafe for a week. I told her I would go to the internet cafe to send a delayed email every week. If I didn't go to the internet cafe for a week, it means I never sent a timed email. It means my threat was just empty words. Wen Shu was once again astonished. They care so much about Zhou Yang? It's also my negligence. Now it seems that Li Jingwen's whole family sees Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang's affair as an opportunity to turn their fortunes around. That's why her uncle went to such lengths. After Qin Shan's confirmation, Wen Shu was completely at a loss. She looked back at the approaching figures behind her and said in despair, So we're going to die here? It's my fault for involving you in this. So, I'll handle this matter. You?" Qin Shan's smile carried a hint of aggression and threat. "You should be someone who can keep a secret, right?" Wen Shu didn't understand what Qin Shan meant, but nodded nonetheless. Qin Shan nodded, stopped in his tracks, turned around, and pushed Wen Shu aside. A few seconds later, 5 or 6 burly men with knives and sticks followed. The leader, a man with a small braided ponytail, looked at Qin Shan and laughed. "Why aren't you running? I thought you were good at running." Qin Shen disdainfully replied, "We've arrived, why should I run?" Arrived? Arrived where? The men looked around and realized they were in an old deserted courtyard, where the wooden houses and pigsties had collapsed, leaving only ruins. In the courtyard, besides the abandoned millstone, there was also a stone well whose water availability was uncertain. It seemed like no one had lived here for at least 5 or 6 years. Upon closer inspection, the dust on the ground and the spider webs at the courtyard entrance indicated not only the absence of residents but also the lack of visitors. Perhaps it was a rural residence abandoned before the apocalypse, or maybe the owners fled elsewhere after the apocalypse. The entire yard was pitch black, illuminated only by the starlight filtering through the anti-aircraft glass, providing a rough view of the surroundings. Qin Shen ran while carefully observing the environment, deliberately choosing this location. The young man with a small braid asked, "What's the matter with this place?" "Before I answer your question, let me ask first, you are Li Jingwen's uncle, right?" The young man with a small braid sneered, "Yes, that's me. Jingwen and Zhou Yang's matter is the hope of our family, and it cannot be ruined by you. You also lied to Jingwen, saying you sent a delayed email for a week. As a result, I and my brothers took turns monitoring the nearby internet cafe entrance for a week but didn't even catch a glimpse of you. Oh, I thought the internet cafe was too expensive, so I changed my mind when I went there. I set the sending time for a month later. If you stop me, a month later, Zhou Yang will know about me and Li Jingwen, and your family will still have no hope." "What? A month? Are you playing with me?" Qin Shen smiled slightly. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." The few people following were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect Qin Shen to change his mind after going to the internet cafe, delaying the previously agreed email sending time. When Shu looked at Qin Shen with a puzzled expression, not sure what he was up to, the young man with a small braid said, "If you cancel the email, we'll pretend this never happened. Do you think I'm stupid? Even if I cancel it, won't you still chase after the two of us? Then what do you want?" At this moment, the man next to the young man with a small braid said, "Dragon, tie him up, force him to reveal the account password, and we can cancel his scheduled email ourselves." The young man with the small braid hesitated and asked with some concern, "Are you sure you can get it out of him? I've done debt collection before, I've done this kind of thing a lot. Don't bullshit me. This matter concerns our family. If things don't work out, I won't spare you." "Dragon, what you're saying, my brothers can't take it back. Is there anything in the world that's 100% certain? If you don't trust me, forget it, you figure it out yourself." Seeing the group of people hesitating, Qin Shen didn't want to wait any longer. "Alright, I won't play with you anymore. Actually, what you said is right, I indeed didn't send the scheduled email. As long as you kill me, the matter between Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang will be safe." "What?" Several people showed incredulous expressions, not understanding why Qin Shen would willingly throw himself into the fire. "Dragon, this kid wants to die on his own. Let's help him." "Right. Let's kill him first. As for the girl next to him, let's have some fun with her before killing her." The young man with a small braid still had some concerns. Could this kid be trying to break the net by himself? Maybe he really sent a scheduled email but feels he can't escape and wants to die quickly. There is a possibility. "Dragon, what you said makes sense. But this is your family's matter, so it's up to you to decide what to do." The group of people hesitated again. Qin Shen was helpless. Some people believe lies, but when he tells the truth, no one believes him. It's truly ridiculous. "I didn't lie to you, I didn't set the email, I really didn't set the email. I don't believe you. Tie him up, force the account password out of him, and if anyone can do it, I'll give them 1,000 copper coins." The young man with braids made up his mind and decided to go all out. He must get his hands on Qin Shen's email account that was set up to send emails. Good. Brother Long is straightforward. "Brother Long, let's seal the deal. I really didn't set up a timed email. The reason is simple, if I had set up a timed email, I wouldn't have led you here." The young man with braids frowned. "You've been talking about how special this place is, but you still haven't explained clearly. I think you're just being mysterious, trying to scare me." Qin Shen shook his head and said seriously, "I didn't lie to you, this place is very special." These people looked around vigilantly again, but found no clues. The young man with braids pressed on, "What's so special about it? It's especially suitable for murder." The group was first stunned, then a mocking smile appeared on their faces. "Are you an idiot? First time seeing someone being killed, and they even choose a suitable gravesite themselves. You must have something wrong with your head. No wonder you dared to provoke our Jingwen." However, just as the group was about to make a move, Qin Shen turned into a blur. "What?" Thud! Qin Shen flew up and kicked one of them in the chest. No one saw clearly what happened, they just saw Qin Shen appear next to them, and the brother beside them suddenly flew out. The group turned around in panic. They saw the man kicked by Qin Shen, his chest deflated like a punctured balloon. His eyes bulged, his mouth opened, moved slightly twice, as if trying to say something, but in the end, he just spat out a mouthful of blood, his head tilting to the side. Before he died, his face was filled with surprise and fear. The dark environment blurred his features, making everyone feel a wave of inexplicable fear. Seeing the look of their companion, they immediately realized that Qin Shen was a sequential ability user. How is that possible? How could a trash place like the Juyen school have a student with awakened sequential abilities? Before they could react, Qin Shen swung his fist again, hitting one person in the throat like a cannonball. The person fell backward, but his head swung back and forth like a puppet with a broken string. I'm sore. Just as someone was about to beg for mercy, Qin Shen punched him in the heart, sending him flying several meters, finally landing in front of Wenshu, who screamed in shock and quickly stepped back. However, Qin Shen felt that when Wenshu screamed, she didn't seem so scared. Moreover, when most people are scared, they startle for a moment. How could she take several steps back like that? Qin Shen didn't dwell on this strange matter. He looked at the corpse. The person who was hit in the heart by him just now lay motionless on the ground. There was a bull-sized dent on his back. Qin Shen shook his head, still didn't control the force well. I've already held back, but still hit so far. The young man with braids' pupils trembled, cold sweat dripped from his forehead, he stood frozen in place as if he had lost his soul. The remaining two survivors, except for the young man with braids, saw Qin Shen's skills and knew they couldn't fight or escape, so they immediately knelt down. Big brother, spare us. Spare us. It's our ignorance, give us a chance. It was Kuan Chang Long who asked us to come. It has nothing to do with us. Qin Shen ignored them, kicked both of them in the chin with his feet. They flew backward, their heads hitting the ground first. Two muffled sounds, and they both went to paradise together. Whether it was the underworld or Satan's hell, Qin Shen didn't know. In the end, only the young man with braids, trembling all over and unable to speak, was left. Qin Shen patted his shoulder, and with interest, said, "You should also know about me and Li Jingwen. Originally, I had the chance to call you uncle, but unfortunately." Kuan Changlong immediately realized and put on a twisted and flattering smile. No, there's still a chance. It's not a waste. We can become a family. Jingwen, that child, doesn't know any better. I'll go back and teach her. I'll make sure she follows you. Qin Shen sighed helplessly. What's done is done. As a sequence ability user, why should I lower myself to endure this humiliation? Didn't you say that Li Jingwen is the hope of your family? Kuan Changlong nodded blankly, not understanding what Qin Shen meant. With me around, your family has no hope. I can show you a way out. Please tell us. We will definitely follow your instructions. Go to another world and rebuild your family. Yes, yes. Ha! Qin Shen slapped Kuan Changlong's face, causing his head to spin 360 degrees before falling to the side. Don't worry, you won't be alone on the way. In a while, when I have free time, I will send your whole family down to accompany you. After dealing with everyone, Qin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. And then he killed again. How many times was this? He couldn't remember. It didn't matter. He looked at Wenshu standing at the edge of the courtyard and walked over. Wenshu trembled all over and asked anxiously, "You're actually a sequence ability user?" Qin Shen smiled, "Yes. So, have you figured out how to deal with the bodies here?" Qin Shen didn't expect Wenshu to ask this question. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you too?" Wenshu seemed surprised by Qin Shen's question and looked up at him with some confusion. "Why would you kill me?" "Because you saw me kill someone." Wenshu, however, inexplicably said to Qin Shen, "If you want to kill me, just let me go home. They will take action, no need to make things complicated." Qin Shen nodded, "You're quite smart, staying calm even when witnessing a murder for the first time." Wenshu lowered her head without replying. Qin Shen threw several bodies into the well, hearing the dull thud as they hit the ground. To avoid any slip-ups, Qin Shen didn't even bother to check the pockets of the dead for money. It was a dry well. He brought over a stone and covered the well. "It's almost done, no one comes here, let's go." Wenshu said, "By doing this, we'll leave our scent here. If the police find out, they might track us down. What do you suggest? Burn this place down? There was no one here to begin with, it wouldn't attract attention. Once it's burned, won't it attract people instead? To get rid of the scent, we don't necessarily have to burn it down." Qin Shen paused, "Then what do you suggest? The cafeteria's food has a strong smell, you can sprinkle some of it here and in the well. Before long, our scent will be covered up naturally." Qin Shen nodded, then looked at her with puzzlement. "Where did you learn all this from?" "I like reading books normally, I read it from a book." "A book that covers all this? What book did you read?" 100 Ways to Commit Crimes Without Being Caught by Sequence Users. "Why were you reading that book?" I just like reading. I read all kinds of books. Today, it came in handy, didn't it? Qin Shen re-evaluated the delicate girl in front of him, whose head only reached his chin, marveling at how appearances can be deceiving. Following Wen Shu's instructions, he and Wen Shu left the scene together. The two walked side by side in the dim alley. "You're really amazing," Qin Shen sincerely exclaimed. "Thank you, but I think you're even more amazing." "Not really. How does it feel to walk alongside a murderer?" "Actually, it's not bad." Wen Shu smiled at Qin Shen, and the starlight reflected in her bright eyes. "After all, we now share a common secret." "By the way," Wen Shu asked again, "when do you plan to reveal yourself as a sequence ability user? If you don't announce it before the college entrance examination, you won't be able to participate in the sequence ability user assessment." "I thought you would ask me when I awakened my sequence ability first. Why would I ask so many questions?" Qin Shen couldn't help but glance at Wen Shu again. She was really different from all the girls he knew. It was just recently. "I need to check what I need to prepare before going to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. My background is a bit complicated, as you saw today. So, I must ensure that there are no problems during registration." "Makes sense. Also, I need to understand the assessment for sequence ability users. Since I am going to participate, I need to be fully prepared, so that after I reveal my identity, I won't have to deal with all sorts of messy things coming to me, making me overwhelmed." "Makes sense. Do you have any suggestions?" Wen Shu shrugged. "You're right about everything you said. I have nothing more to add." "Okay. What about Li Jingwen? How do you plan to deal with her? Her uncle disappeared, and she should soon figure out it's because of you." Qin Shen said lightly. "Give her some hope, string her along." "You mean, don't ruin her relationship with Zhou Yang, let her have something to look forward to?" "Yes. Let her hold on to this hope. Wait until I have everything sorted out, then personally crush her hope." "And then kill her?" "And then kill her, and her whole family." "Makes sense." A pair of youthful faces, full of talk about killing. If others were to hear this, they would surely think it was just kids talking nonsense. After a while, Qin Shen asked again, "Which college do you plan to apply to?" "I haven't decided yet, but I definitely want to apply to one that provides independent dormitories. I want to bring my grandmother with me." "Are colleges with independent dormitories rare?" Wen Shu smiled. "You clearly didn't pay attention during last week's school-wide volunteer application class. As a sequence ability user, what's the point of me listening to that stuff? Isn't it a waste of time?" "Okay, you're amazing. It's my fault." Among the 8 colleges, only 2 have independent dormitories. "Only 2? What about the others?" "The rest have shared dormitories, either 4-person or 6-person rooms." "It sounds like colleges with independent dormitories should have better conditions, probably the top 2 colleges, right? With your strength, you should be able to get in." Wen Shu was about to say something, but then she looked at Qin Shen and saw his genuine smile, sincerely wishing her well. She held back what she was going to say. "Well, thank you." Qin Shen nodded and remained silent. The two of them walked for a while. Wen Shu asked, "Do you know the way?" "I don't." "You don't know the way either? You were the one dragging me along, how would I remember the way?" "Then where are we going after walking for so long?" "Forget it, let's keep going straight, we'll recognize it when we see the main road." After walking for another half an hour, they finally saw the dim streetlights. "We've reached the main road, let's go check the road signs." "Okay." They walked onto the main road, confirmed their direction, and realized they had walked in the opposite direction of home. "It would take over 40 minutes to get back home. There are fewer people on the road now, I'll walk you home." "Okay, thank you." They walked side by side, speaking less and less. They both tactfully avoided asking each other too many questions. Especially when it came to unspeakable privacy matters, they didn't mention them at all. For example, Wen Shu didn't ask Qin Shen what sequence he was. Qin Shen also didn't ask Wen Shu how she suddenly knew how to deal with the smell of corpses. The two of them had committed a huge crime together, their relationship now very intimate, yet with a hidden barrier. This kind of relationship makes both people very comfortable. After a while, Wen Shu spoke up, "Qin Shen, you are so talented and smart, why do you like Li Jingwen?" Although this question did not involve privacy, it made Qin Shen feel extremely embarrassed. He looked down at Wen Shu and saw her looking ahead, seemingly without any teasing thoughts. But Qin Shen felt as if she was mocking him. Perhaps because even the smartest people make foolish mistakes sometimes. Besides, I'm not a smart person. At least when I'm with you, I often feel a bit dull. Wen Shu shook her head gently. "You may make a mistake momentarily, but not for so long." Qin Shen was slightly stunned. This statement touched on his absolute privacy. Wen Shu seemed to be saying that he was a different person from before. But how could this be explained? After all, he had undergone a complete change after being reborn. Qin Shen encountered a question he couldn't answer for the first time. He felt that no matter what lie he told, this big-eyed, long-haired female classmate would see through it. After thinking for a long time, Qin Shen couldn't come up with a suitable explanation. In the end, he could only say, "Many things are beyond our control." Wenshu nodded, "Yes, many things are beyond our control." Sensing that this question couldn't be pursued further, Wenshu stopped talking. Qin Shen also had no intention of continuing the conversation. For the rest of the way, they didn't speak a word, letting the cold wind seep through their thin coats. After passing several streetlights, they finally arrived at the intersection where they had to part ways after school. Then Qin Shen followed Wenshu and escorted her home. "I'm home now, thank you. I should have invited you in for a while, but it's getting late, and it's not convenient for me to have you stay over." "It's okay, I understand. There's no need to be so polite between us. Alright, take care on your way back home." Qin Shen smiled at Wenshu's clear face. "You know, it's others who should be careful. Goodbye. Goodbye." After watching Qin Shen leave, Wenshu sighed softly. The turn of events today had indeed exceeded her expectations by far. She never thought that studying hard at school could involve matters of life and death. All of this was brought about by Qin Shen. A few days ago, they were strangers at school, and today they were involved in murder and hiding bodies together. She couldn't help but sigh at the unpredictability of life. Wenshu didn't dwell on Qin Shen's matters anymore. After taking a few deep breaths to calm herself down, she turned around and opened the door. "Grandma, I'm back." A cheerful voice rang out at the door. As soon as she spoke, the candles in the room lit up. Although her grandmother was blind, she would always sit by the candlelight for 3 to 4 hours before Wenshu returned from school, waiting to light the candles for her. Thinking about how long her grandmother had been sitting by the candlelight tonight, Wenshu couldn't help but feel a bit sorry. "Did my girl come back? Why are you back so late today?" "Yes, I'm back. I ran into some things, so I came back late." Wenshu took off her shoes at the door and walked barefoot into the house. Although the floor of the house was cold, she didn't put on slippers. Her family's living conditions were not much better than Qin Shen's. In fact, with an elderly person who couldn't work, the burden was even heavier compared to Qin Shen's background where one person could feed the whole family. The reason she was barefoot was that the rough, low-quality composite board floor at home was very clean. Someone would diligently clean every piece of the floor. Wenshu couldn't bear to dirty it with her shoes. If she wore shoes inside, her grandmother would have to clean it again the next day. It was quite a hardship for a blind person to clean the floor. "My girl, why aren't you wearing shoes? It's so cold. Put on your shoes." "It's okay, Grandma. I like being barefoot. I used to run around the house barefoot all the time when I was little, do you remember?" "Of course I remember. Back then, you were just like a little wild child, unstoppable." "Oh, back then, the sun was still shining in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it's been 10 years since the end of the world arrived." Wenshu stepped on the carpet, sat next to her grandmother, held her hand, hoping to alleviate the old woman's sadness. After Grandma lost her sight, to prevent her from bumping into things at home, Wenshu removed all the chairs in the house and laid down some carpets she had scavenged from the junkyard. Even the original wooden bed was moved out of the house by her. Now she and her grandmother sleep on 3 layers of blankets directly on the floor. So, Wenshu's home felt empty, almost like an empty shell. The whole room had only a small dining table. On the table, a lone candle was burning. The flickering flame of the candle cast shadows of an old and a young figure leaning on each other. Both of them had smiles on their faces, seemingly content with the present situation. After a while, Wenshu said, "Grandma, have you eaten? I'll go make you some food." "I've already eaten. Didn't you bring back some leftovers from the cafeteria yesterday?" "I've already had it." "Oh, that's good. I was worried you'd wait for me to eat and end up starving." "I haven't eaten yet. I'll make something for myself later." Wenshu was about to get up when her grandmother's aged hand grabbed her wrist. "Nana, I have a question for you." "Go ahead, Grandma. As soon as you came home, I smelled a scent on you." Wenshu hesitated for a moment, feeling nervous, then smiled and asked, "What scent is it?" "It's someone else's scent." "Nana, are you in love?" Wenshu breathed a sigh of relief. She thought her grandmother had smelled blood. She had double-checked before coming home. There were clearly no bloodstains on her clothes, just some dust on her shoes. Since her grandmother's eyesight had weakened, her sense of smell had become extremely sensitive. She could even tell what dishes Wenshu had at school. Today, she came home with bated breath, afraid of being discovered about her secret with Qin Shen. "Oh, I was studying with some other classmates today, so I might have picked up his scent." "Nana, you usually study on your own, no one in your grade can help you. How could you be studying with someone else?" Faced with her grandmother's caring inquiry, Wen-shu could only respond in silence. This matter was getting more complicated, it was better not to talk about it. I'm not scolding you. It's a crucial time for your college entrance exams, don't get distracted. When you go to college, Nana won't stop you from dating, but don't do it now. Apart from you, no one in your school can secure a spot in college. Don't waste your time on them, don't delay yourself. Okay, Grandma, don't worry, I won't delay myself. As for dating, I know what I'm doing. She couldn't explain the scent on her, so she vaguely admitted to the matter of dating. If she didn't admit to dating, would it mean she went out to kill someone with a boy? That's good then. Nana has always trusted you. Grandma, I'll go cook now, and after that, I'll review some more study materials. You should rest early. Is this candle too dim? Studying like this isn't good for your eyes. Don't end up like me, blind at such a young age. Wen-shu smiled, don't worry, Grandma, I know what I'm doing. These years, I haven't caused you any worries, have I? Oh, it's my fault too. I couldn't provide you with a good study environment. If we could afford electric lights at home, your academic performance would definitely be better. Wen-shu tightly hugged her grandmother. Grandma, being with you is the happiest thing for me. Whether there is electricity or not, I will not let you down. I'll go heat up the food. Alright, go ahead. Wen-shu walked to the kitchen, poured the food she got from the cafeteria today into the pot, and there were bursts of sound. Like Qin-shan, she also had the privilege of getting extra food from the cafeteria. However, Qin-shan's privilege came from Aunt Zhang's sympathy, while her privilege was indeed a privilege. The principal personally instructed Aunt Zhang to give Wen-shu as much food as she needed. As the school's #1 seed for this year's college entrance examination, the principal would never allow the school to fall short in providing for her. Watching the three-winged flying fish flipping in the pot, Wen-shu's thoughts drifted to the series of events that happened today. Listening to Wen-shu's busy sounds in the kitchen, her grandmother's smile gradually disappeared, replaced by a bitter expression on her face. In the candlelight, her wrinkled face concealed the love and worry of an elder for the younger generation. Ah, there's someone else's scent on you, and a faint smell of blood. Is it because you went out to kill someone again? The next morning, Qin-shan leisurely set foot on the road to school. In the past, Qin-shan used to arrive at the classroom quite early. Because after school, he would go home, have dinner, take a shower, and go to bed. When he arrived in the classroom today, Li Jingwen was already there. Seeing Qin-shan's figure, Li Jingwen seemed a bit flustered. She stood up wanting to ask Qin-shan something, but seemed unsure how to ask, so she sat back down. Qin-shan walked past her as if nothing had happened, without any interaction. Qin-shan's indifference hammered Li Jingwen's fragile heart like a sledgehammer. Her uncle Kuan Changlong didn't come home last night, which worried her family. Thinking that Qin-shan and Wen-shu were just ordinary students and not a threat, they thought Kuan Changlong might have stayed out to handle something, so he didn't come home. But today, Li Jingwen saw Qin-shan at school. This meant that her uncle had failed. Or rather, her uncle hadn't gone to kill Qin-shan at all. Seeing Qin-shan's calm face, seemingly not harboring any resentment towards Li Jingwen, she leaned towards the latter. Her uncle didn't know what he had done yesterday, but he didn't follow through with the plan to kill Qin-shan and Wen-shu. Li Jingwen clenched her fists. Kuan Changlong, this idiot. He always boasts about how capable he is, how reliable he is, but he can't distinguish between priorities, and who knows where he went. Qin-shan sat in his seat, glanced at Li Jingwen quietly, noticing her anger, and stopped looking at her. Before revealing his identity as a public sequence, he wouldn't tell anyone that he had seen Kuan Changlong. Let Li Jingwen's family pass through this confusion. They might feel restless and anxious now, wanting to know the outcome. When they truly knew the result, they would miss these restless, anxious days without any fear. Qin-shan frowned, feeling he had been too kind to Li Jingwen. Unfortunately, he wasn't ready to reveal his public sequence identity yet, so he couldn't tell her everything now. At noon and in the afternoon, he continued to go to the library to organize books. Wen-shu was also in the library early, working on difficult problems in her exercise book. Qin-shan passed by Wen-shu with a book in his arms. Keep your eyes a bit further from the book. If you keep bowing your head like this, you might get nearsighted and won't have money for glasses. Oh, thank you. Wen-shu raised her head slightly, maintaining a relatively healthy distance between her eyes and the book. Since the advice came from Qin-shan and was related to money, Wen-shu took it to heart. Qin-shan continued to organize the books quietly on his own. Teacher Zhu watched the interaction between the two and showed a motherly smile. It seems that little student Qin still listens to advice. Two good kids, it's a shame they're not together. Teacher Zhu sat proudly at her desk, sipping hot water from her cup, feeling like she had accomplished something worth showing off. After school, when Shu once again found herself sitting at the closed library, leaving together with another person, then parting ways at the intersection. Goodbye. Goodbye. Another new day arrived. Before heading out to school, Shin-chan glanced at the calendar. Blue Star Era, January 20th, 2010, Gregorian calendar, Wednesday, lunar calendar, year of Ji-cho, 6th day of the 12th month, suitable for meeting relatives and friends. Meeting relatives and friends? I don't have any relatives or friends. Shin-chan shook his head, grabbed the bag containing his lunchbox, and left the house. Arriving in the classroom, he intended to daydream as usual and then head to the library after a while. At that moment, a male student approached him. Are you Shin-chan? Shin-chan turned around and saw a well-mannered male classmate. Although his attire was not luxurious, it was very proper, indicating a far superior family background compared to Shin-chan. However, Shin-chan seemed to have no impression of this person. Although he didn't know him, the female classmates in the class seemed somewhat intrigued by him. Even Lee Jin-gwen, who had been feeling down lately due to her uncle's disappearance, cast a clear gaze towards him. Needless to say, he must be some influential figure in the school. But regardless of how influential he was, Shin-chan didn't know him. He didn't even know what Wen-shu, the school beauty, looked like, so how could he care about influential male figures? Who are you? I'm Zhao Liwen from class 2. Zhao Liwen? Shin-chan frowned, the name seemed somewhat familiar, but not much. Sorry, I don't think I know you. Immediately, a girl whispered, he doesn't even know Zhao Liwen, who ranks second in our grade. I wonder what Shin-chan does all day. It's normal, he just daydreams in the classroom. How could he know these good students? Zhao Liwen, he's not very bright. What do you need from him? We can help convey your message. Shin-chan glanced at the girls who were mocking him, and at Zhao Liwen who was attracting attention, feeling amused. He said to them, I daydream every day, but my grades are probably better than yours, right? If my brain is not functioning well, what does that make you guys? Shin-chan, why do you speak like that? I like to speak the truth. It turned out to be the millennium second behind Wen-shu, no wonder he seemed somewhat familiar. Do you need something from me? Looking at Zhao Liwen's refined scholarly appearance, Shin-chan felt that they were not on the same page at all, wondering where he had offended him. Zhao Liwen said seriously, Shin-chan, it's a crucial time to prepare for the college entrance examination now. I hope you can focus on your studies. This statement left Shin-chan puzzled. Huh? What do you mean? Literally, I hope you can study hard and not regret it later. Shin-chan chuckled, you're really funny. What does it matter to you whether I study or not? Then he turned away, no longer looking at Zhao Liwen, but gazing at the starry sky and the deities outside the window. Seeing Shin-chan ignoring Zhao Liwen, the girls started to speak up again. Shin-chan, even if you study better than me, Zhao is just looking out for you. Why do you have this attitude? Exactly. Hopeless. Zhao, I'm willing to study hard, but no one helps me. Can you study with me? I'm willing to study too. Shin-chan turned back to the group. You're all trying so hard to please him here. Has he even glanced at any of you since he came in? In my opinion, Zhao Liwen doesn't even care about you guys, so save your efforts. You! What did you say? I plan to get close to Zhao, wait for him to enter the college and make a big leap, and then take a break. Zhao has high standards and looks down on you mediocre people, unlike some male students who are not picky about their diet. After speaking, Shin-chan gave Lee Jin-gwen a meaningful look. Lee Jin-gwen knew that Shin-chan was insulting Zhou Yan for being picky about his diet, and at the same time implying that she was not a classy girl. She clenched her teeth in anger, snorted coldly, and turned away. Zhao Liwen also felt a bit noisy and seemed unwilling to stay longer, so he stated his purpose. Shin-chan, if you don't want to study, please don't disturb others who are preparing for the college entrance examination. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you ruin it for others, you will regret it for a lifetime. Shin-chan squinted. I say, Zhao Liwen, are you crazy? Ha! I sit in the corner of the classroom every day. I either sleep or daydream during class. Who am I disturbing? Why, as soon as you think of me daydreaming, you lose your appetite and can't even focus on your work? I don't even know you. Zhao Liwen gritted his teeth and then said, I'm not saying you're delaying my studies. Not you? Shin-chan raised an eyebrow. If not you, then why are you looking for me? I'm here on behalf of Wen-shu. Wen-shu? Shin-chan was even more surprised. Yes. You've been disturbing her studies at the library recently, and I hope you can stay away from her. When they heard Wen-shu's name, the girls who had been showing off to Zhao Liwen fell silent for a moment. They were all cursing Wen-shu, a student who excelled in her studies, was beautiful, and had a good personality. Perhaps Wen-shu was too perfect, leaving them with no flaws to criticize, so they could only say that Wen-shu was calculating and everything was just an act. But in reality, if they could become like Wen-shu, or even half as excellent as her, they would not hesitate to agree. Shin-chan looked at Zhao Liwen again. What's your relationship with Wenshu? Are you her boyfriend? She never mentioned it to me. Jolly-Wen was stunned. I'm not her boyfriend, and we're not in a relationship. But after the college entrance examination, we will go to the same college. By then, we will be together. Go to the same college? Qin scratched his head. Friend, not that I don't believe you, but you score lower than Wenshu in every exam. Why should you go to the same college as her? I know my grades are not as good as hers, but if we apply to the two colleges with the lowest rankings, it's almost certain. The Tian College and Renqing College that Wenshu is interested in happen to be the lowest ranked among the 8 colleges. Qin hesitated for a moment. Wenshu said that the college offering independent accommodation was not the best, but the worst? Wouldn't Wenshu, with such good grades, be at a disadvantage? As the only friend at the Wan school, Qin immediately felt sorry for Wenshu. He also knew that Wenshu compromised because of money. Without money, even with her good grades, she would struggle even in the safe zone, not to mention taking care of a blind grandmother. So, I hope you don't disturb Wenshu's exam preparation. Qin, some things are destined not to be touched by oneself. I hope you can see this reality. Qin looked at Jolly-Wen as if he were looking at a fool. Then how about we ask Wenshu later if she's willing to be with you after graduation? Jolly-Wen seemed surprised by Qin's words, hesitated for a moment, and said, even if she's not willing now, I will move her in the future. She will definitely accept me. Move her, make her accept you? Qin pointed to Li Jingwen sitting in front. Ask that girl how I treated her before. Did I move her? Jolly-Wen didn't look back. That's your problem. I have confidence in this. You said something right. What? Some things are destined beyond one's reach. I hope you can recognize this reality. You are truly unreasonable. Humph. Jolly-Wen found himself helpless against the indifferent Qin, angrily turned and left the classroom. Qin disdainfully glanced at Jolly-Wen's back, then looked out the window, lost in thought. Although Qin was not sure what kind of man Wenshu would like, it was not difficult to see from their conversations that Wenshu's intelligence and maturity were among the best he had seen. Moreover, they had committed murder together, and Wenshu's performance far exceeded Qin's expectations. How could this inexperienced Zhao gentleman in front of him gain Wenshu's approval? Qin could easily imagine that Jolly-Wen would end up like Li Jingwen, just like himself. But Wenshu was not as vicious as Li Jingwen, so his outcome should be better. They were friends who had committed murder together after all. Putting himself in Wenshu's shoes, Qin realized that being bothered by Jolly-Wen, this bookworm, would be extremely annoying. Speaking of which, this ignorant Jolly-Wen might really be affecting her study mood. Jolly-Wen was right. Wenshu couldn't afford to be distracted during the crucial exam preparation period. After the college entrance examination, I need to prepare for the sequence awakening assessment as soon as possible. It's better to do a favor and help Wenshu along the way. Once I announce my sequence awakening, there should be no more buzzing around me. Sigh, I was planning to rest well for 5 days of school and then look up information about the sequence on the weekend. Forget it, I'll sleep less today, and after school, I'll go to Wang Defa's place to check the forums. Qin sighed. I am truly a kind person. After school, Qin tidied up the library and once again walked with Wenshu. However, as Qin was leaving the school gate, he saw Jolly-Wen's angry gaze. Don't mind him. Ha? Qin hadn't spoken yet, but heard Wenshu's words. I said, you don't need to mind Jolly-Wen. Oh. Qin and Wenshu gradually walked away, while Jolly-Wen remained standing in place, staring at Qin under the school gate's lamppost. With his exceptional perception ability, Qin naturally sensed this unfriendly gaze. Wenshu, what's wrong? Jolly-Wen has been staring at us. Does he often bother you? Wenshu hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. No. However, this moment of hesitation had already given Qin an answer. You don't need to worry. I'm fine. I haven't talked to him. Wenshu added, fearing that Qin might do more and worsen the situation. If you haven't talked to him, how does he know which college you're applying to? Wenshu paused, her watery eyes looking at Qin. Did you go to see Jolly-Wen? He came to see me. Qin glanced at Wenshu. I don't even know him. Why would I go to him? After hearing this, Wenshu pouted and didn't respond further. Don't bother about whatever he says, just let it pass like a gust of wind. He hasn't affected my studies either. You're explaining so much. Are you afraid I'll kill him? Qin sighed helplessly. I'm not a demon who enjoys killing. Unless absolutely necessary, I don't want to do such things. Rest assured, I have my ways. Your ways? What ways? You don't need to worry about that. Goodbye. At the intersection of parting ways, Qin confidently smiled at Wenshu, who looked a bit puzzled, then left directly. Watching Qin's departing figure, Wenshu's lips curved slightly. Thank you. After Qin returned home and put down the bag containing the lunchbox, he headed to the nearby internet cafe. He glanced at the surveillance camera at the entrance and saw Wang Defa sitting at the counter. Wang Defa looked gloomy, staring blankly at the monitor in front of him. It should have been Lu Daji sitting here now, enjoying the company of his wife and children at home. But for a few hundred copper coins that poor, deadbeat Lu Daji owed, someone had the audacity to kill him. With the net administrator dead, Wang, as the owner of this internet cafe, couldn't find anyone to operate the management system, so he had to step in himself. Damn it, if I find out who killed Lu Daji, I'll make them pay back with interest. Wang cursed under his breath. Being short-staffed was the least of his worries. Lately, the police had been inspecting his internet cafe every day, dealing a heavy blow to his business. Located in a slum area, Wang's internet cafe was not primarily for providing internet services but rather for facilitating illicit transactions in a gray area. His machines could manipulate back-end data to hide login addresses and conduct anonymous transactions online. The fees for providing hidden login addresses were 20 times the regular internet fees, making them exorbitant. Yet, despite the high costs, Wang's internet cafe still had a steady stream of customers due to the lucrative profits from illegal transactions. The main source of income for the internet cafe was from the gray area, requiring a certain level of audacity. To operate successfully in this environment, Wang was definitely not an insignificant figure. He had connections within the government ensuring the safe operation of his internet cafe, with most of his gray income being handed over to his backers. With a strong background and ample operating space, Wang's internet cafe quickly gained a reputation in the area and had been running smoothly for 5 or 6 years without major incidents. That is until a few days ago when the police suddenly started patrolling and inspecting his place like madmen. Apart from taking away a few special clients, they didn't impose any other penalties. Wang was clueless about what the police were trying to uncover. He called his backer to inquire about the reason, only to find out that even his backer seemed helpless about the situation. Let the police do their search, don't worry about it, his backer advised. But what about the business? Wang pressed. The voice on the other end sighed, let the business slow down for now. I can't do much about it. Can you give me a hint, sir? I'm worried I might be taken away by the cops one day, Wang asked anxiously. This is a complicated matter, it's beyond my control, his backer replied. Wang was stunned, feeling a lump in his throat. Our business just makes a little money, how could it be beyond control? They are not after our small business. So rest assured, the police won't come after you. Alright, then. By the way, have you encountered any strange individuals recently? Strange individuals? Wang immediately thought of Qin Chen, but for the sake of the silver coin sealing fee, he chose to conceal the encounter. No, just regular business people. Alright, that's good. Let's leave it at that. I have another meeting to attend. Goodbye, sir. Knowing that the police had ulterior motives, Wang relaxed a bit. However, due to the frequent visits, his extra income plummeted, causing him great distress. These days, I can only try to cut expenses as much as possible. As he worried, he saw Qin Chen at the door. In Wang's eyes, Qin Chen was a dual embodiment of the god of wealth and the Grim Reaper. So when he saw Qin Chen, he felt both anxious and relieved. Wang Defa glanced at the few customers sitting in the internet cafe, all focused on their computers. Holding a roll of paper, he shouted, I'm going to the restroom. If someone comes, please ask them to wait for a moment, thank you. Sure, Boss Wang, go ahead. Wang Defa walked out of the door, bypassed the surveillance, and headed towards Qin Chen's direction. Hello, Boss Wang. Oh, don't say that, you are my boss. Wang Defa said, offering a cigarette to Qin Chen. Qin Chen waved his hand, we don't allow smoking. Hearing Qin Chen naturally say we, Wang Defa became even more convinced that there was a powerful organization behind Qin Chen. Oh, right, it would be troublesome if there's a smell of smoke on you when you're working. I understand. Qin Chen pointed to the location of the warehouse, and Wang Defa understood, so they walked towards the warehouse together. How's business been lately, Boss Wang? Wang Defa sighed, don't mention it. The police dogs at the station keep coming to check as if they smell blood every day. Do you want to use the computer in the warehouse today? Qin Chen felt a bit uneasy and asked cautiously, they come to check every day? Should I not come here recently? It's okay, the police have raided 3 times today, they won't come again. 3 times? That many? Yes. Usually, it's once every 1 or 2 days, but today, who knows what got into them, they came 3 times directly. So rest assured, it's absolutely safe today. Qin Chen nodded, not expecting that his theft of divine remnants would cause such a stir. However, you better come less often recently. Many of my customers have been taken away. The police are watching closely, don't get implicated. Wang Defa cautiously warned Qin Chen, seemingly caring for him but actually worried that if Qin Chen got caught, his organization would hold him accountable. Alright, don't worry, I'll be done tonight, and I shouldn't come back for a while. Well, that's even better. Once the storm passes, you can come anytime. Qin Chen smiled and remained silent. The storm was caused by him. When the storm passed, unless he was caught. After confirming no one was around, the two entered the warehouse, one after the other. Boss Wang, I have some things I don't quite understand, I'd like to ask you. Go ahead. Because of the requirements above, I plan to register with the Sequence Ability Holders Management Bureau. Wang Defa was stunned. You haven't registered yet? I have so many things to do. If the information is public, wouldn't it be easy to expose myself? Wang Defa suddenly realized, right, you're right. But they only told me about this, and I'm a bit worried. You're in this business, you must have dealt with sequence ability holders a lot, so I want to ask you. Well, go ahead. Qin Chen leaned in close to Wang Defa, staring into his eyes. I want to report a fake sequence. What do you think I should be careful about? Upon hearing this, Wang Defa's gaze immediately shifted. You're asking me this, how would I know? I'm just an ordinary person. Eyes don't lie. Your eyes tell me you know. Wang Defa's face contorted like a worn-out shoe. Boss, please don't put me in a difficult position. I'm just a lowly bug. How would I dare to get involved in your affairs with the management bureau? Qin Chen sat back in his chair, crossing his legs. Do you think that silver coin is easy money? Ha! You show your face here, living in fear every day. How much does your backer give you in the end? I gave you so much at once. Didn't you anticipate that I might have some tricky things for you to help with? Wang Defa swallowed hard. He knew money was hard to earn, and shit was hard to swallow. Just trying to make a living, nothing to be ashamed of. But he didn't know that behind a silver coin, there was such a big mess. Helping a sequencer to deceive the Sequencer Management Bureau, isn't this ridiculous? If successful, Qin Chen might kill him to keep it secret. If failed, Qin Chen would sell him out, and the bureau would definitely make his life a living hell. Is he not valuing his life? No, boss, can you please not involve me in this mess? Qin Chen smiled. Just give me the money then. Wang Defa thought for a moment. Although a silver coin was a huge sum, it was still not worth more than his own life and fortune. He gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll give you that silver coin in a few days. It's not just a silver coin, Qin Chen said coldly. You owe me my silver coin back. And you also need to compensate me for the 20 silver coins worth of goods lost in your possession. In total, it's 21 silver coins. What? Are you kidding me? Even if Wang Defa were to be killed, he couldn't come up with 21 silver coins. So after Qin Chen made such a hefty demand, Wang Defa became anxious. Qin Chen slammed the table. Kidding you? Do you think I was sent to the bureau for registration for no reason? The cases I carry are enough to get me shot 800 times. What kind of risk is it to register at the bureau? Isn't it because the deal of the 20 silver coins I was responsible for went wrong in your hands, and the higher-ups punished me? If you had monitored it that morning, would I take such a risk to go to the bureau? Listening to Qin Chen's angry reprimand, Wang Defa's momentum immediately weakened. I searched all the internet cafes, but couldn't find it. Besides, you don't even know what that thing is. How can I find it? Qin Chen glared. If I needed to know what that thing is, why the hell would I need to check your surveillance footage? Find it yourself. Wang Defa, let me tell you, if I can't disguise my identity to register at the Sequencer Management Bureau, the first thing I'll do is kill your whole family. Wang Defa almost knelt down. Boss, please, let's be reasonable. Each person is responsible for their own actions. Isn't killing my whole family a bit unreasonable? Reason with me? Qin Chen snorted. Are you even worthy? Wang Defa's face immediately turned pale. Although he was a prominent figure on the edge of the safe zone, in front of Qin Chen, who had a deep background and was ruthless, he was not even worth mentioning. There was indeed no reason to argue. Do you have any way to disguise the sequence? Speak up quickly. My patience is limited too. Wang Defa looked at Qin Chen with a troubled expression, then lowered his head in thought for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll tell you. But, please don't tell anyone. Don't waste words. Who do you think I would tell? The police? Or the Sequencer Management Bureau? Wang Defa thought about it, and what Qin Chen said made sense. As a sequence user who operated in the shadows, he dared not reveal this matter. Actually, I only know the general idea of this matter, not the specifics. As far as I know, if you enter the Sequencer Management Bureau for registration without revealing your true sequence, you are very likely to be discovered. But I don't know the specifics of how you would be discovered. This is confidential information of the Sequencer Management Bureau. What? The Sequencer Management Bureau actually has a method to verify sequences? Qin Chen's heart tightened upon hearing this. Fortunately, he found Wang Defa first and didn't blindly prepare to disguise his sequence on his own. Otherwise, the day he stepped into the bureau, he would have been buying his own coffin. The waves in Qin Shen's heart were not reflected on his face at all. He stood with his back to the computer, facing Wang Defa directly, his entire face hidden in the shadows, leaving Wang Defa's heart hanging in the air. Wang Defa swallowed his saliva, his sideburns extending to his throat, twitched twice, and then a drop of sweat trickled down his chin. So, if you want to register with a fake sequence at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, you can't go directly. You need to find someone to help. Qin Shen was shocked again. Could there be someone in the Sequence Ability Management Bureau daring to help with such falsification? Are there many people like him who don't want their secrets to be revealed? However, Qin Shen did not ask these questions because a cybercafe owner like Wang Defa could not possibly know the answers. He only asked about the information Wang Defa could provide. Find someone? Find who? Boss, as for who to find, I'm not sure. I'm not a sequence ability user, so knowing this much is already difficult. Qin Shen sneered, if you don't know who to ask for help, saying these things is as good as saying nothing. Wang Defa hesitated for a moment, looked at Qin Shen in the shadows, and said, I don't know who to ask for help, but I probably know who to ask about the inside workings of the bureau. Name. The blonde policewoman from the police station, Roylina. Roylina? Qin Shen was not familiar with the people at the police station because he had never dealt with police officers. Or rather, he had dealt with them in secret, mainly engaging in anonymous mental battles. Yes, Roylina. The reason I know about this is that about 3 years ago, she came to me and asked me to adjust a computer for her to use as a hidden address. I thought she was pretty with her blonde hair and blue eyes, so I wanted to know why she came here. So, you monitored her computer? Yes. It seemed that Lu Daji's voyeuristic nature was learned from the boss, Wang Defa. However, Wang Defa had a sense of propriety and knew what to do and what not to do after spying. Lu Daji, on the other hand, only learned Wang Defa's bad habits and not his good cunning. She was chatting anonymously with someone on the interface about this matter. She hoped that person could help her fix her identity. As a sequence ability user, what identity does she need to fix? I can only guess it's about forging a sequence. Later, I heard that Roylina joined the police station, and she even has the sequence favored by the scent tracker, so I became more convinced that she had a problem. If she really is a scent tracker sequence, why would she worry about her identity? Qin Shen nodded slightly, thinking that Wang Defa's inference was reasonable, and Roylina's sequence was probably problematic. Did that person leave any clues? Wang Defa recalled and shook his head. No, that person was also anonymous. I only remember that the person's handle in the chat room was called Dreamweaver. However, the handles in that chat room seem to be randomly assigned, changing every day. So, I don't think that counts as a clue. Qin Shen thought for a moment and asked, so, what were the conditions of their transaction? A silver coin. Roylina placed a silver coin under a tile near a safe zone exit, and after the person took the money, they would help her forge registration information. Did you ever try to go to that tile in advance and steal Roylina's silver coin? Wang Defa chuckled bitterly, boss, how could I have the guts for that? If I stole her coin, she would definitely suspect that I was monitoring her, and then my cybercafe's reputation would be ruined. You also know that this cybercafe is just a front for me, the real profits have to be handed over. If the people behind me find out that I ruined their money-making opportunity for greed, they would definitely skin me alive. You are indeed clever. Wang Defa did not feel happy about Qin Shen's praise, but rather a bit resentful. I am just an ordinary person, dealing with sequence ability holders every day. If I were not clever, I would have died hundreds of times by now. However, out of curiosity, I took some time to go and check the location of that piece of tile. What did you find? If you are not a sequence ability holder, you cannot even get close to that piece of tile. Why? Because that piece of tile is near the exit gate of the safe zone, belonging to the area where sequence ability holders rest, with many people coming in and out every day. Since people come in and out every day, how did Roylina manage to place the silver coin underneath? I don't know, maybe she specifically chose a time when no one was around to put it there. Boss, that's all I know. Qin Shen fell silent for a long time, pondering on what to do next. From Wang Defa's explanation, he could easily guess that the insider at the management bureau, Dreamweaver, could obtain all of Roylina's information. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create a tailor-made fake identity for her. However, this anonymous transaction method made Qin Shen believe that Roylina seemed unaware of who this Dreamweaver was. This meant that Qin Shen would have to trade with an unknown person, revealing all his information. The other party could remain hidden in the shadows. It was like handing over a handle to this person, who could use it to threaten him at any time. Qin Shen could not accept being so passive. Alright, I understand, thank you. However, there is one more thing I need your help with. Please go ahead. I am a bit tight on money right now. Could you lend me a silver coin to complete the registration for the fake sequence identity? Wang Defa was dumbfounded. Wasn't all his hard work because of this one silver coin? And now, Xin Chen wanted to go back for it again? What was he up to this time? Xin Chen knew that his actions were not very dignified, but he had no other way to come up with the cost of one silver coin. He couldn't go around killing people just for one silver coin, could he? Boss, aren't you going too far? Are you mocking me? I told you, this is a loan from you to me. I will repay you double once I join the Sequence Ability Holders Management Bureau. You should know, if I wanted to rob you, I wouldn't need to explain so much to you. Wang Defa dismissed Xin Chen's promises. Boss, I've seen people running tabs before, but you asking for a silver coin on credit all of a sudden, I don't have time to chat with you. Lend me a silver coin, or I will kill your whole family, you choose. Oh, by the way, even if you report me, I can use the information you just told me to drag you down with me. After saying that, Xin Chen didn't wait for Wang Defa's response. You are a smart person, you know what to do, figure it out. Please leave, I need to use the computer. I will come to your internet cafe tomorrow night, and you can give me a silver coin then. Wang Defa clenched his fists, standing in place watching Xin Chen's back without replying. Don't do anything stupid, think about your family, Xin Chen casually reminded him. Immediately, Wang Defa's mind conjured up images of his happy family, his loving wife, his obedient children. Nothing was more important than family. Give him the silver coin, consider it a loss. Okay, I understand. Wang Defa silently left the warehouse, closing the door behind Xin Chen. Xin Chen then opened the forums of the Shrine of the Godslayer in Sequence Education, searching for the knowledge he wanted to acquire. Since this was likely his last visit here in the near future, he meticulously checked every detail. For more complex matters, he even took notes with pen and paper from the warehouse to prevent any memory errors that could lead to a disaster. By the time Xin Chen left the warehouse, it was already midnight. The internet cafe had long closed, and Wang Defa had already returned home. After locking the warehouse door and making sure no one was around, he quickly ran back home. Today was quite a fruitful day, he said sincerely as he lay in bed, looking at the notes he had made. I'll be busy for the next few days. The next morning around 6 o'clock, after getting ready and covering his face with a collar and putting on a large hat to ensure no one could recognize him, he left the house. Instead of going directly to school, he first went to a grocery store, where he bought 2 envelopes, a sheet of paper, and an old pencil with a copper coin, then asked the shopkeeper to put one envelope and the paper inside another envelope. Although the shopkeeper didn't know why Xin Chen was doing this, he complied. Xin Chen took the envelope and, following the map route he had checked the night before, walked to the police station, which was about a 30-minute walk from the school. Since it was still early, there were only 2 guards outside the police station, and the gate was half open with few people coming in or out. After assessing the situation and confirming the presence of a public mailbox in front of the police station, he smiled slightly. Then he walked into the alley next to the police station. There were many homeless people here, mostly high school graduates who couldn't find jobs in the poverty-stricken area on the outskirts of the safe zone. To make a living, they sold the houses allocated by the government and became beggars on the streets. Where there were beggars, there were also children wandering with them. Many homeless people abandoned their children to avoid being burdened by them and sought opportunities elsewhere. Therefore, Xin Chen also saw several homeless orphans here. This made him realize that his background after being reborn was not the worst. At least he could still go to school and have food to eat, unlike the children in this alley who were born without hope. Although he felt pity, he could only sigh helplessly, lacking the power to change anything. Xin Chen walked along the dark alley and approached the youngest-looking orphan. Do you know how to read? The child, with a face full of dust and chewing on dirty nails, stared curiously at Xin Chen with big eyes. But Xin Chen's entire face was hidden in the shadows, and he couldn't see anything. Xin Chen asked again, do you know how to read? The child shook his head. Okay. Xin Chen handed him the envelope. Open this envelope. Although the child didn't understand, he still did as he was told. Take out the envelope and the paper and pencil inside. Seeing the child take out the paper and pencil, Xin Chen picked up a stick and found a damp patch of ground. Copy the pattern I draw on the ground with the stick onto the paper. Xin Chen wrote 2 words, and the child, after looking at it for a while, didn't quite understand the meaning. Just copy what I wrote. The child grabbed the pencil and, following Xin Chen's writing, started drawing on the paper. After the child finished drawing, he looked up with a pair of innocent eyes at Xin Chen. Very good. Put this paper in the envelope you just took out. Hearing Xin Chen's praise, the child shyly smiled. Then write the words I wrote on the envelope. The child obediently did as instructed, and Qin nodded in approval. Amazing! Can you help me put this envelope into the big box at the entrance of the police station? The child seemed puzzled. Qin wiped away the pattern he had drawn on the ground, threw the stick into the depths of the alley, and said, "Follow me." Qin led him out of the alley and saw the brightly lit police station. "Do you see that big blue box over there?" The child nodded. "Help me put this letter in there, okay? You're so capable, you can definitely do it." The child, for some reason, felt a bit scared upon seeing the police station. Do not. The child's eyes showed strong resistance, as if he had suffered under the hands of the police before. "If you help me put it in, I'll give you something delicious." Qin opened his lunchbox, revealing a dish of thousand-leg mushroom rice. The child's eyes lit up at the sight of the food. "It's a deal. I won't go back on my word, I'll wait for you here." The child gritted his teeth, as if making a big decision, and then looked at the police station mailbox, clenched his teeth, and ran with all his might towards it. Qin watched as the child put the letter into the mailbox and then ran back. The child was panting, and with slightly unclear speech, he said, "Food. Impressive." Qin smiled as he handed him the lunchbox. The child immediately started devouring the food. Qin watched the child finish eating, then put away the lunchbox. "Was it delicious?" The child nodded with a smile. "If it was good, I'll bring you more next time. And remember, if someone asks you a question, say you can't read, got it?" "Yes." Qin left the alley and headed towards the school. He could have brought the child better food, but only the cafeteria's food had a strong smell that could mask his scent and avoid being traced back to him. Hope to meet Officer Roylina happily tomorrow. An hour later, police officers arrived at the police station one after another, with Roylina among them. "Roylina, good morning." "Li Wei, good morning." Roylina warmly greeted her colleagues. "Roylina, it seems like there's a letter for you here." The staff at the communication room frowned as they carefully examined the handwriting on the envelope, not entirely sure. "It might not be yours, but these words seem to say for Roylina. What do you think?" Roylina took the envelope, looking at the distorted handwriting, feeling puzzled. "When did you receive it?" "Not sure, maybe last night, maybe this morning. I just found it when I was sorting the mailbox." "It could be some kid's prank. The envelope isn't sealed, I can open it to check. If it's not for me, I'll leave it here for someone to claim." I think that's a good idea, Roylina." Roylina smiled, opened the envelope, took a glance, and her smile froze on her face. Then she smiled again. "It's my letter, thank you." "Oh, it's nothing, just doing my job, you know." "Roylina, good morning." "Oh, good morning, Peter." Roylina continued to greet people warmly, seemingly no different from before. However, when she reached her office, closed the door behind her, she immediately eagerly opened the letter and read its contents again. "Tonight at 9, by the tree grove next to the spring willow lane, let's talk about your sequence. I am kind and friendly, hoping you won't disappoint me." Roylina clenched her fists, her golden hair trembling with fear and anger like a waterfall. Damn it! How could someone know about me forging the sequence? She glanced at the letter again, then thought, could this person not know about it and just want to know about the scent tracker? But she quickly dismissed the idea. No, that's impossible. If they wanted to know about the scent tracker, they could just check at the Godslayer camp, no need to arrange a meeting with me. She took out a medal from her pocket and placed it on the letter. Suddenly, a red light emitted from a certain part of the medal. Roylina's face lit up with excitement. The person who wrote the letter is nearby. She immediately loaded her gun, put on her police uniform, pretending to go on duty, and left the police station. Following the guidance of the red dot on the medal, Roylina arrived at the alley where Qin had been in the morning. She looked at the homeless orphan sleeping soundly in front of her, then glanced at her medal, revealing a disdainful expression. An orphan? How is that possible? But the guidance of the medal couldn't be wrong. She nudged the sleeping child with the tip of her shoe. Wake up! The child rubbed his eyes, looked up at Roylina in her police uniform, and immediately sat up in fright. Did you write this letter? The child nodded at first, then seemed to realize something and shook his head vigorously. Roylina immediately pressed, who told you to write it? What does he look like? The child suddenly remembered Qin's words before leaving and, with a tearful voice, said, I can't read. I can't read. I don't know who. Roylina frowned, not understanding why the child was answering off topic. But since the letter was from this child, he had to die. She couldn't let all her efforts be ruined by this letter. Just as she was about to pull out her gun from her waist to shoot the crying child, she suddenly remembered the content of the letter. I am very kind and friendly. I hope you don't do anything to disappoint me. What does adding this sentence mean? Warning me not to kill him? The child continued to cry and shout, "I can't read. I can't read." So, when the child said he couldn't read, that's what he meant. It was all arranged by the person who contacted me. It seemed she couldn't kill the child now. At least she had to wait until tonight to deal with the mastermind behind the letter before coming back to kill him. Roylina slowly lowered the gun in her hand, gave a cold look at the tear-streaked child, and walked away. Qin Shen sat in the classroom, gazing at the starry sky and the gods outside the window, contemplating how to talk to Roylina tonight. But he always felt a pair of eyes watching him. Qin Shen glanced and saw Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen's uncle had been missing for 2 days, but Qin Shen and Wen Shu were still alive and well. As the biggest beneficiary of killing Qin Shen and Wen Shu, and possibly the instigator of the whole thing, Li Jingwen naturally felt uneasy. She even forgot to chat with Zhou Yang today, sitting restlessly in the classroom, constantly looking back at Qin Shen, hoping to read something from his behavior. Just like how ants couldn't understand the vastness of mountains and seas, Li Jingwen, who had never experienced the world outside the campus, how could she compete mentally with Qin Shen, who held several lives in his hands and had lived through reincarnation? She sneakily looked at Qin Shen many times but still couldn't read any clues from his calm face. Whether it was an illusion or guilt, Li Jingwen felt increasingly unable to understand Qin Shen. Since the day Qin Shen no longer centered around her, he seemed to be heading towards completely unknown territory. She looked at Qin Shen again, feeling that the pupils of Qin Shen, who was gazing out the window absent-mindedly, seemed to be filled with a story she couldn't comprehend. Unexplainably, she suddenly felt afraid. She even had an incredible thought in her mind. Qin Shen was actually a hidden sequential ability user who had killed her uncle. I must be crazy, how could there be a sequential ability user here? Li Jingwen shook her head, feeling that she hadn't rested well these days, which led to such ridiculous thoughts. During break time, Zhou Yang came to find Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen suddenly didn't pay much attention to herself, feeling a bit uncomfortable, so he wanted to see if Li Jingwen had any problems. Li Jingwen looked at Zhou Yang at the classroom door, suddenly feeling a bit flustered, and quickly glanced at Qin Shen with the corner of her eye. Qin Shen was still sitting there, lost in thought, without any reaction. Since Qin Shen didn't actively break up with Zhou Yang, he probably doesn't know about Kuan Changlong's situation. It seems like Kuan Changlong himself doesn't know who he has offended and where he has been thrown into a stinking ditch. Li Jingwen thought this way, and her mood instantly improved a lot. Then she revealed her iconic sweet smile and ran towards the classroom door. Zhou Yang, why are you here? You seem a bit off these days. I wanted to ask if everything is okay with you? I'm fine, it's just that there have been some changes at home recently, so I'm a bit distracted. Li Jingwen's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of sadness. What's wrong? Can I help you? Li Jingwen shook her head. I don't know, but right now I really wish there was someone I could rely on. Zhou Yang, I know we're just ordinary friends, but after school, can I lean on your shoulder for a bit? Zhou Yang hesitated for a moment, then nodded, sure. Thank you, you're really kind. See you after school then. Li Jingwen bid farewell to Zhou Yang and walked back to the classroom door. From a distance, she saw Qin Shen sitting by the window, already asleep with his head on the desk. Qin Shen's relaxed appearance further convinced Li Jingwen that he had no idea that Kuan Changlong wanted to kill him. The previous gloom disappeared, and Li Jingwen's heart returned to its previous state. She couldn't wait for Qin Shen to die soon. I don't even know if Kuan Changlong is dead or not. If he's not dead, hurry up and kill this waste, I can't stand the sight of him. After school, Qin Shen once again came to the library to organize books. However, this time, he found that besides teacher Zhu and Wen Shu, there was another person. Zhao Liwen. Zhao Liwen was also studying at a desk in the library. Although he didn't share a small table with Wen Shu, he sat opposite her. Wen Shu's face showed no expression. Her big eyes were only focused on the test paper in front of her, as if she was studying seriously. But Qin Shen knew that her mood was not good. Because in the past, when he came to the library after school to tidy up books, she would greet him with a smile and her expression was always relaxed. Unlike now, she seemed like a studying machine. It seemed that she was disturbed by Zhao Liwen. Just as Qin Shen was about to go over and educate Zhao Liwen, Teacher Zhu coughed. Teacher Zhu pointed to a note on the table with his hand. For you. Qin Shen picked up the note and found Wen Shu's handwriting. Zhao Liwen attends school at Juan School because his father is an intern at the construction bureau here, making it convenient for him to go to school. His father is about to be confirmed, has some background and influence, so you better not provoke him now. Qin Shen showed a helpless expression. Wen Shu had already anticipated his actions, so there was nothing more to say. Teacher Zhu then said, hurry up and finish, lock the door and leave. Okay. Qin Shen knew that Wen-shu was also suffering in the library at the moment, so he quickly tidied up. In no time, he said to Jolly Wen and Wen-shu, "The library is closing, please leave." Wen-shu didn't say anything, put the exercise book back on the shelf, and left with her backpack. Jolly Wen, on the other hand, dawdled, only coming out when Teacher Zhu was about to lock the door. "Qin Shen." Jolly Wen stopped Qin Shen, who was about to leave. "What's up now? You and Wen-shu have no hope, give up." Qin Shen was too lazy to deal with him and continued walking towards the school gate. Jolly Wen caught up and said, "Being with Wen-shu will only disturb her. The two of you have no future. Please, didn't you see that Wen-shu's not feeling well today? If anyone is disturbing her studies, it's you, right?" Jolly Wen pursed his lips. "Even if she's disturbed, she can still easily get into the 2 lower-ranked colleges, so I'm not affecting her. But you, who couldn't even get into the academy, are just wasting her time by involving her." Jolly Wen's words ignited a sudden anger in Qin Shen. What did he mean by delaying Wen-shu for no reason? Such shameless words, Qin Shen couldn't fathom how Jolly Wen could say them. He had initially thought of him as a bookworm, but now he realized he was actually a sophisticated egoist. If it weren't for meeting Roylina tonight, Qin Shen would have given Jolly Wen a good beating on his way home. "You speak better than farting." After dropping these words, Qin Shen walked away briskly. Jolly Wen coldly watched Qin Shen from behind, then disdainfully snorted and walked back home. Qin Shen arrived home, put down his school bag, and prepared to meet Roylina. He recalled the information he had found in the Godslayer camp. Roylina is not a member of the scent sniffer sequence, but she has experience in solving cases and chasing culprits, so she should possess a low-level scent tracking tool. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, and pedestrians were gradually passing through the Spring Willow Lane. This lane was a shortcut from the edge of the safe zone to the central area. People who couldn't afford public transportation would often pass through here to save time. Qin Shen had learned about the Spring Willow Lane while browsing the forums. Sequence ability users heading to the exit of Safe Zone 114514 were often not very strong, didn't hunt many gods, and didn't earn much. Sometimes, to save money, they had to walk home. The Spring Willow Lane was a route they often took. When Qin Shen found a time with no one around, he entered the agreed-upon forest and waited on the side. He opened the lunchbox and smeared the 3-winged flying fish brought back from the cafeteria onto his clothes. Low-level scent tracking tools are far inferior to the scent sniffer sequence ability scent skill. If heavier scents are used to cover up, the tool won't be able to track. The smell of cafeteria food should be enough. This information was provided in a forum post on the Godslayer camp. After finishing applying it to his clothes, he covered the lunchbox again and quietly waited for Roylina to appear. Around 8:30 in the evening, a figure in a trench coat appeared in the woods. Qin Shen could hear the muffled sound of leather shoes on the stones and knew that it was Roylina. Roylina arrived half an hour early, and Qin Shen didn't know what she was up to. He remained hidden in the woods, quietly observing Roylina. Roylina took out a bottle of perfume, sprayed it on herself, and then stood still. Soon, the fragrance reached Qin Shen's nostrils. This refreshing scent made him feel relaxed and reduced his anxiety. Is this just regular perfume? Or is it a prerequisite for some sequence ability? Qin Shen furrowed his brow in thought. He was still unaware of Roylina's true sequence ability, so he remained cautious. Roylina seemed a bit impatient, constantly checking her phone. After confirming that Roylina hadn't set any traps, Qin Shen covered his face and walked out from the bushes. However, the clothes he used to cover his face had absorbed the smell of cafeteria food, making him feel uncomfortable. When Roylina saw Qin Shen emerge from the side, she paused for a moment, then asked coldly, "You've been here for a while, why didn't you show yourself?" "I didn't want to come out too soon." Qin Shen honestly expressed his thoughts. Roylina flicked her golden bangs and asked, "You came to find me, what's up? I need your help with something. Go on. Introduce me to the person who forged the sequence for you." Roylina's pupils suddenly dilated, but she heard the words of the masked person in front of her. "I advise you to take your right hand off the gun under your coat. Once the gun goes off, you won't be able to kill me, and there will be no turning back." Roylina was stunned. She didn't expect this person to see through her actions. What a strong predictive ability. Roylina's hand remained on the gun. She had already loaded it before coming, ready to draw and shoot at any moment. "You're very confident. But I don't think your actions will be faster than a bullet," Qin Shen smiled. "Of course, I can't be faster than a bullet. But a bullet needs you to draw the gun, pull the trigger to shoot, right? I just need to be faster than you." Roylina looked at Qin Shen warily, seemingly not believing what he said. Qin Shen shrugged. "I wouldn't have come to see you without full confidence. So, I hope you have a little patience and continue talking with me. What do you want? Didn't I say it before? I hope you introduce me to the person who gave you the forged sequence, Ruyalina asked again, and then? Oh, it seems you really didn't listen to what I said. First, put down the hand on the gun holster. Seeing the killing intent in Ruyalina's eyes, Qinshen knew she would try to shoot him no matter what, and helplessly said, "Don't waste your effort. Before coming here, I set a timed email to be sent to all the police officers. Tomorrow morning, everyone in the police station will know your sequence is forged. If I can't go back tonight to adjust the delay time of the email, you will be exposed tomorrow. So, even if you kill me, it won't make any difference." What? Ruyalina was stunned. She didn't expect that the masked man in front of her still had a trump card. Now, she was truly panicked. Things were unfolding in the most unfavorable direction for her. Besides, you can't kill me anyway. While Ruyalina was in a daze, Qinshen activated his violence skill, kicked the ground, and shot out. Ruyalina was a sequence ability user, and not the lowest level. Her perception and agility were much higher than ordinary people. Even so, she could only see Qinshen coming at her at a rapid speed, without being able to react in time. Qinshen snatched the gun from Ruyalina's hand, then took 2 steps back to maintain a certain distance between them. "What are you doing?" Qinshen twirled the gun in his hand, jokingly said, "I've been talking for so long, and you still don't believe me, so I have to prove it with facts." With that, he turned the gun towards Ruyalina, whose eyes immediately filled with fear. What are you going to do?" "I said, I just want to talk to you. Now, I think you can calm down." After that, Qinshen put down the gun. "Tell me how to contact that person." Ruyalina looked at Qinshen and realized he had no intention of killing her, so she had to answer his question. "I don't know who that person is. Another friend told me he could help me with the registration sequence. I only know that person is a frequent visitor to the ASIC virtual chat room. If you want to find him, just go to the chat room often and wait." "How do you know which person is him?" "Observe carefully in the chat room, and you will find him." Qinshen heard that Ruyalina didn't make it clear, smiled. "Observe carefully? I don't have that much time. If I ask, who can help me like they helped Ruyalina, will that work?" Ruyalina was furious. "Enter the chat room 8 times, and that person will come to you on their own." "Okay. And then?" "Then you give him your name and personal information, tell him the sequence you want to impersonate, and he will help you pass the registration assessment of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau." "Do I not need to go to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau myself?" "You just need to go there at the time he mentioned and collect the proof that you are a registered sequence ability holder." "So, can I skip the assessment?" "Yes, you can skip the assessment." Qinshen went over Ruyalina's words in his mind and felt there was no major issue. "I've told you everything you wanted to know. Can I have my gun back now?" Qinshen looked up at Ruyalina and shook his head. "No? Then what do you want me to do to get my gun back?" Every police officer at the police station would have their own assigned gun. Each gun had a unique serial number and was regularly collected for inspection to check for any aging issues. If a gun was not turned in, it would be immediately noticed. Losing a gun would be a serious incident, at the very least resulting in suspension of duties. If a lost gun was involved in a serious incident, the officer who lost it would be dismissed. Ruyalina had to enter the police station with a forged sequence identity, showing how much she needed this job. She couldn't allow all her efforts to be ruined by Qinshen. "You answered my question just now because I know your secret. To prevent me from revealing your secret to the public, you must answer me about the forged sequence. And this gun, when you wanted to kill me, I took it away. That doesn't count as part of the deal." Qinshen smiled. "To get your gun back, there's another price to pay." "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Ruyalina was starting to feel overwhelmed by Qinshen. She never expected Qinshen to be so difficult to deal with. Throughout their conversation, she found herself at a disadvantage, unable to control the situation. "Tell me your real sequence. You must be dreaming." Ruyalina was trembling with anger, resembling a fierce golden lion under the dim starlight, exuding a strong killing intent. "I am a person of my word. You answered my question just now, and I promise not to tell anyone about your forged sequence. But as for this gun, you won't be getting it back. With this gun, it will be much easier for me to kill in the future. However, you might need to take the blame for me. You villain. I didn't provoke you. Why can't you let me go? Your real sequence. Tell me, and I'll give you back the gun. It took me so much effort to become a police officer. Do you know how many difficulties I faced? I even sacrificed my innocence for this. Your real sequence. You heartless demon. Do you have to destroy me to get what you want? Sequence." No matter how much Ruyalina complained enraged, Qinshen just coldly repeated his question. The fewer words he spoke, the closer he was to losing his patience. "Ruyalina, If your next words are not about your sequence, I will leave immediately. I can assure you, your low-level scent won't ever find my trace. Roylina's emerald eyes were bloodshot from madness, looking particularly terrifying in the dark forest. And Qin Shen, with his face covered, stood opposite her like a bystander, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. If not for his chest expanding and contracting with each breath, others might have mistaken him for a peculiar statue. Roylina looked at Qin Shen, a tear rolling down her cheek. Pleasure seeker. Ha! I said, my sequence is pleasure seeker. After saying this, Roylina revealed a smile of despair. Qin Shen, seeing her spirit seemingly drained, understood why Roylina chose to hide her sequence identity. The most famous ability of the pleasure seeker, a level 1 sequence, was the skill Extreme Happiness. When used, it can allow the set goal to achieve ultimate pleasure within a certain period of time, making the goal have a strong desire to enjoy with the skill user. Extreme pleasure is not only effective for humans, but also for gods. When the pleasure seeker uses extreme pleasure, the gods will gather around the pleasure seeker. There are only two ultimate destinies for the sequence ability of pleasure seekers: toys of the upper-class elites within the safe zone, or bait for hunting and killing gods outside the safe zone. Regardless of which option is chosen, endless pain will be experienced. Therefore, those who awaken as pleasure seekers usually have to hide their identities and live ordinary lives. Once discovered, it will be an irreversible beginning of calamity. This is also the reason why Roylina concealed her sequence. Qin Shen remained expressionless, but felt a hint of sympathy towards her. However, this sympathy was ultimately kept in check at an appropriate level and did not escalate further. Sympathy would affect his judgment, and he must maintain absolute cold-bloodedness to ensure absolute certainty. Roylina revealed her sequence, but Qin Shen did not let it go at that. Looking at the already desperate Roylina, he said, "There's no one on the road now. So, please use the extreme pleasure skill on me. What do you want to do? I must confirm that you are truly a pleasure seeker." Qin Shen believed that there would be times in the future when he would seek Roylina's help. Therefore, he had to grasp Roylina's absolute secret. It was impossible for him to believe her just because she said she was a pleasure seeker and shed 2 tears. "Are you forcing me into a corner? I've told you, what more do you want from me?" Roylina pleaded with Qin Shen. However, Qin Shen remained emotionless, saying, "Use the extreme pleasure skill, or I'll leave with the gun." Seeing Qin Shen's indifferent tone, Roylina knew her tears had no effect. "Fine, you win." Roylina wiped away her tears and tidied her messy golden hair. "I'm not a pleasure seeker. How did you figure it out? Wasn't my crying just now convincing enough? Don't ask too many questions, because you're not qualified. Tell me your sequence." Qin Shen did not detect any traces of acting from Roylina. His heart did soften slightly. However, after a setback with Lu Daji, he became more cautious in his actions, ensuring nothing went wrong. Unexpectedly, Roylina was still playing tricks. This blonde, blue-eyed beauty police officer was truly mysterious. Roylina looked helpless. "Titan. My sequence is Titan." As she spoke, she revealed her hand. Doing something unknown, her palm kept expanding, instantly becoming as large as the sofa in Qin Shen's home. Then, her hand deflated like a balloon, returning to its original size. The Titan sequence can enlarge a part or the entire body, increasing the strength of the enlarged part. It usually acts as a shield in direct confrontations with gods in hunting teams. However, the mortality rate of the Titan sequence is extremely high because human strength ultimately cannot match that of gods. I don't want to live in fear outside the safe zone, so I concealed my sequence identity and joined the police department. I just used the skill Localized Enlargement, which is a level 1 skill of the Titan sequence. Only the Titan sequence can do this, so I wasn't lying. Roylina smiled at Qin Shen. "Can I have my gun back now?" Qin Shen recalled the characteristics of various sequence ability users in his mind. Although he couldn't remember every ability of each sequence user, it seemed that only the Titan sequence could enlarge the body. No, there was one more. Thinking of this, Qin Shen no longer hurried to leave, but fell into silence once again. Roylina frowned. "What's wrong now? Why haven't you given me the gun yet?" "I'm waiting." "Waiting for what?" "Waiting for 10 minutes. Waiting for you to release the skill Partial Amplification of Titan Sequence Level 1 again." A hint of shock flashed in Roylina's eyes. "What do you mean?" "I want to confirm whether you are truly of the Titan sequence or just happen to mimic the skill Partial Amplification once a deceiver. If I remember correctly, the deceiver sequence can mimic skills they have seen, but only the external appearance, not the others. And, they cannot mimic the same skill consecutively." Roylina's previously relaxed smile vanished in an instant. "You are quite persistent. So what?" Roylina slumped against a nearby tree despondently. You're right, I am of the deceiver sequence. To prove she wasn't lying this time, a colorful mask suddenly appeared on her face. This was the ability of the shaman sequence. Xin Chen nodded. Roylina was indeed of the deceiver sequence, finally letting him probe it out. However, the process was too convoluted, and several times he almost got fooled. Your Mandarin is excellent, full of emotions, almost fooled me. Tools for survival, of course, need to be learned well, nothing to boast about. You're impressive. More formidable than any colleagues or criminals I've dealt with. Roylina sincerely praised Xin Chen. In front of you, I feel as powerless as a baby. Every lie I tell is mercilessly exposed by you. Last time it was when I first met Inspector Olaf. Xin Chen got the answer he wanted and didn't intend to waste any more time in the woods with this deceitful policewoman. I'm leaving, your gun will be on the path in the woods. 3 minutes after I leave, following the path I took, you'll find the gun. Alright, I got it, just disappear quickly. I really don't want to see you anymore. You cunning devil. Xin Chen shrugged, at least I haven't lied to you from start to finish, right, kind and honest Roylina? Roylina snorted, not answering. With a cheerful mood, Xin Chen turned and left, taking the lunchbox he had hidden in the bushes. You're clever, but be careful. Roylina reminded him from behind, don't fall into Olaf's hands. Otherwise, I'll be implicated too. Olaf? I'll remember that, thanks. Xin Chen didn't go straight home. First, he found a corner and burned his clothes. He was still worried that the scent on the clothes would be tracked, even if they were covered in cafeteria food residue. Watching the coat turn to ashes bit by bit, Xin Chen sighed. It hasn't been long, and I've already burned 3 or 4 coats. At this rate, I'll have to wear short sleeves in this cold world. Most of these coats were picked up at the junkyard, none were bought with money. But the days without money might continue for a while. I'll have to visit the junkyard again when I have the chance, try my luck. Then he poured the food from the lunchbox into the foul ditch, cleaned the lunchbox, and finally returned home. He hastily ate some leftover food he brought back yesterday and went out again. After confirming no one was following him, he returned to the internet cafe. Wang Defa saw Xin Chen at the entrance of the internet cafe and reluctantly came out. Boss, here's your silver coin. Yesterday, Xin Chen had agreed with Wang Defa that he would come today to retrieve the silver coin as payment for forging sequence information for him. Wang Defa took out a silver coin from his pocket and placed it in Xin Chen's hand, but his fingers did not let go, showing some reluctance. Thank you. I will repay you. Xin Chen pulled the silver coin from Wang Defa's hand and pocketed it. Although it was a bit shameless, Xin Chen had no other choice. He really couldn't afford to lose a silver coin. Wang Defa drooped his eyelids. Boss, if there's nothing else in the future, let's not keep in touch. Consider this a lesson you've taught me. Wang Defa didn't gain anything good from Xin Chen, and he might even get into trouble with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. He felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. But Xin Chen couldn't care less. He had many things to do that required the internet, and Wang Defa's internet cafe was his only safe way to access it. How can we not keep in touch? Xin Chen said, I still need to use your warehouse computer tonight. What? You're coming again? The police haven't come to inspect today. It's already 10 o'clock, isn't your internet cafe closing soon? Why worry about the inspection? Wang Defa pursed his lips and remained silent. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. But you'll have to wait until I get through this checkpoint. Xin Chen patted Wang Defa's shoulder and headed to the warehouse. Seeing Xin Chen enter the warehouse, Wang Defa pounded his chest in anger. Damn it! Someone kill this bastard. Xin Chen sat in front of the computer and immediately opened the ASIC virtual chat room. The ASIC virtual chat room was a place for making friends online. Unlike other chat rooms, what made the ASIC virtual chat room popular was its use of network address hiding technology. Here, everyone was anonymous, and their login addresses were completely hidden, so no one knew who was in the chat room. Even ASIC's backstage staff couldn't identify the visitors in the chat room. The absolute confidentiality provided a natural environment for gray transactions. Naturally, the police kept an eye on this chat room, with undercover officers present. To avoid mistaking the police for trading partners, those doing business here used various encryption methods. For example, the person forging sequences used entering and leaving the chat room 8 times in a row to identify the person they wanted to trade with. As for how this trading method spread and how Roylina knew about it, Xin Chen had no idea. Following Roylina's instructions, he entered the chat room 8 times and then remained still, waiting quietly for contact from the mysterious person. The chat room interface was very simple, with the visitor list on the left, various game and gambling company ads in the middle, and the current chat partner on the right. Below was the public chat area, where Xin Chen saw various ads for loans and fake identities flashing by. This chat room interface made him think of his past life. Of course, like in his past life, he was very poor and couldn't afford a computer. So, he only went to the nearby internet cafe occasionally to chat with Lee Jingwen, using his dinner money to chat with her in the chat room. Usually, Lee Jingwen and others would open a private channel in the chat room to play games, while he helped Lee Jingwen with her homework and listened quietly. Looking back now, it really felt like being a dog. However, this life shouldn't be as miserable. Xin Shen's thoughts raced and then returned to reality. The right side of his chat room interface was now completely blank. After a few minutes, the blank chat box finally flickered. Xin Shen clicked on it, and a person named Exile took the initiative to chat with him. "Are you looking for someone?" "No, I'm waiting for someone," Xin Shen replied. He saw that his current alias in the ASIC chat room was Future. "Who are you waiting for?" "Waiting for someone who won't waste time asking such questions." Exile remained silent for about 2 minutes before replying. The attitude of asking for help should be better. "Tell me your rules." Xin Shen went straight to the point. "No. I need to know first, how did you find the way to contact me?" Xin Shen didn't hesitate to come up with his prepared excuse. "A friend who didn't want to reveal their name told me." "You're talking nonsense. It's hard for us to cooperate like this. Business is business. Things unrelated to business shouldn't be discussed. If you're not willing to do business, then I'll find someone else. It seems like you're afraid of your friend. If you tell them, your friend might cause you trouble, or even kill you." Xin Shen didn't answer his guess. Leaving room for the other party to speculate was an important way for him to take control. "Tell me your rules, Exile. I really want to make this deal work. Provide me with your personal information, then figure out a way to place a silver coin under the 10th tile from the left in the 10th row at the exit of the 38,324 safe zone before the end of tomorrow, and then you can wait for the authorities to contact you." "What personal information do you need?" "Thumbprints of your left and right hands, a recent 1-inch personal photo, name, current job, home address." "Of course. What identity you need? This is the internet. Even in an anonymous chat room, there may be surveillance, so I can't be too direct. You should understand what I mean, right?" Xin Shen immediately understood that the identity referred to what sequence he needed to forge. "There's too much to provide today." "It's okay, for safety reasons, these were meant for offline transactions anyway. You can give me the money first. I'm often in the chat room. You can come back at any time to contact me." "Like today?" "No. For paying customers, after entering the chat room, say I'm new in the public chat area, then enter and exit the chat room 5 times in a row." After chatting with Exile, Xin Shen left the warehouse and went back home to sleep. "Hopefully, everything will go smoothly tomorrow," Xin Shen said to himself before falling asleep. Blue Star Era, January 22, 2010, Friday, Gregorian calendar, year of Jicho, 8th day of the 12th lunar month, Laba Festival, favorable for travel. Today is Friday, but Xin Shen didn't go to school because time was too tight. The 38324 safe zone exit was 21 bus stops away from his home. Even if he advanced in sequence now and improved his physical fitness, it would still take 5 to 6 hours to get there, which meant over 10 hours round trip. This didn't include the time he needed to wait for the opportunity to hide the silver coin. If everything was taken into account, he might not be able to return home until early Saturday morning. As for taking the bus, there was no way to get off before the bus stopped, which would limit his movement. Walking on foot was the most reliable way to travel, provided you had enough stamina. To avoid encountering other troubles on the road and wasting time, Xin Shen chose to set off early. By the time he reached the vicinity of the 38324 safe zone exit, it was already 1 p.m. At this time, there weren't many people at the exit. Sequence ability holders were either having lunch or taking a break. Ordinary people who wanted to drink soup next to a sequence holder naturally dispersed, leaving only a few lonely individuals wandering near the safe zone exit. Xin Shen concealed his face under a wide hat and his hoodie, counted the tiles, and casually passed by. Taking advantage of nobody's attention, he quickly lifted a small gap in the floor tiles and flicked the silver coin inside. After placing the tile back, he stepped on it to ensure it looked identical in height to the others, with no noticeable difference. Thud, thud, after 2 muffled sounds, Xin Shen confirmed the tile was securely in place and then walked away. Next, Xin Shen found a corner where ordinary people gathered to rest. Many were either sitting or lying down, seizing the opportunity to rest. Because when the sequencers started leaving the safe zone to hunt down the gods, they would also become busy. The place was very crowded, accommodating thousands of people in a small space simply because it was very close to the safe zone exit. If a sequencer with abilities came by, they could easily spot it with just a glance. Although the area near the safe zone exit was colder, many people huddled together to help shield each other from the cold wind. Besides, compared to the chance of turning the tables, what did a little cold matter? Carefully avoiding the crowd resting on the ground, Qinshen found a spot where he could barely stand and squeezed between the people on either side. Then, under the disapproving gazes of those around him, Qinshen, like them, sat on the ground. He took out a lunchbox from his bag and wolfed down the food. As soon as the lunchbox was opened, the people around him showed disdainful expressions. Although they were all ordinary people who could afford ingredients and cook at home, no one's food smelled as repulsive as Qinshen's lunchbox did. Even if it was just stir-fried with some oil and salt, it would never emit such a nauseating smell. Finally, a middle-aged woman beside him couldn't help but say to Qinshen, "Young man, judging by your age, your mom must have made this food, right? Your mom's cooking is terrible. It's a waste to put these ingredients in her hands." Qinshen swallowed the black rat meat and said expressionlessly, "My mom passed away a long time ago." The middle-aged woman was stunned for a moment and then asked, "Did your dad cook this?" "My dad passed away too." The middle-aged woman stood there with her mouth open for a while, wanting to say something but eventually fell silent, not uttering another word. Another elderly lady next to Qinshen muttered softly, "Poor child, it seems he just graduated from high school, but his life has no future." Qinshen continued to eat the cafeteria food from his lunchbox, ignoring the comments of others. After finishing his meal, he packed up the lunchbox, put it in his bag, and planned to use the bag as a pillow to lie down and rest. This time, he didn't push his way through. The people around him spontaneously shifted positions to give him a place to rest. "Thank you." Qinshen didn't look at anyone in particular but expressed his gratitude to the people around him with a faint kindness. As he lay down, he didn't close his eyes to sleep but kept staring in one direction. Others might think he was pondering or reminiscing about something, but in reality, his gaze was fixed on the floor tile hiding the silver coin. Although the exile had instructed him to place the silver coin before tonight, he didn't believe the exile would necessarily retrieve the coin after tomorrow. "If I were the exile, I would find a way to retrieve the silver coin tonight. This is already an unequal transaction. The exile can know all the true information of the forger, while the forger doesn't even know if the exile is male or female. All forgers would not accept being manipulated like this. The agreed transaction deadline is tonight, so by tomorrow, the other party in the transaction is likely to focus on waiting here to find out who took the silver coin. In that case, the risk of exposure would increase significantly." Qinshen was confident in his judgment. He silently observed from the sidelines. As the lunch break ended, the team of sequencers began to depart from here in an orderly manner. The crowd started to gather around, blocking the exit of safety zone 38324. Qinshen also joined the crowd and stayed near that piece of tile, making sure it never left his sight. Whenever a sequencer entered or left from there, people would swarm around, promoting the trades they wanted to make with the sequencers. Some offered houses, some services, and some even promoted their daughters. Qinshen was carried along by the crowd, moving back and forth without making any moves. His numb face hidden under a hoodie and cap, leaving those around him unsure of what this silent young man was here for. But no one questioned his purpose at the safety zone exit. To ordinary people, having an additional silent fool around meant one less competitor. Perhaps because he was reserved and hesitant to speak up, or maybe he wanted to become the favorite of a certain female sequencer but hadn't found a target yet. Qinshen's thoughts went unnoticed and disregarded. Those who came here held strong beliefs and purposes, hoping to turn their luck around today. Who had time to care about a bystander? And so, like a puppet without autonomy, Qinshen found himself by the edge of that tile, deliberately keeping a certain distance to ensure he could see it without alerting anyone. With the ebb and flow of the crowd, he ended up next to the tile. "Forget it, I was just pushed here by chance anyway. If I dodge immediately, it might seem suspicious." Qinshen continued to act indifferent, letting the crowd carry him along. Finally, he was pushed onto the tile, his foot landing with a soft thud. Qinshen's eyes widened immediately. When he had hidden the silver coin under this tile before, it didn't make this sound when stepped on. Back then, it made a muffled thud sound. Now, it was a clear sound. Qinshen's heart tightened suddenly. It felt like there was nothing under the tile. Did this mean someone had already taken the silver coin he had placed there? No, he had to verify it quickly. Qinshen no longer drifted with the crowd but stood firmly on the tile, refusing to budge even when pushed by others. "Why aren't you moving? Are you sick?" Just as the people around were about to criticize him for standing in the way, several sequencers in frost-resistant suits passed by. The crowd's attention was instantly drawn to them, swarming around to promote their businesses. Qinshen didn't care about much, taking advantage of the distraction to immediately crouch down, pretending there was sand in his shoe. He adjusted his posture, using his body to block the tile, preventing others from seeing any changes. Then, as he took off his shoe, Shinshin used a finger to pry open the gap between the tiles and gently lifted it. With the bright light from the safety zone exit and his keen vision, he saw a shallow pit half a centimeter deep and the size of a fist under the tile. And the silver coin was nowhere to be seen. Shinshin nonchalantly placed the tile back down, feeling completely stunned. Even though he had been watching closely, the coin had still been taken. How was this possible? He had only placed the coin there a couple of hours ago. How could it disappear so quickly? Could it be that the person who took the coin had been secretly following him, waiting to snatch it as soon as he placed it there? Shinshin clenched his fists, trembling with anger. From beginning to end, the floor tiles had never been lifted. Taking things from a distance? It seems that this silver coin was taken by a sequence ability user when no one was paying attention. He scanned the enthusiastic crowd around him, wanting to find the sequence ability user hidden among them. But it was like finding a needle in a haystack. Where could he possibly find them? Shinshin immediately calmed down, thinking of a solution. If he gave up like this, he would just let himself be at the mercy of exile. No way! After the incident with Lu Daji, Shinshin absolutely would not allow himself to be at the mercy of others again. He spent money to get things done, not to give others leverage over him. Damn it! Shinshin cursed silently in his heart. If the person who took the silver coin was a sequence ability user disguised as an ordinary person, then he would have no way to turn the tables. However, if the one who took the silver coin was a sequence ability user from a hunting god squad, then perhaps there was still a chance to turn things around. Thinking of this, Shinshin no longer waited but, like everyone else, began to push and squeeze his way towards where the sequence ability user was. Shinshin was strong and easily pushed his way to the front row. But this was too deliberate, and he could easily be noticed by the sequence ability users of the hunting god squad. This was not a good idea. Not long after Shinshin put down the silver coin, it was taken by a sequence ability user. So the person who took the coin was probably watching him put it down and knew what he was wearing. If Shinshin's actions were too conspicuous, he could be recognized immediately. In order to avoid being noticed by the sequence ability users, he could only slowly push forward. When he was about to reach the front row, he took off his coat, revealing his youthful student face. He believed that now the person who took the silver coin should not know who he was. Shinshin kept praying in his heart, hoping that the one who took the coin was a member of a hunting god squad, not just a passerby. He recalled the sequence information he had checked at the god-slaying camp that day in his mind. The one who took the silver coin should be a thief sequence ability user. Using the skill steal, they can take items within a certain range around them. The steal skill is one of the top skills in the safe zone. Taking things from a distance is easy, and getting rich overnight is not a dream. Therefore, the government strictly prohibits thief sequence ability users from using their skills in the safe zone. Once discovered, they will be executed. However, this sequence user doesn't play a big role in the hunting god squad, because their steal range is too small, and the thief sequence doesn't have any life-saving skills. If they try to use their skills on a deity, they will be killed as soon as they get close. So in the hunting god squad, they can only play a minor role. Shinshin slowly flipped through the information about the thief sequence in his mind, and his gaze gradually became firm. In a hunting god squad, the person who walks on the edge and behaves the most humbly is most likely the thief sequence. After determining the sequence of the person who took the silver coin, a side profile fitting the character's features emerged. As each sequence user squad passed by, he carefully observed the members' expressions. If the members were chatting casually, he would pay less attention. If someone in a group stood aside quietly or kept smiling and pleasing others, Shinshin would focus more, listening carefully to their conversations. Several hunting god squads passed by, discussing the recent battle outside the safe zone. Shinshin listened to their conversations but did not find the thief sequence person, feeling somewhat disappointed. At that moment, another hunting god squad passed through the crowd. The members of this squad were unlike the previous teams that had passed by, seemingly unconcerned about battling with the gods. They were eagerly planning where to go for drinks and relaxation later. One young man in his early 20s said, "Guys, I won't be joining for drinks later." "Huh? Why not?" The young man hesitated for a moment. "Well, no need to say, he hasn't contributed much. How can he have the face to drink with us?" "Exactly, a thief in the sequence can only help us with small tasks outside. If it weren't for the chief of the management bureau pushing him in, who would want him?" The team members mocked and taunted. The young man clenched his teeth but did not respond. The others looked at him disdainfully and then left arm in arm. The young man was left behind, walking alone in silence. However, this kind of conflict was just internal exclusion within the hunting god squad and did not affect the madness of the ordinary people around. Even if the sequence ability users were ridiculed, they were still different from ordinary people. Seeing the young man left alone, the surrounding crowd enthusiastically surrounded him. People eagerly recommended various businesses to the young man repeatedly. "Young man, don't be upset, come to our shop for a good meal, it will make you feel better. I won't charge you a penny, just take a photo with me. Eating cannot solve your troubles. In this life, you still need to find the right partner. My daughter just graduated from high school, young, beautiful, kind-hearted, and obedient. She has set her eyes on you at first sight, saying she will only marry you. Young man, would you like to meet her? Young man, don't listen to him. Spending a lifetime with one woman is terribly boring. Come to Auntie's place, you can choose from women in their teens, 20s, 30s, whatever you like, I guarantee you'll have a good time tonight. If you prefer mature women, Auntie can accompany you." These people surrounded and entangled him, their faces excited and fierce, desperately trying to push others away to have the space to themselves. These ordinary people shouted loudly around the young man in his thin frost-resistant suit, hoping to be noticed. Everyone had dreams of turning their lives around, believing that perhaps they could achieve it with this sequence ability user. The crowd's spit flew, and the saliva of those around him landed on Qin Shen's face, leaving a foul smell. The mixture of this foul smell with the unshakable sweat odor around him made him somewhat uncomfortable. However, this attempt by everyone was destined to fail. The young man glanced coldly at the crowd, said nothing, and then walked away. Although the people around him continued to chatter and promote crazily, they still consciously made way for him. It wasn't until the young man gradually disappeared that they disappointedly closed their mouths and then all looked towards the entrance of the safe zone, waiting for the next opportunity to come. Just shortly after the young man walked out of the safe zone exit, a 17 or 18-year-old boy in the crowd, like a wild bull, effortlessly pushed through the layers of people around him and quietly followed suit, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. After confirming that the young man was walking along the main road, Qin Shen found a corner, changed his attire to avoid being recognized. Thief Sequence, also a relative of the chief of the management bureau. If the person who took the silver coin wasn't you, then I can only accept my fate. In no time, he once again caught up with the pace of the young man. Qin Shen's current appearance was somewhat comical. In order to avoid being recognized while tracking the young man, he wore his coat and pants inside out, attracting the attention of many passers-by. "Mom, that big brother seems a bit mentally unstable. Shoo, keep your voice down. Stay far away from people like him who are mentally unstable. Remember that." Qin Shen paid no attention to the whispers of the passers-by, as he had only one goal in mind, the thin young man not far ahead. It seemed like the slender young man heard the voices of passers-by, so he stopped in his tracks and glanced back at Qin Shen. However, he didn't seem to recognize Qin Shen, just gave him a mocking look before continuing on his way. The two walked on the main road, one in front of the other. Dim streetlights alternately illuminated the two silent figures walking, as if telling a story that no one cared about. As the number of pedestrians on the road decreased, they were left alone at the entrance of a secluded alley. Qin Shen still followed behind the slender young man. Even if the slender young man was slow to catch on, he felt that something was amiss. Slowing his pace, the slender young man wanted to wait for Qin Shen to pass by him. Qin Shen didn't seem to be following him, maintaining his speed. The slender young man took a look and realized that Qin Shen looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old, either a high school student or someone who had just graduated from high school not long ago. He appeared to be a young man who was inexperienced in the ways of the world and posed no threat to him. He thought he was being overly cautious. "It seems like I was too nervous during the hunt for the gods. I need to relax." So the slender young man stood under a streetlight, took out a cigarette box from his pocket, pulled out a cigarette, and placed it in his mouth. Then, skillfully taking out a match from another pocket, he shielded it from the wind with the cigarette box, preparing to light the cigarette. At that moment, the light from the street lamp in front of him suddenly disappeared. The slender young man looked up and saw the student's face, the young man who had been following him all the way, smiling brightly at him. "I hope it's you." The slender young man immediately realized that something was wrong, but before he could react, a dark shadow flashed by. Then, he felt like his chest had been hit by a truck, and his whole body uncontrollably flew towards the dark alley behind him. Bang, 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 the slender young man knocked over a trash can in the alley, spilling garbage all over the ground. Qin Shen stood up straight, looked around to see that there was no one on either side of the road, and then quickly walked up to the slender young man. The slender young man was covered in dirty and smelly garbage, his orange and white antifreeze suit stained with sewage, but he couldn't care less. Clutching his chest with both hands, grimacing in pain, he looked at Qin Shen in horror and asked, "Who are you?" Qin Shen didn't answer, instead landing another punch on his jaw. The slender young man instinctively felt like his brain was violently hitting his skull, making a shuddering sound throughout his body, and then he lost consciousness. Qin Shen dragged the fainted slender young man out of the pile of garbage, searched his body but found nothing, so his gaze fell on the black backpack unique to the hunting god squad member. He opened the backpack, which contained over 10 small compartments, each sealed with a zipper. Qin Shen felt around and found that some of the compartments seemed to contain items. In one compartment, there was a glass bottle filled with pale blue liquid. Qin Shen picked up the bottle and saw the words "Special Supply from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, Sequence Potion" written on it. So this is what the sequence potion looks like. He opened it and took a sniff, a sweet fragrance wafting out. However, mixed with the stench of garbage in the surroundings, the sweet smell made it even more nauseating. He closed the lid, put the sequence potion in his pocket. He already knew how precious the sequence potion was to sequence ability users from the god-slaying camp. Taking this bottle of sequence potion could probably make the slender young man do a lot of things for him. No, not make him do things, but invite the slender young man to help him with some small tasks. He then opened the other compartments in the backpack and found a mobile phone, some copper coins, and a silver coin. Qin Shen turned off the phone and put it in his pocket. This luxury item of over 1,000 copper coins was exactly what Qin Shen needed, and he would definitely make use of it in the future. He picked up a silver coin and realized it wasn't the one he had placed under the floor tile. The silver coin I left was from the Li Mint, while this one is from the Henry Mint. Could it be that I've got the wrong person? He searched through the backpack and the slender youth but couldn't find the silver coin. Puzzled, he noticed that the bottom of the backpack felt uneven and rough. After a while, he finally found a hidden compartment beneath the others, very inconspicuous. If Qin Shen hadn't had plenty of time, he might not have discovered it. Opening the compartment, he found some dirt clods and a silver coin inside. Qin Shen took out the silver coin, looked at the inscription Li Mint on the side, then glanced at the unconscious slender youth, revealing a sinister smile. Indeed, a boy who smiles often won't have bad luck. Qin Shen wasn't good at interrogation. Instead of questioning, he excelled at killing. Unfortunately, killing doesn't solve all problems. Sitting on a tree stump, he looked at the slender youth hanging by a rope in front of him, feeling somewhat weary. I used to think killing was troublesome, but now I realize that not killing might be even more troublesome. To find an absolutely secluded place, Qin Shen carried the slender youth around like a dead body through various alleys until he found an abandoned and desolate courtyard. As a thief in the sequence, activating skills required using one's own hands. So, before the slender youth woke up, Qin Shen carefully tied his fingers and palms together, then bound his arms before finally dropping him onto a withered but unbroken ancient tree. It's been 10 years since the apocalypse, and this tree, though dead, still stands strong. Quite impressive. Qin Shen looked at the slender youth hanging from the tree, feeling very satisfied. He also prepared tools like hammers and nails in the nearby abandoned warehouse for interrogation assistance. It seemed that the interrogation would go smoothly once the slender youth woke up. However, half an hour passed, then an hour, and 2 hours, but the slender youth remained unconscious, his head tilted to the side like a dead person, showing no signs of waking up. Qin Shen grew increasingly unsure. Could I have accidentally killed him with a punch? He placed his hand on the slender youth's nose. He's still breathing, so he should be fine. Qin Shen breathed a sigh of relief, then smirked. He really can't take a hit. I didn't even use my full strength, and he's been out cold for 2 hours. Perhaps hearing Qin Shen's disdain, the slender youth's head shook slightly. Finally awake. Qin Shen patted the slender youth's face, watched him open his eyes, and then sat back on the tree stump. The slender youth, upon waking up, felt a bit dizzy, blinked hard, and gradually returned to reality. He struggled a bit and realized he was tied up and hanging, with the same 17 or 18-year-old youth who had attacked him sitting in front of him. He widened his eyes immediately. Who are you? How dare you attack a sequence user? The moment the slender youth spoke, Qin Shen felt a sense of calm in his heart. Thankfully, he sounded a bit slow, so extracting useful information from him shouldn't be too difficult. Who else could attack a sequence user but another sequence user? Qin Shen didn't respond but showed the silver coin he had placed. I left this silver coin. You dared to follow me? Do you know who my uncle is? Your uncle is? Shen Wenda, the head of the information department at the Sequence Users Management Bureau. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen was completely stunned. Was it supposed to be this easy? Shouldn't this thin young man endure everything and refuse to reveal the person behind the scenes, only to be coerced and manipulated into giving a false answer, and then subjected to continuous torture to extract the real truth? As soon as the thin young man spoke, Qin Shen knew that his brain wasn't functioning well. But he didn't expect it to be this bad. Qin Shen sighed. Your uncle is really lucky to have a nephew like you. Hearing Qin Shen's words, the thin young man furrowed his brows and asked, What do you mean? Literally. Xin Shen thought again and felt something was off. How could this brainless young man have taken the silver coins earlier without anyone noticing? Even cunning liars like Roylina couldn't trace his whereabouts? It was strange. The thin young man spoke again. Previously, my uncle used to come to collect the money himself. Today, he had something to do, so I came to help him. Let me go if you know what's good for you. If my uncle finds out, you won't get away with it. Oh, Xin Shen nodded. It made sense now. Before, Xian Wenda personally came to collect the silver coins. This section chief who exploited loopholes in the management bureau was definitely not to be underestimated and must have been extremely cautious in his actions, never revealing his true intentions. Today, a clueless young man came instead, caught by Qin Shen, and exposed the truth. Qin Shen muttered, "It seems like I am truly blessed by the gods." No, the gods nowadays are all mysterious beings. I should say, luck is on my side. Let me go. Otherwise, I will definitely tell my uncle. If you can speak up like this, why didn't you stand up to your teammates when they bullied you? I just couldn't be bothered to argue with them. Qin Shen shook his head. You were afraid of offending them and getting kicked out of the team. They only have the power to kick you out of the team, yet you don't even dare to speak harshly. I am someone who could kill you, and you still dare to threaten me? Qin Shen coldly looked at him and said, I really don't understand how you've survived until now. Perhaps, it's really because you have a good uncle. Are you going to kill me? The thin young man's eyes flickered, showing clear signs of panic. From the eyes of this 18-year-old, he could sense a murderous intent. The cold, stern gaze made goosebumps rise all over his body under the protective suit. He realized that the young man in front of him might have actually killed someone. My uncle is Qian Wenda. If you kill me, my uncle will definitely avenge me. Hearing the thin young man's words, Qin Shen couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Didn't your uncle tell you what this silver coin is for? The thin young man swallowed hard. No. But I know it must be for something you asked my uncle to do, so he gave it as payment. Qin Shen nodded. He's a fool, but not completely foolish. Are you insulting me? Qin Shen looked at the young man in his 20s with a look of incomprehension. Despite coming from a good family background, being a ranked ability user, and being a few years older than himself, why was he so foolish? Even Li Jingwen, a despicable and incredibly stupid person, was much smarter than him. Qin Shen stood up, patted his shoulder, and said, even if I kill you, your uncle wouldn't dare say a word, understand? Forget it, take a rest. I need to verify whether what you said is true or false. Rest? I won't rest. Let me go. Before the thin young man could finish his sentence, Qin Shen punched him in the jaw, knocking him out. Although what this fool said is 99% true. For safety's sake, I'll go to the ASIC virtual chat room to verify if he is Qian Wenda before releasing this fool. Qin Shen took the man down from the tree and carried him to an abandoned warehouse where he had prepared to detain him. He then returned to the tree, packed away the interrogation tools he had prepared earlier, saws, hammers, nails, scissors, and the like. I prepared for so long, but it was all in vain, Qin Shen sighed softly. Some fools really have all the luck. Qin Shen secured the slender young man, lit a damp piece of wood at the warehouse entrance, smoked it for a while to ensure no lingering odors remained, and then hurried back at a swift pace. It was getting late, and he needed to return as soon as possible. Once again, he arrived at the internet cafe. Wang Defa, upon seeing Qin Shen, felt a sense of impending doom. He informed the customers in the internet cafe that he had some matters to attend to and stepped out again. Boss, what's going on now? I need to use your warehouse computer. Wang Defa sighed, the key is in your hands, so go ahead and use it. No, the network is yours, and the warehouse is yours. I must inform you when I need to use it, to avoid causing you any inconvenience. Wang Defa smiled half-heartedly, you're quite polite. Qin Shen then took out 2 silver coins from his pocket and placed them in Wang Defa's hand. Here's your money back, with interest. One coin was Qin Shen's own, and the other was taken from the slender young man's backpack. He handed both coins to Wang Defa, fulfilling his previous promise. Wang Defa couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the 2 silver coins, unsure of how to respond. Qin Shen patted his shoulder and walked towards the warehouse. Wang Defa watched Qin Shen's figure disappear at the warehouse entrance before coming to his senses. He bit down on the 2 silver coins and found them to be genuine, realizing that Qin Shen had not deceived him. His worldview was completely overturned. Never had a sequence ability user, never, kept his promise to an ordinary person like him. Having served as the internet cafe's white glove for so many years, he had only earned a few silver coins in total, some of which were used to bribe various officials who came to inspect the internet cafe. Calculating what he had received, it was uncertain whether it was more than what Qin Shen had given him. He had wrongly accused Qin Shen before, but who could have imagined that Qin Shen was not joking with him? Clutching the silver coins tightly, Wang Defa felt as if he had just woken up from a dream, looking bewildered. I've really encountered a living deity. Xin Shen once again opened the ASIC virtual chat room, saying, I'm new here, and then entered and exited 5 times in a row, waiting for the other party to contact him. Today, the chat room's advertisement was for virtual gambling. The slogan was, take a chance, you might have good luck today. This slogan is quite fitting. Xin Shen smiled. Although he had no intention of participating in online gambling, he did feel that his luck was good today. The code randomly assigned to him in the chat room today was counterattack, making him feel as if everything was predestined. After a while, a dialog box on the right side of the chat room flashed. Xin Shen clicked on it, and it was a person with the codename Corner. Have you transferred the money already? Xin Shen replied, yes. Good. You can send me your personal information now. However, I think you might not be able to retrieve that silver coin. Corner replied with a smiling face, you think there are too many people coming and going there, and I can't lift the floor tiles to get it back? You don't need to worry about that, I'll figure something out. No. What I meant was, the person who was supposed to give you the money may not be able to return. The dialog box fell silent for a while. After a long time, Corner sent another message. What do you mean? Xin Shen thought for a moment, then typed a line with a smile. He said his uncle is around, so I wouldn't dare to kill him. Therefore, let's meet somewhere and discuss his life and death. I'm curious, with such an intelligent nephew, will you really protect him? This time, the corner seemed to have crashed, not responding for half an hour. Xin Shen looked at the name on the corner, still blue and not gray, indicating that he was still online, just needing some time to digest the words counterattack had told him. Xin Shen rested his arms behind his head, idly staring at the screen. I wonder what Director Qian is doing. Is he coldly staring at the screen, or smashing things inside the house? Another 10 minutes passed, and the corner finally sent another message, meet tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, by the unfinished building next to exit 38324 in the safety zone. You seem to have misunderstood the situation. The time and place for the meeting should be decided by me. The corner immediately responded, what do you think? You asked me for help, yet you're being picky? If you hadn't come to me first, I wouldn't have said a word to you. Where I say to meet, that's where we'll meet. Remember to bring my nephew. And don't forget the silver coin you asked me to help with. Xin Shen smiled, a good uncle is not determined by who writes more words. At the very least, do you know who I am? Perhaps feeling exposed by Xin Shen's blunt remarks, the corner quickly replied, you decide the time and place. But you must bring my nephew and the silver coin. Meet tomorrow at noon, on the second floor of the collapsed department store next to exit 54320 in the safety zone. Alright, remember to bring my nephew and the silver coin. Seeing the corner emphasize this twice, Xin Shen kindly replied, sorry, I won't bring either of those. What do you want then? If I don't see my nephew and the silver coin, I won't help you. Uncle, you should know, the ball is in my court now. You're being completely unreasonable. Am I being unreasonable? To prevent your information from leaking, to avoid ISIC's background personnel monitoring our chat records, I haven't even mentioned your name. Do you still think I'm being unreasonable? Xin Shen deliberately avoided using the title Director Qian in the chat room, fearing that the information might be monitored. According to Qian's statement during their last conversation, even virtual networks could be monitored. Despite ISIC's claim that the virtual chat room was secure, it was still hard to trust completely. Offline transactions, involving only 2 people who held leverage over each other, were the safest guarantee. Therefore, Qian had only instructed Xin Shen to place the silver coin in a certain location last time, without specifying the exact trade, and suggested it be an offline transaction. This time, Qian only mentioned the time and place of the trade, without disclosing its content. This way, even if someone was monitoring, they wouldn't know what they were discussing. ISIC's chat room had thousands of visitors daily, making transactions with larger sums and participants more likely to attract attention. Xin Shen and Qian's cryptic transactions went unnoticed, as no one focused on them. Cautious Xin Shen, ever since his experience with Lu Daji, had been meticulous in keeping things under wraps. The corner replied again, alright, I take back what I said earlier. How can I meet my nephew? Once the transaction is complete, I will naturally send him back. If you want the police's scent sniffer to help find him, I don't mind, but I hope you can bear the consequences of doing so. Are you threatening me? It's just a suggestion, not a threat. By the way, I've already sent an email about your matter. If I don't finish my business this weekend, or if I die on the way to trade with you, many of your colleagues will know about your affairs. Your colleagues' email information is easy to find, you know that. All personnel information of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau is publicly available on the internet. partly for people's supervision and partly for inquiries. You are despicable. What's the big deal? Just self-preservation. Unless you were planning to kill me tomorrow. Oof. The things you think in your mind are truly disgusting. Is there anything else to say? One last request. You must ensure that my nephew is not harmed. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Fine, I have a question too. Go ahead. Why keep such a foolish nephew? If it weren't for him, you would never have been exposed. Corner, no answer to this question. The name turned gray. Shin shrugged. What a cold-hearted section chief. But he also breathed a sigh of relief, finally seeing some clues about his forged sequences. Clear things up with Qian Wenda tomorrow, and everything will be almost resolved, ushering in a new chapter in life. Suddenly, I feel much lighter in my heart. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard Wang Defa shout, "Officer, it's so late, my internet cafe is about to close. What are you doing here again? Surprise police inspection?" Wang Defa loudly reminded himself, and Qin Chen immediately understood his meaning. He quickly cleared the browser history and tried to open the monitoring video interface. At that moment, he froze. The monitoring video interface was pitch black. Wang Defa had turned off the monitoring switch. Damn it! This miser, trying to save on electricity. I have no idea where the monitoring switch is. If the police suddenly found that the warehouse door was unlocked now, walked in to inspect, and saw Qin Chen staring blankly at the dark screen, they would definitely smell something fishy. Just as Qin Chen was getting anxious, the thing he feared most happened. The warehouse door was pushed open, and it wasn't Wang Defa who walked in. A silver-haired elder in plain clothes, wearing a scarf and holding a cigar, entered through the door. When the silver-haired elder saw Qin Chen, he gave him a scrutinizing look. Qin Chen faced him with a look of panic. Although he wasn't actually that anxious inside, he thought that as a young man who looked like he was 17 or 18, he should appear startled when someone suddenly barged in, so he put on that expression. There was a moment of silence in the warehouse, only the footsteps outside and the crackling sound of the elder's cigar burning could be heard. Soon, a few more people came in, all dressed in police uniforms. "Inspector Olive, what brings you here? This warehouse was locked before, but today it's open, so I came in to see if there's any unexpected gains." Olive? Wasn't that the detective Roylana warned herself to be wary of? If that woman could admire his skills, then Olive must be quite capable. A true expert shows his level with just one move. In the brief moment of eye contact with Olive just now, Qin Chen had already realized that the old man in front of him was not easy to deal with, never expecting it to be Olive. Was Inspector Olive leading a team to investigate the internet cafe late at night to look into the 3 bodies in the alley? Or was it about the theft of the remains of the deity? Or perhaps both? Qin Chen's heart sank immediately, then he gathered all his focus, ready to face whatever was coming next. At that moment, Wang Defa squeezed in from behind, smiling apologetically at Olive. "Inspector, what are you here to investigate this time?" "Don't move." Olive didn't answer him, but instead issued a command to Qin Chen. Qin Chen obediently took his hands off the mouse and keyboard, leaving a computer desktop with no active processes. Walking up to Qin Chen, looking at the desktop, then opening the browser, he found the history cleared, and his gaze towards Qin Chen instantly turned sharp. "What are you doing sitting here?" I was." Qin Chen stammered, but didn't say anything. Olaf sized up Qin Chen and noticed that his belt was unexpectedly loose. "Are you watching adult videos?" Qin Chen pretended not to dare to meet Olaf's eyes, immediately lowering his head. Only by undoing his belt could he create this illusion quickly, making Olaf think he was browsing adult websites and thus deleting the history. "Is this warehouse and computer yours?" Olaf didn't continue questioning about the adult videos, instead throwing out other questions. Qin Chen felt uneasy. This old man was indeed difficult to deal with, not at all swayed by his performance, still maintaining absolute objectivity and calmness. Qin Chen timidly said, "No. This is Wang Defa's warehouse." Wang Defa, upon hearing Qin Chen pointing at himself, hesitated for a moment. He thought Qin Chen would say this warehouse was his own to make the police leave. But upon further thought, that explanation had too many loopholes and would only raise suspicions. Where there was no need to lie, it was better to tell the truth directly. Then Wang Defa stepped forward and said, "This warehouse is mine." "Yours? What is it used for?" Wang Defa chuckled. "It's used for monitoring." "Monitoring?" Olaf saw the monitoring icon on the computer desktop, clicked on it, and found it all black. "Why is it black?" "As you know, we run a small business here. If there's nothing going on, to save electricity and costs, we turn off the monitoring. I know it's against the rules, I will reflect on it. I won't do it again in the future." Olaf still didn't follow Wang Defa's lead, seemingly unconcerned about Wang Defa breaking the rules. Indeed, Wang Defa ran this internet cafe, breaking rules left and right, so what if he didn't have monitoring? The only thing he cared about was the young man sitting in front of him and whether he had any connection to the stolen relics of the gods. Olaf picked up the cup on the table, tapped the cigar ash, took a couple of puffs. Throughout the process, his eyes were fixed on Qin Shen. That gaze made Qin Shen recall the feeling of being watched by the gods outside his home, as if he was about to be devoured. Olaf didn't speak, but in the dark warehouse, Qin Shen felt a deep sense of suffocation. Beads of sweat had formed on Qin Shen's forehead, showing a hint of fear and guilt. This time, he wasn't pretending. What is your relationship with Wang Defa? I'm friends with him. Friends? How did you meet? Online. We met online. Qin Shen answered hesitantly, seeming very guilty. Olaf took another puff of his cigar, his other hand propped up in front of Qin Shen, exhaling smoke down at Qin Shen sitting on the chair. What kind of friends? Qin Shen glanced nervously at Wang Defa, then quickly turned his head away. Seeing Qin Shen's posture, Olaf seemed to be a little afraid of Wang Defa. Just as he was about to ask Wang Defa to leave the warehouse, he heard Qin Shen mutter like a mosquito. Every time we meet, he gives me money. Meeting and getting money? After hearing Qin Shen's words, everyone froze, even Olaf's gaze paused for a moment. They all immediately looked at Wang Defa with extreme disgust and repulsion. Wang Defa was also stunned. As if struck by lightning, he became a soulless shell. What does this mean? Making friends and then giving money? Gray transactions? What kind of person do they take me for? Wang Defa stared blankly, looking around and noticing Olive and the other officers coldly staring at him, filling his heart instantly with innocence and anger. Wang Defa widened his eyes, staring fixedly at Qin Shen. How could this teenager come up with such a disgusting story on the spot? Could it be that in the organization behind Qin Shen, such transactions are so common that he can lie without changing his expression or heartbeat? But he is a man with a wife and children. If this gets out, it will ruin his family. He must keep his distance from Qin Shen in the future. Despite being very resentful, reason told Wang Defa that he must continue to play along with Qin Shen's script at this moment. If Qin Shen's situation is exposed, he will be implicated. Olive won't let him off, the people behind Qin Shen won't let him off, and even his own backers won't let him off. Not helping Qin Shen is a dead end. Damn it, Wang Defa cursed inwardly. These 2 silver coins are really burning hot. Not just hot, damn it, they're burning my crotch. He never imagined he would end up risking his lifelong reputation. Wang Defa's face flushed. Don't believe him. He's just a poor kid. What could I possibly gain from him? This is slander. It's pure sensationalism. Qin Shen slightly relaxed as he saw Wang Defa was indeed a crafty old hand who immediately understood his intentions. The more Wang Defa explained hoarsely, the more people around believed Qin Shen's words. Even after saying, he gives me money after every meeting, he didn't say another word, just lowered his head and stared at his toes. With the inference about their relationship, Qin Shen's reason for being here late at night could be understood. He was waiting for Wang Defa. Waiting for Wang Defa to give him money. Olive scrutinized Qin Shen again and saw that his clothes were indeed very worn out, undoubtedly a poor man's attire. At the edge of the safe zone, people willing to do anything for money were not uncommon to Olive. Without job opportunities, graduating from high school meant unemployment, and livelihood was a big issue. He had nothing to blame them for. After all, he had no worries about food and clothing, unable to empathize with the hardships of these lower-class people. Olive asked, "Do your parents or family know about this?" "My parents are both dead. I live alone." Hearing this, Olive believed even more in the information revealed between Qin Shen's words. Without parents, without any other source, for him, just staying alive was a huge challenge. All the officers expressed sympathy for Qin Shen's experience and condemnation for Wang Defa's actions. However, not a single person took out their wallet to help Qin Shen solve his food problem. They had a moral compass, but not to the extent of being generous. Olive pressed the cigarette butt into the water cup and lifted his hand off the table. "Let's go home and rest." At this moment, an officer immediately asked, "Inspector, are we leaving this child here?" Olive glanced at the officer and asked, "What, are you willing to give him money for food?" "I am willing. It's just a few copper coins, it's not like I can't afford it." At this point, an officer with thick eyebrows and big eyes couldn't help but speak up, his conscience finally overcoming his obsession with money. Olive continued, "If you help him find a job, then you will have endless trouble in the future. Remember, you are a police officer. Your primary job is to investigate cases and maintain public order. Don't focus too much on other things. Otherwise, you'll find that you can't do anything well." After saying that, Olive left the warehouse. The other officers followed suit and walked out. The officer with thick eyebrows and big eyes glanced at Qin Shen, gritted his teeth, and quickly caught up with the others. In the warehouse, only Qin Shen and Wang Defa remained. Qin Shen looked relaxed, while Wang Defa looked resentful. Their eyes met, each with their own thoughts. Wang Defa turned and walked to the warehouse door. Seeing that the officers had gone far, he closed the warehouse door. In the dark warehouse, only the monitor emitted a faint blue light, illuminating Qin Shen's face. "Boss, you went a bit too far this time," Qin Shen sighed. "Yes, I did go too far." Wang Defa thought Qin Shen felt guilty, but Qin Shen continued, "By escaping Olive's investigation this time, if he finds out I've registered information about sequence users at the bureau, he'll probably start suspecting again. I can foresee that I'll have a lot of trouble in the future." Qin Shen shook his head. Tonight, he was forced to use a lame story to send the police officers away because of Olive's pressure. His poor orphan persona was already established in Olive's mind. But tomorrow, he had to meet Qian Wendat and register as a sequence user this weekend. If Olive sees Qin Shen's information at the Sequence User Management Bureau, how could he not realize something's wrong? Using this excuse, Qin Shen might be brought back to the police station by Olive, disrupting his plans. It might even lead to being detained and investigated at the police station for 10 days or half a month, causing Qian Wenda's foolish nephew to starve to death in an abandoned warehouse. Judging by Qian Wenda's tone, this nephew was important to him. If he died because of Qin Shen, Qian Wenda would likely pursue it relentlessly, not to mention helping with the fake sequence. Qin Shen couldn't accept this outcome, so he had to choose the lesser of two evils. Seeing Qin Shen only cared about himself, Wang Defa said in distress, "Boss, you're in trouble, but what about me? What about my reputation?" Qin Shen didn't even look at him. "How much is your reputation worth?" After returning, Qin Shen took a cold shower and went to sleep. The next morning, after eating some leftovers, he hurried out. "I didn't go to school on Friday to meet someone at the exit of Zone 38324, so I didn't bring food back from the cafeteria. Now I have to worry about what to eat this weekend." However, he wasn't too worried about food. After all, he had some copper coins in his pocket. He still had a lot of copper coins left from the 3 robbers in the alley. It wouldn't be a problem to manage for a meal or two. Of course, he couldn't be extravagant. For a poor orphan student, eating 2 meals at a roadside stall over the weekend would be out of character. On Saturday morning, there weren't many people on the street. Most of the work on the edge of the safe zone was from Monday to Friday, with weekends off. Because people here were relatively poor, on weekends, everyone slept soundly, conserving energy and skipping meals if possible. Saving half a copper coin and feeling the joy of slightly increasing savings. In this environment, everyone believed that only foolish people would spend energy and wander the streets on weekends. Obviously, Qin Shen was one of those foolish people. Every day, he looked at the almost identical starry sky, walked along the bumpy streets, under dim streetlights. This kind of life had made him tired. If it weren't for the appearance of Wenshu, an interesting person, everything on the edge of the safe zone would be like mud to him, disgusting and stinky. Even with the comfort, he still couldn't accept living in this broken place for a long time. Endure for a long time, waiting for the right moment? In his past life, that's what he did, only to be laid off by the company and killed by the social personnel hired by the boss. In this life, the 4 words "endure for a long time" have already been removed from his dictionary and thrown into the trash heap. He can endure for a while, but long-term patience is out of the question. He doesn't have that much patience. Today, he will get things done with Qian Wenda. Next week, he will return to school in the posture of a sequence ability user. As for Olive, let's talk about it later. If all else fails, killing him seems like a good way to solve the problem. Qin Shen braved the cold morning wind and walked for over an hour to the exit of the safety zone at number 54320. The journey of 7 bus stops would have taken him over 2 hours. But after the sequence promotion, he moved swiftly, walking much faster. He arrived at the collapsed department store next to the safety zone exit. The building broke from the 4th or 5th floor, with the upper half leaning to one side, resembling a person with a broken neck. It seems like, when Kuan Changlong was killed that day, he was in this position. His head was still attached to his shoulders, but his neck was broken. Qin Shen smiled and stepped into the department store. The interior walls of the building were peeling off, with steel bars twisting out of the walls like roots. The stair railings were peeling and rusty, making Qin Shen reluctant to touch them. The floor was covered in dust and debris, with no one cleaning it. With each step Qin Shen took, some debris would fall from the ceiling. However, there were no spider webs in the building. Perhaps because it's too cold near the safety zone exit, even spiders don't want to live here. Carefully stepping over the peeling walls and rocks on the stairs, Qin Shen ascended a dozen steps to the 2nd floor of the department store. There, he found someone waiting for him. The man was sitting on a chair with one leg broken, coldly watching Qin Shen's arrival. Seeing Qin Shen, he stood up from the chair. As he stood up, the chair lost balance and fell to the side. Qin Shen observed him, of medium build, wearing a gray wool coat, black pants, and ordinary cloth shoes. His features were hidden under a wide-brimmed hat, making it difficult for Qin Shen, with his strong vision, to see clearly. But that didn't matter, as Qin Shen's own face was also hidden under a hoodie, believing that the man opposite couldn't see clearly either. However, the man's demeanor exuded the aura and arrogance of someone accustomed to being in power, which couldn't be faked. "You're here early." Qin Shen's tone was light. "We agreed on 12, and you're here before 8. Aren't you the same?" The two fell silent for a moment, not continuing the conversation. At this point, the man in front introduced himself, Xian Wenda, Chief of the Information Science Department of the Sequence Ability Users Management Bureau. "I know. As a polite response, you should introduce yourself. No need to rush. I need your help, so I will definitely give you my personal information." Qin Shen didn't rush to reveal his information, wanting to ensure that he maintained control of the conversation. "All right. I'll help you forge your identity, release my nephew, and I won't ask for the silver coin. Is there any problem with this deal? After the transaction, we'll go our separate ways, unrelated to each other." "It was like that before." "What do you mean before? Have you changed your mind?" "I think I might have a deeper cooperation with Chief Qian." "No need. After this transaction, our relationship can end." Chen Wenda showed no interest in Qin Shen's proposal. He just wanted to get rid of this troublemaker quickly and bring back his nephew. But the more he resisted, the more Qin Shen believed that Chen Wenda could be a good partner. Cautious and in a high position, he could definitely provide significant help when needed. "Releasing your nephew is a bargaining chip for me to fake the sequence." "But, Chief Qian, what about yourself?" "Me? I still have emails to send to your colleagues at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau." Xian Wenda snorted coldly. "Even if we make this deal, you wouldn't dare report me, would you? If I get caught, you'll go down with me." "Oh, in that case, let me introduce myself." Qin Shen's lips curled slightly. "Qin Shen, a senior high school student at Juan School." When Qin Shen mentioned the word student, Chen Wenda nodded slowly, seeming somewhat angry. "Is it fun to play me like this?" Xian Wenda immediately concluded that Qin Shen was not telling the truth. It was clear to everyone that Juan School had never had a sequence ability user. Furthermore, how could a 17 or 18-year-old high school student have such meticulous scheming and terrifying methods? Xian Wenda sneered inwardly, 100% disbelief. Qin Shen then directly took off the cap of his hoodie, revealing his somewhat youthful face. "If you don't believe me, you can wait at the entrance of Juan School on Monday morning to see if I am a student or not." Looking at Qin Shen's appearance, Chen Wenda said darkly, "Your face may not be your real face. So, can your sequence change your appearance? A magician? Or a shapeshifter?" Qin Shen sneered, then activated violence, kicked the ground, and instantly appeared behind Xian Wenda, snatching off his hat. Xian Wenda was still standing there, completely unresponsive. Qin Shen whispered in Xian Wenda's ear, "I'm sorry, you guessed wrong. My sequence is an attack type, not some random tricks. And this face is my real face." After speaking, Qin Shen chuckled twice and put the wide-brimmed hat back on his head. Xian Wenda's drooping eyes reflected the light from a nearby street lamp, full of shock. Are you really a senior high school student at Juan School?" "Of course, the identity I need you to help me fake is this." "How is that possible? If you are a high school student, how could you? Could it be?" Xian Wenda looked at Qin Shen in amazement. "Who is the force behind you?" Qin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, Chen Wenda, under his guidance, began to speculate. "It's none of your concern. I just want to cooperate further with Chief Qian." Xian Wenda realized that Qin Shen's background was much more complicated than he had imagined. He had initially thought that Qin Shen was just a lone thief who had strayed here, but now he realized that he might be a frontman for a powerful force. Things seemed to be getting complicated. Damn it! He shouldn't have let his stupid nephew go get the silver coins. No, he shouldn't have taken on this shady business in the first place. When they first chatted in the ASIC chat room, Qin Shen was vague, and in the end, he didn't even know who had introduced him to fake the sequence. Although he found it strange, he didn't pursue it with his usual attitude of not getting involved in too many things. Now looking back, his previous actions were full of oddities. How foolish. Incredibly foolish. Chen Wenda cursed his greed repeatedly in his heart. Now, it seemed like he was getting involved in something serious. He gritted his teeth but didn't dare do anything to Qin Shen, so he asked, "Continue to cooperate, is it with you or with the people behind you?" "I am just myself." Qin Shen revealed a somewhat profound gaze. "I want to take back what's mine. Upon hearing this, Qian Wenda instantly realized that Qin Shen might not just be a figurehead of a powerful force, but a crucial player. How do you propose we cooperate? Let's discuss future matters later. For now, help me with the current issue. Qin Shen didn't elaborate further. Qian Wenda was not a fool, he wasn't easily fooled. The more one spoke, the more likely problems would arise. By next Monday, I want the identity of a sequencer. I will send you the information using your nephew's phone. Once it's done, I will return him to you. From then on, I will contact you using your nephew's phone. All right. Qin Shen pondered for a moment and asked, is the phone number verified with real name registration? Qian Wenda frowned, his gaze suddenly probing, you've never used a phone? How could a key figure of a major power not know about phone numbers? I indeed have never used such a gadget for the poor, Qin Shen replied indifferently, seemingly unconcerned. Qian Wenda immediately understood, the young man before him used to be a young master. Those who made calls for him were servants around him, so he had never used a phone. How high was Qin Shen's status after all? Even Qian Wenda, who could influence things on the edge of the safe zone, felt uncertain. None of the numbers are verified, anyone can use them. All right. Qin Shen directly opened the phone, took a selfie, then sent his information and photo to the number saved as uncle, and deleted the message. Let me know once it's settled, I will go to your management office to collect the certificate. After saying that, Qin Shen didn't wait for Qian Wenda's response and left the department store. Qian Wenda looked at Qin Shen's information, his brows furrowing tighter. This address seems to be on the edge of the safe zone, right? Is he an orphan? With this background, awakening a sequencer ability, even a fool can see there's a problem. If it were a previous client, Qian Wenda might not have cared so much. But Qin Shen was obviously a person of great power, someone he couldn't afford to offend. So he immediately dialed the number. Hello? Nephew, it's me. You haven't gone far, have you? Come back, let's continue our conversation. Qin Shen hung up the phone, knowing that Qian Wenda dared not discuss matters over the phone, fearing surveillance, so he returned. Qin Shen, this address of yours is absolutely not acceptable. A place like this where sequencer abilities awaken will surely attract a lot of attention. It's too conspicuous. I'm afraid many people will become interested in your true identity. Qin Shen also felt somewhat worried after hearing Qian Wenda's words. He hadn't noticed that aspect. Director Qian is indeed meticulous. What do you think I should do? My current identity is that of a poor orphan. If the address is in a decent place, it will also raise suspicions. You're right, that is indeed a problem. Qian Wenda paced with a furrowed brow, his eyes darting back and forth, and said, if all else fails, just write vagrant. Vagrant? Yes, vagrant. You are a wandering orphan, but not necessarily wandering anywhere. In developed areas within the safe zone, it's possible to stay with kind-hearted people, with no worries about food and shelter. Staying with kind-hearted people, is that still considered a vagrant? More or less, at least it's more reliable than your current address. In some decent areas, there have been precedents of vagrants awakening as sequencers, mostly bankrupt wealthy businessmen or illegitimate children expelled from wealthy families. Qin Shen pondered again, but the people around me all know that I live on the edge of the safe zone. If they see my information as a vagrant, won't they find it suspicious? The people around you? The ants from the Juan school? They can't awaken the sequence. How could they possibly know your registration information? What if they do? We must ensure nothing goes wrong. After some thought, Qian Wenda said, since you're worried, why not sell or burn your house, truly become a wandering man? Qin Shen crossed his arms and pondered for a while, agreeing with Qian Wenda's reasoning. The term wandering could cover up many issues and save him a lot of trouble. All right, let's do it this way then. Buying and selling a house would take too long and leave a record of the transaction, not a good option for Qin Shen. So what Qian Wenda offered him was actually a multiple-choice question. Qin Shen returned home, wrapped the hundreds of copper coins that couldn't see the light, put them in a cloth bag, took a lunchbox, and his resident ID. Then, he set fire to the house. Qin Shen's residence was on the edge of the safe zone. Not many people lived here, and no developers would come to this remote place to build large projects after the apocalypse. So, there were only single-story small houses here, with some distance between each house. The burning of Qin Shen's house did not affect the safety of others. It didn't even wake up the sleeping neighbors next door. This should do. Qin Shen's house burned down accidentally, making him a true wandering child. But even as a wanderer, he needed a place to sleep. After wandering for a long time with nowhere to go, he ended up at Wang Defa's internet cafe. When he saw Qin Shen again, Wang Defa no longer had the initial fear or the later joy, only a face of helplessness and complaints. Muttering to himself, what kind of boss is this? Clearly a death knell. Why did I even bother with him in the first place? Despite his dissatisfaction, when he came out of the internet cafe to talk to Qin Shen, he put on a polite face and asked, "Boss, what's the matter?" "Oh, I want to stay in your internet cafe warehouse for a while. Probably just a few days until I sort out my registration sequence. Then getting a house shouldn't be difficult." "Ah, what?" Wang Defa trembled all over, widened his eyes, and asked. "I said, I want to stay here for a while." "No. Boss, if the police come for a surprise inspection again, what should I say?" "Say what you said last time, just stick to that." Wang Defa waved his hands repeatedly. "No. Boss, you can't do this. Last time was an emergency, there was a reason for it, I understand. But you can't keep doing this. I have a wife and children. If they find out about us, how can I be a husband and a father?" Qin Shen glanced at him. "Do you think I want to? Do you think that having that kind of relationship with me benefits you more than it harms you?" Wang Defa's face twisted like a rag that had been scrubbed for 10 years. I didn't mean you benefit more. We both lose, right? It's a double loss for us. Enough talk. If you don't let me sleep here, I'll go sleep at your place." "Ah, you're being unreasonable. Don't reason with me." Qin Shen was too lazy to argue with Wang Defa anymore. He opened the warehouse door directly, shook the carpet to get rid of dust, and lay down to rest. Wang Defa had no words to say, he could only sigh silently and closed the door on Qin Shen. "What a mess!" Wang Defa cursed and left. Qin Shen lay on the warehouse floor, feeling somewhat helpless. He really missed his own bed now. "I hope Chen Wenda can get things done soon, this place is unbearable even for a day." Managing to sleep through the night, Qin Shen woke up the next day a little after 6 because the cold, hard ground was uncomfortable on his back. Although he was strong, he wasn't used to sleeping on the floor. It's even worse than killing someone. Qin Shen, still grumpy from waking up, splashed water on his face, picked up his phone, and saw an unread message. "Done. Sunday at 8 a.m. Bring your resident card, and meet at the 14121 Sequence Ability Management Bureau." Checking the message source, "Uncle. Wow, my money chief." Qin Shen was so happy he almost jumped up. Money Chief was indeed reliable, he solved it for him on the same day. He immediately impatiently turned on the computer next to him used for monitoring, searching for the way to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. "Looks like it's about 6 bus stops away, so I should leave now." Qin Shen memorized the route, cleared the browser history, put his package in the drawer next to the computer desk, took only his resident card, and left the warehouse. He walked along the main road for 4 stops, then turned into a small alley, walked for 10 minutes, turned onto another main road, and continued for half an hour. 14121 Sequence Ability Management Bureau, this should be it. The Management Bureau was a square 3-story building. The outside was painted gray. Streetlights cast a dim, almost black light on the building. Qin Shen didn't know how this dark color emitted light, but it undoubtedly added a daunting atmosphere to the already solemn building. He found it intriguing. "I never thought that this place, which I didn't dare to look at before, would be where I meet for the first time in a playful way." He looked at the empty street, the gray exterior walls, and the square Management Bureau building, feeling sentimental. There were no guards at the entrance of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. Because all the staff in the bureau had awakened sequence abilities, thieves and criminals wouldn't come here looking for trouble. Not to mention entering, even approaching the Management Bureau required great courage for ordinary people. Otherwise, if mistakenly killed by a sequence ability user, there would be nowhere to appeal. According to the government's decree, if a sequence ability user killed an ordinary person, ordinary police stations, prosecutors, and courts were not qualified to handle the case. The case had to be transferred to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau for judgment. The judgment often resulted in an increased demand for the sequence ability user to hunt down deities, under the guise of continuing to contribute to the safety zone and making amends. In reality, everyone knew that even without punishment, sequence ability users would still go to the safety zone to hunt deities. This was a way of indirectly protecting them. Even though sequence ability users had privileges, no one dared to complain. Firstly, sequence ability awakening was random. No one was born a sequence ability user, making the upward mobility of this privileged class very transparent. Secondly, sequence ability users could kill deities, offering hope for humanity. If anyone dared to challenge the privilege of sequence ability users, it meant depriving humanity of the chance to leave the safety zone. No one could bear the blame for this. Therefore, in places like the edge of the safety zone, sequence ability users were revered like deities, keeping everyone at a distance. Of course, the government did not give sequence ability users unrestricted privileges. Killing ordinary people would be severely punished. However, sequence ability users were not allowed to kill students and public officials. Students were the future nurtured by the government, and public officials were the cornerstone of the government's rule. Killing these two groups, even as a sequence ability user, would result in strict legal action. Under such restrictions, hostility towards the privileges of sequence ability users decreased. In this post-apocalyptic world, a relatively stable yet distorted social structure had formed. Qinshen climbed the steps and pushed open the black wooden door of the management bureau. As soon as Qinshen pushed open the door, he was immediately stunned by the scene inside. He thought that inside the sequence management bureau, it would be as dull and boring as it appeared, with a touch of mystery. To his surprise, his assumption was completely wrong. Inside the bureau building was magnificent and resplendent. Upon entering, there was a gilded entrance hall, neatly adorned with some antique decorations, each with a corresponding introduction underneath. Qinshen couldn't help but stop to look around and discovered ancient coins from the Hua dynasty, pyramid-shaped bricks, and manuscripts from a painter from 1,000 years ago. These items, full of humanistic and historical significance, illuminated by bright incandescent lights, exuded an irresistible charm. He bypassed the entrance hall and entered the interior of the bureau. Yes, the bureau building didn't even have corridors or a front desk. He could see directly into the interior after passing through the entrance hall. In the over 1,000 square meters of the ground floor, there were only a dozen or so desks. Each desk had 3 computers, a regular desktop and 2 laptops. This was the first time he had seen laptops since his rebirth, and he suddenly saw dozens of them. There was also a coffee bar with various complimentary beverages, and a staff member was hand-grinding coffee at the bar. Some people at the tables were chatting over coffee, some were resting their chin on their hand, browsing something out of boredom, and others were wandering around the vast office building. Although the building had 3 floors, Qinshen was on the ground floor, but it seemed like there was no ceiling on the ground floor. This was because the entire ceiling was lit by soft white lights. Perhaps they were incandescent lights, perhaps energy-saving lights, Qinshen wasn't sure. However, those light bulbs were all covered by a matte lampshade, making the entire ground floor of the bureau as bright as daylight. Not the kind of brightly lit daylight in a school, but real daylight, with the sun. Qinshen stood still, unsure of how to react. The decorations of the entire Sequence Ability Management Bureau were telling Qinshen one thing: everyone here had privileges. Just as he aimlessly surveyed the interior of the building, a familiar figure descended the stairs from the 2nd floor. "Qinshen, you're here." Shan Wendao warmly greeted Qinshen. Today, he wasn't wearing that understated wool coat anymore but had changed into a neat navy blue suit. People judge by appearances, and Xian Wendao, dressed in this suit, exuded the vigor of a successful person. Even his seemingly unimpressive drooping eyes revealed the aloofness of someone in a superior position. Xian Wendao personally came to greet him, causing all the staff on the ground floor of the bureau to focus their attention on Qinshen, trying to figure out who he was. However, no one could figure it out. Qinshen's shabby clothes, unkempt trousers, and shoes revealing his toes all spoke of poverty. According to common sense, Xian Wendao wouldn't even bother with someone like Qinshen, an awakened sequence holder who had stumbled upon good luck. "Chief Qian." Qinshen bowed to Xian Wendao, showing his respect in front of his subordinate. "Come, let's go upstairs and chat." "Okay." Qinshen took a few steps forward, stepping onto the stairs made of dark gray stone, and under Xian Wendao's warm invitation, ascended to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was similar to the first, equally spacious, with a ceiling illuminated by soft white lights. However, there were no desks here, only scattered genuine leather sofas, coffee tables, snacks, and 4 offices built in the corners. Xian Wendao led Qinshen into the office in the northwest corner, carefully closed the door, and pulled down the blinds. "My office is the only secure place in the entire building. We can speak freely here." Xian Wendao got straight to the point, and Qinshen nodded. He didn't ask why this place was safe. He fully trusted Xian Wendao's cautiousness, knowing that he wouldn't act recklessly. Perhaps feeling more confident on his own turf, Xian Wendao seemed much more relaxed in today's conversation compared to yesterday. "To be honest, I have always been cautious and never made a mistake in doing this. It was only last time when I was short on time that I let my nephew go to withdraw the money, and unfortunately, you caught me at that moment. A wise man may have a moment of oversight, Chief Qian. There is no one in this world who doesn't make mistakes, and no secret that can't be revealed." "You are right about that." Xian Wenda took out a blue booklet from the drawer and handed it to Qinshen, saying, "Please confirm that the information is correct." The cover of the blue booklet read, "Sequential Ability Holder Registration Certificate," with a line below stating, "Issued by the Sequential Ability Management Bureau." Qinshen opened it and saw his information: Sequential Ability Holder Number, 00009527, Sequence, Phantom Assassin, Residence, Wanderer. "Why is my number so low?" As far as he knew, the members of the Shrine of the Gods numbered over 1,000,000, so it was impossible for him to have a number in the 9,000s. It turns out the person with this number has passed away, so the number was reassigned to you. I see, that's fine. Your house? Taken care of. Shen Wenda didn't inquire further about how Qin Chen had resolved it. Two meticulous individuals who trusted each other deeply. This booklet is your identification. I didn't have your fingerprints before, but now that you're here, I'll input them into the system. Don't doubt me, this is all according to the regulations. I understand. Qin Chen pressed his thumbs on the fingerprint collector, and Xian Wenda tapped on the keyboard. Done. You are now an official sequential ability holder and can log into the Sequential Ability Holder Information section of the Shrine of the Gods to view information on all legally registered sequential ability holders. What about my account password? Sent to your phone. You can change the password yourself. If you forget it, you'll need to bring this Sequential Ability Holder Registration Certificate to the Bureau, verify your fingerprint, and then change it. It's quite troublesome, so don't forget. Also, you can rest assured about your sequence. According to government regulations, a sequential ability holder will not be tested again until convicted. So, your identity is now in the system. Unless you stir up trouble, you won't face any questioning. Alright, thank you. I'll release your nephew as soon as I leave. Thank you. Chief Qian, let me mention that although I will release him, the items he carries with him. I understand. Consider it a lesson for him. You can take them. Do you have anything else? After hearing that Qian Wenda had lifted the order to detain him, Qin Chen thought for a moment and nodded, saying, I have one more question to ask. Go ahead. Chief Qian, why would someone working in a place like this go to such lengths for a silver coin? Xian Wenda was momentarily surprised, then smiled. It seems you really have no idea about money. It seemed that Xian Wenda had mistaken Qin Chen for a fallen noble, but Qin Chen didn't comment. A silver coin is worth 10,000 copper coins in exchange, but no one actually exchanges it that way. The market price is usually 12,000 copper coins. As the head of this bureau, my monthly income is only 1,550 copper coins. This one-time job pays me almost half a year's salary. As for the kind of office environment you mentioned, that's provided by the government, not mine. After leaving the bureau, Qin Chen circled back to the warehouse where Qian Wenda's nephew was being held. He opened the door, looked at the thin young man securely bound, and breathed a sigh of relief. He was somewhat worried that if this person died in the warehouse, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Qian Wenda. The thin young man, blindfolded and gagged, didn't recognize Qin Chen. He couldn't make a sound with the cloth in his mouth. Qin Chen approached him, removed his blindfold, and took out the cloth from his mouth. Your uncle's on the phone. Saying this, he placed the phone next to the thin young man's ear. Uncle! Uncle! It's me! The thin young man, hungry for 2 days, still managed to muster a strong cry for help upon hearing Qian Wenda's voice. Qin Chen couldn't help but admire the resilience of a sequence ability user compared to an ordinary person. What did you say, uncle? Give him my phone? Give him the things in my backpack too? My sequence potion is in there. Uncle, you. Yes, I understand. The thin young man, who was initially emotional, suddenly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, losing his spirit. On the other end of the phone, Qian Wendao's voice came through with intense reprimands. After listening to Qian Wendao scold for a few minutes in silence, he told Qin Chen, Uncle wants to talk to you. Hello, Chief Qian. Alright, he's fine, just let him go. No problem, Chief Qian, goodbye. Qin Chen hung up the phone and cut the rope off the thin young man. Seeing the thin young man's fingers move, Qin Chen warned him friendly, you better not use your steal skill to touch things in my pocket. Your uncle should have told you, don't cause unnecessary trouble. If you stir up more trouble, you'll have to pay a higher price, understand? Hearing Qin Chen's words, the thin young man clenched his teeth, lowered his head, and remained silent. Once Qin Chen confirmed that the thin young man could move freely, he turned and left. Qin Chen didn't bother with any farewell to him. He felt unlucky just looking at such a foolish person, so it was better not to see him to avoid annoyance. Qin Chen walked back in the direction of his home, only to remember that his house had burned down, and now he was a wanderer. He had no choice but to go to the warehouse next to Wang Defa's internet cafe. This time, Wang Defa sat at the bar and didn't even come out, just nodded helplessly at Qin Chen and watched him enter his warehouse. Wang Defa muttered, that's my warehouse. Once inside the warehouse, Qin Chen immediately opened the Godslayer camp, logged into his account, and changed the password. Then, he entered the sequence ability user's information section and browsed through the information. Zhou Xing, the director of the education department in Area 14121, should be Zhou Yang's uncle. He awakened a sequence. Soft body? Qin Shen was puzzled. What kind of sequence is this that I've never heard of? He checked further. Skill softening, can turn the body into a soft state for 5 minutes. What a useless sequence. No wonder even though he awakened a sequence, his nephew Zhou Yan didn't receive much favor from the Education Bureau. Turns out he's a useless sequence ability user. People who awaken sequence abilities on the edge of the safe zone are often like Zhou Xing, possessing rather useless sequences. However, with the enhancement of physical qualities from sequence abilities, Zhou Xing's strength still surpassed that of an average person, so he received some benefits. Qin Shen then looked at other people he knew. Police Department's Level 2 officer, Roylina, sequence scent tracker. Indeed, she forged her sequence. Director of the Management Bureau in Area 14121, Chen Wendao, sequence mimicry, skill liquidation, can dissolve the body in water for 10 minutes. This water source sequence seems somewhat interesting. Unfortunately, the information panel here only shows level 1 skills. I searched the forum but couldn't find other levels of mimicry skills, quite mysterious. Chen Wendao's sequence was quite rare, and Qin Shen couldn't find much related information, indicating that this sequence was a significant boost for him to become a chief. Even though officials from the Management Bureau didn't need to hunt down gods outside the safe zone, a chief with a mimicry sequence was undoubtedly more impressive than a chief with a soft body sequence. Qin Shen then started looking into Olive's sequence. Detective Olaf from Area Police Station 14121, transferred 6 months ago, sequence. Libra, skills classified. Qin Shen saw this sequence, Libra, for the first time. After searching for a while in the Godslayer camp, he found no information. He could only see exclusive chat groups left by several Libra sequence users. Qin Shen immediately registered for a chat account, planning to infiltrate this Libra group to gather information and at least understand what Olaf's skills were. However, when he tried to find the group number, he was immediately discouraged by the group name, Changdong Security Zone Police Court Personnel Discussion Group. Qin Shen thought to himself that since his computer's network login address was completely hidden, there was nothing to worry about. He decided to join the group, gather relevant information, and then leave without anyone knowing who he was. He clicked the Join Group button, but a dialog box popped up. Verification question. What is your Management Bureau number, police station number, or court number? Qin Shen shook his head and had to give up. It seems that this Libra sequence is exclusive to public officials. Olaf's matter hung over Qin Shen like a dark cloud, making him feel oppressed. However, despite the pressure, if he wanted to receive specialized education for sequence users at the university, he had to register his sequence identity with the Management Bureau within 6 months, and he would probably have to confront Olaf sooner or later. Let's leave it at that for now. Don't worry too much about tomorrow before today is over. He cleared his browser history, visited a few adult websites, fast-forwarded for a while, left dozens of browser records, and then lay down on the floor, preparing to sleep. It's been 2 days without a shower. I should take one in the bathroom at school tomorrow when no one's around. But if the teachers who check catch me, I'll probably get scolded again for not studying properly and taking a shower during class time. Qin Shen lay on the floor, looking at the dusty warehouse ceiling, contemplating his plans for the next day. In the Godslayer camp, if a student awakens a sequence ability, the Management Bureau will notify the school to ensure they don't miss the sequence ability assessment after the college entrance examination. So, my good principal should already know that I've awakened a sequence. If that's the case, can I do as I please tomorrow? Waking up in the morning, it was still dark outside the warehouse, with no sun in sight. However, Qin Shen's heart was filled with sunshine. Today is the best day since my rebirth. Even better than the day I awakened my sequence. Qin Shen didn't even bring a bag, just holding a lunchbox, and left the warehouse directly. The road to school was both familiar and unfamiliar. Walking between the streetlights, he was illuminated time and time again. Finally, he arrived at the school gate. Today, the principal was once again standing at the school gate, but not for inspection. Seeing the handwritten banners hastily made overnight, Qin Shen knew that the principal was standing at the school gate early today just to welcome him. The principal at the school gate today was unusually humble, actively greeting every student. Qin Shen was initially puzzled by the principal's change in behavior, but as he approached, he immediately understood. The principal held a photo, seemingly trying to identify which student entering the campus was Qin Shen. Not recognizing Qin Shen, and to avoid offending this new awakened sequence user, the principal, contrary to his usual self, greeted every student to leave a good impression. He had forgotten that the last time he didn't greet a student at the school gate, a teacher beside him had reprimanded that student. Unfortunately, the principal's show was destined to be a performance for the blind, because Qin Shen was not buying it. Apart from his sequencing ability, he was not an ordinary senior high school student. Qin Shen walked up and looked at the red banner at the school gate. Warmly celebrate our senior high school student Qin Shen from becoming a sequencer. The large characters were written crookedly but still recognizable. Qin Shen had seen this red banner before. It was used a few months ago during the school's pre-college entrance examination oath-taking ceremony, with a black nightbird's droppings still visible on it from when a nightbird had defecated during the principal's speech at the ceremony. The school is really tacky. Oh well, I guess they didn't expect the red banner to be used elsewhere. Under the banner, students stood curiously wondering who this history-making Qin Shen really was. Qin Shen walked up to the principal and silently locked eyes with him. The principal carefully examined the photo provided by the administration and then looked at Qin Shen, immediately recognizing the student in front of him as their pride, Qin Shen from the Wan School. "Qin, you're here. Congratulations on successfully awakening your sequencing ability." The surrounding students erupted in exclamations. "Is he Qin Shen? He doesn't seem to come from a wealthy family. Keep your voice down. He's a sequencer. If he can awaken, does that mean I have a chance too?" The principal extended his hands, wanting to shake hands with Qin Shen. Qin Shen held a lunchbox in one hand and kept the other in his pocket, not giving him that privilege. The principal's expression faltered, sensing that something was amiss but not knowing why. He awkwardly smiled. "Qin, would you like to come to my office and have a chat first?" A teacher beside them nodded and said, "Yes, Qin, we have prepared some gifts to celebrate your awakening as a sequencer." Qin Shen tilted his head and saw that it was the grade director who had caused trouble for him that day. This grade director had always been nitpicky. In a school with only a 1 to 2% college admission rate, to prove his worth, he strictly enforced rules against tardiness, skipping classes, and dating, using trivial matters as his authority. Not only Qin Shen, but all the students in the school disliked him. Qin Shen coldly asked, "Do you remember me?" He hesitated, unable to recall any interaction with Qin Shen. After a long pause, he asked, "Are you my student?" Qin Shen shook his head. "Oh, you don't remember. It's just a small matter. How could someone in power remember such things? But I still feel unhappy." With that, Qin Shen swung his lunchbox, hitting the grade director's face. The teacher was thrown 2 to 3 meters away and landed heavily on the ground. He tried to get up several times but seemed dizzy and failed. After his experience with killing, Qin Shen could control his strength. The blow to the face was not forceful, but it had a deterrent effect on others. Seeing Qin Shen suddenly act, the principal and the students around him were stunned. They never expected an ordinary senior high school student to act so ruthlessly. Some students whispered, "Isn't he the sequencer protecting the human race? Why is he so violent?" "Violent?" Qin Shen smiled faintly. "If I were truly violent, the grade director's head would have flown to the top of the teaching building with that blow just now." Qin Shen glanced at the deformed lunchbox, threw it into the principal's arms, and said, "Get me a new one." With that, he walked into the campus amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. As he entered the classroom, many people stood outside watching him. Qin Shen sat in a corner seat, gazed at the starry sky outside for a moment, sighed at the beauty of life, and then shifted his gaze back inside the classroom. Li Jingwen was looking at him as if she was there and not there, her eyes filled with complex expressions, seeming extremely fearful yet also sending flirtatious signals. When Qin Shen looked at her, she stood up from her seat and approached him. Using a deliberately shy tone, she asked Qin Shen, "I was wrong before, can we start over?" Perhaps afraid of rejection, Li Jingwen continued, "I know I did wrong, but we have been together after all. I will listen to you in the future. I won't have any more contact with Zhou Yang. He's just a substitute in my eyes. I actually prefer being cared for by you." Qin Shen couldn't understand how Li Jingwen could say these things. In his view, their relationship was already crystal clear, and Li Jingwen was not a naive fool like Qian Wendao's nephew. What was she thinking? Qin Shen couldn't comprehend. Perhaps people are just very absurd creatures. Even knowing there's no chance or possibility, they still cling to a glimmer of hope and give it a try. What if it works? While Qin Shen was pondering, Li Jingwen suddenly took his hand, apologizing shyly. But what she considered coquettishness towards Qin Shen was like feeding herself dung in Qin Shen's eyes. A female classmate who had tried to kill him, now coming to please and act cute, truly treating herself as a fool. Qin Shen had had enough. When Li Jingwen graduated from high school and lost the protection of her student status, he would definitely go to her house to personally console her whole family. Qin Shen smiled and took Li Jingwen's hand, making her flustered for a moment, thinking Qin Shen had forgiven her. But Qin Shen leaned close to her ear and gently said, "I don't have any problem with you. It's just that your uncle in the underworld might have some objections." Li Jingwen stood still, trembling uncontrollably. "Kuan Changlong, dead? He actually died at the hands of Qin Shen? She dared not look back at Qin Shen, but her brain was spinning rapidly with fear. When did he kill Kuan Changlong? Kuan Changlong had a group of thugs with him. Qin Shen alone definitely couldn't have beaten them. If he hadn't awakened his sequence ability, Qin Shen should have died at Kuan Changlong's hands. So he must have killed Kuan Changlong after awakening his sequence ability. Didn't he just awaken his sequence ability this weekend? But Kuan Changlong had been missing for a long time. The timeline didn't match at all. Could it be that Qin Shen had awakened his sequence ability long ago and had been pretending to be an ordinary person all this time? Why was he pretending to be an ordinary person? To kill me? No, I'm a student. Even sequence ability users can't just kill at will. Then why? To watch my struggle? No. Li Jingwen's thoughts wandered into unknown territory, beyond the safety zone of her brain, making her feel small and helpless. As if surrounded by deities, fear quickly eroded everything. At that moment, she suddenly felt her body, already on the verge of separating from her soul, move uncontrollably. She looked down and realized that Qin Shen had pinched her hand. She didn't dare to meet Qin Shen's gaze, but from his gentle tone, she could sense the smile on his face at that moment. What's wrong? Don't want to be with me anymore? Li Jingwen shuddered, quickly withdrew her hand, and hunched her neck, not daring to make any movement. Qin Shen no longer lingered with her, stood up and left his seat. Before leaving the classroom, he glanced back, and with a gentle smile, said to Li Jingwen, "I thought you could give me more surprises." In the eyes of Li Jingwen's friends, this sentence seemed to encourage her to pursue Qin Shen further. But in Li Jingwen's eyes, it was a devilish whisper. As soon as Qin Shen left, her friends immediately surrounded Li Jingwen. "Jingwen, Qin Shen is encouraging you. Why don't you go after him?" "Yeah, didn't you encourage Qin Shen like this before? Put in more effort, and you can become a woman with sequence abilities." Qin Shen awakening sequence abilities is much stronger than Zhou Yang. The admonitions of her girlfriends, like the tentacles extended by the terrifying god Qin Shen, continued to toy with his already shattered spirit. "No!" Li Jingwen shouted, and amidst her friend's shock, she ran out. "Jingwen! Where are you going, Jingwen? Don't worry, she must be going after Qin Shen." "Oh, makes sense. If Li Jingwen marries Qin Shen, can we benefit from it? I think so. After all, we still hold so many secrets about Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang being together. If she dares to treat us badly, we'll tell Qin Shen." "Makes sense. Hee, good times ahead." Qin Shen glanced at the time. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning. The cafeteria was open. So after leaving the classroom, instead of going directly to the library, he went to the cafeteria to fill his stomach first. The cafeteria always served breakfast, but Qin Shen had never tasted it before. According to the rules of Juan School, students only had free lunch and dinner at school. As for the luxury of having breakfast in the cafeteria, it was only provided at the teacher and school leader's service window. However, today, he could also go and taste it. Qin Shen walked into the cafeteria, where many teachers and school leaders were already seated in groups, discussing the topic of him breaking the record. When they saw Qin Shen coming in, the teachers' conversations immediately stopped, and they quietly watched him. The incident of Qin Shen knocking out the grade director at the school gate had spread. So in the eyes of the teachers, there was no longer disdain and annoyance towards this orphan, but rather fear. A teacher with glasses stood up and walked towards Qin Shen with a smile. "Qin, you are the pride of our class. What would you like to eat? Let me order for you." This polite teacher was Qin Shen's homeroom teacher. Because Qin Shen was a poor orphan, he had no ability to give gifts to teachers, and no one to support him at home. The homeroom teacher turned a blind eye and placed him in the farthest corner by the window. So, watching this homeroom teacher rushing to flatter him, Qin Shen found it particularly amusing. He didn't have the patience to chat with this unfamiliar homeroom teacher. "Get lost." Qin Shen coldly threw out a sentence and went to the food counter. The homeroom teacher seemed unwilling to miss the opportunity to curry favor with this student with sequence abilities. Despite the disdainful looks from other colleagues, he took a few steps forward. "Qin, the teacher didn't do well before." Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Shen grabbed a plate and swung it at his face. Clang, with a crisp sound of the head hitting metal, the homeroom teacher fell to the side. "If I patiently reason with you and you don't understand, then don't blame me." Other teachers swallowed nervously, fearing Qin Shen's violence. Qin Shen said he would patiently reason with him? What did you say? Just a get lost word? This also counts as patiently reasoning? For his respected homeroom teacher, the hard-working gardener, a get lost word was already Qin Shen's most patient and reasonable way of expression. Although the teachers sneered at Qin Shen's behavior, they didn't harbor much resentment. The situation of the underdog turning the tables after gaining power was something these teachers, who had lived from the pre-apocalyptic era to the post-apocalyptic era, were used to. In today's world, sequence ability users were like gods. After becoming a god, what was the point of being a god if they didn't unleash their wrath on ordinary people? However, Qin Shen was more direct and less concerned about saving face than others. In the eyes of the teachers, it was understandable why Qin Shen did this. After all, he was only 18 years old, still a teenager who had not experienced the harsh realities of society, and he acted straightforwardly. This was not a bad thing. It was better to deal with a true villain who slaps you in the face right away than to be manipulated to death by a false gentleman who gives you hope. Qin Shen stood in front of the cafeteria window where the plump aunt who always gave him extra food was already so startled that she dropped the ladle in her hand. "Auntie, please prepare 3 breakfasts for me to go." In the cafeteria, only school leaders were allowed to use disposable takeout boxes. Now, Qin Shen also had this small privilege, even without anyone's permission. Oh, okay, I'll pack it for you right away. The aunt hurriedly picked up the ladle from the floor, scooped a spoonful of rice, only to realize she forgot to wash it, apologized quickly, and then took a new ladle. When the aunt finished scooping the food and forced a smile to hand it to Qin Shen, he smiled slightly. "Auntie, you don't need to panic, I appreciate your kindness." Then, Qin Shen turned to the teachers in the cafeteria and said, "There is something I hope you can help me convey to the principal." Qin Shen originally wanted to talk to the principal in person, but the principal should be at the school gate now, next to the grade director whom Qin Shen had knocked out, watching the doctor treat his injuries, so he might not have time. Asking other teachers in the cafeteria to pass on the message should be fine. I believe that as the only school on the edge of the safe zone, Juan School, which integrates 12 years of elementary, middle, and high school education, the most important thing is not to cultivate talents, but to nurture virtues. Qin Shen's official-sounding opening shocked the other teachers. Is this still the student who would directly say "get lost" without hesitation? How could he say such mature words? Could he be schizophrenic? But no teacher dared to say it publicly. His homeroom teacher was still lying on the ground. Who would dare to provoke this new noble of the safe zone? Without good virtues, when our students leave the campus and enter society, they will inevitably receive education from society, and may even tarnish the reputation of our alma mater. This is not what our students want to see, nor is it what you teachers want to see. The teachers couldn't help but think to themselves that Qin Shen was quite skilled at speaking like an official, almost no different from the school leaders. If they didn't know better, they would have thought the principal was holding a meeting for the teachers. But why did Qin Shen say all this? Qin Shen paused for a moment and then said, "Where is the director of moral education?" Everyone looked at a middle-aged bald man with a face full of muscles. He stood up with a smile. "Qin, it's me." When he stood up, he almost stumbled. The smile on his face couldn't hide his nervousness. "You are the director of moral education. Do you think you are competent?" Well, he met Qin Shen's cold gaze and immediately understood Qin Shen's dissatisfaction with him, quickly self-criticizing, "I am not competent enough." Over the years, as the director of moral education, there have been many shortcomings, and I will definitely improve in the future. No need for the future. I have been at this school for 12 years, and I don't even know what the director of moral education looks like. I have a very bad temper now because the school's moral education work is not enough. Ultimately, it is also related to you. You should step down from the position of director of moral education and agree with my opinion, right? Qin Shen sounded like he was seeking opinions, but there was no room for negotiation. While speaking, he even deliberately kicked the homeroom teacher lying on the side, as if hinting at something. The director of moral education's face twisted into folds, but in the end, his attachment to the position could not overcome his fear of death, and he nodded, "Yes, I have not done well, I should step down from the position of director of moral education." Qin Shen nodded. To recognize one's mistakes and make corrections is always good. Regarding the director of moral education, I think Aunt Zhang, who serves meals in the cafeteria, is very suitable. She always encourages students while serving meals and pays special attention to students like me who come from poor families. Isn't leading by example the best way to promote moral education? Therefore, I want to nominate Aunt Zhang to become the new director of moral education at the school. Qin Shen stood alone, scanning all the teachers. Wherever his gaze fell, the teachers all avoided eye contact. I hope you can inform the principal. Otherwise, I'm afraid my temper will lead me to do something I shouldn't. Upon hearing this, the teachers immediately nodded, eager to send away this troublemaker. We will definitely inform the principal. Not only that, we also support Qin's opinion. Finally, the teachers understood that Qin Shen's actions were paving the way for Aunt Zhang to take on the role. Qin Shen had become a sequence ability user, someone beyond the law. His only restrictions were not to kill students and public officials. However, not all teachers in every school were public officials. In the one school, only the principal held a public position, while the other teachers were on teaching contracts. This meant that Qin Shen could freely eliminate one or two teachers, facing punishment only from the hunting gods. Of course, he couldn't go too far and massacre all the teachers in the school, as that would be seen as a threat to the safety of the security zone and result in severe punishment from the Sequenceability User Management Bureau. With the protection of his privileges, no teacher dared to oppose him. The principal had no reason to refuse Qin Shen's request for the position of Moral Education Director, because Qin Shen seemed like a madman. The principal had seen too many young students in their teens commit shocking crimes due to ignorance and fearlessness. He didn't dare to gamble on whether Qin Shen was a normal person or if he feared the laws of the security zone. As long as he could keep Qin Shen appeased, the principal would spare no effort. Qin Shen was satisfied with the teacher's response. He turned back, leaned into the cafeteria window, and looked at Aunt Zhang, who seemed puzzled. "Aunt Zhang, I have nominated you to be the director of moral education to the principal, and he should agree without any surprises. In the future, I hope you will continue to show me this kindness." Aunt Zhang hesitated and said, "But my family is not well off. I dropped out of junior high school to work, I have no education or knowledge, how can I be a leader?" "It's not that complicated. Aunt Zhang, in this rundown school on the edge of the security zone, there are only two rules for being a leader: either you lack conscience or you have connections." "Then you have a conscience." After Qin Shen finished speaking, he left with 3 boxed meals. Aunt Zhang was left holding a spoon, still trying to understand what had just happened. Qin Shen arrived at the library with the boxed meals and saw Teacher Zhu organizing the bookshelves and Wenshu studying at a desk. Wenshu had a faint smile on her face, seeming to be in a good mood. Teacher Zhu, on the other hand, looked at Qin Shen with a hint of complexity in her eyes. Qin Shen placed the boxed meals on the table, saying, "I got breakfast from the cafeteria." "Wenshu, Teacher Zhu, let's eat together." He even brought an extra meal for Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu was a rehired teacher and did not have the same benefits as regular teachers, so she couldn't have breakfast in the cafeteria and could only eat lunch and dinner at the student window. However, her income was the same as that of regular teachers. "I've already eaten." "I've eaten too." Qin Shen had intended to bring them breakfast and chat, but to his surprise, they had already eaten. "Alright, I'll eat by myself then. I'll take the remaining 2 meals with me." "Teacher Zhu, take a break, I'll clean up after I finish eating." "At your age, there's no need to be so diligent." Listening to Qin Shen's familiar way of speaking, Teacher Zhu felt that Qin Shen hadn't changed much since awakening his sequence ability. She was a little puzzled. "Xiao Qin, why do I feel like you are still the same as before?" "I've always been the same." "Then why did you hit Lu Changjong at the school gate?" "Oh, I just didn't like him, plus we had some friction before, so I gave him a punch when I saw him today." You are a good student, how could you hit a teacher?" Before Qin Shen could speak, Wenshu put down his exercise book and said slowly, "I actually think that hitting Lu Changjong is more like what a good student would do." Wenshu continued, "Teacher Zhu, besides you, how many substitute teachers do we have in our school? You better not worry about them. Is that how you see it, Xiaowen?" Teacher Zhu seemed to be witnessing a different side of Wenshu, not as obedient and with a bit of a temper. "Yes. For these people in the school, teachers are just ordinary professionals, how can they think of themselves as educators? But the teachers have been good to you. When I was in elementary school, my grades were average, I was often bullied, and no teacher stood up for me. Later, when my grades improved and there was hope of getting into college, they were willing to help me." Wenshu looked at Teacher Zhu with his clear eyes. "So, should I thank these teachers who seek personal gain, or should I thank myself for becoming outstanding?" Teacher Zhu was speechless at Wenshu's question. She lowered her head and thought, what he said seemed to make sense. Teachers are just professionals who make a living. Teaching is their job, nurturing is their duty. As long as they do their job well, why waste energy on students who can't pass exams and try to win their favor? "Well," Qin Shen gave a thumbs up, "no wonder you're the top student in our grade, you speak with depth. In my opinion, Teacher Zhu, you should take it easy and spend time with your granddaughter, no need to be in the library all day. Give me the keys, I'll take care of the library." Qin Shen opened his lunchbox, stuffed a giant duck wing into his mouth, and chewed noisily. As soon as it entered his mouth, a strong meaty aroma flooded in, brightening his eyes. "Damn, the breakfast the school teachers get from the cafeteria tastes much better than lunch and dinner. No wonder the teachers are so happy eating in the school cafeteria. The food at the staff window and the student window are totally different. The cafeteria chef isn't incapable of cooking, he just doesn't want to cook good food for the students. I really want to punch the cafeteria chef. Oh well, I'm just a freeloader, why complain so much?" How can someone begging for food still have the nerve to complain about the food being bad? Teacher Zhu had been a teacher at Juan school and knew the taste of the cafeteria breakfast, but Wen Shu probably hadn't tried it. Qin Shen's mouth was full of food, making it hard for him to speak. He hummed at Wen Shu. Wen Shu looked up in confusion, saw Qin Shen excitedly pointing at his lunchbox, and then wildly giving a thumbs up, apparently praising the taste. Qin Shen swallowed the delicious food forcefully. Try it. The taste is really good. Much better than the cafeteria lunch and dinner. The breakfast at the cafeteria staff window is indeed very good. Teacher Zhu also agreed. Hearing both of them recommend it, Wen Shu put down his pen, sat down, and opened a lunchbox. He picked up a piece of black and white rabbit fish meat and put it in his mouth. Wen Shu's eyes immediately lit up with delight. It's really delicious. I didn't lie to you. This is from the staff window. I eat it casually. I brought a portion for you and Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu, don't eat at home. It's a waste of money. I'll pack some extra every day. Take it home for your granddaughter to eat. Don't let her always eat the leftovers from the student window. Teacher Zhu smiled. Okay. Qin Shen asked again, by the way, why didn't Jollywen come to the library to study today? Does he not need to study anymore? Wen Shu chuckled. He was scared off by you. Me? He came to the library before you arrived, solemnly apologized to me, said he underestimated the situation, delayed our relationship, asked me to convey his apologies, and hoped you wouldn't take it to heart. Qin Shen smirked. This Xiao young master retreats quickly. I haven't had a chance to find him, but he came to apologize first. He's someone who knows the current situation. Teacher Zhu tidied up the bookshelves and said, you even hit a teacher at the school gate. He wouldn't dare to provoke you, the living Yama. Stop cleaning up, you're still busy at your age. I'll finish soon, let me do it. Teacher Zhu, whether sad or contemplative, actually listened and put down the books in her hands, sitting on a nearby chair, sighing. Well, you've grown up. Your words are like those of adults now. Seeing you two good kids grow up, I feel very gratified. You speak as if you're about to leave yourself. Qin Shen joked, but noticed that Teacher Zhu didn't respond. Both he and Wen Shu found it strange, looking up to see Teacher Zhu's face looking bitter. No, Teacher Zhu, you wouldn't. Teacher Zhu waved her hand, an old ailment that can't be cured. Don't worry, everyone has their fate. I've lived almost like this in my life. Your future is still long, live well. What's the matter with you? Tell me. Stomach cancer, untreatable. Advanced stomach cancer? Teacher Zhu shook her head. No, mid-stage. But it's near the safe zone. There are no hospitals that can perform stomach cancer surgery, and I can't afford the hospitals that can. Probably hold on for a few more years, then it's time to go. I've lived longer than my husband, seen a lot in this life, no regrets. Despite her comforting words, Teacher Zhu's voice still trembled. Qin Shen only now realized that the kind and smiling Teacher Zhu had long been suffering from cancer. Despite knowing Teacher Zhu for so long, he had never seen any signs of worry about her illness. Teacher Zhu took a deep breath again. Alright, let's not talk about this, it's making everyone feel uneasy. Matters of life and death should be taken lightly. No, I was planning to talk to the education department leaders, get you an official position, you can't just leave like this. Teacher Zhu was first surprised, then smiled gratefully. I appreciate your intention, but I'm not cut out for that. I managed to make An Zhang from the cafeteria the director of moral education. You can become a public servant in the education department, it's nothing. Ha! This is favoritism, isn't it? Although Aunt Zhang is nice, but Xiaoyu, what you're doing is not right. This is not favoritism, it's favoring the capable. Teacher Zhu, it's the end of the world now, there are not so many moral standards. The officials near the safe zone are all like tigers and wolves, climbing up through relatives or their own awakened sequences. Where are the capable ones? When Shu chimed in, I agree. With your character, taking a position in the education department would be a blessing for the students. Think about it, it's been 10 years since the end of the world, there are over 100 universities for sequence ability users, yet the Safe Haven School still doesn't have courses on end-of-the-world awareness and sequence cognition. Isn't that a failure of the education department? If you take a position in the education department, just by performing normally, you'll be better than 99% of public servants. Amid Qin Shen and Wen Shu's praises, Teacher Zhu felt a bit embarrassed. She smiled kindly. I am content as long as I have the approval of you two good children. This illness is indeed beyond anyone's control, so don't worry. Wen Shu glanced at Qin Shen, who was focused on his meal and remained silent. If the solitary Qin Shen could feel a hint of human warmth in this world, it must be from Teacher Zhu. As long as he desired this position of working and studying diligently, Teacher Zhu would always keep it for him. Other parents of students also gave gifts to Teacher Zhu, hoping to secure the position for their own children. However, Teacher Zhu was firm: if your child is an orphan, then he can switch with Qin Chen. Otherwise, forget about it. Even in the post-apocalyptic world, in the dilapidated outskirts of the safe zone, there were still people like Teacher Zhu. Therefore, Qin Chen truly hoped for a positive outcome for such a good person as Teacher Zhu. But how to treat cancer? How much money would it require? He was not sure. It seemed he would have to go online again tonight to check at the Godslayer camp. Qin Chen did not boast because he was unsure of his current abilities and whether he could help Teacher Zhu through this difficult time. After dinner, he began tidying up the library books. However, once he got up from his chair, he never sat back down. There were a lot of students coming to the library today. To be more specific, there were a lot of female students coming to the library today. Qin, can I borrow this book? Qin, my foundation is weak. Do you have any recommended study guides? Qin, I have many light-up books at home. Do you want to read them together tonight? Qin Shen's quiet working life in the library was disrupted by a group of very proactive and attractive female classmates. Due to the noise, Wenshu borrowed a workbook and went to study elsewhere. Wenshu was the target that all the girls aspired to be and also the subject of covert criticism. When Wenshu was sitting here, her excellent student demeanor made them feel somewhat inferior and restrained. After Wenshu left the library, they became even more unrestrained and launched a full-scale attack on Qin Chen. Seeing that Qin Chen did not make any excessive moves, they realized that he might not act towards them like he did towards the great director, so they became even bolder. With bare shoulders and lifted skirts, they engaged in playful antics. Some girls even accidentally bumped into Qin Chen while unbuttoning their shirts, leaving him speechless. Qin Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was how a sequence ability user was treated among ordinary people. If previously knocking down the grade director and class teacher at will was to assert his status, then this encounter in the library was about others acknowledging his status. Compared to using force to assert oneself, being admired and recognized by others was more enjoyable. In his 2 lifetimes, Qin Chen had never seen so many girls actively pursuing him, giving him a taste of being a former idol. If it were an ordinary 18-year-old high school student, suddenly becoming wealthy and inexperienced, they might still be infatuated with these superficial admirers. Teacher Zhu, on the side, sighed repeatedly, fearing that Qin Chen would lose himself and sink into it. But they didn't know that Qin Chen had killed people. More than one person. His heart had become extremely calm after shedding blood multiple times. These girls were just too ordinary, and any involvement with them would be a burden. They were neither suitable life partners nor physical havens for him. They couldn't even be considered as pink skeletons. In Qin Chen's eyes, they were nothing but emptiness. Qin Chen believed even more that a better life was on the horizon. So, with a smile on his face, he calmly said to the girls hovering around him, "Get lost." The girls were stunned for a moment, subconsciously looking at Qin Chen's face, only to find him expressionless, completely different from before. In an instant, they understood the fear their grade director had felt earlier that morning and immediately moved away from Qin Chen. Qin Chen chuckled, "Not bad, after all. It's easier to communicate with someone of the same age than with my homeroom teacher." However, the girls felt a chilling coldness from Qin Chen's smile. Qin Chen walked out of the library through the path the girls cleared for him. At the door, he said to Teacher Zhu, "Teacher, I'll come back after school in the afternoon. You can have this breakfast when you're hungry." "Okay." Teacher Zhu, seeing that Qin Chen was unaffected, nodded with a smile. Qin Chen was about to pick up the lunchbox left over from his meal with Wenshu, but he found the table empty, indicating that Wenshu had thrown away the trash when she left. Qin Chen muttered, "Remember to be polite." "Exactly." Teacher Zhu, upon hearing Qin Chen praise Wenshu, immediately joined in. Wenshu is good at studying, has good conduct, is kind, and has ideas, unlike others. With that, she glanced at the girls who had been making noise in the library for a long time. Qin Chen nodded. She does have ideas. In other aspects, Qin Chen did not understand. But Wenshu was a girl with her own ideas, something Qin Chen strongly agreed with. He still remembered the night when Wenshu had taught him a lesson in getting rid of the evidence after being chased by Li Jingwen's uncle and a group of thugs. "Alright, I'm leaving, don't tire yourself out." "Oh, okay." After leaving the library, Qin Chen did not return to the classroom but found a secluded place with no one around, took out his phone, and called Director Qian. "Hello, Director Qian, sorry to bother you. Are you free? I'd like to have a chat with you." "Oh, Xiao Qin, what's up?" "Well, I have a friend who has cancer, and I wanted to ask if there are any treatment options." Director Qian was taken aback. "Your friend? A sequence ability user?" "No, just a regular person." "You have regular friends too?" "Regular people can be friends, of course. Everyone is born a regular person. That's not unreasonable. If you have money, you can send them to the hospital for treatment. If I had money, I wouldn't be calling you. So, you want to know about special ways for sequence ability users? Exactly. Generally speaking, if we sequence ability users need treatment, there are two methods. Go on. The first is to hunt down gods outside the safe zone, then exchange them for money at the management bureau and use the money for hospital treatment. The second is to find a sequence ability user with the doctor sequence to help you. However, the cost is usually higher. I've heard of the doctor sequence before, but it seems very rare and hard to find. You're right about that. Basically, all doctor sequence ability users work in the most luxurious hospitals in the safe zone, specifically catering to the upper class. Ordinary people rarely get to see them. So, it seems like my only option is to hunt down gods outside the safe zone. But I've just awakened my sequence and joined the god hunting team. I'm afraid I'm not well prepared. What kind of friend is this? Making you value them so much, willing to kill gods to help them get treatment? A kind person who has looked out for me. A kind person? Sheen, are you joking with me? What kind of person is worth so much effort from you? The most useless thing in this world is a kind person. Director Chien, this matter is subjective. We are just cooperating on some things. It doesn't mean all our beliefs have to align, right? Alright, fair point. But going to hunt down gods now might also be a good thing for you. How so? Have you not taken the assessment for post-college entrance exam sequence ability yet, right? Yes, that's right. Then you can use the points from hunting down gods to gain more favor in the assessment, get more opportunities for college admissions. Even if you enter university, there are many students with points from hunting down gods, and many benefits. These are all strict regulations of the United Government. You can check on the Sequence Education forum. Can it be done like this? Okay, I understand. I will pay attention. Thank you for your help, Chief Chien. Well, it's nothing. Chien asked, throwing his phone on the table, muttering Qin Chen's words. Save a good person? Good person. This word, indeed, hasn't been heard for many years, and it's a bit sad. Ah, who is born wanting to be a bad person? At this moment, Xian's phone rang again. Hello, Xiaotang, what's up? Oh, the ones causing trouble in front of the bureau chief the other day were just ordinary people? Then why hesitate, just kill them all. Okay, that's it for now. Hanging up the phone, Xian asked himself with a self-deprecating smile, a good person, I'm afraid I can't be one. Qin Shen hung up the phone and decided to go to the internet cafe to check the forum after school. Wait, there seems to be a computer in the principal's office? Yes, there should be. After all, the principal is a public official. If there is no computer, how would they receive documents from the United Government? As for the advantage of hiding the address on Wang Defa's warehouse computer, it was greatly reduced after he openly revealed his identity as a sequence ability user and registered as one. Since he had already revealed his identity, there was no need to sneak around to access the Godslayer camp and Sequence Education forums. In that case, why not go to the principal's office? Just this morning, didn't the principal invite him over? Qin Shen walked with light steps towards the principal's office. The principal had just returned to the office from the medical room, wiping the sweat off his shiny bald head with a towel. Ah, so busy. I don't know how this Lu Cheng offended him, got hit for no reason. This kid Qin Shen just awakened his sequence ability, has a bit of a hot temper, must not provoke him. In order to give Xiao Zhang a position as the moral education director, he even beat the class teacher. Ah, I'm fed up with him. I'll arrange for Xiao Zhang to be the moral education director next week. After today's incident, I don't even want to hope to make friends with Qin Shen and help me absolve myself of guilt, just hope to smoothly send him off to graduation, but don't let anything go wrong. Principal Li, I'm here. Qin Shen greeted, pushing open the office door directly. The principal's eyes first showed some despair, then immediately put on a welcoming smile. Oh, little student Qin, why are you here? Right, about Aunt Zhang's matter. I've already started working on it. Today, it will be settled today. Thank you, principal. By the way, I came today with some other things I want to ask for your help. Tell me, if I can help, I will. I'm supposed to take the assessment for sequence ability users after the college entrance exam, but I don't know anything about it. You also know, my family's financial situation is not good. I don't have money to go to the internet cafe. So, I want to borrow the desktop computer in your office. What do you think? Ah. Principal Li was stunned for a moment, not sure how to respond. But Qin Shen didn't seem to mind and sat directly next to Principal Li. Qin student, you. Principal Li, our school's moral education work has not been done well for many years, causing me to have a relatively hot temper. You also don't want me to cause any trouble before graduation, right? Xin Shen is a sequence ability user. Even if he kills a teacher, there won't be any blame. But as the principal, Li Tianming, he would be held accountable by the United Government for campus security issues. In the school, an unprecedented sequential ability user emerged. Li Tianming thought it was the beginning of a new chapter, only to realize he was facing a ruthless king in this heartless post-apocalyptic world. Li Tianming wanted to say something, but looking at Xin Shen's somewhat lawless appearance, he swallowed his words. You can use it, but only for internet access, nothing else. Okay. Xin Shen skillfully opened the Sequential Education Forum and searched for information on the Sequential Ability User Assessment for the college entrance examination. Li Tianming sighed and didn't want to look at Xin Shen any longer. He left the principal's office and found a quiet place to rest. Xin Shen clicked on a post marked as Essential, Guide for Sequential Ability Users in the College Entrance Examination. Sequential ability users do not need to take the college entrance examination. There is a separate assessment method. The assessment will comprehensively evaluate the sequential abilities, on-site performance, and future potential of the sequential ability users, and then assign a score. After receiving this score, students can log into the Sequential University Application Interface, submit their scores and resume to apply to schools. The admitted schools will send acceptance letters to the students. Generally speaking, the scores for sequences range from low to high. Useless sequences, such as soft body, common sequences, such as insomnia, law enforcement sequences, such as scented person and undead, combat sequences, such as warrior and shadow assassin, special sequences, extremely rare and uniquely skilled sequences, such as mimicry. Xin Shen carefully examined the 5 levels of sequences and found that Qian Wenda's mimicry was actually the highest level of special sequence. He couldn't help but look at Director Qian with more respect. Director Qian, the more you know, the more astonishing it is. Xin Shen sincerely exclaimed. Indeed, those who could rise to a high position in important departments in this life or the previous life were not simple people. He continued reading the post. There is a special situation where one can be exempt from the assessment, which is having a record of hunting down gods. The points earned from hunting down gods can be used in place of assessment scores, along with one's resume, to apply to universities. The Education Department has records of all awakened sequential ability students. Whenever a student earns points from hunting gods, it will be updated in the database, which all university admissions officers can access. Generally, when a student's god hunting points exceed a certain value, universities will proactively contact them and propose admission conditions. Is this even possible? Xin Shen, thinking about the super combat abilities granted by his God Eater sequence, felt his blood boil with excitement. Does this mean he has a chance to enter the best university? In his previous life, Xin Shen had average academic performance and could only attend an ordinary university after the college entrance examination. This life, he felt like he might have a chance to enter the top schools within the safe zone. The post also explained the pros and cons of universities. The quality of a sequential university is a crucial factor that sets apart sequential users and marks a turning point in their lives. A good sequential university has the best learning environment and ample educational resources. There are numerous high-level sequences, experienced in combat and research, as mentors. The living and dining conditions are top-notch, and there are plenty of scholarships available, so outstanding students don't have to worry about tuition fees. Outstanding alumni, promising classmates, will provide a solid support for your future progress. Whether you choose to battle gods, work for the United Government, or engage in sequential ability-related research, these are extremely valuable resources. Therefore, if possible, strive to enter a higher-ranked sequential university. Otherwise, you will regret it for a lifetime. Just by reading the descriptions, Xin Shen was filled with longing for excellent sequential universities. This life's universities were somewhat different from the previous one. After graduating in the previous life and entering society, success mainly depended on individual abilities and background, with less influence from alumni resources. But in this life, it is a world of fighting against the gods and establishing a new order. It has only been 10 years since the end of the world arrived, and the various classes in the safe zones have only existed for 10 years, still in the process of re-establishing order. The main circles, I'm afraid, have not yet taken shape. If you want to seize the opportunity at this time, you must strive to sit in the VIP seats, which means entering an excellent sequence university. According to the post, even if Xin Shen is an orphan, a poor person, it doesn't matter much because sequence ability is the hard currency of the end times. As long as your sequence ability is strong enough, there will be circles willing to accommodate you. He then opened the God-slaying forum to check the rewards for hunting down gods. Hunting down gods can earn you money rewards, sequence magic potion rewards, and god hunting points, all provided by the United Government. Specifically, for each god hunting that earns a god hunting point, you can receive 1,000 copper coins and resources equivalent to 1/10 of a sequence magic potion. When hunting in a group, the distribution will be based on the results of the members' own discussions. When hunting gods alone, you can earn double god hunting points. However, the Sequence Ability Management Bureau does not advocate solo combat, emphasizing the need for cooperation in hunting gods. This rule is established to select the strongest human god hunters, leading the future human counterattack. The way to earn points is to hunt down a god and cut off a part containing the god's mark, with detailed explanations provided in the post. In the event of death while hunting gods, compensation will be provided to the family of the sequence ability holder according to their sequence level. If there are no family members and the sequence ability holder dies in a team hunt, the compensation can also be distributed to other team members. Distribute to other team members? Shin didn't understand the significance of this rule being added, feeling that something was off. As a sequence ability holder, killing ordinary people would not have a significant impact. But if my teammate's family only has him as a sequence ability holder, can I kill his entire family, then kill him to usurp his death compensation? With this rule, isn't it encouraging internal strife? Is this one of the survival rules of the end-time safe zone? There are still many things that Shin doesn't understand at all. Shin has not yet joined a god hunting team, but through the introduction post, he already sensed a hint of blood. At this moment, he noticed a red number, 157, on his Sequence Ability Forum account avatar. Curiously, he clicked to check and found that he had received 157 internal messages. Hey little brother, your Phantom Assassin sequence is exactly what our team needs, and our team is all women, lacking a manly presence to lead. You are the perfect fit. Join us in hunting gods, we will take good care of you. Hey Chin, your sequence is exactly what we urgently need, come join our god hunting team. Our team has been established for 2 years, with almost no member turnover, ensuring a high level of safety. Shin, your Phantom Assassin sequence can complement our team's offensive capabilities. With restoration and armor sequence ability holders in our team, we can ensure your safety during god hunts. Please join us. Shin glanced through them, receiving invitations from 157 god hunting teams, making his head spin. As he browsed through the invitations, he received 2 more invitations to join god hunting teams. They say Phantom Assassin is in demand, looks like it's true. My goodness, so many teams want me? But how to choose a god hunting team? Shin's first reaction was to ask for advice from Chen Wendao. But then he thought about it. Chen Wendao was too clever. He didn't want to get too close to him, nor did he want Chen Wendao to see his ignorant side. When dealing with smart people, one should feign ignorance, and when dealing with fools, one should show timidity. This is the experience that Shin has summarized in his 2 lifetimes. If everything is troublesome to Chen Wendao, it will only make him think he is foolish and gradually alienate himself. He searched the forum and found no posts on how to select the hunting god team. Perhaps there were some, but they were deleted by the administrators. This also indicates that the experience of selecting the hunting god team is information that cannot be made public. Why can't it be made public? Shin knew he couldn't delve deeper and could only spend time and effort to understand it himself. At that moment, a beep 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 sound suddenly rang out. It was because Li Tianming had forgotten to turn off the ball when he left. Curiosity drove Shin to open the chat box, which contained a message from a user named Ting Ting. Tianming GE, I miss you, will you accompany me tonight? She said, sending an unsightly video as well. Shin watched the entire video with a judgmental look, then clicked the close button and downloaded the video. But when he opened the folder with the downloaded videos, he was stunned. There were so many? Although there were many, they were not chaotic because Li Tianming had thoughtfully labeled each video in detail. Many of them even featured Li Tianming himself. Shin was stunned. This Li Tianming, isn't he just an ordinary principal? How could there be so many videos like this? It seems like the female lead keeps changing. Shin thought of something and immediately opened the section on sequence ability users information, entering Li Tianming. Over 20 people with the same name and surname immediately popped up. Shin carefully selected one with a strikingly similar appearance to Li Tianming but much younger and with flowing long hair. Indeed, the only reason someone would be popular with the opposite sex in this world is being a sequence ability user. Li Tianming was also a sequence ability user. However, despite being a principal for so many years, it seemed that no students knew about this. Li Tianming was quite handsome when he was young. Now he has a big belly and balding. Truly time is ruthless. When he opened Li Tianming's personal information, the first 2 lines immediately caught his eye. Li Tianming, sequence shaman, due to a fatal mistake in the 14121 area, resulting in the deaths of dozens of people, he was transferred from the Education Bureau and is currently serving as the principal of one school. Qin Shen was so shocked by Li Tianming's information that he was speechless for a moment. Principal Li killed dozens of people? Killed dozens of people and still got appointed as a principal? How ruthless of a background does he have? Qin Shen suddenly felt that when he was talking to the principal just now, his voice seemed a bit too loud, failing to show the respect due to a teacher. Forget it, I won't come here again in the future. I'll go bully the soft persimmons over at Wang Defa's place. The principal is not someone to mess with. He closed the video, marked Ting Ting's messages unread, deleted the downloaded video, and prepared to leave the office while Li Tianming was away. He also planned to avoid meeting Li Tianming in the future. Just as he was about to get up, the office door opened, and Li Tianming, with his belly protruding, came back from outside holding a thermos cup. Seeing Qin Shen seemingly about to stand up from his seat, he smiled and said, "Finished checking, ready to leave?" "Yes, thank you for letting me use the computer. I've found the information I wanted to know." The principal then walked to Qin Shen's side, looking at the clean desktop and the bouncing ball icon in the lower right corner. He placed the mouse over it, revealing an unread message from Ting Ting. The principal frowned slightly, looking somewhat guilty at Qin Shen, who smiled and said, "You want to chat with someone, right? I'll leave now. Spying on others' privacy is not a good behavior." "Yes, you can go. Goodbye, principal." Qin Shen left his seat and hadn't even reached the door when he heard Li Tianming's voice. "Since you've seen it, don't leave just yet. Sit down and chat for a while." Qin Shen was taken aback. "I didn't see anyone else's chat history with you, principal." "What are you talking about?" Li Tianming pulled out a chair next to him and patted the back of the chair. "Ting Ting sent me 4 or 5 new messages, but only one unread message was displayed despite the avatar flashing. Did you read them and then set them as unread again?" Qin Shen was secretly shocked, never expecting a slip-up would be noticed by Li Tianming. "Sit down, let's chat." Completely different from the helpless expression of the principal just now, Li Tianming at this moment exuded a sense of solemnity, a hint of authority. If Qin Shen didn't know he was the principal, he might even think his status was similar to Qian Wenda's official position. However, knowing that Li Tianming was a dangerous individual, why would Qin Shen still approach him? Even if he was discovered, so what? This was Li Tianming's scandal, nothing to do with Qin Shen. Even if Li Tianming didn't let him leave, he still opened the office door and prepared to go. At that moment, he suddenly lost control of his body. His feet seemed glued to the ground, unable to move an inch. He looked down and saw that the ragged pants and worn-out shoes he had just cleaned were covered in mud. This mud, like arms, tightly bound his legs and feet, causing him to panic. "Qin, come back and have a seat." Qin Shen turned around and saw a colorful mask suddenly appear on Li Tianming's face, exactly like the one that flashed on Roylina's face in the woods that night. Li Tianming dared to use sequence skills on himself? It's worth noting that the shaman is a very powerful support sequence, and the skill Earth Shackles is a means of controlling gods that countless hunting squads desperately need. Using skills on sequence ability users in a safe zone is a very dangerous provocation signal. If the Management Bureau found out, they would definitely question Li Tianming. Just as Qin Shen was about to warn him, Li Tianming said, "Are you thinking of reporting me to the Management Bureau for using skills in the safe zone? Go ahead and report me. My position has already hit rock bottom. I have no demands. Since you've seen my chat history, you should have also seen my videos and probably discovered my sequence identity. So, I believe I have no more false masks in front of you and can have an open conversation. Why should I chat with you? Wait a moment." Bang bang, 2 palm-sized ravens suddenly appeared out of thin air and flew to the door, closing the office door. Qin Shen narrowed his eyes, already in a defensive posture. 2 skills. Is your sequence level 2? No, the small beast spirit summoned just now is a level 3 skill. Just then, a wooden pillar inscribed with totem symbols suddenly emerged from the office floor, and Qin Shen instantly felt empowered. This origin totem is a level 2 skill. Qin Shen widened his eyes. "You're a level 3 sequence ability user?" In the Godslayer camp, Qin Shen had seen the classification of sequence ability user levels. The vast majority of sequence ability users are level 1. Those who reach level 2 often have rich combat experience or public service experience. If they come from a hunting squad background, being level 2 qualifies them to lead most hunting squads as team leaders, guiding members to hunt and kill gods. If they come from a public service background, being level 2 allows them to rise above the lowest level, gaining a foothold in the power structure of the United Government. As for level 3 sequence ability users, they were not mentioned in the Godslayer camp, because they were too rare. To advance from sequence level 1 to sequence level 2, only 5 bottles of sequence magic potion are needed. However, to advance from sequence level 2 to sequence level 3, 30 bottles of sequence magic potion are required. One bottle of sequence magic potion requires 10 hunter points, or the corresponding government merit points. Qin Shen is not familiar with how to obtain merit points, but he knows about hunter points. This means that even if he were to earn double points alone, he would still need to hunt down 5 deities. If in a team, the earned god hunting points are even fewer, probably requiring the killing of 50 deities to exchange for one bottle. 30 bottles of sequence magic potion are undoubtedly a staggering number. Of course, with years of effort in hunting down deities, as long as one does not die, there is still hope to break through to level 3 sequence. However, it has only been 5 years since the awakening of the first sequence ability user. It is extremely difficult to achieve the merits of gathering 30 bottles of sequence magic potion in just 5 years. Moreover, he remembers that Li Tianming was appointed as the principal of Juan School nearly 2 years ago, during the second semester of his high school freshman year. This means that he only took 3 years to complete the advancement from sequence awakening to level 3 sequence ability. The principal who is now smiling at Qin Shen is not like him, a chosen one with a special sequence. He can only receive sequence magic potions from the management bureau in an orderly manner. It can be said that his promotion speed is comparable to riding a rocket. Qin Shen was dumbfounded. Who on earth is this Li Tianming, with a big belly and a smile on his face? In the end, Qin Shen still sat down, because Li Tianming had no reason to kill him, nor the ability to do so. If he were to resort to violence, he was confident that even if Li Tianming was a level 3 sequence shaman, it would only take one move to end him. Let's see what Li Tianming has to say. Li Tianming took off his glasses. Without the glasses covering his eyes, his slightly squinted eyes instantly became sharp and full of stories. Qin Shen, I have revealed everything about myself in the hope that you can trust me and not think that I have any ulterior motives in approaching you. If it's not for any ulterior motives, why talk to me? Well, you're right. What I mean is, I have no intention of harming you. On the contrary, I can help you. Help me? How? I can provide you with opportunities to hunt down deities and assistance in entering university. You are a phantom assassin in the sequence, right? This sequence is very suitable for combat. You can hunt down deities outside the safe zone, earn god hunting points, which will not only help you apply for university but also have a profound impact on your future. More importantly, you can earn money by hunting down deities to cover your university tuition. You should know that university tuition is not cheap. Many students end up giving up their admission notices because they don't have enough tuition fees. Give up admission notices? The Sequence Education Forum clearly states that universities provide scholarships to outstanding and needy students, right? Li Tianming smiled. Qin, there's a saying, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Have you heard of it? Why should scholarships be given to you and not to others? Just because you study a little better, come from a difficult background? Does the safe zone lack just one sequence user like you? Schools are not charity facilities. After the apocalypse, the schools built all have a lot of interests involved, and it's very complicated inside. If you want a scholarship, you have to pay a price. As for what the price is, it's hard to say. Alright, I understand. Qin Shen thought that universities in this world, similar to the previous one, would provide assistance to students from poor families. Looking at the forum, there are many scholarships for excellent universities that can cover personal living expenses and tuition fees, so he didn't pay much attention to this matter. After Li Tianming spoke, he immediately understood that things were not as simple as he had thought. Principal, why do you know so much about Sequence University? At your age, you shouldn't have had the chance to attend Sequence University. Li Tianming leaned back, resting against the chair back. I used to be the vice dean of a certain university. Vice dean? Yes. Later, due to false accusations, I was transferred to this despicable place to serve as the principal. So, as I said, my sequencing ability can help you hunt down gods. My past experiences can help you get into university. You need my help, just as I need yours. Qin Shen shook his head. Principal, I appreciate your words, but it seems I don't actually need your help. Don't need it? Li Tianming smiled meaningfully. Forget the distant past, aren't you supposed to be thinking about how to earn points to hunt gods now? The sequence of the Phantom Assassin is highly sought after. Once you register, many people will come looking to team up with you. Do you know which team to choose? Qin Shen lowered his head slightly, scrutinizing the smiling Li Tianming. He clearly hadn't seen his browsing history, yet he knew the dilemma Qin Shen was facing. Truly an experienced old fox. Compared to his past life, the current world was more complex and chaotic. But the one thing that remained unchanged was that those in power were not fools. Olive was like that, Shen Wendao was like that, and Li Tianming was like that too. Each person had left a deep impression in Qin Shen's memory, making him unable to be arrogant as a reborn individual. In 2 lifetimes, he still didn't have the confidence to come out unscathed when dealing with these cunning experts. Sheen, you don't need to be afraid. I just happen to have more information than you, which allows me to make educated guesses. As your mentor, providing guidance for you is only natural. We can select a suitable hunting team for you. When necessary, I can even assist you in hunting gods outside the safe zone. Wait. Qin Chen interrupted Li Tianming's speech. Principal Li, you said something that resonated with me. There's no such thing as a free lunch. I already know how you can help me. Now I want to know what you need to do. Li Tianming nodded, no longer emphasizing his strengths, and gave Qin Chen a deep look. I want you to help me clear my name. Because of this groundless accusation, I lost my position, my rights, and my wife left me. I hope you can help me turn the tables. Help you turn the tables? Me? Qin Chen pointed at himself in disbelief, wondering how Li Tianming came up with that statement. Li Tianming, a sequence level 3 ability user, was obediently serving as the principal at the Safe Haven School. Did he really think Qin Chen, a high school senior, could help him clear his name? Principal Li, if that's the case, then I'm afraid I can't help. As a high school student who has just awakened his sequencing ability, although I may be a bit arrogant, I'm not so clueless. I won't get involved in something even you can't handle. Goodbye. There was no need for Qin Chen to continue the conversation with Li Tianming. He stood up to leave. However, his legs were once again immobilized, preventing him from leaving. Principal Li, using these tactics to keep me here is pointless. Once your skills wear off, I will still leave. Li Tianming sighed. You are indeed a clever person, much smarter than I thought. There was something strange before that I found puzzling. I kept wondering if I was overthinking it. How could a 17-year-old high school senior have so many secrets? Now it seems it's not my problem after all. Qin Chen's heart tightened, unsure of what Li Tianming was about to say. Principal Li, what do you mean? My ex-wife is also a sequence ability user. Coincidentally, she, like you, is a phantom assassin sequence. But there's one difference between her and you. When she's entangled by my earthbind skill, she loses all control, unable to say a word. Li Tianming lifted his head at this point, locking eyes with Qin Chen. Unlike you, not only can you speak freely, but even the upper half of your body is unaffected. Qin Chen remained expressionless, but his heart was starting to panic. Damn it, he overlooked it. He only paid attention to the similarity between his phantom assassin sequence ability and his own, making it easier to conceal his identity. But he never thought about how he would react when other sequence ability users used their skills on him. The key is, there are no posts like this shared on the forum. Skills are meant for hunting gods, who would test them on others. However, it was precisely due to this lack of experience that Qin Chen once again found himself in a dangerous situation. But now, he couldn't show weakness, he had to insist that he was a phantom assassin. Qin Chen said, Principal Li, I don't understand what you mean. My sequence was assessed by the Bureau and there is relevant proof. Perhaps it's because there are certain differences in physical qualities between me and your ex-wife. I thought so too. Li Tianming stood up. The physical qualities of different sequence ability users vary, so the reaction to the same skill also differs. So I'm just speculating now, it's not certain. I wonder if there was an error in registering your sequence with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. Of course, this is just my personal opinion, you don't have to take it to heart. Li Tianming's tone was friendly, yet carried a hint of threat. Qin Chen squinted at the middle-aged man with a big belly and a colorful mask, feeling a sense of unease. Due to certain reasons, the United Government only tests the sequences of sequence ability users during registration, and there won't be any further testing afterward. In a way, he was already safe because Li Tianming knew this and couldn't threaten him. However, having his secret known by someone was still not safe. Principal Li, if you insist on spreading rumors, you should know that there will be consequences. If Li Tianming persisted, Qin Chen would have to take the risk of killing him. After all, it wasn't his first time killing. At most, it would be the first time killing a sequence ability user. There's always a first time for everything. It's nothing special. Li Tianming shook his head. I'm not spreading rumors or trying to harm anyone. I've said from the beginning that I need your help to clear my name. As a thank you, I will also support you wholeheartedly. You can't even handle someone, and you want me to help provoke together? Strength in numbers. Strength in numbers? Principal Li, as a sequence ability user, don't you find that statement ridiculous? So, you still won't agree? Qin Chen no longer hid his feelings and said coldly, agreeing to you, I don't know how much trouble I'll get into. Not agreeing to you, my trouble will only be one. What do you think, how will I choose? Li Tianming chuckled, not agreeing to me, only one trouble? Are you suggesting that killing me will solve the problem? Chin, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that if you want to kill me, it might not be that easy. Killing you is indeed not easy, but helping you is even more troublesome. If you were me, how would you choose? After hearing this, Li Tianming pondered for a long time, then sighed, you have a point. After speaking, his colorful mask gradually disappeared into his face, revealing the image of a middle-aged man. At the same time, the restraints under Qin Shen's feet also vanished without a trace. A trade where the benefits and risks are disproportionate is destined to fail. Let's try a different approach, he said. Qin Shen raised an eyebrow. What approach? I will help you complete a certain task of hunting down a deity, and at the same time, I will provide as much support as possible for your enrollment issue. If you still need me to help clear your name, I'm afraid I can't comply. No, that goal is too ambitious. We need to take it step by step. It's not realistic to expect you to do everything at once. Just help me with one thing for now. What thing? Qin Shen had already decided that he would refuse any request that involved unknown enemies. Dealing with Li Tianming might be difficult, but it was better than facing unknown enemies. Someone who even Li Tianming couldn't handle would be even more troublesome. Help me find someone with the sequence, Deceiver. Ha! Qin Shen was taken aback by Li Tianming's request. Why? The reason I was framed for murder back then was because someone at the scene saw a sequence ability user wearing a shaman mask, and the only one registered with the shaman sequence in the vicinity was me. I happened to be alone that day, couldn't provide an alibi, and my scent was mysteriously left at the scene, so I was framed. After hearing this, Qin Shen said calmly, Principal Li, based on your description, it sounds like you are the culprit, doesn't it? It's not me. Please continue. So I believe there must be someone with the shaman sequence at the scene, or someone disguised as a shaman sequence user. The shaman sequence is unlike other sequences, it cannot be disguised. Once the skill is used, a shaman mask will appear on the face. Therefore, it's impossible for a shaman sequence user to conceal their identity. So I speculate that there must be a deceiver at the scene, imitating my appearance and framing me. You should be aware that a deceiver can mimic the appearance changes when using other sequences skills, making it very easy to hide their identity. At least within the United Government, deceiver sequences are rare. After some thought, Qin Shen asked, what will helping you find a deceiver sequence user do for you? From what I know, this kind of clandestine sequence surely has its own organization. If you help me find a deceiver, I can figure out some information on my own. Qin Shen remained non-committal upon hearing this. Completing this task would be easy for him. The blonde policewoman, Roylina, was a deceiver sequence. Moreover, Roylina and he already had a strained relationship, even being enemies who had to jointly conceal secrets. Selling Roylina to Li Tianming as a reward for helping himself was a mutually beneficial deal. However, he suppressed the urge to agree immediately and continued, Principal Li, why don't you find one yourself? Me? Li Tianming smiled bitterly. All my sequence user privileges were revoked by the United Government because of that false accusation. You see me as the principal of the Safe Haven School, but in reality, I'm no different from someone exiled to a remote place. For the past 5 years at this school, not a single sequence user has emerged. They left me here hoping I would perish on my own. If my sequence level wasn't high enough, I would probably have been executed by now. Apart from you, I can hardly establish contact with any sequence users. Even if I manage to establish contact, as soon as they glance at my record, they will cut ties immediately. Li Tianming was right about everything he said, but there was still one point that didn't quite add up. Principal Li, if you are falsely accused, I truly sympathize with you, but I have a question. Go ahead. Why would they falsely accuse you? Li Tianming did not answer Qin Shen's question but posed a new one. Qin, may I ask about your sequence? When Li Tianming asked the question, he did not look at Qin Shen but gazed out into the dark night, as if not seeking an answer. Qin Shen quickly understood Li Tianming's meaning. The reason Li Tianming was falsely accused was a secret that could not be revealed, much like his own sequence. Exposed to light, conversations between intelligent individuals need not be too explicit. With a clever analogy, Li Tianming made Qin Shen understand the situation. Since the reason for Li Tianming's false accusation could not be disclosed, it was likely also impossible to discuss why he had cut off contact with all sequence ability holders after being falsely accused. A dignified high-ranking individual of sequence level 3 could only rely on Qin Shen, a mere newcomer with a newly awakened sequence ability, which seemed illogical and absurd. However, within this absurdity, there was a certain logic. Li Tianming had offended many people who could suppress him but not kill him. He needed the help of a completely unrelated new face to assist him. Qin Shen knew his power was very limited, and Li Tianming also knew Qin Shen's power was limited, yet he still chose Qin Shen for help. It sounded like a fool's dream, but Li Tianming was not a fool. After a brief conversation, Qin Shen believed Li Tianming's cunning was no less than Shen Wenda's. So why would he choose a newcomer like himself to engage in such a risky endeavor? The only explanation was that Li Tianming had a trump card. Once Qin Shen helped him crack open a gap, he would have the confidence to turn the tables. This realization made Qin Shen aware that in Li Tianming's eyes, he was not a savior who could calm the storm but a spark that could ignite the entire powder keg. Li Tianming possessed the powder keg but lacked the spark. With this understanding, Qin Shen looked at Li Tianming with newfound respect. Li Tianming seemed to sense the subtle change in Qin Shen's gaze and wore a look of surprise and doubt. Could this kid have figured it out so quickly? It couldn't be, right? Principal Li, I agree to what you've said. As long as you help me with hunting down the divine beings and assist me in entering university, I will find a sequence ability holder with the Deceiver sequence for you. However, I cannot guarantee whether this person can truly help you. Alright, it's settled then. You help me find the Deceiver sequence holder, and I'll take care of the rest. I am 90% confident that a deceiver who hasn't revealed their true sequence will have an organization backing them. Let's start discussing the hunting of divine beings now. Qin Shen was eager to earn points for hunting gods. He had awakened his sequence too late, with less than 6 months left until the sequence ability holder assessment after the college entrance exam. Other students who had awakened their sequences early had likely accumulated years of experience. Standing out from them was no easy task. Indeed, if the goal was to enter a mid-tier sequence ability holder university, it wouldn't be too difficult. But Qin Shen aimed for the top sequence ability holder universities. His God Eater sequence was undoubtedly the strongest. If he couldn't get into the best university, it would be a waste. From what he knew, the top universities held the latest research on sequence abilities and had the best resources. This was a necessary condition for him to understand the apocalypse and grow stronger. After his rebirth, Qin Shen completely severed his life trajectory and personality from his past life. In just 1 month, due to various active and passive reasons, he committed murder and arson, deceived the government, and there was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. His ambition continued to swell. Any words about standing at the peak of the post-apocalyptic human race, he would not say. However, he also had his own beliefs. Principal Li, I want to know, how should I choose the hunting god team? I looked at the regulations of the United Government and found that if an orphan like me dies in a safe zone, the compensation belongs to the hunting god team. I am very worried about picking a corrupt group and being harmed by them. Li Tianming smiled lightly. Qin's student is indeed sharp. After just 1 or 2 hours, you have found the key. That's right, as a sequence ability user with an orphan status like you, it's easy to be targeted by teammates. Choosing the hunting god team is also a very difficult thing. Then how should I screen teams that have had such behavior? Qin's student, teams that have had such behavior are likely to repeat it. But can you guarantee that teams without similar behavior won't suddenly decide to harm you? Think about it. Suppose you encounter a dangerous situation and need teammates to save you to escape. But even if they save you, you can't kill that deity, which means you've gone for nothing and may even endanger your own safety. There is no regulation stating that if a team member dies, the teammates will be punished. If you leave them behind, not only will they not be punished, they will also receive a substantial compensation. If it were you, how would you choose? Qin Shen's heart skipped a beat because Li Tianming made sense. The essence of human nature is greed. Never gamble with human nature, let alone risk your life for it. So, Principal Li, what should I do in my situation? The best way is for you to have a one-person team. A solo team, where you are responsible for your own safety, is the most secure way. A solo team? That's right. And with a solo team, you can also earn double points. Why not do it? Qin Shen hesitated. It sounds good, but I have never had the experience of hunting deities. Being alone, I don't know what to do. Don't worry, I'll be there for you. I will accompany you to hunt deities outside the safe zone. But I am a solo team. If someone finds out that someone is helping me, won't I be punished? Hunting deities alone can earn double points. If you can get help from other sequence ability users, pretend to hunt alone, and then claim double points, wouldn't that be cheating the United Government's hunting god points? The United Government is not foolish, and they won't make a loss. Although Qin Shen didn't know how the United Government distinguished this kind of point-cheating behavior, he was sure there must be a feasible method. Otherwise, with such a big loophole, countless people would have exploited it, and who would still team up for missions. You're right, if a solo team receives help from other sequence ability users, it will indeed be discovered by the Sequence Ability Management Bureau and face very severe punishment. When a solo team sequence ability user finishes hunting deities and reaches the exit of the safe zone, the officials responsible for inspecting deity remains will conduct a lie test and a memory continuity test, and send the data of your deity hunting to the solo team points section of the Godslayer camp. The lie test will only ask you one question: did you hunt these deities alone? With the aim of confirming that in your memory, hunting deities was done by yourself alone. The memory continuity test is to verify that your memory has not been altered by writers, soul photographers, and other sequence ability users who can modify memories. Data Upload Forum welcomes witnesses to report actively. Those with successful evidence-based reports will receive rewards for reporting. With such cautious three-tier defenses, no one can falsify. I see, I understand now. How can I help you then? I will accompany you outside the safe zone. When you encounter a deity that you can hunt, I will inform you of its characteristics, habits, and attack methods. From there on, it's up to you to act. If you fail to hunt the deity successfully or encounter danger, I will use Earthbind to trap the deity and then use Origin Totem to supplement your strength, allowing you to escape quickly and ensure your safety. In other words, outside the safe zone, just like at the secure school, I play the role of a guardian guiding and protecting you. Guardian? Xinshen found it somewhat amusing when he heard the term. As he saw the self-deprecating smile on Li Tianming's face, he couldn't help but smile too. Principal Li, is this arrangement acceptable? I haven't helped you hunt down any deities, so what's the problem? In the developed areas of the safe zone, many privileged children complete solo deity hunting tasks this way. And for my role, there's a specific title, called Insurance Provider. I provide insurance for solo teams. I see, then I thank Principal Li in advance. No problem, we're helping each other. But let's make one thing clear, I can't help you for free indefinitely. As your insurance provider, the points belong to you, but you'll need to split the money you earn with me. Even if it's just half the money for double the points, you're still making a profit. Take half the money? A sequence level 3 shaman accompanying him out of the safe zone just to ensure his safety and taking half the money seemed very reasonable to Qin Shen, even feeling it was a bit too little. Alright, no problem. Also, I need to see your progress. I'm helping you hunt down deities not for the money, but because you'll help me find the deceivers, do you understand? I'll keep you updated on my progress. Good. So when do we start hunting down deities? This weekend? You're a sequence ability user now, so attending classes is no longer necessary for you. Let's start tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, come to the school, and we'll take public transport to the exit of Safe Zone 38324 to begin hunting down deities. Take public transport? Principal Li, I don't have that much money. Li Tianming gave him a knowing look, understanding that this crafty kid must have a way to make money and was just pretending to be clueless in front of him. However, even a newly awakened sequence orphan was still an orphan. Even if he had to spend money, he would still need to come up with an excuse. It might attract unnecessary trouble later on. Forget it, it's just a few copper coins. I'll cover it. Hurry up and find a reasonable source of income, don't always make me pay for transportation. Hee, killing deities outside the safe zone tomorrow will bring in money, what else do I need? You're quite confident. If we start tomorrow, what do I need to prepare? Go to the Sequence Ability User Management Bureau, get an anti-freeze suit, sequence blade, and your first dose of sequence potion. Okay. Without waiting for school to end, after a brief chat with Li Tianming, Qin Shen immediately went to the Sequence Ability User Management Bureau and sent a message to Chen Wenda when he was close. Chen Wenda replied promptly. Just come to my office directly. Qin Shen entered the Management Bureau building. Although it wasn't his first time there, he was still impressed by the understated luxury of the interior. He hoped that in the near future, he could live such a life. Walking into the corner office on the second floor of Chen Wenda's office, Qin Shen saw an orange and white anti-freezing suit placed on Chen Wenda's desk, along with a hunting god dagger and a bottle of sequence magic potion. Chen Wenda was busy typing on the computer. You're here. Have a seat, I have some things to attend to, please wait a moment. Alright. After a while, with a satisfying press of the enter key, Chen Wenda let out a sigh of relief and then looked at Qin Shen. You've decided to hunt down the gods so quickly? I'm a bit late already, I need to accumulate hunting god points quickly. Chen Wenda smiled, so urgent, aiming for the top universities? Yes. Otherwise, I'd be letting myself down. Chen Wenda nodded. Qin Shen's response matched his expectations of Qin Shen's identity. A fallen noble wandering outside naturally wanted to regain glory and prove those who once looked down on him wrong. Young people, if they can let go of everything, can they still be called young? Chen Wenda asked with concern, have you found the hunting god team? Finding the hunting god team is something to be cautious about. Your orphan status can easily attract attention. I haven't joined the hunting god team, I'm forming a solo team. Solo team? Shen Wenda was surprised. Do you have experience in hunting down gods? No. Then how dare you go alone? Solo team doesn't mean going alone. Xian Wenda licked his dry lips. Have you found an insurance person? Qin Shen smiled and asked back, is it surprising? Not surprising, not surprising. Although Qian Wenda showed no reaction on his face, he was greatly shocked internally. The profession of insurance person was something he had heard of, experienced sequence ability holders with higher ranks who accompany newcomers in solo teams. However, hiring an insurance person required more than just money. A high-ranking sequence ability holder wouldn't be worried about money. There must be a huge benefit exchange to get a reliable insurance person. This was not something an ordinary person could afford. Was Qin Shen about to make a move? Should he take the chance before Qin Shen fully takes off and hitch a ride on his success? The sudden dilemma made Qian Wenda anxious. He couldn't quite figure out Qin Shen. Was it wise to bet on him? Would he soar to great heights or drag him into the mud? It would be better to test his and his insurance person's strength first. If Qin Shen really had a chance to enter the highest level of the academy, he would definitely rise high after graduation. Investing now would mean flying far with the bird. If it was all just a facade, then he would maintain this lukewarm relationship. Shen Wenda made up his mind and asked, which safe zone exit are you and the insurance person going to hunt down the gods? The largest nearby one, exit 38324. Xian Wenda was surprised again. 38,324? There have been records of large gods appearing there. Are you sure about going to such a difficult place for the first time? Qin Shen heard Xian Wenda's concern and felt a slight tension in his heart. He didn't know that exit 38324 had seen the appearance of large gods. From awakening his sequence until now, there had been no successful precedents of hunting down large gods. He didn't think that as a newcomer in the sequence, he could become the first. This was Li Tianming's choice. Li Tianming was now standing by him, there was no need to harm him. So, he remained calm and just nodded to Qian Wenda as if nothing was wrong. Got it. Seeing Qin Shen so composed, Qian Wenda felt reassured. He continued, I heard at the Management Bureau that there has been an increase in the number of sequence adepts near exit 38324 recently. This is because a large group of weak minor deities have been wandering nearby. If you encounter these minor deities, you should have a decent harvest. Minor deities? Can you be more specific? Qin Shen immediately showed interest in the intelligence outside the safe zone mentioned by Qian. They are a large group of sandworm minions. It seems their master got lost deep outside the safe zone, so they lost their support and were pushed to impoverished areas, which is the edge of our safe zone. They must be looking for new masters now. Qin Shen had some understanding of sandworm minions. They were small, eerie creatures, similar to parasites, living attached to the bodies of large sandworms, feeding on the remains of their prey. In terms of individual strength, sandworm minions were definitely among the weakest. However, they often appeared in large numbers, making them quite troublesome to deal with. But that was for others. Qin Shen, who could enhance himself by devouring deities, had no worries about being worn out. The more minions, the merrier for him. Qin Shen quickly raised a new question. Sandworm minions always gather around sandworms. If they are gathered here, doesn't that mean? Exactly, the large deity that appeared outside exit 38324 was a sandworm. These sandworm minions came here to find new masters. Once they attach to the sandworm, these spoils will no longer belong to our sequence adepts. Qin Shen's heart raced. Captain Qian, you said many people came to exit 38324 to hunt sandworm minions. Even if I find their traces, I won't be able to grab much loot. Qian smiled cunningly. On this matter, Qin, you've asked the right person. I do have a way. Oh, please enlighten me, Captain Qian. Just wait a moment. Qian got up from his swivel chair, walked to a shelf behind him, and took out a black glass bottle. With this, you'll be able to detect sandworm minion traces before anyone else. Qin Shen picked up the black glass bottle, examined it, but couldn't figure it out. Captain Qian, what is this? A sandworm scale. A sandworm scale? The sandworm scale carries the scent of sandworms. If you open this bottle in a secluded place, it will surely attract some sandworm minions. Where did you get it from? This is evidence of sandworm presence provided by traveling sequence adepts. They found this sandworm scale not far outside the safe zone. I bought it for 2 silver coins, intending to give it to my nephew, but, well, that kid is not cut out for this. He gets bullied for no reason in the team, let alone having something that would provoke jealousy. Valued at 2 silver coins? Why didn't the person who found it use it themselves? A few newcomers, lacking the ability, couldn't handle a large group of sandworm minions. They could have asked for help. Ask for help? Shen sneered, Sheen, do you know that outside the safe zone, the ones who kill the most humans are not deities? It's humans. Outside the safe zone, you can't even fully trust your own team, let alone ask others to join you. If faced with troublesome deities, everyone will cooperate. But when faced with spoils, Sequence Adept's first reaction is not how to consume it but to kill you, the one who would share the spoils with them. That's the dark side of humanity. They can share hardships but not enjoy prosperity. Even if one becomes a sequencer and their abilities are enhanced, their inherent flaws never change. With that, Shen Wendao glanced at Qin Shen and asked, Sheen, you're not that kind of person, right? I was just joking, Sheen, don't take it to heart. Qin Shen smiled lightly, Director Qian, have you ever seen anyone willing to hunt down divine sequencers just to raise money for ordinary people unrelated to them? Whether I am that kind of person, Director Qian, you should have the answer in your heart. Qin Shen picked up the black glass bottle, this thing is quite a treasure. With it, my first divine hunting operation will be much more efficient. Director Qian, I really don't know how to thank you. This help is as valuable as when you helped me register as a sequencer. Oh, Sheen, you're making a big deal out of it. It's just 2 silver coins, nothing much. No, 2 silver coins are just the price you received, Director Qian. Without knowing you, I probably wouldn't even get 10 silver coins. I'll remember this. Director Qian, I need to prepare for hunting down the divine beings. Until we meet again. Goodbye. Qin Shen packed the anti-freeze suit, divine hunting dagger, and sequencer potion into a cloth bag, then tucked the black glass bottle into his pocket. Thank you. Shen Wendao watched Qin Shen leave, a smile playing on his lips. Qin Shen returned to Wang Defa's warehouse. He opened a bag and found hundreds of copper coins he had obtained after killing 3 vagrants in self-defense. Now that his sequencer identity was public, the origin of these few hundred copper coins had an explanation, no need for secrecy anymore. He took the coins and went to the only supermarket near the safe zone. The outskirts of the safe zone were impoverished, with almost everyone cooking their meals to save money. Therefore, there were only raw ingredients for sale, no ready-made food. However, the supermarket had many ready-made foods because it catered to sequencers heading to the exit at 114,514 to hunt down divine beings. Qin Shen had passed by countless times but never had the chance to enter the supermarket. As he entered, he saw the limited variety of goods on the shelves under dim lighting. At the cashier near the shelves, 2 burly men stood with their hands under the counter, seemingly holding weapons, eyeing Qin Shen warily. Qin Shen was initially puzzled but then looked at his tattered clothes and instantly understood. The shopkeepers probably thought he was there to steal. He understood their caution. Running a supermarket in this area meant being well stocked, otherwise, the vagrants would have looted it clean long ago. Qin Shen looked at his attire and shook his head helplessly. He would have to find a way to address the clothing issue, but not now. He took a large backpack with several compartments and bought plenty of compressed instant foods for sustenance. How much? He placed the items on the counter and asked the 2 burly men. 200 copper coins. 200 copper coins, close to what Qin Shen had calculated in his mind. Although he paid a few extra coins, he didn't mind. He took out the coins from his pocket, counted out 200, and handed them over. Then he neatly packed the food into the compartments of his backpack. Just as Qin Shen picked up the backpack to leave, he suddenly heard a crisp sound behind him. The sound of a gun being cocked? Without hesitation, Qin Shen immediately activated his violence skill, flipping over the counter and grabbing the necks of the 2 burly men. Frowning, he looked at them. What's the meaning of this? Buying something, paying, and then trying to kill someone? The 2 men turned red, grabbing Qin Shen's hands, trying to pry them off. However, Qin Shen's hand was like an iron hook tightly gripping their necks, unmoving. A burly man croaked, Not. He pointed with his finger, and Qin Shen followed his gaze, noticing a strangely shaped drawer slightly ajar. What do you mean? Are you saying it's the sound of the drawer? Yes. Qin Shen glanced around and saw that the 2 burly men had no weapons beside them, and the counter behind them was spotless. He released his grip and turned to examine the drawer. He pushed the drawer in. Click, indeed, a sound very similar to loading a pistol was heard. Qin Shen turned back to the 2 men panting heavily, tears and snot streaming down their faces, and grunted, In the future, don't play these tricks with me. Yes. Qin Shen took a few packs of compressed instant food. Consider these packs as compensation for trying to scare me just now. Sure, take them. Take them? Are you sure your backers won't come after me? We dare not. Qin Shen ignored them and left with the backpack on his back. After he left, the 2 burly men breathed a sigh of relief. The sound of the drawer was specifically designed by them for robbing and killing. Although most of the customers in the store were sequence ability holders, there were also many ordinary people who preferred to stay out of the limelight. Whenever they saw a customer who didn't seem like a sequence ability holder, they would make a slight movement with the drawer, producing a sound similar to loading a pistol. If the customer was a sequence ability holder, their keen hearing would immediately detect something amiss, and they would assert their inviolable authority as sequence ability holders. Even if they angered a sequence ability holder, they could explain it away as the sound of the drawer. Running a supermarket here, they had powerful backers, so usually, a small compensation or gift could smooth things over. If the customer was not a sequence ability holder, they would draw a real pistol from the hidden compartment in the drawer, kill the customer, loot everything on them, and make a fortune. Qin Shen saw through their scheme, which was why he took a few extra food items as compensation. One of the burly men looked aggrieved. He looked so poor, who would have known he was a sequence ability holder? I thought he was a fugitive. I almost killed him on the spot. The other man rubbed his neck and said, "Are you crazy?" He bought a backpack specifically for storing divine remnants for sequence ability holders. Carrying such a conspicuous item, he might as well have "I am a sequence ability holder" written on his face. If he's not a sequence ability holder, then what is he? You still wanted to move the drawer at that moment. Are you looking for trouble? But who dresses like such a ragged sequence ability holder? Nonsense, he must have just awakened. Can't you use your brain a bit? Just growing flesh without growing a brain, huh? I thought he still had some money. Business hasn't been good lately, and I wanted to make a quick buck and have some meat. You damn well I'd a few hundred copper coins? You better not run this store with me. I'll call the boss later and get you transferred. Please, bro, give me a chance. It wasn't easy for me to secure this job. Please give me a chance. Then this month's earnings, 80 to 20 split. I get 80, you get 20. If you agree, I won't tell the boss about this. Ah, what, you're not satisfied? Satisfied. I'll follow your lead in everything. Qin Shan returned to the warehouse and put the black glass bottle and the hunter god's dagger in his backpack. How should I deal with these 2 bottles of sequence magic potion? He looked at the 2 glass bottles, lost in thought. I can already enhance my strength by consuming divine remnants. If I drink these sequence magic potions, it would be a waste. If there's a chance, I'll find someone to dispose of them and exchange them for some money. After a good night's sleep, I'll head to school tomorrow morning for a cold shower, then go hunt down the god at safety exit 38324 with the principal. Qin Shan lay on the soft cushion on the ground, filled with anticipation for the next day, and drifted off to sleep. The next day, he woke up early again. He put on his anti-freeze suit in the warehouse, shouldered his large backpack, and headed out. His attire undoubtedly attracted the attention of all passers-by. Every time someone looked at him, they showed respect, envy, and jealousy. In the midst of these gazes, Qin Shen's steps became more brisk. Qin Shen swaggered into the school, and everyone looking at his noble anti-freeze suit and large backpack knew he was going to hunt down a deity. He walked straight to the principal's office. "Principal Li, let's go." Li Tianming looked at Qin Shen dressed in the attire of a sequence ability user, very surprised. "Why are you already wearing the anti-freeze suit here? Won't everyone notice that we are leaving the school later to hunt down a deity?" Qin Shen shrugged. "If I don't wear the anti-freeze suit, wouldn't others notice anyway? Principal Li, I have the matter of the insurance man, it won't stay hidden for long. Those who are watching you will also find out about it. Instead of hiding and making them think we have some secrets, it's better to openly tell others to show that we are just a normal relationship between teacher and student. You have faith in me and hope I can help you in the future, so this is an investment. That's all." Li Tianming was convinced by Qin Shen. "What you said makes sense. Alright, let's go like this." Li Tianming also put on the anti-freeze suit and left the school with Qin Shen. It wasn't until now that the teachers and students in the school learned that Principal Li Tianming was actually a sequence ability user. Teacher Zhu and Wenshu, who had just learned about this, were shocked for a long time. "I didn't expect Li to hide it so well." Teacher Zhu shook his head in disbelief. Wenshu said, "It's better for someone to go hunting down a deity with Qin Shen than for him to go alone." "Alone?" Teacher Zhu was puzzled. "Isn't it said that sequence ability users form teams to hunt down deities?" Wenshu smiled. "I don't know either. Just a wild guess." After speaking, she continued to focus on the questions in the exercise book. Qin Shen and Li Tianming arrived at the bus stop and boarded a somewhat old bus. "Thank you, Principal Li." Li Tianming understood him with a glance, took out a copper coin, and paid the fare for both of them. With the apocalypse looming, most areas were occupied by deities, making energy extremely scarce. The current buses still relied on gasoline or electricity, high energy consuming items, so the fare was very expensive. Therefore, there were no ordinary people on the bus, only sequence ability users who used it to save time. Some had just finished hunting deities at safety exit 114514, while others were heading to other safety exits to start hunting deities. The bus was quiet. Everyone was either on their phones or resting with their eyes closed. Shin glanced at other people's smartphones, then at the sturdy old phone he had snatched, thinking he should find an opportunity to upgrade his device. However, that was a story for another time. After over an hour, a voice came over the bus's speaker, "Safety exit 38324, we have arrived. Let's get off." Okay. Qin Chen and Li Tianming got off the bus together. They walked towards the safety exit. There seemed to be quite a lot of people at safety exit 38324 today, Li Tianming remarked, surveying the crowded exit. It's because a group of ownerless sandworm minions has appeared here recently, Qin Chen explained. Li Tianming's eyes immediately flashed with surprise. How did you know? Of course, I found out a way to inquire about it. Li Tianming nodded slightly, feeling more appreciative of Qin Chen. His intellect was far beyond that of a teenager. Maybe he could really rely on him for his own affairs. The two walked out of the safe zone exit together. As the sensing metal gate slowly opened, Qin Chen faced the world outside the safe zone for the first time. Faint starlight shone upon the eternal night blue star, illuminating a world of ruins. Broken walls and debris filled the scene, along with scrapped large vehicles, faintly revealing traces of past civilization. However, after 10 years, most of these traces had been buried by sand and wind. In some more time, they might completely disappear. Perhaps in the future, an archaeologist would discover the remnants here and be overjoyed. Or maybe they would remain buried underground, never to see the light of day again. Qin Chen looked at the scene before him, his mind filled with emotions and sighs. Human civilization was truly fragile. Let's go. Qin Chen walked out of the safe zone with Li Tianming. As soon as they stepped out, Qin Chen felt a strong wind blowing, causing his anti-freezing suit to tremble. Li Tianming surveyed the bustling hunter-god team around them and pondered for a moment. Based on my experience, we can go to that. Principal Li, follow me. Qin Chen spoke and headed towards the direction with the least amount of people. Li Tianming hesitated for a moment, but without questioning, he followed behind Qin Chen. Since Qin Chen knew about the sandworm servant's message, did he also know their location? No, after the sandworm servants left their master, they had no fixed abode or specific location. Qin Chen remained silent and focused on walking, going deeper into the area with fewer and fewer people around. Qin, where is the gathering place of the sandworm servants that you know of? It's dangerous to go further. If we encounter a medium-sized deity, I might not be able to protect you. After Li Tianming reminded him, he glanced around and indeed saw no one else. The safe zone behind them had turned into a tiny dot. It should be about right. He took out a black glass bottle from his backpack and opened the cap. Qin, what is this? A piece of sandworm scale. What? Where did you get something like this? I got it from where I learned the information. Qin Chen didn't want to say more. Qian Wenda and Li Tianming were his two trump cards. They didn't meet each other, just knowing of the other's existence, which was the most beneficial situation for him at the moment. After waiting for over half an hour, Qin Chen suddenly heard a commotion. Get ready! Okay. Qin Chen took out his hunter god dagger and quietly observed the direction from which the sound was coming. He held his breath, tense all over. He had killed people before, but never a deity. As it truly came to this, he felt extremely nervous. Sweat started to form on his back inside the anti-freezing suit. Get ready, it's about 10 seconds away. After this reminder, Li Tianming silently retreated to the back, leaving a distance from Qin Chen, so as not to be seen by others and criticized for not meeting the requirement of solo combat for Qin Chen. As the sound drew closer, Qin Chen's nerves tightened even more. Suddenly, a half-human-sized black shadow leaped up and pounced directly at him. Qin Chen couldn't see the appearance of this black shadow clearly, but he could vaguely make out that it seemed to have a dozen or so giant crab-like long legs and a body resembling a mutated cockroach. This large mutated cockroach-like deity moved quickly. However, Qin Chen could still accurately pinpoint its location. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chen decided not to use the violence skill and instead rely on physical reactions to deal with this deity. Although violence did not specify a cooldown time, it seemed like it could be used indefinitely. But this skill can triple one's own strength, agility, and perception, which undoubtedly requires a huge amount of energy. Without a doubt, this energy comes from Qin Chen's physical body. Overusing it would mean overdrawing the body and not being able to sustain it. Therefore, he temporarily decided not to use violence. As long as he can see clearly, it proves that the enemy's agility is not beyond his range of response. As for strength, this deity is only half the height of a person, probably not stronger than himself. Moreover, at this moment, there is only one deity, making it a good time to practice. Although Qin Shen is a novice, he still firmly believes that honing his combat reflexes is what he needs most. Seeing the large mutated cockroach waving its claws and rushing towards him at high speed, Qin Shen seized the opportunity. Just as the trench-like claws were about to touch Qin Shen's chest, he immediately took a step back, leaped high, and looked down at the deity beneath him. The deity's head was facing the ground and couldn't see what was behind it. Beetle-like creatures have very limited vision. Now it seems that the deity also has the same trait. Qin Shen tightened his grip on the demon-hunting dagger, and as he descended, he stabbed directly at the deity's head. He believed that this deity's head was not very strong. The demon-hunting dagger would definitely pierce through it. Qin Shen had already anticipated the scene where the deity would howl and splatter foul-smelling juices in a moment. "I'm about to succeed." He smirked slightly. Crack, a crisp sound. The deity, resembling a cockroach, suddenly turned its head 180 degrees. Its two large round black eyes on top stared fixedly at Qin Shen, who was about to land on its back. Qin Shen even saw a hint of a sinister smile in the disgusting round eyes of this creature. How is this possible? Li Tianming, not far away, frowned, ready to release the earthbind skill at any moment to prevent Qin Shen from getting hurt. Qin's student is not very lucky, actually attracting the extremely tricky mutated scythe from the sandworm servant. This thing easily makes people think it's an insect with limited vision, but in fact, its vision is 360 degrees. Many sequence ability users have died in its visual trap. Li Tianming carefully watched Qin Shen's reaction. If his next move was wrong, he might be pierced through the chest and abdomen by the mutated scythe. Li Tianming's hands couldn't help but sweat. He was afraid that if he didn't save Qin Shen in time, he would die here. Qin Shen, seeing the deity's head suddenly rotating, immediately realized that something was wrong. He gave up the attack and instead stepped on the back shell of the mutated scythe, leaped up again. Just as his foot had just left the back shell, two dark eyes of the mutated scythe suddenly sprouted two dark sides, brushing past Qin Shen's face mask passport. Even through the anti-freeze suit, Qin Shen felt the wind vibration in front of him. That was close. If he had continued to attack head-on just now, he would have been cut into pieces by these two suddenly emerging sides. Damn it, he had checked the information on the sandworm servant before coming. How come he hadn't seen this deity? Wait. Qin Shen looked at the head of the mutated scythe and suddenly realized something. These sides emerged from its eyes. Does that mean its vision has disappeared now, turning it into a blind creature? Qin Shen saw the two sides retract quickly, further confirming his thoughts. It seemed that the mutated scythe was also eager to regain its vision. So after missing the first strike, it wanted to retract the sides. This was the moment. Qin Shen no longer hesitated, and as he descended, he centered his weight forward again, clutching the dagger and stabbing towards the mutated side's head. Pucci Qin Shen's fingers felt the dagger first pierce through a layer of armor, then into a soft, moist area. The mutated scythe immediately writhed in pain. The long sickle that was originally meant to be retrieved was extended once again, aiming to strike at Qin Shen and perish together. However, Qin Shen had taken control of the situation and would not miss this opportunity. With a forceful press of both hands downward, he directly used a dagger to pin the deformed head of the distorted armor scythe into the ground. As the head had completely deformed, the two long sickles protruding from the eyes of the distorted armor scythe only extended a small portion before getting stuck. Seizing the moment, Qin Shen twisted his hands forcefully, creating a hole the size of a steel pipe as he pulled out the head along with the soil. A dark green liquid splattered on Qin Shen's protective suit, sending a chilling sensation through his body beneath the insulated suit. The dozen or so legs of the distorted armor scythe twitched twice and then went still. Problem solved. Qin Shen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly covered the glass vial with sandworm scales. He needed to rest. If a few more distorted armor scythes were to come at him now, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Sitting on the back armor of the distorted armor scythe, Qin Shen adjusted his breathing. Li Tianming also walked over from not far away. "Qin, well done. Thank you. It was tough, Principal Li, protecting me on the side." While Qin Shen rested, he also made sure to thank Li Tianming. He knew that when the situation was critical just now, Li Tianming must have been prepared to support him. Li Tianming smiled. "Qin, you managed to hunt down a deity for the first time and solved the distorted armor scythe, which truly exceeded my expectations. Just a bit of luck. Principal Li, what is this deity called? Distorted armor scythe? Why didn't I come across this deity when I was looking up information on sandworm minions at the god-slaying camp? The forums are free, and the information there is limited. The distorted armor scythe is already a very high-ranking existence among the sandworm minions, not something you can easily kill. Especially since its field of vision is actually 360 degrees, which has killed many sequence ability holders. The experience of killing it is accumulated from the casualties of sequence ability holders. Such valuable information is not disclosed by anyone. No one discloses it? Then how did you know, Principal Lee? Me? Have you forgotten? I am the vice dean of a certain university, so naturally, I have a deeper understanding of deities. The information on hunting deities is not public. No wonder humans still haven't found a way to leave the safe zones. What a bunch of bastards. Li Tianming asked, Qin, do you plan to disclose information about the distorted armor scythe? Me? Qin Chen chuckled. I'm even more of a bastard than them. Ha ha. Alright, let's not talk about this. Principal Lee, where should I cut to prove that I hunted down this deity? How to prove the hunting of deities is also not available on the forums. Qin Chen only gleaned from bits and pieces that cutting off a part of the deity's body that can prove identity and bringing it back to the safe zone is required. The inspectors at the entrance of the Safe Zone Sequence Ability Holders Management Bureau will allocate rewards based on these parts. Although he had killed the distorted armor scythe, he didn't know how to prove it. Fortunately, Li Tianming was with him, so this shouldn't be a problem. Turn this distorted armor scythe over. After Qin Chen did as instructed, Li Tianming pointed to a circular piece of armor at its core abdomen. See this circular piece of armor? Cut it off, bring it back, and it will be proof of you hunting down a deity. Every deity has this kind of circular piece of armor on their body. This is the evidence of you hunting down a deity. Qin Chen used the hunting god dagger to cut along the circular piece of armor, but it brought out a lot of flesh and blood. He was about to clean it up when Li Tianming stopped him. Don't clean up this flesh and blood. The inspectors at the entrance of the safe zone will judge whether you cheated based on the freshness of this flesh and blood. The inspectors will clean up the flesh and blood on this circular piece of armor and then throw it in the trash, only taking the circular piece of armor. Qin Chen suddenly realized after hearing this. He was puzzled as to why there were so many remnants of deities outside the safe zone's trash cans. So that's how it was. Qin Chen asked again, how many hunter god points is this round armor piece worth? Li Tianming held out 6 fingers. 6 hunter god points? That many? Qin Chen was taken aback. He had thought that killing sandworm minions of such deities would only yield 1 hunter god point. That's right, indeed quite a lot. So how are these points determined? Take a closer look at the round armor piece. Li Tianming wiped off the dark green juice on the round armor piece and pointed to a circular indentation on it. See, this circular ring represents 5 points. Then he pointed to a linear indentation. This straight line represents 1 point, adding up to 6 points. Qin Chen looked puzzled. So how are these point standards established? They are based on actual combat verification. The Bureau found that deities with a circular ring on the round armor piece have a hunting difficulty about 5 times that of deities with only 1 indentation, so they set the exchange standard like this. I see. Qin Chen opened his backpack and placed this precious round armor piece inside. 6 points, if he soloed, would be double the points. 12 points. Although he didn't know what it meant. But 12 points sounded like a lot. He had to keep it safe to prevent it from being stolen. Seeing how cautiously he was guarding the round armor piece, Li Tianming added, you don't need to worry about someone stealing this round armor piece. Your hunter god dagger carries your aura, and the round armor piece also bears your aura. Even if someone steals it, the aura will only cover yours. According to the Bureau's regulations, the reward will be given to the original owner of the aura on the round armor piece. Oh, I see, that's quite fair. Good, continue. Qin Chen opened the bottle cap of the sandworm scales and continued to wait for the opportunity. But besides keeping a close eye ahead, Qin Chen also had an idea about the distorted armor scythe corpse. If I eat all of this huge deity's corpse, won't I ascend to the heavens? He was immediately thrilled. Saying it and doing it. He first used the hunter god dagger to cut off the small legs of the distorted armor scythe, resembling a crab's. Qin, what are you doing? Oh, just bored, playing around. Li Tianming naturally had no idea what Qin Chen was up to, and since he didn't see any trace of the sandworm minions for a while, he let him be. Qin Chen then cut off the joints of the small legs and examined the remaining section in his hand. Empty out the meat inside, it feels like it can be used as a straw. Qin Chen stared at the abdomen of the distorted armor scythe, where the hole he dug out the meat from the round armor piece was oozing a lot of dark green juice. After checking the desolate surroundings and confirming no deities were nearby, he opened a gap in his thermal suit's face mask. A gust of cold wind immediately rushed in, making Qin Chen shiver. It's really cold outside the safe zone. The physical bodies of sequence ability users can barely withstand it. After getting used to the chilly wind, Qin Chen thought he should quickly make the straw. Otherwise, the juice inside the distorted armor side's body might freeze soon. He held the section of the small leg, put it in his mouth, and sucked hard, swallowing all the meat directly. Tastes a bit like crab meat. Shinshen had eaten raw drunken crabs in his past life. The leg meat was smooth and sticky, similar to the meat inside this small leg. After swallowing it, Shinshen felt a warm flow through his body, feeling refreshed. Not bad. He immediately inserted this empty crab leg back into the distorted armor side's body and sucked the juice inside frantically. Exactly. It's so cold that it's starting to turn into ice chips. However, Shinshen didn't mind. All for becoming stronger. Getting stronger, no need to be embarrassed. As the juice entered his body, it immediately turned into enhancing his energy, so no matter how many remnants of gods he ate, he wouldn't feel full. It took about a minute to suck the juice dry. Shinshen glanced and found that most of the distorted side's body was filled with juice. The remaining flesh was only a small part. Most of the energy had been absorbed by him. Then he inserted the straw into the distorted side's corpse and poured some sand inside. Besides me, no one should touch the gods' corpses, right? Shinshen burped contentedly, wiped the juice from the corner of his mouth, then closed the antifreeze suit mask and lazily leaned against the distorted side's back shell. I've gotten stronger again. If I could bask in the sun at this moment, it would be even more satisfying. Although his sequence level did not increase, he could clearly feel that his strength had increased again. Not only had his strength improved, even his vision had gotten better. Things he couldn't see clearly before in the distance were now very clear to him. Li Tianming, not far away, had no idea what Shinshen was up to. He thought he had suddenly become childish and was having fun by himself. I wonder if this classmate Qin is mature or childish. After resting for a while, Shinshen suddenly heard a rustling sound. It seemed that another sandworm servant was approaching. He immediately stood up, returning to a combat stance, calmly facing the approaching enemy. Shinshen was confident that if another distorted scythe appeared this time, he would easily deal with it. With his improved vision, he saw a god approaching from a distance towards him. Is that the long-legged worm? Shinshen's mouth curled up. The soft target he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Time for a good hunt. If the distorted scythe was among the higher-ranking sandworm servants, then the long-legged worm was like dirt on the soul of the sandworm servants among the lower ranks. There was no god weaker than the long-legged worm. They had no strong defense, no sharp attack weapons, no toxins that could take lives, and no intelligent minds. They only had a mouth, which was just the size of a finger, and biting a sequence ability user was like scraping. The long-legged worm not only had weak abilities but also lacked intelligence. When faced with danger, they wouldn't even try to evade. Even the Sequence Ability User Management Bureau had once seriously considered whether to reduce or even cancel the hunting points for long-legged worms. But in the end, they didn't implement it. Because the long-legged worms were weak and often attached themselves to more powerful gods. Once a long-legged worm appeared, it meant a formidable enemy had arrived. Killing them posed a great risk. Moreover, long-legged worms were still gods and couldn't be killed by ordinary people. Only sequence ability users could kill them. Since they were gods, they should be respected. Therefore, the Sequence Ability User Management Bureau still rewarded long-legged worms with hunting points, encouraging sequence ability users to bravely hunt and kill gods. However, the people at the Bureau had never considered the possibility of someone like Shinshen resorting to such shameless tactics, using a sandworm scale to attract the arrival of sandworm servants. The long-legged worm came to seek a new master, so it didn't team up with other powerful gods. A large group rushed to the place emitting the scent of sandworms. Shinshen looked at the vast number of long-legged worms and his mouth almost split from smiling. Not far away, Li Tianming was also stunned. This kid is just too lucky, isn't he? There were at least a few hundred long-legged worms in front of him. Wasn't he going to soar directly? How come I never encountered such good luck when I was hunting gods back in the day? Li Tianming even felt a bit envious. If it weren't for the fact that he needed Shinshen's help and that it wasn't convenient to take action with so many people around, he would have wanted to kill Shinshen and deal with these long-legged worms himself. Control yourself, control yourself. Li Tianming, you have more important things to do. Li Tianming adjusted his breathing, struggling to suppress his jealousy. Shinshen didn't wait in place, immediately wielding the hunter god dagger and charging forward. These long-legged worms were mostly half a meter long and 2 fingers wide. Due to their thin legs, they were about 20 centimeters off the ground. But in Shinshen's eyes, they were no different from stink bugs. Shinshen swung the dagger, easily killing 3 to 5 at once. At that moment, Shinshen had a strange idea. He knew only sequence ability users could kill gods, but it didn't say he had to use the hunter god dagger. Watching the long-legged worms crawling on the ground, he couldn't help but wonder if he could crush these lowly gods with his foot. He stomped, flattening a worm, but it immediately returned to its original state and continued crawling. No good? He suddenly realized something. Probably because he was wearing a frost-resistant suit, his whole body was wrapped up. Even if his body mutated and awakened a sequence, that mutated power couldn't transmit through the frost-resistant suit. To test his theory, he took off his frost-resistant suit and stomped on a long-legged worm. Poochie red juice immediately oozed out of the worm's body, splashing onto Qin Shen's feet. After twitching a few times, the worm stopped moving. Dead. Qin Shen nodded. Indeed, the body of a sequence ability user was no longer the same as an ordinary person's, undergoing some kind of peculiar mutation. Even without using sequence ability, he could kill gods. Understanding all this, Qin Shen no longer insisted on using the dagger to kill gods. Swinging the dagger was too slow. It was faster to stomp on the many worms. Watching Qin Shen from afar, Li Tianming nodded appreciatively. Qin Shen first tried to stomp the long-legged worms while wearing a frost-resistant suit, then took it off and continued stomping, which Li Tianming observed. Encountering simple enemies on the battlefield, instead of just thinking about harvesting hunter god points, he displayed an exploratory spirit. He's really a good seed for scientific research. If I were still in university, I would definitely take this kid as my student. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to leave the edge of the safe zone in my lifetime. Li Tianming glanced at Qin Shen's back again. I'm afraid that until I die, the Juan school won't awaken another sequence ability user. Qin student, my future depends on you. Qin Shen took off the frost-resistant suit, threw it aside, and ran among the army of long-legged worms. However, perhaps due to the cold, Qin Shen bent over and held his body while running, looking like a refugee, at least in Li Tianming's eyes. However, Qin Shen's posture was not just because of the cold. Another reason was that it allowed him to lower his head. When he stomped on the long-legged worms, red juice would be squeezed out, or rather, burst. Qin Shen lowered his head, ready to accept the god's gift. He had gained experience. He found that when he stomped diagonally down the worm's head with his heel and then rolled his foot, the red juice would be squeezed out from the worm's tail, spraying directly into his mouth. The taste is a bit strange, probably mixed with some random stuff. Qin Shen glanced at the worms feeling a bit uncomfortable. But his continuously strengthening body quickly pushed aside this discomfort. What could be more satisfying than becoming stronger? He tirelessly galloped among the army of long-legged worms, with red juice hanging from the corners of his mouth and a happy smile. Just as he was enjoying himself, suddenly, a strange sensation swept through his body, and Qin Shen felt a qualitative leap in his strength, agility, and perception. At the same time, the sequence information in the brain also changed. Sequence Eater of Gods promoted, digesting gods will make you stronger. Current sequence level, level 3, Crimson Knight, skills, blood drink. Skill description, can digest gods alive. Skills, violence. Skill description, within 10 minutes, triple your own strength, agility, and physical strength, feeling no pain during this period. Skills, dual metal. Skill description, after killing a god, permanently increase all current strength, excluding skills, by 100%. Skill cooldown time, 1 year. Increase all current strength by 100%? Qin Shen was stunned. The joy on his face couldn't be suppressed, as if he had won the lottery jackpot. This dual metal is too powerful. The only regret is that the cooldown time is a bit long, 1 year. If it were shorter, he would just choose to stay outside the safe zone and return only when he becomes invincible. It seems impossible to achieve invincibility. He had also thought about continuously hunting gods outside the safe zone, relying on blood drink to enhance himself, which seemed like a good method. But he quickly dismissed his own idea. His act of eating the remains of gods must not be discovered by others. He had to go to remote places outside the safe zone to hunt gods, deep in the wilderness. This meant doubling the danger, significantly increasing the chances of encountering unknown large gods, and the possibility of accidental death. In the Godslayer camp obituary section, Qin Shen had seen far too many cases like this. Either chasing injured gods to the depths outside the safe zone, or wanting to explore unknown areas. These sequence ability users, without exception, were eventually killed by unknown gods. There were even many incidents of entire god-hunting teams being wiped out. Qin Shen believed that although he was strong, his strength was limited, and he probably wasn't at the level where he could come and go freely outside the safe zone. Compared to risking his life at any moment, it was safer to engage in intrigue within the safe zone. Qin Shen looked at the dual metal again, unable to contain his joy. Doubling his strength. Well, things don't always go as planned, so let's just make do for now. Skills that enhance attributes should be used and cooled down as soon as possible. Qin Shen decided to use it now. He reread the skill description and realized that it said all current strength, so he immediately had an idea. All current strength. If he used violence, his current strength would be 3 times what it usually was. If he then used the dual metal, could he increase it 6-fold in one go? 6 times, how powerful would he be then? Qin Shen swallowed nervously. He looked at the few remaining long-legged worms and thought that today's harvest was probably enough. After clearing out these crawling gods, he could tidy up and return to the safe zone. In that case, there probably wouldn't be an opportunity to use violence, so he didn't have to worry about his own consumption. Let's give it a try. He activated violence and then activated the dual metal. Spotting a long-legged worm, he stomped down with his foot. Plop! Due to the increase in sequence level and the boost from violence, this stomp directly sank the ground half a palm's depth. The long-legged worm didn't even have time to struggle, it perished without any pain. Then, Qin Shen felt a powerful force surging through his whole body, giving him a comprehensive boost. His ears could catch the sound of long-legged worms moving in all directions. His eyes could see every hair on a long-legged worm 10 steps away. His body felt light as a feather, making him feel like he could run faster than the wind. His fists were full of strength, as if he could smash through steel plates in one go. Qin Shen immediately tested his strength. He stomped on the long-legged worm next to him again. Puff! His half leg sank into the ground. Qin Shen's heart surged with excitement. Power! This is absolute power. Meanwhile, not far away, Li Tianming furrowed his brows. Did I just have a hallucination? Why did it seem like there was an afterimage when Qin raised his foot? But my sequence level is 3, with exceptionally keen perception and vision. If even I can't catch his movements, he must be at least sequence level 4. No, even sequence level 4 is not enough, he must be at least sequence level 5. Li Tianming furrowed his brows even deeper. Qin Shen is sequence level 5? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If he were sequence level 5, why would he ask me to be his insurance person? He could just handle the divine beings himself. Moreover, sequence level 5 requires hundreds of bottles of sequence magic potions, which he couldn't possibly obtain. I guess I'm just a bit tired and my eyes are playing tricks on me. No, I need to wake up quickly. In case he encounters danger later, I might be too slow to save him. With that in mind, Li Tianming opened his face mask, feeling the cold wind blowing. He shivered, immediately feeling his senses sharpen, then closed the mask again. Looking back at Qin Shen, he noticed that his movements seemed no different from before. It must have been my eyes playing tricks on me. Meanwhile, Qin Shen felt a bit disappointed. He realized that with the end of the violence skill, his strength and agility had dropped again. However, this time it wasn't as drastic as before, only about a third. He estimated that he was now about 4 times stronger and more agile than before using the dual metal. He calculated and understood this change. If his strength was initially 1 unit, it became 3 units after activating violence, then 6 units after activating the dual metal. However, after violence ended, the previous bonus disappeared, reducing his strength by the 2 units from violence, leaving him with 4 units. He thought he would become 6 times stronger, but in the end, he only became 4 times stronger. Nevertheless, Qin Shen was quite satisfied. It was much better than just doubling his strength. He controlled his speed and strength, avoiding any issues that Li Tianming might notice, and then killed the remaining long-legged worms. Afterwards, he immediately covered a black glass bottle containing sandworm scales, ready to tally his harvest. The debris all over the ground would keep him busy for a while. Qin Shen put on his anti-freeze suit, took out the hunter god dagger, and began harvesting circular armor plates. Due to limited backpack space, he was extra careful during the cutting, leaving only a small amount of flesh that would allow the inspection personnel of the management bureau to determine their time of death as today. Li Tianming watched Qin Shen's busy figure from the side, his eyes almost burning with jealousy. He had never seen so many long-legged worms, almost like a group of idiots. Normally, encountering a dozen would be considered lucky. Yet Qin Shen encountered a veritable army of long-legged worms. Roughly estimating, there were at least 500 of them. 500 long-legged worms meant 500 hunter god points. Qin Shen was fighting alone, which meant double the reward. Over 1,000 hunter god points. There was no one in the entire 38324 safe zone exit hunter god team who could surpass him. This harvest alone would be enough to open the doors to the top sequence ability university for him. Qin Shen's luck was truly boundless, he was like the chosen one. Li Tianming had already planned that when he returned this time, he would definitely make a big deal out of Qin Shen's achievements. He wouldn't let this big shot off the hook. Qin Shen, naturally, paid no attention to Li Tianming's jealousy-ridden expression. He was still immersed in the joy of his bountiful harvest. He cut off the last circular piece of carapace and stuffed it neatly into his bulging backpack. Fortunately, the circular piece of the elongated worm carapace was much smaller than the distorted sickle-shaped ones, or else his large backpack wouldn't have been able to contain it. In order to make space, he carried the distorted sickle-shaped carapace pieces back in his hands. With the heavy backpack on his back, Shin-Chen listened to the howling wind outside his mask and a smile crept up his lips. The wind today is quite noisy. Carrying the bag, Shin-Chen walked towards the safe zone with Li Tianming. Gradually, they encountered other hunting god squads. Most of these squads looked dejected. Today's harvest wasn't great, we only got 7 points. On average, each of us got a little over 1 point. Yeah, there's a rumor going around that a large group of sandworm minions appeared at the exit of our safe zone. So many people came to try their luck. But there's not even a trace of the sandworm minions, and the number of gods killed is even less than before. I wonder who spread this false news. Isn't it harming people? At this rate, when will we ever earn enough money to pay off our mortgages? Don't worry, those who come to take advantage of the situation and don't see the sandworm minions will naturally leave slowly. Everything will return to normal then. Listening to the dejected words of the hunting god squads beside him, Shin-Chen forcefully suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth, not letting his amusement show. He already felt extremely satisfied with this hunting trip. Hearing about others' misfortunes only made him even happier. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. In fact, happiness is often built upon the suffering of others. Li Tianming, seeing Shin-Chen almost unable to contain his laughter, as a mentor, said, "Shin, it's not good to take pleasure in others' misfortunes." Not good? If you continue like this, you might stray from the right path. Stray from the right path? Shin-Chen raised an eyebrow. Principal Li, are you suggesting I still have a chance to be a good person? Li Tianming glanced at Shin-Chen without saying a word. Yes, does Shin-Chen still have a chance to be a good person? Good people don't last long in the safe zone. Li Tianming suppressed his lecturing mood and fell silent. Shin-Chen couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. I wonder who spread the rumor about a large number of sandworm minions here. I came all this way, and didn't see a single one? Not just our team, but other hunting squads who came here with us also didn't see any. Maybe those sandworm minions have already moved from here to other areas. Tomorrow, let's explore the exit of safe zone 54,320 next to us, maybe we'll have a pleasant surprise. Alright. If we still can't find any trace of the sandworm minions in 5 or 6 days, let's just go back. The hunting god squads passing by Shin-Chen all sighed, as if no one had made a satisfactory harvest. Shin-Chen walked proudly with Li Tianming back inside the protective iron gate of the safe zone. The sequence ability users next to the safe zone exit had already formed a long queue, seemingly waiting for the carapace inspection. The two still didn't speak to each other. Li Tianming seemed to be contemplating his own matters. Shin-Chen, on the other hand, used his keen perception to eavesdrop on others' conversations. Captain John, we hunted 10 points worth of carapace today, seems pretty good. Yes. We thought it wasn't going smoothly, but looking at the earnings of other squads, most of them didn't even get half of what we did. Captain, you can have 4 of these 10 points. With these 4 points, your total should be 200, right? Yes, that's correct. Someone interjected, 200 points? Then you'll be in the top 5 at the exit of safe zone 38324, won't you? The man named John arrogantly glanced at the envious onlookers and said casually, should be just about 5th. I heard that the top 5 at the safe zone exit get privileges, is that true or false? This matter is confidential. Oh, I'm sorry. The person showed an embarrassed smile, then asked, you're really amazing. With 200 points, you should be able to enter the safe zone's top 1 million and have a ranking, right? How high is your ranking in the safe zone? Around 95,000. Wow, 95,000? I'm still outside the top 1 million, without even a ranking. Slow and steady wins the race. Shin-Chen noticed that when John said this, his chin slightly lifted. It sounded like encouragement to the person next to him, but deep down, there was a sense of disdain, a subtle rejection, as if there was an insurmountable gap between himself and the questioner. The people around also looked at John enviously. John took off his safety suit helmet, adjusted the collar inside, looking unapproachable, like a nobleman. At that moment, someone laughed, Little John, you look so proud, like a newly hatched red-crowned rooster, did something good happen? Upon hearing this, John immediately glared angrily. Humph, Sun Juhong, I knew it was you, a foul-mouthed and stubborn person. The man smiled, the scars on his face twisting like earthworms. Hey, you're even worse than a foul-mouthed person, so what does that make you? A piece of dung? Just because you're 40 points ahead of me doesn't make you special. Being 40 points ahead does make me special. At the exit of safe zone 38324, I'm 4th, you're 5th, that's a fact. John's golden eyes showed a look of disgust. I'll surpass you in less than a year. That's laughable. Do you think only your points will increase in a year, while mine stay the same? Sun Juhong turned to his teammate and said, Little John is 20 years younger than his father, and he told his father that in 20 years, he would be as old as him. Ha ha, the captain is right, he's really funny. Little John, is your father dead? If not, you'll never catch up to his age in your lifetime. You! John's face turned red with anger, he turned away without saying another word. Qin Shen watched the argument between the sequence ability users and asked, Principal, what are these sequence ability users fighting over the Hunter God points for? Hunter God points symbolize the personal strength of sequence ability users. The higher the Hunter God points, the more respect one receives. It's like school exams, where those who study well receive more respect. Indeed, Hunter God points are similar to exam scores. However, each exam only represents a stage, while Hunter God points stay with you for life. The government tallies Hunter God points and ranks them to encourage sequence ability users to hunt more gods. The higher your Hunter God points, the more privileges you have. If you and another sequence ability user both want a house, but you have more points, the house must be sold to you first. If you and another sequence ability user both fall ill and there's only one bed in the sequence hospital, if you have more points, the bed is yours. If you and another sequence ability user both have your eyes on a nightclub lady. Ahem. Well, you get the idea. Principal, please don't cough, tell us more about the nightclub lady. Qin Shen waited for over 40 minutes before it was finally his turn. The person in front glanced at the round piece of armor in Qin Shen's hand and his eyes lit up. Young man, for both of you to get 6 points, it's really not easy. Oh, I see. There are a lot of people here recently, and when everyone goes out and comes back, no one gets a single point. Many have decided to take a break during this time. I've heard. Is this the circular piece of armor from the distorted scythe? Yes. What great luck. Unlike us, who only hunted 3 spinning blade spiders. Qin Shen glanced at the 3 circular armor pieces in his hand, each with a circle on it, totaling 15 points. Looking at his smile, Qin Shen understood. He thought the man came to him to complain, but it turned out he was showing off. Qin Shen ignored him and looked elsewhere. Seeing Qin Shen had no desire to engage further, the man stopped trying to interact. Ah, only 15 Hunter God points, it's a bit embarrassing, the man muttered. Qin Shen remained silent, and the person behind him was not pleased. Humph, just 15 points, nothing special. Forget it, let him be happy. It's a rare harvest day for their team in hunting divine beings. He has been showing off these 3 spinning blade spider armor pieces all day. No wonder. Humph. The man shook the 3 circular armor pieces in his hand again. Do you have this ability? Just jealous. Yes, you're amazing. I just wonder how many of these 15 points will end up in your hands. The man seemed to be hit where it hurt, turned around, and stopped showing off. The person behind Qin Shen continued relentlessly. Truly skilled people who get the big rewards don't show off. It's usually those who tag along and are of no use that make a fuss. Exactly. I bet he'll be lucky to get one of those 15 points. The man immediately turned around and shouted, Don't underestimate me. I can get 1.2 points. Oh, very impressive. Getting 1.2 points really suits your 1.2 personality. The man blushed, while joyful laughter came from behind Qin Shen. After inspecting the armor pieces, the person in front of Qin Shen left dejectedly. Finally, it was Qin Shen's turn, his first time inspecting the armor pieces. The inspector from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau glanced at the circular armor pieces in Qin Shen's hand. Name: Qin Shen. Sequence Ability User Number: 00009527. The inspector checked and frowned. There's no information about your team. Are you a solo team? Yes. Upon hearing that Qin Shen was a solo team, the people behind him erupted. My goodness, so he can get 12 points in one go? He's a solo team? How is that possible? That old man has been standing next to him all along. Is he cheating for points? The inspector gave Li Tianming a suspicious look. Li Tianming calmly said, I am the insurance man, not involved in hunting divine beings. The inspector nodded, then took out a small scanning device, scanned the armor pieces, then scanned Qin Shen. Beep, Hunter's aura matches, identity confirmed. Then, he took out a palm-sized square device and aimed the screen at Qin Shen's features. Qin Shen saw his face on the screen, as if the lie detector had a front camera. He was not sure of the principle. According to the rules, I need to conduct a lie test on solo team members. Please answer, did you hunt divine beings completely alone? Yes. After 5 seconds, the square device made a sound, beep, truth. The inspector put away the lie detector and said to Qin Shen, next, I will conduct a memory continuity test on you. Please give me your hand. Okay. Qin Shen placed his hand on the inspector's hand. Suddenly, the inspector's palm sprouted many tiny suction cups, connecting with Qin Shen's palm. The inspector closed his eyes for about 10 seconds, then opened them, his eyes turning pure white. Qin Shen knew this was the sequence ability of the Yi verifier, which could view the brain activity of others. If there are no abnormalities in brain activity, the eyes of the verifier will turn white, otherwise, they will turn black. All brain regions are functioning normally, with no traces of intrusion by other sequencers. Memory continuity verification passed. The verifier's eyes returned to normal, and the suction cups on their hands disappeared. You can go to the Sequencer Ability Management Bureau to claim your reward, but I will send the data of your hunting down the remains of the Divine Being to the Godslayer camp in the Solo Team Points section. If there is a valid report against you, your reward will be revoked, and you will face punishment. Understood. Everyone was shocked to see Qin Shen pass the test. He earned 12 points in one go, enough to exchange for a bottle of Sequence Magic Potion directly, and he can also get 6,000 copper coins. John glanced at Qin Shen and coldly remarked, "Just a lucky brat, can't even handle a single challenge." Sun Juhong chuckled, touched his mouth, didn't say much, but his eyes were somewhat mocking. At the exit of the safe zone, there will always be someone who strikes it rich. People like Qin Shen probably encounter such luck every year. However, individuals in solo teams face more dangers, often ending up dead outside the safe zone or severely injured with no good outcome. As for the insurance person, they can't protect him forever. Sooner or later, he will have to face the dangers outside the safe zone on his own. Alright, next. After the verifier posted information about Qin Shen's solo team and rewards on the forum, they asked Qin Shen to step aside. Wait. Qin Shen didn't move. The verifier looked at the inexperienced Qin Shen and asked, "Is there something else? Do you want to say that this round armor plate wasn't obtained by yourself? It's too late. I have already been verified and reported. Even if you admit your mistake now, it's too late." Qin Shen smiled, "I'm not here to admit a mistake, but you haven't finished verifying yet." With that, Qin Shen took off his bulging backpack and threw it in front of them. With a loud thud, the verifier felt the floor shake beside them. They didn't know why this young man carried so many things to hunt down divine beings, perhaps being cautious due to being in a solo team, carrying many tools just in case. Others were curious about what Qin Shen had in his backpack. He's probably a newbie, carrying a bunch of useless stuff to hunt down divine beings. Exactly, it was my first time outside the safe zone, and I was just like him. However, when Qin Shen unzipped his backpack, everyone around him widened their eyes and held their breath. Whoosh, the round armor plates rushed out of the backpack, scattering all over the floor. Qin Shen smiled faintly. "Please continue the verification." A strange silence fell over the surroundings. After a moment, someone reacted, realizing that the round armor plates in front of them were all crafted by this young man, Qin Shen. John immediately exclaimed, "You little trickster, as cunning as a black-footed fox. More devious than the divine beings hiding in the shadows. Where did you steal so many round armor plates from?" Sun Juhong, who had just argued with John, also stood with him, saying, "What methods did you use? How could you possibly obtain so many round armor plates?" Qin Shen ignored them and simply said to the bewildered verifier, "There's quite a lot, could you please help with the verification? These round armor plates were still obtained by me in a solo team." "Impossible." Sun Juhong interjected, "With so many round armor plates, not even you and the person next to you combined could achieve it." "Exactly. You have an insurance person by your side, indicating you're not skilled at hunting divine beings. How could you possibly obtain so many round armor plates in one go? You must have used some method that violates the United Government regulations." The originally high-ranking Sun Juhong and John, at this moment, were red-faced and hopping mad, as if they wanted to devour Qin Shen alive. The inspectors from the Management Bureau also widened their eyes, furrowing their brows as they asked Qin Shen, "How did you obtain so many circular armor plates?" "Of course, I obtained them by hunting down the gods." "How did you hunt them down?" The inspector's tone was cold and harsh, as if interrogating a criminal. Qin Shen understood this. After all, presenting so many circular armor plates at once would definitely raise suspicions. Qin Shen calmly replied, "May I ask, does the Bureau of Sequential Ability Holders have regulations that require disclosing the process of hunting down gods?" The inspector's eyebrows furrowed, "No. But your situation is too special, so I need to clarify. Since there is no such regulation, what is the purpose of your inquiry? I need to make a reasonable judgment." Qin Shen interrupted, "Your personal inquiry does not fall under any of those methods, right?" The inspector's face turned very displeased. But Qin Shen didn't care. Hunting down gods was a top priority within the safe zone, so detailed regulations were jointly formulated by the government. The reason for the regulations was to standardize various behaviors. And in a place with regulations, the rule of survival was to strictly follow the regulations. As long as everything he did complied with the regulations, there was nothing to fear. For matters within the regulations, he cooperated with each one. For matters outside the regulations, he wouldn't say a word. The inspector and Qin Shen stared at each other for a long time. Qin Shen remained calm, with no intention of giving in. The inspector had to conduct the inspection according to the regulations. He first took out the breath detector and scanned each circular armor plate one by one, confirming that the breath came from the same hunting god dagger. When he counted the 794 circular armor plates, even he couldn't help but be shocked. Since becoming an inspector at the exit of this safe zone, he had never seen so many circular armor plates. Even he, as an inspector, was tempted by this huge wealth. But in front of everyone, he had no way to use any underhanded methods to keep some for himself. His jealousy towards Qin Shen, this young man, grew stronger. Why was he able to have so many circular armor plates? So he checked very carefully, sometimes having to scan a single circular armor plate 4 or 5 times, confirming there were no other breaths before reluctantly putting it down and moving on to the next one. The whole process took more than 2 hours to complete. Then he scanned Qin Shen again, confirming that Qin Shen was indeed the user of this hunting god dagger. He then proceeded with lie detection and memory continuity tests, which Qin Shen passed as well. When posting the report, the inspector asked, "Your 700 or so circular armor plates seem to all come from the long-legged worms." Since the inspector dealt with circular armor plates daily, it was not surprising that he could identify them. Before Qin Shen could respond, the crowd erupted once again. Long-legged worms? Are these all from long-legged worms? That's right. Look, these circular armor plates are the size of copper coins, with only a single groove on them, very much like long-legged worms. So, all those sandworm minions are long-legged worms? All killed by this kid? No wonder he could kill so many. Turns out they were all weak long-legged worms? What sequence is he? How could he attract so many long-legged worms? Qin Shen had intended to say something, but upon hearing this, he closed his mouth again. He looked coldly at the inspector. He knew that by saying this, the man wanted those people to know that most of the sandworm minions had been hunted down by him. This meant that many hunting god squads had made a wasted trip. Their resentment, I estimate, will be vented on themselves. Qin Shen looked at the angry gazes of the crowd, secretly amused. Clearly without any grievances, it felt as if they had an irreconcilable feud. No matter. Just a group of shrimps and crabs. Probably the strongest person here is only at level 2 in the hierarchy, perhaps even inferior to Li Tianming beside him, unable to stand out. If a life-and-death battle were to unfold outside the safe zone, Qin Shen was confident that he and Li Tianming could clean them up completely, maybe even without Li Tianming's help. Thinking of this, a murderous intent unconsciously flashed in Qin Shen's eyes. Other ability users immediately realized that Qin Shen didn't seem as inexperienced as he appeared. Li Tianming lightly patted Qin Shen's back. "Rein it in." Qin Shen then reacted, once again putting on a student-like smile. He was only 17, why did he keep thinking about fighting and killing? This was not good. Not good at all. The evaluator announced Qin Shen's Hunter God rewards. Circular armor pieces worth 1 point, 794 pieces. Circular armor pieces worth 6 points, 1 piece, totaling 800 Hunter God points. Due to solo teaming, points are doubled, so you receive 1,600 points. Other rewards remain the same. 1 point corresponds to 1,000 copper coins, so in total, 800,000 copper coins. 1 point corresponds to 1/10 of a bottle of sequence magic potion. This time, you will receive 80 bottles of sequence magic potion. Because the reward quantity is too large, I cannot issue it here. Please go to the nearby Ability Users Management Bureau to collect it. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen's mouth almost twisted with a smile. 800,000 copper coins, that's over 60 silver coins. Suddenly becoming wealthy. Wait. Qin Shen suddenly glanced at Li Tianming, who was also smiling. It seemed he had to give half to this bald, big-bellied man. Qin Shen made money easily, but Li Tianming made it even easier. Following Qin Shen outside the safe zone for a stroll, he earned over 30 silver coins. Qin Shen felt a bit reluctant, but he didn't plan on keeping this money to himself. Although Li Tianming didn't make a direct effort, he had been looking out for Qin Shen's safety all along, always on edge. Morally and logically, he should reward him according to the agreed price. Moreover, their cooperation was long-term, not a one-off deal. Over 30 silver coins, so be it. Qin Shen, from rags to riches, didn't want to wait a moment longer. The nearby Ability Users Management Bureau was located in the area numbered 14121, where Money Ask Road was. Qin Shen immediately decided to go there to claim his rewards. Just as he picked up his empty backpack to leave, he was suddenly stopped by someone. Wait! Qin Shen turned around to see John. What's up? I want to invite you to the battle arena. Qin Shen frowned. Battle arena? What's that? A place for fighting? Yes. Come to the battle arena and compete with me. Why should I compete with you? Are you afraid? Qin Shen was a bit stunned, looking at the angry blonde John, then glanced at Li Tianming beside him. Has this golden-haired guy gone crazy from some kind of shock? Li Tianming said, you should have just heard. He was originally in the top 5 and accumulating points at this exit. He had privileges. Now that your ranking is higher than his, you've taken away his privileges, so he wants to challenge you at the battle arena. Hold on, that's a lot of information. Qin Shen processed Li Tianming's words, then asked, what privileges? Each exit's management personnel have performance indicators. The more gods they hunt at their managed safe exit, the more rewards their superiors receive. Therefore, to encourage powerful hunter god teams to hunt gods from exits under their jurisdiction, the management personnel will arrange rewards for the top 5. This kind of reward system is also recognized by the Management Bureau and the joint government. Qin Shen looked at the inspector and asked, what is the privilege of the exit of safety zone 38324? The inspector's face turned cold. Give me an extra 10% in copper coins. So, do I need 88,000 copper coins? Qin Shen immediately widened his eyes, pointing at the inspector. You damn thing, trying to swallow my reward privilege? The inspector snorted. You only gained the privilege after today. What happened before doesn't count. Oh, I'm sorry. I was a bit too aggressive in my speech earlier because I was poor. Please forgive me. Poof. Qin Shen immediately put on a smile again and apologized to the inspector. Li Tianming sighed helplessly at Qin Shen's erratic behavior. A bit embarrassing. If I take away his privilege, shouldn't he strive to hunt down the gods to regain it? Why ask me to go to the battle arena? By the way, what is the battle arena? It's an official venue provided by the joint government for sequence ability users to resolve disputes. Before going up to the arena, the two parties sign a bet, and after the battle, the outcome determines the bet's ownership. Exactly. After John and Li Tianming explained, he said to Qin Shen, I want to bet with you for the privilege of safety zone 38324 exit. Are you crazy? Why would I bet with you? John gritted his teeth. I'll give you a silver coin. Forget it, I don't care about such a small amount of money. If I lose, I'll give you a bottle of sequence magic potion. I already have 80 bottles, why would I need yours? I've been at your beck and call for 2 years. I'm too busy, I don't have time to raise a dog. You! John was furious. He had to regain his privilege. Not just for the money, but for his status. In the exit of the safety zone, the most looked down upon are the sequence ability users who originally had privileges but were squeezed out by others. And it was done by a kid who relied solely on luck and had no real strength. However, Qin Shen had no intention of going up against him in the battle arena. Let him say whatever he wants. After all, his sequence ability was not the Phantom Assassin. Revealing his true abilities on the arena would be more trouble than it's worth. As he was about to leave, John blocked his way and said slowly, I just checked. You are a sequence of the Phantom Assassin. If I lose, I'll give you a hunting god weapon, blind knife. Blind knife? I don't need. Before Qin Shen could refuse, Li Tianming pulled him aside. Li Tianming whispered in his ear, it's a good thing, you should agree to his challenge. How good is it? Good enough that even with money, you can't buy it. What can't money buy? Qin Shen didn't quite believe Li Tianming's words. In his understanding, those with money had everything. Except for worries. Li Tianming said, hunting god weapons are all made by sequence ability users of the forging sequence. You should know that sequence ability users don't just care about money. Hunting god weapons are so powerful? How come I haven't heard of them in the Godslayer camp? Li Tianming smiled. Sequence ability users who qualify for hunting god weapons probably wouldn't go to a public forum like the Godslayer camp. Meaning, his vision was still far from enough? It seemed that the forum wasn't very useful. At least for the current Qin Shen, it was no longer able to meet his needs. To have a broader vision, he had to go to a higher platform. Qin Shen became even more eager for the sequence ability users university. Although the hunting god weapon was good, he couldn't accept it. He couldn't risk exposing his fake sequence just for a weapon. He was about to refuse, but Li Tianming whispered again, you don't have to worry. Battle arena, with no one else watching, only the two of you in it. What happens, no one knows. Why is that? Every sequence ability user has their own trump card and is unwilling to let others know. According to the requests of sequence ability users, the battle arena established by the joint government is completely secretive. Then how is the winner determined? Upon entering, a surrender-specific bracelet is worn. Surrender is indicated by tapping it 3 times. Once one side surrenders, the battle ends, and the victor can claim the wager. Qin Shen nodded, finding this setup very reasonable. If there were only 2 people, they might surrender on the arena but then deny it afterward. However, surrendering was not Qin Shen's concern. He quietly asked, "What if I kill him? Will there be trouble?" "No. Once on the battle arena, it's every man for himself." Qin Shen's eyes lit up. "Killing with no consequences? Then I'll have some fun." Seeing Qin Shen's eyes gleaming, Li Tianming already knew what this kid was plotting. He looked at John with sympathy. Poor John might just want to defeat Qin Shen and reclaim his privilege at the exit of the safe zone. But Qin Shen had his eyes on his hunter god weapon and intended to take his life as well. Li Tianming knew about Qin Shen's peculiar sequence. His extraordinary strength and agility alone were enough to raise suspicions. Even though Qin Shen had been holding back his strength, the astute Li Tianming observed that his basic attributes far exceeded those of an ordinary first-level sequence ability user. There were only 2 possibilities. Qin Shen was not a first-level sequence ability user, or Qin Shen was not an ordinary sequence ability user. Whichever possibility, it meant that Qin Shen harbored a huge secret. This secret, only Li Tianming, who was interdependent with him, could know. Others who saw his sequence skills would not keep it a secret like he did. So, once Qin Shen and John stepped onto the battle arena, there was only one outcome for him: death. Seeing that Qin Shen seemed unfazed by the idea of killing, with his eyes only filled with desire for the hunter god weapon, Li Tianming became curious about him. This kid was definitely not killing for the first time. Whom had he killed before? The edge of the safe zone was chaotic, with people going missing or being killed every week. Li Tianming was not sure. It didn't matter. Li Tianming chuckled self-deprecatingly. Who hadn't killed someone before? Qin Shen knew he could act freely on the battle arena and immediately stared at John like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. "Do you really have the hunter god weapon? I don't believe it unless you show it to me." John drew a short knife slightly longer than the hunter god dagger from his waist and handed it to Qin Shen. Holding the blind knife, Qin Shen immediately felt a connection between the power within him and the blade. The knife seemed to be an extension of his body. This is the blind knife. If you cut a deity with it, within a minute, that deity will be blinded. Qin Shen licked his lips. Indeed, a good weapon. How long will the deity be blinded? It depends on the deity's size. The smaller the deity, the longer the blindness lasts. If it's the long-legged worm you hunted, it will probably be blinded for about 5 minutes. 5 minutes? That long? Qin Shen thought the skill attached to this weapon could only control for a dozen seconds. He didn't expect it to last for 5 minutes. A treasure among treasures. Qin Shen's gaze seemed to be glued to the blind knife, unable to move away for a long time. Today, John was undoubtedly doomed. Even if the government officials arrived, they couldn't save him. Seeing the greed on Qin Shen's face, John coldly smiled, knowing that Qin Shen would definitely accept his challenge. By then, he would use the battle arena to make Qin Shen suffer a bit and teach him the lesson of being too arrogant and suffering a big loss. "Alright, I promise you, let's go to the battle arena. Now. Of course, I have things to do. After the battle arena, I have to go to the management bureau to collect the rewards." John thought Qin Shen would ask for some rest. After all, he had just hunted down over 700 divine beings. Although they were Longfoot worms, chasing and killing so many was not an easy task. Qin Shen didn't want to rest, which suited John just fine. "Alright, let's go to the battle arena. How are we going? Walking? Taking the bus is the fastest." "Alright, let's go. Principal Li, help me with the fare." Li Tianming snorted. "I'm broke. John is taking you to the battle arena. Ask him to cover your fare." "Stingy, I'll split over 30 silver coins with you, and you won't even pay 10 copper coins for the fare?" John didn't want to waste time on the fare, so he said directly, "I'll cover the fare for both of you, let's go." "Oh, okay, thanks, Brother John." When others heard that John and Qin Shen were going to the battle arena, they became interested and decided to join. "Weren't we planning to go hunt down divine beings? Are we not going anymore?" "Hunt what? That kid alone killed over 700 Longfoot worms. How many divine beings could possibly be left outside? Let's go check out the excitement." "Exactly. Divine beings can be killed any day, but the battle arena nearby doesn't open once a month. Can't you prioritize properly? Is watching the excitement that interesting? You're just talking nonsense. If watching the excitement isn't interesting, then how can it be called exciting?" A large group of sequence ability users rushed to the bus station. When the bus driver arrived at exit bus stop No. 38324 of the safe zone, he was stunned. Since the establishment of the safe zone, he had never seen so many people waiting to board the bus at the station. For a moment, he thought he had gone back to the days before the apocalypse, with a bunch of office workers cramming onto the bus. But all the passengers boarding were wearing anti-freezing suits, bringing him back to reality. They were all sequence ability users. So many sequence ability users, where were they all going? The bus was filled with passengers. Some who didn't want to wait for the next bus even climbed onto the roof after paying the fare. One sequence ability user, whose ability was suction cups, directly stuck under the bus, enjoying the space under the carriage. The bus driver departed with a full load of passengers. The sequence ability users who didn't board looked disdainfully at those sitting on the roof. It was only a 20-minute bus ride. What's the rush? Must they catch this one? Could the battle arena end in 20 minutes? Absurd. Driver, we're all going to the battle arena station, just drive us there directly. Okay. Because the bus was overcrowded and no one wanted to get off midway, the bus driver didn't stop at other bus stops along the way. When they arrived at the battle arena station, everyone got off in a rush. The bus driver looked at the empty bus, feeling like he was in a different world. John and Qin Shen walked at the front of the crowd. Qin Shen didn't know the way, so he relied on John to lead the way. However, the battle arena was easy to spot. After getting off at the bus stop and walking for about a minute, they arrived. John pointed to a dark square building in front and said, "That's the battle arena. Why isn't there even a light? Not many people come here, so they usually save electricity by not turning on the lights." "All right." John walked up and knocked on a small door on the dark building. "Who is it?" "Here to settle a dispute at the battle arena." "Oh, wait a moment." After about a minute, all the lights around suddenly lit up, illuminating the place. It was then that Qin Shen saw that the dark building in front of him was actually shimmering with colorful lights. But the colors were not pure, there was a hint of darkness within them. It's like a soap bubble in the evening. A person in uniform came out, holding an electronic tablet in his hand. The person yawned and asked, "I am the manager of the combat arena, who is here to resolve the issue." "Both of us. Fill in your information here, press your fingerprint, leave your hunting god dagger, then place your bet, and you can enter the arena." The manager seemed reluctant to speak further, so he simply stated all the requirements at once. After Qin Shen and John finished filling out the form, they handed the electronic tablet back to the manager. After confirming the information, the manager took out a remote control from his pocket, pressed a button, and a door in front of them suddenly opened. Then he took out 2 wristbands and put them on Qin Shen and John's right wrists. "The arena is over there. According to the laws of the United Government, your competition in the combat arena is completely confidential. If either side admits defeat, tap the wristband on your left index finger 3 times in a row, and the match will end. On the arena, you are responsible for your own life and death. You both just signed the agreement on the tablet, so you should know. When the gate closes, the battle can begin. Go in." "Alright." Qin Shen couldn't wait to enter the arena. John sneered and followed. After the two entered the gate, it closed again. Looking back at where the gate had just opened, there was no gap, as if the door had never existed. At this moment, outside, Sun Juhong laughed. "That kid is doomed to lose." "Ha? Why?" "John and he are both in the Shadow Assassin sequence, but John is a level 2, he can easily kill him." "No wonder you say that." The scar on Sun Juhong's face twisted again, revealing a sinister smile, and John brought a blind knife with him. "There is no rule against bringing weapons into the combat arena." "Blind knife? Isn't that a hunting god weapon?" "Hunting god weapons are effective against sequence ability users, right?" "Of course, don't you know such a simple thing? Skills that work on humans may not work on gods, but skills that work on gods are equally effective on humans." With the blind knife, Qin Shen definitely can't win. Sun Juhong turned to Li Tianming. "Bro, are you ready to send that kid to the hospital?" Li Tianming glanced at Sun Juhong's gloating face and said nothing. "To the hospital? That's too much trouble. Just go straight to the funeral." "Oh, wait, John is not from Hua country, they don't have that funeral tradition. They seem to have priests and funerals over there." Seeing that Li Tianming ignored him, Sun Juhong stopped bothering and coldly waited for news of John's victory. After Qin Shen and John entered the gate, they found only a square room inside, empty with nothing in it. The walls, ceiling, and floor were covered with a white plastic-like material, and in each corner of the ceiling, there were very soft lighting fixtures, making the room very bright. Qin Shen suddenly realized that the entire room seemed to be the combat arena. Was he already standing on the combat arena? This combat arena is actually a whole enclosed room, without even boundaries? It seems that the fight can only end when one side surrenders. But it's true, without a referee or surveillance, besides surrender, how else can you determine the winner? Just then, the door slowly closed. In that instant, John immediately drew the blind knife from his waist, activated the skilled life and death line, enhanced, tripled his agility, doubled his strength, and swung the knife towards Qin Chen's back. And Qin Chen, seemingly still unaware, stood motionless in place. "You filthy bug, you must pay the price for your ignorance and recklessness." John had already planned how he would torture Qin Chen later. However, just when he thought his strike would hit home, Qin Chen in front of him suddenly disappeared. How is this possible? In his panic, Qin Chen had already appeared by his side. Qin Chen's strength surpassed that of ordinary sequence ability users, and with a sequence level of 3, even without using skills, he was on par with John. Furthermore, with his attributes quadrupled by the dual metal and his violence skill tripled, giving him 12 times the strength and agility, John was completely defenseless. John's body couldn't keep up with Qin Chen's movements. In his peripheral vision, he saw Qin Chen's crazed smile. At that moment, he immediately realized that Qin Chen was not the phantom assassin. Moreover, Qin Chen's sequence level was definitely higher than his own. What was he, a monster? By the time this strike ended, he would surrender immediately. However, Qin Chen wouldn't give him that chance. Qin Chen raised his fist high and softly said in John's ear, "Thank you." A punch landed squarely on John's cheek. Before he could feel anything, his vision was instantly flattened, and then everything disappeared. At that moment, his consciousness was still pondering. Why couldn't he see anything? Had he been hit by his own blind knife? No. It seemed like something had slipped out of his eye socket. Had his eyeball flown out? What sequence was he, to have such immense power? After a moment of confusion, John stopped thinking. John was forced to stop thinking. Because Qin Chen's punch had already caved in his head, his once orderly brain now a jumble like tofu. Perhaps it was Qin Chen's way of thanking him for the hunter god weapon. When Qin Chen struck, John felt no pain. As his thoughts ceased, so did his life. Qin Chen walked slowly to John's corpse, picked up the blind knife, and examined it fondly. He had intended to test its sharpness on his hand, but then thought, maybe it would work on people too? It wouldn't be good if he went blind. Time was running out. He glanced at John's now deflated head, sighed, knowing he had to clean up the scene. Qin Chen first plunged the knife into John's heart. As he pulled it out, blood sprayed wildly, staining Qin Chen's antifreeze suit. The heart has just stopped beating, blood pressure is still there. This fatal wound looks very realistic. Warmth Shu would probably praise it if he saw it. Qin Chen smirked, then reinserted the 2 eyeballs that had flown out. Holding the blind knife, he ruthlessly hacked at John's head until the skull shattered into pieces, erasing all traces of the earlier punch. Rubbing his chin, Qin Chen pondered, because I didn't receive proper moral education at the Safe Haven School, my temperament is rather volatile. Provoked by John in the battle arena today, after defeating him and seeing his disgusting face, I couldn't help but continue to smash his head with the knife handle, leading to this outcome. This explanation should suffice. Glancing at his bracelet, only 2 minutes had passed. The Phantom Assassin's level 1 skill, Life and Death Line, doubles agility for 5 minutes, then drains for 20 minutes. In that case, when I leave later, I'll have to make Li Tianming carry me on the bus. I'll give him over 30 silver coins to carry me. It shouldn't be a problem. The gates of the battle arena slowly opened again. Others were surprised. Just a few minutes? It's already over so quickly? Has John already defeated that kid? He clearly said he would torture the kid for a while. How come it ended in 3 minutes? Maybe he thought teaching the kid a lesson was enough, no need to go all out. If I knew it would end so soon, I wouldn't have come, it's really boring. Sun Juhong yawned and prepared to leave, feeling somewhat bored. At that moment, someone grabbed Sun Juhong who was about to leave for the station. Sun, something seems off. What's wrong? Look. Sun Juhong followed the direction pointed by the person and his eyes widened instantly. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Chen walked out from the gate covered in blood. But Qin Chen's eyes were vacant, still holding the blind knife in his hand. How come it's Qin Chen who came out? Where's John? John's teammates immediately approached Qin Chen, wanting to know what was going on. However, Qin Chen seemed lost, not answering, and walked straight towards Li Tianming. Seeing this, John's teammates rushed into the combat arena. While others were curious about what was happening, those who ran into the combat arena came out, leaning against the wall and vomiting uncontrollably. The looks they gave Qin Chen were filled with horror. But Qin Chen seemed unaware. Suddenly, as if losing all strength, Qin Chen collapsed onto Li Tianming. Li Tianming supported Qin Chen, a look of helplessness on his face. This kid is quite the veteran actor. Sun Juhong was puzzled and also entered the combat arena. After a while, Sun Juhong returned outside. However, being well-traveled, he didn't vomit like the others. Just a slight tremble in his body, a glance at Qin Chen, then he looked away. Seeing the gruesome sight of John's death, Shin Chen undoubtedly appeared as a madman in Sun Juhon's eyes. Moreover, a madman with unknown cards up his sleeve. Although Sun Juhon looked down on John verbally, he had to admit that John, ranked second in the Hunter God points in the 38324 safe zone, was no pushover. With rich combat experience, sequence suppression, and wielding a Hunter God weapon, it was surprising that he was killed by Shin Chen. Shin Chen was definitely not a simple character. And looking at his completely deformed head, it seemed like Shin Chen had been smashing it for a long time. From the moment they entered the combat arena to Shin Chen coming out, it was just over 3 minutes. In other words, Shin Chen likely defeated John within a minute. How did he manage that? The more Sun Juhon thought about it, the more unsettled he felt. This young man's strength was unexpectedly terrifying. Seeing Sun Juhon's speechless expression, others were curious too and gradually entered the combat arena. However, like most of John's teammates, they ran out after about 10 seconds, leaning against the wall and vomiting desperately. The staff member also vomited while trying to stop people from going in to see again. Don't go in. I have to find someone to clean up this mess. It's disgusting to keep vomiting like this. Ugh. Everyone who saw John's deathly state looked at Shin Chen, who was leaning weakly against Li Tianming, with a mix of fear. Li Tianming knew that Shin Chen probably didn't do anything to him inside. Most likely, to prevent John's memories from being read by a undead sequence ability user, his head was subjected to some bloody treatment. Li Tianming couldn't be bothered to go in and see what happened. No matter how terrifying, it was just a matter of killing someone. In Li Tianming's extensive experience, killing was completely unrelated to horror, just a routine occurrence. Li Tianming whispered to Shin Chen, "You're pretending to be exhausted after using life on the line, but you're still holding onto that knife with strength. How come?" Shin Chen replied softly, "I plan to seize the opportunity to cut someone later, to see if the Hunter God weapon skills are effective on people. You don't need to try, I can tell you, it works. All skills useful to the gods are equally useful to humans. The reverse is not necessarily true. Oh, then I can rest assured." Clang! The blind knife slipped from Shin Chen's hand. It fell to the ground, collided with the marble floor, making a crisp sound. Li Tianming supported Shin Chen with one hand, bent down to pick up the blind knife, and placed it in Shin Chen's backpack. Then Li Tianming turned to the still vomiting staff and said, "This battle, Shin Chen won, right? Shall we take this blind knife away?" The staff leaned against the wall, didn't look up, just waved their hand towards Li Tianming. It meant for the two of them to leave quickly. "All right, thank you." Li Tianming supported Shin Chen with one hand and left the battle arena. "Principal Li, can you carry me on your back?" It looked like Li Tianming was supporting Shin Chen, but in reality, he was dragging him along, his toes constantly rubbing against the ground, making him uncomfortable. "Carry you? Dream on. Do you still want your silver coins? Huh, won't you let me try?" "Principal Li, at least I'm your student. I never taught you how to read, let alone how to kill. We don't have a teacher-student relationship." Li Tianming wasn't buying Shin Chen's act, but Shin Chen had no choice. After all, Li Tianming knew him inside out, and he had no real leverage over Li Tianming. He could only let him drag him like a piece of wood to the bus stop. The two waited at the bus stop preparing to take the bus back. However, taking the bus wasn't going home. They were going to the management bureau to collect their rewards. This was Li Tianming's request, and also Shin Chen's idea. He dragged him onto the bus, paying the fare for him. The two were covered in blood, very conspicuous on the bus. Even other sequence ability users unconsciously moved to seats far away from them. Shin Chen's head rested on Li Tianming's shoulder, his expression vacant. But his heart was filled with joy at obtaining the weapon of the hunting god. Near the battle arena, many people had not dispersed yet. They had a new understanding of Shin Chen. The order at exit 38324 of the safe zone might change because of this. Just then, those sequence ability users who missed the first bus arrived. Seeing so many people still gathered outside the battle arena, they assumed the fight between Shin Chen and John had not ended. They leisurely approached the battle arena but caught a whiff of vomit. Looking around, they saw disgusting filth everywhere. Someone pinched their nose and asked, "What's going on? What are you all doing here? A collective food poisoning?" However, no one paid attention to him. He asked again, "Where are Shin Chen and John? Has the fight not started yet?" A weak voice in the crowd replied, "It's already over." "Over?" These latecomers quickly inquired about the outcome. "What? You mean John lost? What? You mean John lost with the blind knife? What? John not only lost but also died?" The more they heard, the more incredulous they felt, determined to enter the battle arena to see what had happened. The staff tried to stop them, but two onlookers who didn't mind the mess pushed them aside, and the group rushed in. Before long, they all rushed out, finding a cleaner spot to vomit. The staff were already exhausted. Seeing so many places needing cleaning, they fainted in frustration. Qin Chen and Li Tianming, unaware of what was happening behind them, sat on the bus, each contemplating how to divide the rewards they received from the management bureau. After a while, Li Tianming lightly nudged Qin Chen with his elbow. 20 minutes have passed, I should be able to move now. Oh. Qin Chen pretended to have just regained his strength, no longer leaning on Li Tianming's body, and sat up. Sequence Ability Holders Management Bureau Station, we have arrived. The bus horn was announcing the arrival information. Qin Chen and Li Tianming got off the bus, chatting and laughing as they walked towards the management bureau in area 14121. The bus driver glanced at the two figures and sighed helplessly. When these two got on the bus, their anti-freeze suits were covered in fresh blood, which he already found somewhat repulsive. But both of them were sequence ability holders, so as an ordinary person, he couldn't do much about it. Their seats were stained with blood, and he would have to clean it up after work. Damn sequence ability holders, the bus driver muttered before continuing to drive. Qin Chen asked, Principal, do you want to come with me to claim the reward? I won't go in. The insurance man doesn't qualify for rewards. I'll wait for you outside the bureau. All right. Once again outside the three-story building of the management bureau. The gray wall paint outside remained unchanged. The dim light outside the building was similar to before. But Qin Chen had changed once again. He found that every time he came to the management bureau, it meant he had made progress or gained something. So, his mood was always good when he arrived at the bureau. No wonder the sequence ability holders from the Godslayer camp all like the management bureau. Now I understand. You know, every time I come here, I feel very relaxed. Li Tianming smiled without commenting. Qin Chen entered the management bureau, bypassed the entrance, and once again saw the empty office area. Only this time, he was wearing an anti-freeze suit and covered in blood, very eye-catching. As soon as the management bureau personnel realized Qin Chen was a sequence ability holder, one of them immediately stood up and walked towards him. Sir, do you have any business at the management bureau? Oh, I'm here to claim the reward for hunting down gods. Claim a reward? All right, please wait. The person returned to his seat, picked up an electronic tablet, and quickly walked back. Sir, what is your sequence ability holder number? 00009527. Is it Mr. Qin Chen? That's correct. Alright, let me check. Your point acquisition location is exit 38324 of the safe zone. That's right. The hunting god points to be claimed. 1006? The person couldn't believe the string of numbers behind Qin Chen's name and couldn't help but exclaim. This exclamation attracted the attention of other management bureau personnel in the hall. 1,600 points? Who exactly is this young man in front of them? Among the nearby safe zone exits, the largest was exit 38324. It was where the strongest sequence ability holders in area 14121 gathered. But even the top scorer at exit 38324, Fran, only had over 300 points. He actually had 1,600 points? Did he wipe out the gods outside exit 38324? Under the skeptical gazes of the people, Qin Chen nodded. That's right. My hunting god points have been verified by the management bureau personnel. I'm here to claim the reward. The person swallowed hard. Alright, please wait. I'll go get your reward. Thank you. Qin Chen intended to find a chair to sit down. But looking at the tidy management bureau hall and then at the bloodstains on himself, he decided against it. After a while, the management bureau personnel returned with 2 cloth bags. Hello, here is your reward. First, 80,000 copper coins. We have converted it into 80 silver coins according to the exchange rate. Please count them. Upon hearing this, Qin Chen took the heavy money bag and immediately smiled from ear to ear. 80,000 copper coins are too many. The bureau will definitely exchange them for silver coins when rewarding him. He thought that the bureau would reward him with 1 silver coin for every 12,000 copper coins according to the market exchange rate. To his surprise, he was given 80 silver coins at a 1-to-1 ratio according to the government's exchange rate. It was 20% more than he expected, making Qin Chen even happier. Qin Chen took out the silver coins, counted them twice, then bid each one to check, finding no issues, before happily accepting them. Next are 80 bottles of sequence magic potion. They are all in this bag, a bit heavy, so please take care of it. Qin Chen took the bag containing the sequence magic potions and found 4 layers of small racks inside, each neatly displaying 20 bottles of sequence magic potion. Alright, thank you. Okay, take care. Even though Qin Chen looked young, the bureau staff unconsciously started addressing him with you. 1,600 points were truly terrifying. After Qin Chen left, the bureau staff immediately began discussing his identity. Who is he? Why haven't we seen him before? I checked his information, he's a new sequence level 1 person. How did he earn 1,600 points all at once? I just received a message from Lao Chang. He inspected him at the exit of Zone 38324 today, saying this kid solo killed over 700 long-legged worms. Xin Chen walked out of the bureau and shook the money bag at Li Tianming. Principal, time to split the money. Li Tianming nodded at him. The two walked to the side. Xin Chen excitedly said, I never expected to receive 80 silver coins. We each get 40, how satisfying. He counted out 40 silver coins and put them in his backpack, then handed the remaining coins and the money bag to Li Tianming. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tianming said, I don't need the silver coins. No way. Xin Chen ruthlessly interrupted Li Tianming before he could finish speaking. Xin Chen's smile disappeared, and he coldly stared at Li Tianming. Li Tianming's expression also turned cold. 40 silver coins were indeed a considerable sum for him, but it couldn't change his current situation. However, sequence magic potions were different. He never expected Xin Chen to obtain 80 bottles of sequence magic potion at once. If he shared half of them, it could greatly benefit him. With more effort, advancing to sequence level 4 wouldn't be a problem. So he decided not to take the silver coins and instead asked for sequence magic potions. But Xin Chen saw through his intentions. Before Li Tianming could finish speaking, Xin Chen interrupted him and placed the money bag with 40 silver coins in front of him. Li Tianming forced a smile and said, Xin, this time you received so many rewards, it's closely related to me being your insurance person. Yes, that's why I'm giving you 40 silver coins. That's what we agreed on before. But the silver coins are of no use to me now. They are more useful to you, right? Xin Chen scrutinized Li Tianming. Principal Li, do you know the rules of a trade? We already discussed how to divide things once the deal was done. Now that it's over, are you going back on your word? I'm not going back on my word. I really need sequence magic potions. Who doesn't need sequence magic potions? Did you hunt down gods just for this money? Principal Li, if we had agreed beforehand to split half the sequence magic potions once the deal was done, then I would have no complaints. But we clearly said to split half the wealth, and you never mentioned wanting sequence magic potions. You can't just change your mind because you see how many sequence magic potions I got, can you? Li Tianming's mouth twitched slightly. I really didn't expect you to get so many sequence magic potions. 80 bottles of sequence magic potion are also a hot commodity in your hands. This is my business. Li Tianming saw Xin Chen's firm attitude, not giving an inch, and couldn't help but sigh. If it was a straightforward deal with Xin Chen, he would definitely seize the opportunity to snatch all these sequence elixirs. But the problem was, he also needed Xin Chen's help. Besides Xin Chen, he had no way of knowing anyone with sequence abilities. All avenues were blocked by those damn people. Xin Chen's appearance was his only lifeline. Moreover, Xin Chen was so strong, truly a rare ally. Li Tianming couldn't afford to fall out with Xin Chen over a few bottles of sequence elixirs. How about this, you give me 40 silver coins, and I'll use them to buy sequence elixirs, can we do that? Buying sequence elixirs? Xin Chen could consider this suggestion. With 80 bottles of sequence elixirs, plus 2 at home, he didn't need them at all, planning to sell them for resources. If Li Tianming was willing to buy, it would save him a lot of trouble. How do you want to buy? Market price, 5 silver coins for 1 bottle of sequence elixir. I'll buy 8 bottles from you for 40 silver coins, okay? Your market price seems a bit cheap. Xin Chen had seen posts on the forum about buying sequence elixirs, or 1 bottle was bought for 7 silver coins. And that was just the buyback price. The selling price would definitely be higher. However, the post disappeared in less than a minute, deleted by the administrators. Because in the safe zone, trading sequence elixirs was prohibited. Li Tianming said, cheap? Are you trying to sell them to me at black market prices? Black market transactions are not as simple as you think. Just a slight exposure, and you could get into big trouble. I'm using them myself, not planning to sell them. Sell them to me at a lower price, and we both profit. Li Tianming's words convinced Xin Chen. He really didn't have a channel to sell sequence elixirs right now. So, he decided to sell some to Li Tianming at a lower price. After all, they were partners. It's best to keep the benefits within the family. Alright. Xin Chen counted out 8 bottles of sequence elixirs, gave them to Li Tianming, and then took back the money pouch with 40 silver coins. Li Tianming pocketed the sequence elixirs and nodded. Pleasure doing business with you. Pleasure doing business with you. Where are you going next? I'm going to rent a house near the school. I'm still a wanderer, principal, have you forgotten? Oh, I almost forgot. Who would have thought that a person with 80 silver coins is a wanderer? I'm a poor man turned rich. It's just the two of us here. We both know some things, no need for pretense. Shin-chan chuckled awkwardly after hearing this and fell silent. But I advise you to be cautious when renting a house. Better not to reveal your identity. Why? Because your information is posted on the forum's report section. Everyone knows you have 80 bottles of sequence elixirs now. Although the safe zone prohibits sequence users from using skills, money moves people's hearts. Your 80 bottles of sequence elixirs are a tempting piece of meat for many sequence users stuck at bottlenecks without objective income. There are definitely people planning to cause you trouble. I suggest you temporarily stay in cheap housing that doesn't require identity registration and change places every day. Shin-chan sighed, but I have to go to school. With so many people watching me now, if I don't go to school, I'll definitely be reported, then forced to drop out. In that case, I won't qualify for the sequence user assessment after the college entrance examination and won't be able to go to university. That's a troublesome matter. Li Tianming pondered, how about, you live at the school? Schools have surveillance cameras everywhere, and no sequence user dares to cause trouble in such places. I thought you would ask me to come to your house. My house won't do. Why? Because of Ting Ting? Shin-chan teased with a smile. He remembered the last time he was in Li Tianming's office, seeing the messages and explicit videos sent by Ting Ting. Li Tianming didn't seem to mind at all. Well, there is indeed a Ting Ting at home, but sometimes it's 1, sometimes 3, or 5. And they change every once in a while. Shin-chan was speechless. Principal Li, you really know how to have fun. It's not possible now, it used to be more exciting before. Then he looked at Shin-chan somewhat wistfully. I really missed the time when I was your age. The good times never come back. Gee, your words just gave me goosebumps. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's go back to school together. I have some personal items to take back. You can stay in my office tonight, I have a folding bed there. I'll have someone tidy up for you tomorrow. Thank you, Principal Li. Shin-chan and Li Tianming took the bus together again. You're so wealthy, why do you still need me to help pay for the bus fare? Shin-chan scratched his head. I just paid, but the driver said he couldn't give change. You're something else. Shin-chan and Li Tianming returned to the school. As it was already late at night, the school was deserted. The gates were locked. But that didn't stop the two sequence ability users. They jumped a few times and easily climbed over the gate into the campus. Principal Li, what if the teacher monitoring the cameras finds us tomorrow? I'm the principal, what can he say? It's more about your appearance covered in blood, that's indeed scary. Shin-chan looked at his antifreeze suit. The bloodstains had already dried. The dark green bloodstains at the bottom were from the distorted sickle. The red bloodstains on top were from the long-legged worms. The deep red bloodstains on the surface were from the unlucky John. Clearly layered, with various colors. Like a camouflage suit with color distortion. Shin-chan asked, Principal, is there a shower in your office? Li Tianming scratched his neck. Having a bed in the office is already good enough. Why would there be a shower? The other day when I used your computer, I saw a folder named Office. How much did you see? Not much, but I've always seen you as a refined person, always neat and clean, someone with cleanliness habits. So, there should be a shower in the office, right? Alright, behind the bookshelf in the office, I had a bathroom installed. I knew it. Thank you, Principal. You're welcome. Remember to clean up after using it. Okay. Shin-chan and Li Tianming entered the principal's office together. Following Li Tianming's guidance, they entered the bathroom, cleaned their clothes, and took a shower. Li Tianming gave him a few more instructions, then left with a folder and a bag containing 8 bottles of magic potion. After showering, Shin-chan lay down on the folding bed. The soft mattress made him feel like he had returned to a previous life. Since his rebirth, he hadn't slept on such a comfortable bed. The feeling of exhaustion soon washed over him like a tide. Lying in bed, recalling the events of the day, he quickly drifted off to sleep. When Shin-chan woke up, it was a little after 6 in the morning. Perhaps sleeping in the principal's office made him a bit uncomfortable, and the comfortable bed didn't extend his sleep. Shin-chan got up, unpacked some unused towels and a toothbrush from the bathroom to freshen up. Probably meant for some female teacher, but I might as well use it. At least I can get some sequence magic potions cheaply. Shin-chan enjoyed Li Tianming's private space without a care in the world. Shin-chan spent some time looking up information on sequence ability users on the computer before heading to the classroom just before the early morning self-study session. Being a sequence ability user meant a bit less freedom. In the past, skipping classes meant no one cared. It's not going to work now. Skipping school yesterday to hunt down gods outside the safe zone was a reasonable excuse, and no one could find fault with it. But if there's nothing going on today and he skips school again, he'll definitely be reported to the education department by jealous classmates. The United Government places great importance on the ideological and moral development of students. They do not want the sequence ability holders they support to have anti-human and antisocial personalities. Therefore, individuals who awaken as sequence ability holders during their student days will receive special attention. The United Government strives for every student entering the sequence ability holders university to excel in both character and learning, becoming pillars of humanity's future. However, Qin Chen sees little value in this effort, but he still doesn't want to stir up trouble. If skipping class has a significant impact, the education department will likely contact the sequence ability holders management bureau to have their personnel educate him verbally. He is very certain that soon someone from the management bureau will approach him to inquire about the events at the combat arena with John yesterday. Killing, even within legal limits, is not a trivial matter, so he is prepared with an excuse. He hasn't received moral education. He'll shift the blame to the school's moral education director. He tore off a page from the office calendar. Blue Star Era, January 27, 2010, Wednesday, Western Calendar, Ji Cho Year, 12th month, 13th day, suitable for resolution, suitable for resolution? Resolve what? Qin Chen shook his head and walked towards the classroom. As soon as Qin Chen sat down in the classroom, two people appeared in front of him. Looking up, he saw Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang. Li Jingwen had her arm around Zhou Yang, and her eyes still showed fear when she looked at Qin Chen. Zhou Yang said, "Qin, you and my uncle are both sequence ability holders. Can you, for my sake, stop arguing with Jingwen about what happened before?" Qin Chen sniffed lightly and disdainfully glanced at Li Jingwen. "Is this the help you found?" Li Jingwen swallowed nervously. "Qin Chen, I really know I was wrong." Qin Chen looked at Zhou Yang again. "Zhou Yang, do you really understand the enmity between me and Li Jingwen?" Zhou Yang stiffened his neck. "No matter what enmity, we are all classmates, and there's nothing we can't resolve." Qin Chen nodded. It seems she didn't tell you the truth, and rightly so. How could she dare to tell the truth about such matters? You act pretty fast, Li Jingwen. Qin Chen, what do you mean? I publicly announced the day before yesterday that I slept with Zhou Yang in the morning, tying up this fool. Zhou Yang immediately blushed. Don't speak so vulgarly. I'm a sequence ability holder. My sense of smell is very keen. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, I have arranged to marry Jingwen after the college entrance examination. So, can you give me face and not make trouble with her again?" Qin Chen sneered. "I really don't know who gave you the courage to speak to me like this, your useless uncle. What did you say?" Qin Chen took out his phone and threw it to Zhou Yang. "You should remember your uncle's phone, right? Call him now. You. Otherwise, I'll slap you like I did the grade director. I mean what I say." Thinking of the grade director still lying in the hospital, Zhou Yang shivered and dialed his uncle's number. "Hello, uncle, it's me." As soon as Qin Chen heard the phone connect, he snatched the phone. "Hello, Director Zhou? This is Qin Chen." On the other end, Zhou Xing immediately smiled. "Oh, Qin, I was just thinking of having Zhou Yang contact you to ask about your recent school life, and you took the initiative to find me. How coincidental. By the way, what's the matter? Do you know about what happened yesterday?" "I know, of course I know. You single-handedly hunted down so many gods. You're the hero of the Juan school. He is the role model of our area 14121. Qin Chen, holding 80 bottles of sequence potion, was already nailed to advance to sequence level 3. Coupled with his sequence ability awakened before the college entrance examination, entering a top university was not a problem, and his future prospects were limitless. He was far from being comparable to a grassroots official in the education department on the edge of the safe zone. Moreover, Qin Chen, who had awakened his sequence, was only under the jurisdiction of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. The personnel in his education department could no longer control anything about him. Although Zhou Xing was nominally an official and Qin Chen a student, Zhou Xing actually wanted to befriend Qin Chen very much. "Well, it's much easier for me to communicate with you if you know. It's nothing much, but your nephew Zhou Yan wants to protect one of my enemies. What do you think?" Zhou Xing was taken aback and asked, "Enemy?" "Yes, a mortal enemy." "I see. Please give the phone to Zhou Yang." "Okay." Zhou Yang took the phone and glanced at Qin Chen, saying, "Uncle, don't listen to his nonsense. We are all classmates, there's no mortal enemy between us." A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "Cut ties with that person and apologize to Qin Chen." "But, uncle, if Qin Chen doesn't forgive you, then your family will have nothing to do with me anymore. Do you understand?" Zhou Yang heard his uncle Zhou Xing's unquestionable words and immediately turned pale. His father had said that his relationship with Zhou Xing, his own younger brother, was not particularly close. One reason was the 8-year age gap between the two brothers, leading to a deep generation gap. Another reason was that when they were young, Zhou Yang's father's grades were much worse than Zhou Xing's. Out of jealousy, he had caused many obstacles for his younger brother. Although they were brothers, they didn't see eye to eye on many things. Zhou Yang's father had average grades and took the college entrance examination before the apocalypse. However, even with more universities and broader enrollment before the apocalypse, he still failed to get into college. After graduation, he became an ordinary delivery worker. On the other hand, Zhou Xing, with excellent grades, took the college entrance examination after the apocalypse and successfully entered a college, eventually becoming an official in the education department. This stark difference in status further distanced the relationship between the two families. If it weren't for their mother's dying wish for the two brothers to get along better and for Zhou Xing to support his older brother, Zhou Xing probably would have had no contact with their family until death. Zhou Yang's father also realized that his younger brother now held a high position of importance on the edge of the safe zone, so he changed his past cold and mocking remarks and instead humbly supported his younger brother. Although Zhou Xing didn't like his older brother, out of respect for his mother's wishes and his older brother repeatedly apologizing and admitting his mistakes, he decided to support him. Therefore, if Zhou Yang caused major trouble, Zhou Xing could definitely cut ties with their family. However, Zhou Yang had never imagined that this major trouble would involve Qin Shen, whom he had never even wanted to look at directly. Zhou Yang could only nod and say, "Yes, uncle, I understand." "Well, give the phone to Qin Shen." Zhou Yang handed the phone to Qin Shen, his eyes filled with reluctance and confusion. Qin Shen answered the phone, "Hello? Director Zhou, thank you." Upon hearing Qin Shen's voice, Zhou Yang immediately regained his enthusiasm. "Classmate Qin, when are you free? Let's have a meal together." Qin Shen straightforwardly asked, "Is there something that needs to be discussed over a meal?" As the director of the education department, Zhou Xing couldn't influence Qin Shen in any way. Therefore, Qin Shen spoke bluntly and didn't want to get entangled with him. "Oh, it's like this. A special admission quota from Xingren University has been sent down from above. I want to talk to you about it and see if you're interested." Xingren University? Qin Shen knew very little about universities for sequence ability users and was not very familiar with special admissions. The olive branch thrown out by Zhou Xing did pique his interest. Qin Shen thought for a moment and decided to accept first, then he would ask Li Tianming about this later. If there was nothing appealing, he could always decline the dinner with Zhou Xing later. "Alright, since Director Zhou is interested in having dinner together, I am naturally willing. Please choose a time and place." "Okay, thank you for your company, Qin student. I will send you the restaurant and reservation time later." "Sure. Then, goodbye, Qin student." Goodbye." Qin Shen hung up the phone and glanced at Zhou Yang and Li Jingwen. "Zhou Yang, what do you think?" Zhou Yang was shocked to see Qin Shen chatting happily with his uncle, who seemed to be trying to please him. He had never seen his uncle like this before. Because Zhou Xing had awakened his sequence ability, even the director of the education department had to treat him as an equal, and Zhou Xing seemed to be slightly superior. Qin Shen actually dared to make Zhou Xing act so humble. Zhou Yang realized that Qin Shen was someone he really couldn't afford to offend. In addition, the restriction that sequence ability users couldn't kill ordinary people only applied to students and public officials. Once he graduated from high school and lost his protection, if Qin Shen pursued him, he could really take his life at any time. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang broke out in a cold sweat. Compared to Li Jingwen beside him, his relationship with Uncle Zhou Xing was more important. Zhou Yang bowed to Qin Shen. "I'm sorry, Qin student, I was wrong before. I won't interfere in your and Li Jingwen's affairs anymore." When Li Jingwen heard Zhou Yang was going to ignore her, she immediately grabbed his arm, trying to stop him. "Zhou Yang, what did you say to me last night? Do you remember? You said you wanted to be with me for a lifetime. You said you would protect me and take care of me forever." Zhou Yang, feeling guilty, dared not look at Li Jingwen again. "You offended Qin student. You heard what my uncle said to me. What can I do? Why don't you apologize to Qin student and see if you can resolve the enmity with him and make him forgive you? You heartless and ungrateful person. Are you going back on your word now? Why didn't you say this when we were in bed? Are you still a man? You're just a coward. Being a coward is better than being dead." Zhou Yang shook off Li Jingwen's hand, said a few words, and left the classroom. Qin Shen nodded with interest. "Jingwen, congratulations, you found a smart person." Li Jingwen turned around, looked at Qin Shen's smiling face, and trembled in shock. Qin Shen, I really know I was wrong before, can you forgive me? I can give you anything. As long as you spare me." Saying this, Li Jingwen straightened her slightly bulging chest. Qin Shan looked her over and shook his head. This is not enough to atone, you better enjoy your last moments of peace. Li Jingwen's face turned as lifeless as a wall. Ding ding ding, at this moment, the bell for class rang. Go back to your seat, don't disturb my class. Li Jingwen walked back to her seat in a daze. Her seat was already empty. The news of Qin Shan and her enmity had quickly spread throughout the campus after Qin Shan became a sequence ability user. Although almost no one knew what their enmity was about, except for Zhou Yan who had some background, no one was willing to provoke Li Jingwen's troubles. Even her desk mate chose to sit elsewhere. Her former friends who used to surround her now kept their distance. She sat alone in her chair, full of fear. It was all over. There was no way she could resolve Qin Shan's threat anymore. Qin Shan was a sequence ability user, an orphan, with no weaknesses. Wait, weakness? He might not have any weaknesses himself, but the people around him did. Qin Shan seemed to have a good relationship with the old lady Julie from the library. There's still one shoe. It must be him. Otherwise, Qin Shan wouldn't casually run to the library. Thinking of this, Li Jingwen's eyes lit up. If she could catch these two people, maybe she could make Qin Shan wary. After class, Qin Shan went to the library again. The library was the same as usual. Only Teacher Zhu, who was tidying up books, and the attentive Wenshu were there. Long time no see. Qin Shan greeted Teacher Zhu and Wenshu, then went to help tidy up the books. Teacher Zhu smiled. It hasn't been that long, just a day. Really? Qin Shan thought for a moment. Indeed, they hadn't seen each other for only a day. It's just that too much happened yesterday, hunting down gods, killing John, and then receiving rewards. It made him feel like a long time had passed. Oh, well, I've been busy lately, lost track of time. By the way, Wenshu, how's Zhao Enlai been recently? Wenshu, who was working on a problem, looked up and said, he transferred to another school yesterday. Transferred? Qin Shan chuckled, he sure moves fast. After you and the head teacher talked to him, he was worried about his health for the college entrance exam, even if he didn't transfer. Makes sense. Thank you. You're welcome. Hey, Teacher Zhu, don't worry. I'm a sequence ability user. Moving books is a piece of cake for me, let me do it. It's precisely because you're a sequence ability user that I won't let you do it. You need to focus on the assessment after the college entrance exam, or on hunting down gods to save the human race. Teacher Zhu, I'm just an ordinary sequence ability user here, a rare find, but in those developed areas, I'm just common. Where can I go to save the human race? I'd better save your old back first. With that, Qin Shan took the books from Teacher Zhu's hands. Teacher Zhu was left empty-handed for a moment, then sat down with a smile. After tidying up the books, Qin Shan asked Teacher Zhu, how much does it cost to treat your stomach problem? Why bring this up out of the blue? Just asking. Oh, I've come to terms with it. It's not important. How much is not important? Teacher Zhu glanced at Qin Shan. I don't know. That's impossible. You must have at least inquired about the cost before giving up treatment. Teacher Zhu could read the meaning behind Qin Shan's words and advised, child, even though you're a sequence ability user, Teacher Zhu knows that earning money isn't easy. I've lived a fulfilling life, keep your money for yourself. I just want to know how much. Seeing Qin Shan adamant, Teacher Zhu sighed, probably about a silver coin. You scared me, I thought it would be dozens of silver coins. Dozens? Dozens would be enough to replace every part of your body. You really have no concept of money. Qin Shan took out a money pouch from his waist, then shook out 80 silver coins from it, and handed 3 to Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu, use this money for your treatment. This. Teacher Zhu's eyes widened in shock. Where did you get so much money from? Earned it yesterday. In case you don't believe me, I even poured them out to show you, so you wouldn't think these 3 silver coins are all I have and refuse to accept them. Wenshu glanced at the silver coins on the table, slightly surprised, but then continued to focus on the problems at hand. Teacher, just take it, earning money is quite easy for me. At least easier than you think. Teacher Zhu remained silent for a while. She wasn't seeking death. Who would want to die when they could live? It's just because of the lack of money. Now that Qin Shan placed her life-saving money on the table, she was indeed tempted. But why should she take so much money from Qin Shan? Teacher Zhu had been teaching and educating people all her life, and she held herself to high standards. At this moment, her sense of morality and desire to survive were constantly struggling within her. Qin Shan also noticed Teacher Zhu's dilemma. Teacher Zhu, you may think this money is a lot, but in my heart, you are the only elder I have in this world. This money, in fact, is nothing to me. Wenshu also spoke up, Teacher Zhu, if he gives it to you, just take it. Judging by his appearance, earning this money must have been effortless. Yes, people do what they must to get by. Teacher Zhu, I am an orphan, and you are the one who has taken care of me. Please take it, use it for your treatment, consider it my way of showing filial piety, and it will give me some peace of mind too." With that, she directly stuffed the 3 silver coins into Teacher Zhu's pocket. "Well then, today, you take a leave, go to the hospital for the surgery, make sure the money is spent before anyone dies. Leave the library closing matter to me. Don't worry, Principal Lee will definitely approve your leave." "Xiaoqin, the way you put it. Alright, I got it." Teacher Zhu nodded excitedly but didn't say much more. She gratefully glanced at Qin Shen holding the 3 silver coins in her pocket, then took her backpack and left the library. After Teacher Zhu left, only Qin Shen and Wen Shu remained in the library. Qin Shen tried again. "According to Zhao Wen, are you planning to apply to the 2 worst colleges?" "What do you mean by the worst 2 colleges? They are just the last 2 among the 8 colleges. You make it sound like I'm applying to some low-class place. Is it because of the dormitory issue? You need a single room to accommodate your grandmother, and only the last 2 colleges provide single rooms for students." When Shu put down his pen, looking interestedly at Qin Shen. "I have so much money, it won't be of much use for a while. In that case, I'll cover the rent for your accommodation at the college, consider it a loan from me, with a little interest. When you graduate and enter the unified government, earn some money, then you can pay me back. How about that?" When Shu smiled, shook his head, and continued working on the problems. You don't agree?" "It's not that I don't agree, it's just that I think you might not be able to afford this money. Even if you can, I won't be able to pay you back." Qin Shen frowned. How much money could renting a room cost? "Look it up." Qin Shen gave Wen Shu a strange look and then walked towards the principal's office. Qin Shen tried to push open the office door, but it was locked. He took out the key given to him by Li Tianming and opened the door, only to come face to face with 2 startled gazes. Li Tianming was in a heated moment with a teacher on a folding bed. Qin Shen closed the door, sat on the principal's chair, directly opened the sequence education forum, and said, "Principal Li, Teacher Yang, you carry on with your business, I'm just checking something." The female teacher immediately panicked, quickly dressed, and rushed out. Li Tianming, with a stern expression, asked, "Qin Shen, what are you trying to do?" "Oh, like I said, just checking some information. Can't you wait a bit?" Curiosity struck, couldn't wait. Li Tianming, holding his pants, came up behind Qin Shen. "The price of a single room near the college. You're going to Sequence Ability University, not a college, who are you checking this for?" Seeing Qin Shen ignoring him and still searching, Li Tianming narrowed his eyes. "You're checking this for Wen Shu, aren't you? Damn it, are you messing up my good deeds for your own pleasure?" Li Tianming was really angry, cursing without the usual calm demeanor of a principal. "Who's messing around? We are just regular classmates. Stop talking nonsense." "Regular classmates, can they afford hundreds of silver coins to help her rent a place? How much?" Qin Shen widened his eyes, looking at Li Tianming in disbelief. "Hundreds of silver coins to rent a place? Even though I haven't seen much money, you can't fool me like this. Hundreds of silver coins, why don't I just buy a house instead?" "No, buying a house isn't that expensive, right?" Li Tianming sneered, casually fastening his belt as if nothing had happened. "Kid, you're still too young. You don't understand much about the world of the safe zone. Do you think other places are the same as our dilapidated safe zone on the edge, where you can buy a single-room apartment for just a silver coin? Let me tell you, the disparity between different areas within the safe zone is even greater than the gap between you and your classmates. Simply put, we are in safe zone area 14121. Do you know where the 8 colleges areas are located?" "I don't know. They are all in the first 30 numbered areas. The numbering of the areas is the same as the numbering of the safe zone exits. The smaller the number, the more powerful and influential people there are. The residents in the first 30 areas are either wealthy or noble. Just striking up a conversation with someone on the street could be a department head or bureau chief. There, even the director of the education department has to tread carefully. So, what do you think the housing prices are like in that area? Perhaps you're wondering why the colleges are all built in the first 30 areas." Qin Shen nodded. "I was just about to ask that. Have you ever thought about the essence of the 8 colleges built for ordinary people? Are these so-called colleges for ordinary people really meant for them? Are you saying, if it's truly for people like Wen Shu, why not build 100 or 80 colleges directly instead of just 8? That's because these 8 colleges are built for the children of the privileged who haven't awakened their sequence abilities. These people come from noble backgrounds and cannot accept anything less than a decent education due to their lack of sequence abilities. So, to maintain stability within, the government collaborated to establish these 8 colleges. You might think colleges are meant to serve ordinary people, and universities for sequence ability users are for the elite, but that's a big mistake. Hundreds of universities are meant to serve people like you and me. colleges are originally established for the elite. And the difficulty of getting into colleges is also related to most of the spots being pre-allocated. Excluding the privileged children recommended by the sponsored colleges or alumni associations, only 1/5 of the spots are left for students like Wenshu. In other words, 4/5 of the people are in a certain circle, and only 1/5 get in through their own efforts. So, do you think the location of these colleges caters to that 1/5 of people or conforms to the 4/5? Shin Chen was deeply shocked by what he heard. He never expected that the so-called 8 colleges had so much behind them. So, if you want to impress a girl and pay for her accommodation, I suggest you think twice. Upon graduation from college, considering the surrounding housing prices, a single-room apartment would cost at least a few hundred silver coins. And that's if you're lucky. I heard that as the safe zone becomes more stable, the housing prices in that area are skyrocketing. The rent for a single-room apartment has already risen to a gold coin. If it's the top-ranked Union Glory College in Area 3, the 4-year rent for a single-room apartment around there would probably double. And you'd have to book in advance to secure a spot. Li Tianming finished putting on his suit and poured himself a cup of hot water. Wenshu talked to me a long time ago about the colleges. She chose the Tianxue College and Renqing College, which are ranked lower, and I supported her decision. She wanted to study with her grandmother, and only these 2 colleges provide single-room dormitories for outstanding students. She did the math, and if she rented a place with a loan and then entered government service after graduation, she might never pay off the debt in her lifetime. I also supported her decision because these houses for rent were not originally intended for students like her. The main tenants are still the inconvenient upper-class children who can't go home, do you understand? Li Tianming looked at Qin Chen, who was still in a daze, and the annoyance of being disturbed in the middle of a good thing vanished. Qin, I advise you to be more frugal. The money from hunting down gods may be a fortune for ordinary people, but it's really not enough in the core area of the safe zone. You like Wenshu, I can understand. After all, this girl is obedient, sensible, and good-looking. Hearing this, Qin Chen's gaze suddenly became sharp. Could Li Tianming, this lustful ghost, have his eyes on Wenshu? Li Tianming sneered, I'm not going to make a move on a student. As for Wenshu, it's just the care of an elder. You better not overthink things. It's better that way. She's a student who lacks life experience, not to my taste, so rest assured. Lacks life experience? Qin Chen couldn't be bothered to argue. It seems that Wenshu is hiding well in everyone's eyes. Li Tianming continued, Qin, I'm speaking from experience, I'll give you some advice. When pursuing a girl, you have to follow some basic rules. You wouldn't really try to earn a few hundred silver coins, or even a few gold coins, to help her pay the rent, would you? She probably won't earn that much money in her lifetime under the joint government. If you really want to be with her, it's better to save this money as assets for your future family after marriage. It's much better than paying exorbitant rent, isn't it? Qin Chen was getting impatient. I told you, I'm not pursuing her. Yes, you're right. I'm just giving you my opinion. I'm the principal, and now that we're talking, listen to what I say first, and if you disagree, you can speak up later. Okay. I'm not one to preach, but I do appreciate you, so I'll say a few more words, hoping you'll take them to heart. I know Principal Li's words are for my own good. I'm not ungrateful. I knew you'd understand right away. Let me say something unpleasant. Even if you like her now, even if you end up marrying her, things are still uncertain. Look at me. When I was a vice dean at the university, my wife and I got along well. Later, we ran into some trouble, and she became my ex-wife. So, don't focus all your attention on the illusory love. A person should live for themselves. I've always agreed with Principal Li's words. I don't intend to embarrass myself just to help her. Li Tianming clapped his hands, that's the point. Love is unreliable. Even marital relationships are not as close as our cooperative relationship. Doing 1,000 good deeds together is not as good as doing one bad deed together. Li Tianming sighed again, to be honest, there are very few relationships closer than ours. Unless you've killed someone together, disposed of a body together. But that obedient girl Wenshu won't do these things with you. No matter how many words are said, you still have to be down to earth, Qin. Qin Chen then asked, Principal Li, do you think a relationship formed by killing someone and disposing of a body is intimate? Basically, yes. In such a situation, the relationship is hard to break. Even if it does, it can. Li Tianming's expression suddenly became alert as he glanced at Qin Chen and asked, why are you asking this? Qin Chen had just casually asked, initially worried that Li Tianming might catch on from his side. He didn't expect Li Tianming's reaction to be even more intense. Qin Chen smiled slightly, Principal Li, have you killed a few people? What do you mean, killed a few people? How could I have killed anyone? Li Tianming snorted and ignored Qin Shen. Qin Shen smiled and didn't mind anymore. Killing people is quite a normal thing after all. Some secrets that were not meant to be known have been discovered, or someone is being threatened. If not killed, then what should be done? Wait for someone else to come and kill oneself? There's nothing much to say. As for who Li Tianming killed, it has nothing to do with him. Love whoever you want. His cooperation with Li Tianming is limited to hunting down deities, advancing in studies, and searching for the ability to detect fraudsters. It's best not to get involved in other matters. This is the balance that collaborators must maintain. Just as Qin Shen was about to continue the conversation, there was a knock on the door of the principal's office. Principal, someone from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau is here, saying they need to ask Qin Shen some questions. I couldn't find him in the classroom or the library, and someone said Qin Shen should be here with you, so I brought him over. Li Tianming and Qin Shen exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. They were probably going to ask about how John died yesterday. Let them in. Yes, please come in. The door was pushed open. The first to enter was an official of medium build dressed in formal attire. Qin Shen took a closer look and realized it was Qian Wenda. It's not easy to brush off questions when it's someone from their own side. He had intended to greet him casually, but he noticed Qian Wenda's serious expression. Qin Shen didn't know why. It wasn't until he saw someone following Qian Wenda into the office that he understood. This person had white hair and wore a long coat, sitting next to Qian Wenda after entering the office. Let me introduce myself, Qian Wenda, Chief of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau in the 14121 area. Senior Inspector of the 14121 Police Department, Olive. Olive glanced at Qin Shen with a meaningful smile. Qin, you've really exceeded everyone's expectations. You were a homeless orphan before, and now you've become the most sought-after rising star in our region as a sequence ability user. Olive seemed to be full of praise for Qin Shen. However, Qin Shen, as well as Qian Wenda and Li Tianming who were familiar with him, sensed something ominous from Olive's words. Qian Wenda spoke up. Qin, I'm here on behalf of the Bureau to inquire about the incident of you killing John at the battle arena yesterday. And Inspector Olive has some cases to consult with you. When he heard I was coming, he joined in temporarily and came with me. Qin Shen glanced at Qian Wenda. No wonder he didn't look relaxed when he entered the office. It turned out that a police inspector suddenly appeared to accompany him. Olive nodded to Qian Wenda. Thanks for the guidance, Chief Qian. I do have some questions for Qin, but since you represent the Bureau, you should ask first. Li Tianming looked at the two and asked, should I leave? Qian Wenda shook his head. You are Qin Shen's insurance, and the questions I need to ask also require your testimony, so you don't need to leave. As for what Inspector Olive of the police department has to say, I don't know. Olive smiled friendly. I'm here to inquire about some things with Qin alone, so when I communicate with him, it would be best if everyone else avoids interfering. Let's not delay any longer, shall we begin? Qin, around 6 o'clock last night, you killed Janase Pang at the battle arena, is that correct? Yes. Why did you kill him? Because he seemed intent on killing me. He said he wouldn't give me a chance to surrender. So I acted in haste and killed him. He was a level 2 Shadow Assassin sequence ability user, and he also had a hunting god weapon, while you are a level 1 Shadow Assassin sequence ability user. I'm curious how you managed to kill him. Qin Shen pondered. The fighting methods in the battle arena are supposed to be confidential, right? Yes, they are confidential, so I'm just curious to ask. Do I have the right to choose not to answer? After all, that is my means of survival. I don't want others to know. All right. Qian's words seemed to be testing Qin Shen. He couldn't let others know about his relationship with Qin Shen. In fact, when he asked, he deliberately added the words I am curious, indicating the subjectivity of the question. It was also an indirect reminder to Qin Shen that this question was not something the Management Bureau had to ask. If Qin Shen couldn't sense it, there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, Qin Shen was quick-witted and realized Qian's implied message. While looking displeased, he declined to answer the question. Why did you kill him? I said. He said he wanted to kill me, so I acted impulsively and killed him. Then why smash his head? Because I was impulsive. At this point, Qin Shen appeared a bit restless, as if he was getting agitated again. Li Tianming interjected, this matter is also related to me as the principal. Principal Li, please go on. As Director Qian knows, our Wan school has never had a student with awakened sequence abilities. Therefore, my usual educational policy focuses on nurturing top students who can enter colleges, neglecting other students to some extent. The specific negligence is appointing a not very responsible teacher as the school's moral education director. Qin, who has been an orphan since childhood, is introverted due to being bullied at school and having a reserved personality. If the moral education director had guided him carefully, it might have helped improve his character. But due to my negligence, the moral education director did not promptly address the issues in the school, leading to Chin's easily irritable character. Previously at school, he had accidentally injured the class teacher and grade director. These incidents were known to all teachers and students in the school, which I believe are proof of his irritable nature. To make up for past mistakes, I chose to be his guarantor, ensuring his safety outside the safe zone and guiding his academic life inside. At the same time, I replaced the previous moral education director with a school staff member recognized for good conduct and exemplary behavior. I believe under such influence, Qin will gradually improve his previous issues. Qin Shen was almost amazed by what he heard. Truly worthy of a principal. Indeed, a slick old hand. Truly a principal, impressive. Although Qin Shen still appeared angry, breathing heavily, he deeply admired Li Tuanming's rhetoric. The cause and effect were clearly explained, and suggestions for improvement were also put forward. The whole matter was handled flawlessly. After listening, Qian pretended to ponder for a moment before nodding slowly. Principal Li is right, there is indeed no problem. I will report this matter truthfully to the Management Bureau for record. Olive glanced at the smiling Li Tianming for a while, not saying much. Li Tianming said, "Thank you for understanding, Director Qian. Our school will continue to strive." Alright, I'm done here, now I have to report back to the Management Bureau. Inspector Olive, I won't wait for you. Shen was very careful to maintain a somewhat distant and limited concern for Qin Shen, to avoid Olive discovering any issues in the details. He was not like Li Tianming, a public servant who had no heavy cases to bear, no room for advancement, and was sent to a remote area to be a high school principal. Xian had always been diligent, and with his relatively rare awakened sequence, it was a sure thing for him to work hard to become a bureau chief before retiring. If he provoked Olive and got into other troubles, it was not something he wanted to see. Olive nodded. Looking forward to meeting Director Qian again next time. Good. Xian Wenda stood up and glanced at Li Tianming sitting in his seat, saying, Principal Li, Detective Olive and Qian want to have a private conversation. Why don't you step out for a bit? I understand, Chief Qian. Li Tianming got up, followed Xian Wenda out of the principal's office, and closed the door behind them. Only Qin Shen and Olive remained in the room. Olive smiled faintly, his aged face marked with deep wrinkles by time. Qin Shen, you're quite impressive, you fooled me. Qin Shen gazed silently at Olive, not saying a word. I've been in the police department for 40 years, and I've been deceived 5 times in total. You're the youngest one. Qin Shen still didn't speak. When I saw you in the internet cafe warehouse last time, I really thought you were a poor and pitiful child, being bullied by the damn wealthy Wang Defa. I never imagined that a 17-year-old high school student like you could manipulate the behavior of a local bully like Wang Defa. Olive sighed to himself. Qin Shan remained silent. When Olive learned that Qin Shan was an awakened sequence ability user, all explanations were futile. Therefore, he had no interest in saying useless words. He simply waited quietly for Olive's questions. When Olive spoke, he didn't pose any questions, just stated the facts as he saw them. If Qin Shen were to speak now, he might reveal even more. Seeing Qin Shen calm and composed, Olive became even more convinced that this young man was not ordinary. So he posed the first question. The day before yesterday, when I was browsing the information hall for sequence ability users, I saw your information. I was shocked. After confirming multiple times, I was certain it was you. So I went to the internet cafe immediately and asked Wang Defa about you. Guess what he said? Qin Shen knew it was a trap. Although Wang Defa was just a small internet cafe owner on the edge of the safe zone, he had connections and a sharp mind. That night in the warehouse, Wang Defa didn't admit to anything, nor did he mention any offense against Qin Shen. All of Olive's speculations were based on the almost natural gestures and words imposed on him by Qin Shen. If Wang Defa insisted there was no connection, everyone would be fine. But if he slipped up, Wang Defa would face endless abyss. The orphan Qin Shen believed that Olive wouldn't be able to extract any information from Wang Defa. Qin Shen spoke slowly. Detective Olive, is this what you want to ask me today? I don't think these things have anything to do with me. Olive was astonished. You know Wang Defa won't say anything, right? Detective Olive, I'm just a student. Your questions are too profound for me to understand. What's your relationship with Wang Defa? Just ordinary friends. Ordinary friends? Yes. Last time you didn't say that. Did I? I forgot. Olive adjusted his silver hair. You're quite a tricky kid. Maybe I should get a warrant and interrogate you slowly at the police station. I know about that. Detective Olive, I'm a sequence ability user, and only the Sequence Ability User Management Bureau has the authority to detain me. It seems you don't have that power. Olive's gaze towards Qin Shen brightened. You seem to know a lot. Did you get the information from Wang Defa's internet cafe? No, the internet cafe is too expensive. I can't afford it. I used Principal Li Tianming's office computer to look up the information. Qin Shen didn't mention searching for information at Wang Defa's internet cafe, because before awakening his sequence ability, he was just an orphan. If he frequented internet cafes, explaining the internet fees would be a tricky issue. So, he cut straight to the chase and used Li Tianming as a shield. I know about your internet cafe experience. Besides you and Wang Defa, only Lu Daji. You killed Lu Daji, and Wang Defa refuses to speak. I really have no way to deal with you. Qin Shen remained composed, but his heart tightened. He didn't expect Olive to link the accidental death of Lu Daji to himself. Moreover, you have a solid alibi. When I checked the surveillance footage of the morning Lu Daji died at the school gate, you arrived at the school less than 10 minutes after his death. There was no time for you to commit the crime. That means it wasn't me who killed him. A cunning glint flashed in Olive's eyes. You should ask me, who is Lu Daji? A brief silence. Qin Shen shook his head. Since I know Wang Defa, how could I not know Lu Daji? Inspector Olive, I am also saddened by his accidental death. But accusing me of killing him is a bit too much. After all, as you said, I didn't have the time to commit the crime. Olive slightly clenched his fist, squinting at Qin Shen. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a tricky suspect, and it turned out to be a 17-year-old high school student. You are cautious. You are practically a born criminal. This was Olive's conclusion for Qin Shen after the first round of questioning. Yes, as I said, you didn't have the time to commit the crime. The premise is that you hadn't awakened your sequence ability on that day. Qin Shen said calmly, but I did awaken my sequence ability just last weekend. No, you could pretend to have awakened your sequence ability last weekend, but in reality, you had already used your sequence ability before. Qin Shen shrugged. Inspector Olive, your speculation is interesting, but how can it be proven? Olive sighed. As I just said, you are cautious. You burned Lu Daji's body, his brain was already a mush. The skill death edict of an undying sequence ability user cannot take effect. So, you are right, I indeed cannot prove any of this. Qin Shen said seriously, Inspector Olive, everything you said is speculation without evidence, so please do not say that I burned Lu Daji's body. Because I didn't do it. Alright, I'll listen to you. Olive smiled indifferently and continued, you smashed John's skull, his brain was all over the fighting arena, making it impossible for us to retrieve his memories. In my opinion, you are naturally suited to be a killer, calm and ruthless. Is this not the first time you've done this? Qin Shen said, killing John was a moment of loss of control, I am sorry. As for the other things you mentioned, Inspector, I really have no idea. Inspector, I am a student and need to focus on my studies. If you have no other questions for me, I will take my leave. There is one more thing. Alright, please go ahead. I hope it's not another baseless accusation like before. Olive didn't rush to ask questions. Instead, he took out a cigar, lit it, exhaled a puff of smoke. The atmosphere between them instantly became hazy and blurred. Do you know that a few days before Lu Daji's death, 2 stops away from the exit of Zone 54320, we found 3 charred bodies? Qin Shen tensed uncontrollably upon hearing this. He didn't expect Olive to connect this incident as well. Despite his efforts to remain calm, a hint of unease crept into his expression. Olive, with a cigar in his mouth, smirked and continued leisurely, not only were the heads of those 3 people smashed, but they were also burned. Undoubtedly, the perpetrator was a sequence ability user. I found it strange at the time, why would the killer do this? Later it was deduced that the murderer was unaware of the limitations of the skill death knell possessed by the undying sequence user. Such a basic theory, yet the murderer, being a sequence user, was unaware. At that time, I speculated that this must be a sequence user awakened in a poor area, lacking the means to acquire such information. This murderer had just awakened his sequence ability, but without access to information, he could only rely on his own guesses, destroying and burning the body to prevent other sequence users who could read the memories of the deceased from discovering his identity. Qin Shen desperately wanted to calm himself down, but beads of sweat instinctively seeped from his forehead. He could only rely on silence to maintain his composure. Then, Olaf said something that he least wanted to hear. This murder case occurred after the mysterious disappearance of the remnants of a deity in the garbage bin at the exit of the 54320 security zone. Qin Shen, do you think there is any connection between the two? Qin Shen closed his eyes. Olaf had guessed it again. Even though he had never seen himself commit the crime, he connected all the dots. At that moment, he remembered the advice Roylina gave him before they parted ways that night. Never fall into Olaf's hands. Now, he finally understood the meaning of that sentence. Finally, he understood why Roylina feared Olaf so much. Olaf claimed to be a born criminal, but Olaf was also a detective born to catch criminals. A cat-and-mouse game was being played between them. Shin spoke slowly, controlling his vocal cords from trembling. But you have no evidence, Detective Olaf. Everything you say is just speculation. You are right, I lack evidence. But do you think I care about these individuals themselves? Olaf shook his head and smiled. I don't care about John's life, Ludaji's life, or the lives of those 3 nameless corpses. How they died, what they experienced before death, is not important to me. The only thing that has interested me from the beginning to the end is one thing. Who exactly is the person who stole the remnants of the deity? Where did you hide the remnants of the deity, and what did you do? That is what interests me the most. Shin, can you answer this question for me? Olaf had reached a dead end. He finally revealed his true intentions. He had gone around in circles just to gradually clarify the relationship in front of Qin Shen, and then he told Qin Shen that he had discovered his secret. I'm sorry, Detective Olaf, I still don't understand what you're talking about. Qin Shen was no longer flustered. His hands gripped the armrest of the chair, a smile on his face. The urge to kill had arisen within him. This person was too terrifying. He could predict everything. Keeping him alive might not be the best choice. Killing Olaf was the only way to resolve everything. Olaf said, Qin Shen, have you ever considered that you cannot escape? All this effort was to conceal the fact that you have already awakened your sequence ability. I am 90% sure that your sequence is definitely not the Phantom Assassin. I don't know how you falsified your sequence. If I want to expose you, all I need to do is take you to the Management Bureau for another sequence ability test. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen was stunned. He looked at Olaf incredulously. Shen Wenda had told him that once the sequence of a sequence user was determined by the Management Bureau, there would be no further verification, unless the sequence user had already been convicted. The United Government's repeated verification of the sequence abilities and levels of sequence users, without giving them any privacy, had sparked protests among sequence users within the security zone. Since then, the United Government has turned a blind eye in all safety zones. Regardless of your sequence or rank, as long as you go hunting gods without causing trouble in the safety zone, your legitimacy is assumed. But you can't go too far. If you openly help forge sequences, the United Government will still hold you accountable. That's why Chen Wenda dares to accept money to help forge sequences. If the United Government strictly prohibits forging sequences and catches you, it's a capital offense, and Xian Wenda will definitely not get involved in this mess. In short, the fact that sequence abilities are not tested multiple times is something almost every sequence ability user knows. The Sequence Ability Users Management Bureau, as the place that issues sequence certificates, will never agree to Olaf's request to retest Qin Shen's sequence ability. What puzzles Qin Shen is that Olaf is unaware of this news. Something is amiss. Qin Shen, like a mouse smelling cheese, stroked the armrest of the chair, furrowing his brows in thought. Qin Shen's sudden silence and contemplation made Olaf's eyebrows slightly raised as he silently scrutinized him while puffing on his cigar. He had no idea what this young man was thinking. Qin Shen glanced at him, then silently got up and sat in front of the computer. He checked again, and indeed, it was widely known in this safety zone that the United Government does not conduct secondary tests on sequence ability users. Only after conviction will sequence ability users be retested. However, that is after the guilt has been established for identity verification, not as evidence to accuse sequence ability users of crimes. In other words, once a sequence is forged, as long as you don't commit a crime or aren't identified as a criminal, your sequence will always be safe. Olaf was unaware of this. Very strange. Qin Shen sat in front of the computer, pondering seriously about what led to this discord. He then opened Olaf's information panel in the God-slaying camp. Olaf Shalius was an outstanding police officer before the apocalypse, serving as the chief of police in Country U. Even after the apocalypse, he continued to serve diligently, successively holding positions as the chief of police in Zone 45, director of the police department in Zone 18, and half a year ago, he was transferred to Zone 14121 as an inspector. Qin Shen found Olaf's resume even more peculiar. Originally an official in a two-digit zone's police department, he unexpectedly transferred to the outskirts of a safety zone to become a grassroots inspector. Very strange. The disjointed information about Olaf and the gap in his positions made Qin Shen feel that this white-haired old man was not as innocent as he seemed. Qin Shen, I don't think our conversation is over yet. It's not quite appropriate for you to leave directly to do something else. Hearing Olaf's urging, Qin Shen, based on the current situation, had to try to quickly draw a conclusion, although he found it somewhat absurd. Inspector Olaf, I just thought of a question that I need to verify with you. Go ahead. Although there are several large safety zones on Blue Star, it seems that these safety zones are not interconnected, right? Despite being under the United Government, each safety zone is essentially autonomous, only exchanging certain important information. Even the network we usually use is just a local area network within the safety zone, right? Olaf didn't know why Qin Shen asked this question but nodded nonetheless. You're right. Between the major safety zones, there are countless powerful gods roaming, making it impossible for manpower to pass through and establish network connections. Therefore, networks are all local area networks within the safety zones. Information between safety zones can only be disseminated by the United Government. As for how the United Government communicates between safety zones, an old man from a police station like me has no idea. Qin Shen nodded. Confirming this information from Olaf made him even more confident in his conclusion. If I'm not mistaken, behind Olive, there is also a secret that cannot see the light. Inspector Olive, I have another question for you. Seeing Qin Shen suddenly become more talkative and proactive, Olive thought his words had an effect. It seems that he is not far from understanding everything. Go ahead and ask. Olive extinguished his cigar, crossed his hands on his abdomen, leaned back on the sofa, and smiled kindly at Qin Shen. Inspector Olive, where are you from? Upon hearing Qin Shen's question, Olive's smile remained on his face, but his eyes became a bit more indifferent. Qin Shen, what do you mean? Inspector Olive, let me be clearer. Where did you come from? Or perhaps, from some unknown place? Anyway, you are not from this safe zone, right? Oh, right, maybe I shouldn't call you Inspector Olive. After all, the real Inspector Olive has never left our safe zone. Olive put away his smile. Qin, your story is a bit exaggerated. Is that so? Well, then I have another story to tell Inspector Olive. I'm all ears. 3 years ago, there was a protest by sequence ability users in this safe zone. Of course, that protest did not involve the area we are in now, 14121, as there are not many sequence ability users here. At that time, the protest mainly focused on the area before 100. Oh, by the way, Inspector Olive was still working in that area at that time, so he must know, right? Olive's mouth slightly downturned, not answering. Qin Shen smiled faintly and continued, the reason for the protest was that the United Government tested sequence ability users in the safe zone too frequently, testing sequence levels and skills one by one. This made sequence ability users feel extremely uneasy. So, under the organization of some people, a large-scale protest began. Since then, the United Government has stipulated that the sequence abilities of sequence ability users in the safe zone will only be tested once. Unless the person has been convicted, a second test will be conducted. After hearing this, Olive's brow furrowed, and his eyes became alert. Inspector Olive, you might ask, if there are no multiple tests, how were the level information of those sequence ability users at the Godslayer camp modified? It's simple, they updated it themselves. Although the United Government does not conduct multiple tests, you can choose to test voluntarily to update your sequence information, become a more popular member of the hunting team, and gain more resources. But all this has nothing to do with what I said. I just think that maybe it's the continuous updating of sequence ability user information at the Godslayer camp that gave you the misconception that we are still testing sequence ability users in this safe zone. Qin Shen looked at Olive's increasingly serious expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Back to my previous question. Inspector Olive, you are an old resident of the safe zone, you participated in that protest, why do you not know about the United Government's policy change? Qin Shen tapped his knuckles lightly on the desk, supporting his chin with one hand. Inspector, I'm curious, where exactly did you come from? And where is the real Inspector Olive buried now? Olive took a deep breath. Qin, you should know that I didn't report your situation directly, but came to talk to you, with no ill intentions. Inspector Olive, you should know that I didn't post your situation directly on the forum, but continued to sit and talk with you, also with no ill intentions. Olive shook his head. Actually, I have never killed anyone. Funny, neither have I. Oh, except for John. Olaf realized that Qin Shen, who had taken the initiative again, seemed extremely resistant to himself. He understood it very well. When faced with unknown people or things, one must maintain a skeptical attitude. Olaf decided to lay his cards on the table. Qin Shen, I believe your sequence is likely the hope of humanity's counterattack against the gods, so I hope you can cooperate. Cooperate with what? Human experiments, or biological dissections? Qin Shen sneered, don't talk about humanity's hope. Even when I had no hope left for myself, no one came to save me. Olaf sighed, sometimes, everything in life is very ephemeral, and in the end, you will find that nothing is left behind. You are still young, perhaps you don't understand. Shin Chan was even more disdainful. I have lived 2 lives, and you think you can teach me how to be a person? Since Inspector Olaf is so selfless, why not tell me a story of freely roaming outside the safe zone? I believe everyone inside the safe zone would be interested in your story. Olaf shook his head. It's not that I don't want to say, it's that I can't say. I'm the same. Shin Chan's attitude was firm, like an unbreakable rock, making Olaf feel powerless. Since you refuse to believe me, then I won't say much more. Of course, I won't impose my thoughts and wishes on you. Some things, you will understand later on. After speaking, Olaf wrapped his scarf around his neck once more and left the sofa. It was a pleasant chat with you today. Thank you for taking the time to talk with me. I don't want to have too much involvement with Inspector Olaf, because it might make others think I'm an unruly student. If there's nothing else, let's not meet again in the future. Olaf shrugged and said, it may not be as you wish. Until we meet again. There won't be a next time. After seeing Olaf off, Shin Chan breathed a sigh of relief. This was the most dangerous situation he had encountered since his rebirth. I almost got dissected by this old man, that was close. Shin Chan was unwilling to delve into Olaf's secrets. It was obvious that if his speculation was correct, then Olaf was the first person to cross the safe zone. This kind of thing was definitely not something an ordinary Libra sequence could accomplish. Or perhaps there was a powerful organization behind him, implicating many things. In any case, it was much more complicated than Shin Chen's current situation. His secret was just his own sequence. Li Tianming walked in and asked, how did the chat with Inspector Olaf go? Shin Chen shook his head, not very well. This old man is too formidable. He basically knows everything about the mistakes I made before. The key is, even though I didn't leave any decisive evidence, he still traced it back to me. Li Tianming patted Shin Chen's shoulder, take it easy. If he had any decisive evidence, he wouldn't be asking you questions in my office, but in the interrogation room at the bureau, right? That makes sense. But this Olaf is really strange. Strange? Very strange. Principal Li, do you know him too? Of course. When I was a vice dean at the university, there was a serious case of a sequence user committing murder. The police and bureau personnel in our area were at a loss, so they had to report it, and the government sent Police Chief Olaf to lead the investigation. He was amazing. A case that no one had any leads on for a month. With his help, the culprit was caught in 3 to 5 days. Thinking about his own experience, Shin Chen realized that Olaf could track him down based on the slightest clues. Calling him a great detective wouldn't be an exaggeration. He felt that it was abnormal for Olaf to catch the culprit in 3 to 5 days. Where is the strange part then? It's definitely his background. He clearly didn't do anything wrong, yet he was transferred directly from a promising position in the police department of the coalition government to this remote and impoverished place. Moreover, he's not even a police chief, just an inspector. The change in his position can be likened to a falling meteor. So, you should keep your distance from him. Li Tianming timely advised Shin Chen. I know. No, I can tell you have the intention to compete with him. So, what I mean is, don't provoke him, don't get close to him, the farther away from him, the better. He provokes me, and I can't provoke him? You can't provoke the trouble behind him. How troublesome is it? Li Tianming sat on the sofa and took out a cigarette. Shin Chen impatiently said, he just finished smoking a cigarette, and now you're smoking again. Can you stop making me inhale secondhand smoke all the time? But this is my office. Fine. Li Tianming blew a smoke ring and continued, look at my background, it clearly states the reason I was demoted to become the principal of this rundown school. What does that mean? It means that the person I offended still has reservations and needs to frame me with a grandiose accusation to make my demotion seem legitimate. And Olaf's background is as clean as a blank sheet of paper, simply stating his job history without explaining this unreasonable transfer situation. This indicates that he doesn't even bother to pretend about the trouble behind him. I have a feeling that the trouble he's involved in is much bigger than mine. Shin Chen nodded slowly after hearing this. Shin, I know you have connections and influence. Shin Chen was slightly surprised to hear this. He had almost forgotten that in Li Tianming's eyes, he was also someone with connections. If he hadn't been reminded, he might have slipped up. I have nothing to say. Li Tianming said, your orphan certificate is flawless. I can't even figure out when you were abandoned on the edge of the safe zone. Your connections and troubles behind you are probably sky high. Shin Chen glanced at Li Tianming somewhat displeased. It seemed like he was unhappy with Li Tianming checking his identity. Don't look at me like that. I have to understand you before deciding whether to cooperate with you, right? And also, I'm giving you a piece of advice. The power dynamics in the central area of the safe zone are complex. Your connections reach the sky, but his connections might break through the sky. Don't think you can mess with anyone. I don't have such ridiculous thoughts of being the best in the world. I believe you don't either, Sheen. Of course not. If I did, our cooperation would have ended long ago. I would just take your 40 silver coins and you wouldn't have a say. That's being unreasonable. I'm the best in the world, why should I be reasonable with you? Fine, you're right. I'm just reminding you not to mess with Olaf. Shin Shen smirked. Do you think I have a masochistic tendency? Li Tianming took off his tie, threw his suit jacket on the sofa, and said, I won't waste time with you. If you don't have anything else, go back to class and don't disturb me while I'm working. Working? Forget it. I haven't even left and you're already taking off your clothes? Are you in a hurry? Or is it MS? Young who's in a hurry? What's it to you? Don't rush. I actually have something to ask you. Spit it out. Zhou Xing, the director of the education department, told me that Xingren University has a special admission quota and wants to talk to me about it. Special admission? Xingren University? Li Tianming thought Qin Shen was just making conversation, but he didn't expect him to bring up a question that piqued his interest. Yes, I want to ask you, is this reliable? Li Tianming sat up straight, furrowing his brow, thinking seriously. This Zhou Xing is quite something, to have the power to nominate for special admissions. What's the matter? In general, students with sequencing abilities like you will receive a score after the sequencing ability assessment following the college entrance examination, and then can use the score in their resume to apply to universities. But there is a special case where universities will actively invite you without the need for you to apply. This is called special admission. Special admission is a chance given to outstanding students with sequencing abilities to be directly admitted to a university. However, these special admission opportunities are usually allocated by the Sequencing Ability Management Bureau. As you know, anyone with sequencing abilities is under the management of the Bureau. Therefore, the 80% of special admission slots released by universities each year are managed by the Sequencing Ability Management Bureau. What about the remaining 20%? The remaining 20% is nominated by officials from the joint government. Generally, the higher the regional number, the more officials are eligible to nominate candidates. In regions like ours, number 14121, which is on the edge, I even thought that no officials had the nomination eligibility. It's quite impressive that Zhou Xing managed to secure this special admission slot. Qin Shen nodded in surprise, never expecting that Zhou Xing, a seemingly useless sequencer software, could wield such influence. Principal Li, what's the use of special admission? You don't need to take the sequencing ability assessment after the college entrance examination. However, you do need to take a special admission test. Isn't that still an exam? What's the difference? It's different. The content of the special admission test is different from the regular post-exam assessment. The special admission test focuses on one thing. What is it? Hunter God points. The higher your Hunter God points, the higher your ranking for special admission, and the better your chances of being accepted by a top university. Qin Shen was puzzled, but Principal Li, you told me before that even in a regular assessment, you can use Hunter God points instead of exam scores to apply to universities, right? So, it seems like there's no difference between special admission and regular applications. It's not the same. The requirements for special admission are more stringent. If you are a support-type sequencer, like me, shaman sequencer, only points obtained by a Hunter God team of 3 or fewer count as scores. If you are a combat-type sequencer, like you, a so-called phantom assassin, only individual or team Hunter God points are counted. Such strict conditions? Of course, otherwise, it wouldn't be called special admission, right? What about other sequencers? Like, perfumer, who can neither fight nor support? These types of sequencers cannot be specially admitted, they must participate in the assessment as usual. Oh, special admission is meant to find spears and shields capable of hunting down gods. Sequencers like perfumer, who only have utility within safe zones, naturally have lower priority. Alright, when do students submit their scores for special admission? On the same day as the college entrance examination. After submitting the scores for special admission, the ranking results will be visible to all universities the next day. Within the following week, universities will actively contact the students they have selected to discuss the conditions of special admission. Students can negotiate conditions with the schools? Qin Shen's eyes widened as if he had just learned of a fantastical tale. Of course, who would go without conditions? Students. Are they that powerful? Special admission is for selecting the best among the best students. If this school doesn't offer you good conditions, would you go? It's better to participate in the regular post-exam assessment and rely on your scores to get into top universities. That makes sense. Moreover, the joint government assesses the source of students at universities every year, which is an important indicator for ranking universities. The higher the ranking of a university, the more government funding it can receive. All universities are working hard to attract outstanding students through special admissions. I even heard of an admissions officer at a school who, because the special admissions results were unfavorable, ended up becoming a janitor at the school. Qin Chen was dumbfounded. By the way, special admissions students at each school have privileges. In university, special admissions students are considered superior. So, if you can get into special admissions, it would be the ideal situation for you. But, Zhou Xing said his special admissions quota was given by Xingrin University. Does that mean I have to go to Xingrin University? How is Xingrin University ranked? Hey, you don't need to worry about that. Who gives the special admissions quota and who eventually gets it has no relation. If Xingrin University doesn't release its special admissions quota, there will be one less special admissions student this year, and the school won't engage in a losing deal. At most, you will give Xingrin University some face. When they set the special admissions conditions, you can lower your requirements appropriately or give them priority consideration under equal conditions. So, how is Xingrin University? Xingrin University's level in the university is probably at the safety zone level in our region. So, it's basically at the bottom? Pretty much. So, schools of this caliber like Xingrin University usually can't attract good students through special admissions. When they offer special admissions quotas, it's like throwing a dart, purely a matter of luck. Therefore, if you get this quota, you don't need to feel too much pressure, just go to a good school. I see. The special admissions quota is very important to you. Unfortunately, I don't have the qualifications for a special admissions quota, and Director Chen and Alof definitely don't either. Our management bureau has never issued special admissions quotas. Zhou Xing is likely your only chance. So, have a meal with Director Zhou and discuss the special admissions quota. Qin Chen licked his lips. Thinking back to when he spoke on the phone with Zhou Xing this morning, his tone seemed a bit too arrogant. He even transferred his dissatisfaction with Zhou Yang to Zhou Xing. He didn't show any respect or awe towards the education department leaders as a good student should. When he has dinner with Zhou Xing, he needs to make an effort to show it. While Qin Chen and Li Tianming were chatting, Qin Chen received a text message from Zhou Xing. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 500 meters south of exit 38324 of the safety zone, Hongyun Restaurant. Qin Chen glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Li Tianming looked up at Qin Chen. What, did Zhou Xing text you? Yes. I'll sit here for a while and then leave. Why are you still sitting? Hurry up and go. Li Tianming couldn't wait to usher Qin Chen out. Qin Chen thought for a moment and realized he should go early to show his humble and respectful attitude as a student. Old Li, give me some copper coins. Qin Chen changed his address because calling him Principal Li all the time seemed a bit awkward when asking for money. I need money for the bus. Li Tianming pounded the table in frustration. You have 80 silver coins, and you're asking me for bus fare? The bus doesn't even take silver coins. Li Tianming angrily took out 5 copper coins from the drawer. Hurry up and leave. You only gave me the fare for going. I need to come back too. Li Tianming impatiently counted out 5 copper coins again. Go please go please go. Thank you, old Li. Qin Chen happily left the office. Li Tianming watched Qin Chen walk away, took a deep breath, and calmed down his anger. That little Qin Chen really got me worked up. I need to call Xiao Yang to calm down. Muttering to himself, Li Tianming opened the ball. Qin Chen told Wen Shu at the library that he had something to do and had to leave first, asking her to lock the library door after school. Wen Shu agreed. On the way to the bus stop, Qin Chen kept rehearsing how to greet Zhou Xing when they meet. According to Li Tianming, the special admission quota is very crucial and very rare. It is necessary to make Zhou Xing feel comfortable. When it comes to making someone feel comfortable, Qin Chen is an expert. After all, he has had plenty of experience licking Li Jingwen in his past life. Hello, old Zhou. No, too frivolous. Hello, Director Zhou. A bit official. Hello, Uncle Zhou. This title is appropriate. When they got on the bus, Qin Chen found a seat where no one was sitting and quietly waited for his stop. People on the bus were all wearing antifreeze suits, probably heading to the exit of safety zone 38324 to hunt down the gods. At this moment, a sequence ability user saw Qin Chen and was stunned. Are you Qin Chen? Qin Chen looked at the person speaking and didn't recognize him. It's me. What's up? The person hurriedly shook his head. Nothing. Other sequence ability users on the bus heard Qin Chen's name and glanced at him with a hint of fear. Then, at the next stop, all passengers on the bus hurriedly got off, leaving only Qin Chen. Qin Chen scratched his nose disdainfully. Looks like they're all afraid of me. Is it necessary? The sequence ability users who got off the bus breathed a sigh of relief. I heard this kid isn't in good spirits. When fighting with John, he even flattened his head. I dare not sit on the same bus as him, lest he suddenly goes crazy. Exactly. Too creepy. And he has a guardian, his background is extraordinary, better not provoke him. After almost an hour, Qin finally reached his stop. At this moment, he received a text message from Qian Wenda. How did the conversation go? Qian Wenda should be concerned about his private conversation with Olaf. As allies with common interests, Qian Wenda naturally didn't want anything to happen to Qin Chen. But if something did happen to Qian Wenda would not hesitate to distance himself. Impressive, he deduced the issue of my sequence registration. But the trouble has been temporarily resolved by me. Qin Chen didn't hide anything. He spoke about the problems he faced and the information within his control. This would make Qian Wenda wary of Olaf and also demonstrate his ability to handle issues. This was his carefully considered response. He hoped that through this exchange, Qian Wenda's belief in cooperation would deepen. Soon, Qian Wenda replied, "You don't need to worry about the bureau." Following the address given by Zhou Xing, Qin Chen found the Hongyun restaurant. Since it was not yet 5 o'clock, the restaurant was empty, with only a few customers. However, all the ceiling lights in the restaurant were on, making Hongyun restaurant the only bright spot in the surrounding darkness. To waste such expensive electricity, the owner of this Hongyun restaurant must have a background. However, at a glance, he saw a middle-aged man sitting at a table in the corner. He wore black-framed glasses, had neatly combed hair, and wore a dark tie with a white shirt, looking very steady. There was also a navy blue suit placed on the chair beside him. After looking around for a moment, Qin Chen found that this person seemed somewhat similar to Zhou Yang. Was it Zhou Xing? Zhou Xing actually arrived earlier than himself? Qin Chen tried to approach and said, "Excuse me, are you Uncle Zhou?" The middle-aged man looked up at the young Qin Chen and immediately showed a warm smile. "It's me, your little Qin, right? Please sit down. Waiter, take the order." Qin Chen pulled out a chair and sat down. "Uncle Zhou, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." "No problem, I arrived early." "Qin, did you finish school early today?" Qin Chen shook his head. "Because of killing John, I was questioned all day by the bureau and the police station, so I wasn't in the mood for class. Just received your message, so I came directly to find you." Zhou Xing smiled and said, "In our area 14121, it's been a long time since a sequence ability user died in the battle arena. It's normal to be questioned, don't take it to heart." "I see." At that moment, a man in his 40s with a big belly and a scruffy beard walked over, politely but not subserviently smiling. "Director Zhou, would you like to order some dishes?" "Yes. Do you have a menu? This student is here for the first time and doesn't know what dishes you have." "All right, please wait a moment." Qin Chen said, "Uncle Zhou, you can order, I don't know what dishes are good. Who invites someone and lets them order for themselves? Don't worry, the food in this restaurant is very good, any dish you order won't be bad." The boss came over with the menu. "Director Zhou, you're putting quite some pressure on me. If the dishes don't taste good later, will I be criticized in the Education Bureau report?" Zhou Xing smiled. "How could I criticize you? At most, I'll just mention to Director Du that you took advantage of an old acquaintance. My brother's temper, if he knew I didn't do my best to cook for you, he would definitely scold me. You might as well criticize me. Young student, take a look and order whatever you like. I guarantee to serve you with all my skills. Director Zhou won't have a chance to speak ill of me behind my back." Qin Chen listened to their conversation on the side and thought to himself, indeed, this boss also has some background. Qin Chen took the menu, looked at the signature dishes, and was stunned instantly. Braised pig's trotters with red fermented bean curd? Qin Chen stared at the 5 words of braised pig's trotters with red fermented bean curd, his eyes almost popping out. This dish, this braised pig's trotters with red fermented bean curd, is it really pig's trotters? Qin Chen pointed at the dish name and asked. The boss smiled, "Young student has a good eye. This dish is my specialty, but it takes a long time to cook. As for your question if it's pig's trotters? Yes, it is pig's trotters. Is it the kind of pig with 4 legs? Yes. The one with pink skin, 2 big ears, and a snout? Ha, young student is really interesting. Yes, it's the kind of pig you know." Qin Chen swallowed. "Pigs, aren't they extinct already?" "Extinct? Who said that? If they're not extinct, why do we usually eat mutated creatures like 3-eyed flying fish and blood-red jellyfish?" The boss smirked, rubbed his belly, and said, "Young student, pigs are not extinct. The reason you usually eat mutated creatures is simple. Pork is too expensive, ordinary people can't afford it." With that, the boss pointed at the menu with his thick fingers. "Just look at the price of this dish." Qin Chen looked at the price behind the dish name. 1,299 copper coins? Isn't this robbery? Just as he was about to question it, Zhou Xing said, "Since Qin wants to try this dish, Manager Du, please take charge. You can add 2 more dishes for the rest." "All right." No, Uncle Zhou, this dish is too expensive. I'll just order the fried octopus with 10 legs." "Manager Du, add another fried octopus with 10 legs." "Sure." Qin Shen hesitated. "Uncle Zhou, that's not what I meant. We can skip the pig's trotters." Zhou Xing adjusted his black glasses and smiled. "I'm treating you to a meal. It's not good to be too frugal. After all, our Qin student will become a big shot in the safe zone in the future." Qin Shen understood that when Zhou Xing said this, it meant they were going to talk business, so he no longer focused on the dishes. "Uncle Zhou, don't say that. Don't talk about the future. I don't even know which university I can go to after the assessment. That's why I'm here to help you." "Qin, have you looked into the special enrollment quota?" "Yes, Principal Li talked to me about it." "Your guarantor?" "Well, Principal Li should be aware of it. So, what are your thoughts?" "Of course, I am very eager to get the special admission quota. But as you know, in our area, there are some difficulties." "Yes, you are right about that." Zhou Xing picked up the teapot, poured tea for the 2 of them, and started to form a plan in his mind. Qin Shen didn't even know about the pigs in the apocalypse, so he wasn't someone with much worldly experience and should be easy to handle. Zhou Xing crossed his hands on the table and said very seriously, "Getting this special admission quota is not easy. It requires personal connections, background, and relationships. In our region, there is only one special admission quota in the hands of the director of the management bureau. I heard that it was traded not long ago. I am classmates with the director of admissions at Xingrin University. I have been working hard and putting in a lot of effort for this special admission quota." Zhou Xing recounted the difficulties he faced in obtaining this special admission quota. It seemed like he regarded Qin Shen as an inexperienced high school student, speaking openly as if afraid he wouldn't understand. Qin Shen nodded. "I understand. Whoever gets Uncle Zhou's special admission quota will surely remember this great favor. Moreover, in the future, we must repay this favor immediately. Speaking empty words is meaningless. This favor must be repaid. For example, if Uncle Zhou needs something like sequence magic potion, he will definitely provide it to the best of his ability. What do you think, Uncle Zhou?" Zhou Xing's teacup trembled slightly in his hand, seemingly surprised by Qin Shen's words. He had never dealt with Qin Shen before, but deduced from Qin Shen's insurance person that he had some mysterious background. In Zhou Xing's eyes, Qin Shen was just an ordinary teenager. Even when he spoke to him on the phone this morning, he carried the typical arrogance of youth who knew little about the world. However, upon meeting Qin Shen, he realized that this kid was not as simple as he seemed. And with just a few words, Qin Shen directly pointed out his request, which further amazed Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing set down his teacup, leaned back in his chair, smiled, and re-examined the 17-year-old in front of him. "Did Principal Li teach you to say those words, Qin student?" Qin Shen shook his head. "Principal Li is just an insurance person, not a nanny person. The words I just said came from the bottom of my heart." Zhou Xing nodded gently. "I must admit, Qin student's words just now really struck a chord with me. Obtaining this special admission quota was not easy for me, and I want to do something with it. I wonder if I can help Uncle Zhou fulfill your request. You know, I am a wandering orphan, and besides a few silver coins, I only have a few dozen bottles of sequence magic potion, nothing else. If your request exceeds my capabilities, I may not be able to help." Zhou Xing smiled faintly. "Yes, I am well aware of your situation, Qin student. I called you here today to borrow some sequence magic potion from you." "Uncle Zhou, that's not quite right. How can you call it borrowing? If you need it, I can give you some. How many do you need?" Qin Shen no longer beat around the bush. Since Zhou Xing came for sequence magic potion, he directly inquired about Zhou Xing's price. Zhou Xing extended 5 fingers. 5 bottles? 50 bottles. Qin Shen's smile froze for a moment. He suppressed his anger and said slowly, "Uncle Zhou, asking for so many bottles puts me in a difficult position. Accepting 50 bottles was absolutely impossible. Even Li Tianming, as his insurance person, only took 8 bottles. If he found out that the special admission quota was exchanged for 50 bottles of sequence magic potion, he would surely be furious." Zhou Xing said, "Qin student, you have so many sequence magic potions on hand, you can earn more in the future. Since you can't sell them, why not give them to Uncle Zhou, right?" Qin Shen shook his head. "Since it was a trade, let's be open and honest about it. Uncle Zhou, although I am a good student and would never do anything illegal. However, many people have contacted me, hoping to buy a large quantity of sequence magic potions from me at the price of 8 silver coins per bottle. Uncle Zhou, asking for 400 silver coins at once, it's really hard for me to agree." Zhou Xing's expression turned cold upon hearing this. He thought Qin Shen didn't know the price of sequence magic potions and wanted to deceive this newcomer. Now, his plan had failed. 30 bottles. Qin Shen still shook his head. Uncle Zhou, if you are willing to help me with the special enrollment, then we can talk. You are asking for too much. How can I explain this to others? Zhou Xing chuckled. You said it yourself. You are an orphan. Who do you need to explain to? Qin Shen responded with a cheerful smile. Uncle Zhou, have you seen any examples of awakened sequences on the edge of the safe zone? Zhou Xing understood the implication in Qin Shen's words. Setting the background. Zhou Xing already found Qin Shen's sequence awakening somewhat peculiar, always treating it as a low-probability event. However, a few words exchanged face-to-face with Qin Shen made him realize the unfathomable depth behind Qin Shen. So, Qin, how did you awaken your sequence? Qin Shen smiled faintly. It's not convenient to tell Uncle Zhou about that. Let's focus on discussing how many sequence magic potions you want me to give you. Zhou Xing fell silent after hearing this, realizing Qin Shen's attitude. His background was profound. His backing was not to be underestimated. The two of them were just engaging in a simple transaction, with no further connections. Zhou Xing had initially developed a new interest in Qin Shen and wanted to probe into his background, considering further cooperation. However, Qin Shen's words shut down that possibility. This was also Qin Shen's conclusion based on the brief exchange with Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing was a greedy man with no significant background. If the person sitting across from him was Li Tianming, he would definitely try to establish a relationship. If it was Qian Wenda, he would show willingness for frequent interactions. But not with Zhou Xing. Perhaps because Zhou Xing had always been an academic, studying within the safe zone and working in the education sector, even after awakening the seemingly useless soft sequence, he never had the opportunity to hunt down gods outside the safe zone. Always maneuvering between people, accustomed to the flattery and belittlement in the official circles, he did not pay much attention to Qin Shen. Despite saying that Qin Shen is the rising star of this region and the future of this region, he did not truly believe it. In his eyes, Qin Shen was just a lucky sequence awakener who also happened to earn a good amount of points. It was the subtle influence of the environment and his narrow perspective that hindered his thinking. If Zhou Xing had experience in hunting down gods, he would understand how impressive it was for Qin Shen to leave the safe zone for the first time and single-handedly earn 1600 points. If he had combat experience, he would know how terrifying it was for Qin Shen to kill a level 2 sequence holder like John with a level 1 sequence and a sequence weapon. Unfortunately, he did not know. Or perhaps he knew but could not comprehend. A person could only gain information and intelligence within their scope of vision, unable to grasp benefits beyond their cognition. When Zhou Xing mentioned 50 bottles of sequence magic potions, Qin Shen keenly realized that he and Zhou Xing were not on the same page. Zhou Xing was not foolish, but Zhou Xing was not the right fit for him. In other words, befriending him might result in more losses than gains. Qin Shen would not agree. You give me a special enrollment slot, and I'll give you sequence magic potions. Let's settle this with silver and goods. Zhou Xing couldn't understand Qin Shen's prowess, but he could hear the unspoken message. Since Qin Shen rejected his other ideas and only wanted to talk business, then let's negotiate the price properly. Zhou Xing put away his smile and regained the dignity of a superior. Behind his black-framed glasses, there was the scrutiny of a director of the education department towards an ordinary high school student. Student Qin, 20 bottles of sequence magic potion, and I'll give you a special admission spot. This is already my bottom line. Uncle Zhou, let me make it simple. It's not possible. It seems like student Qin doesn't want this special admission spot. No, it's Uncle Zhou asking for an exorbitant price. It's just not reasonable. You don't know the price of a special admission spot. It's you who doesn't know the price of sequence magic potion. Sequence magic potion is priceless. 8 coins were what I sold to the second-hand dealer. If you want to buy privately, it won't be less than 10 silver coins. Why is it so expensive? Because earning a bottle of sequence magic potion is extremely difficult for most sequencers. But you have 80 bottles. That's because I'm not like most sequencers. Qin Shen continued, I don't know how the sequence ability holders in your government department obtain sequence magic potion. But what I can be sure of is that in an environment where the government openly encourages the hunting of deities, it must be even harder for you to obtain sequence magic potion while sitting in your office. 5 bottles of sequence magic potion are enough to promote a newly awakened sequencer to sequence level 2. With 20 bottles, I can help 4 people advance in sequence level. Do you understand the concept? Even at the largest safe zone exit No. 38324 in this area, the number of sequence level 2 ability holders does not exceed 20. They are willing to do anything for sequence magic potion. Qin Shen's gaze suddenly turned cold. I offer 5 bottles of sequence magic potion. Even if they kill you, they will still fight over it. After hearing this, Zhou Xing gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Shen, still not saying a word. Qin Shen then smiled brightly, like a sunny youth. Of course, I won't let anyone kill Uncle Zhou. There's no need. It's really unnecessary to kill someone for a special admission spot by spending 5 bottles of sequence magic potion. Qin Shen's words made Zhou Xing's heart sink again. He didn't spare him because he was afraid, but because it was unnecessary. This made Zhou Xing can't help but wonder how many people Qin Shen had killed before. John probably wasn't the first victim. Combined with his mysterious background, what he just said might not be an empty threat. Qin Shen said, I think Uncle Zhou's initial offer of 5 fingers is quite appropriate, don't you think? Zhou Xing's initial goal was 50 bottles of sequence magic potion, but Qin Shen made it clear that he was only willing to give 5 bottles. Asking for more would be underestimating oneself. In Qin Shen's eyes, Zhou Xing's life wasn't worth 5 bottles of sequence magic potion. He was confident that 3 bottles of sequence magic potion would be enough to have Zhou Xing killed. However, there would be some unnecessary trouble afterwards. Zhou Xing's fists unconsciously clenched, looking at Qin Shen with a gaze that couldn't tell if it was fear or disgust. Fried octopus legs are here. Just as the tension between the two was escalating, the boss came over with a plate of food. Eat this dish while it's hot, it won't be crispy later. I've already stewed the pig's trotters, I'll go prepare 2 cold dishes for you. Boss do, no need for the pig's trotters. The relationship between me and student Qin isn't that deep. But I've already put it in the pot. Qin Shen smiled, Uncle Zhou has agreed to my request. Zhou Xing replied coldly, let's finish the meal and then get to work. Qin Shen's smile widened, since Uncle Zhou is willing to help me, I'll treat you to this meal. Boss, continue stewing the pig's trotters, I want to taste the flavor. You're treating us? The boss looked at him somewhat incredulously. Where nearby would a student be able to afford their signature dish? Zhou Xing said indifferently, don't worry, he's got money. Alright, please wait a moment. When the boss brought out the braised pig's trotters with red fermented bean curd, the aroma immediately wafted into Qin Shen's nose. Qin Shen took a deep breath. It was the familiar taste from the restaurant in his memory. Please enjoy your meal. Qin Shen swallowed and said, Uncle Zhou, please go ahead. Zhou Xing seemed uninterested, just shook his head and continued eating the small plate of cold dishes in front of him. He thought he would make a fortune with the special admission quota, but under Qin Shen's aggressive bargaining, he only got 1/10 of the value he initially proposed. Although this 1/10 value was 5 bottles of sequence magic medicine, it was still a huge fortune. Based on his current position, it would take at least 5 years to obtain it with the dosage provided by the government. However, he was still not entirely satisfied. Yet Qin Shen's tough attitude made him hesitant to ask for more. After Qin Shen and Zhou Xing finalized the deal, they were extremely pleased. Seeing a dish like pig's trotters, a familiar item from his memories, opened up his appetite. He picked up a pig's trotter and started gnawing on it directly. With one bite, his mouth was filled with a soft, sticky, and fragrant taste. The flavor of the pork, the spices, mixed with the bean fragrance of fermented bean curd, created a rich and layered texture. Qin Shen closed his eyes, savoring the chewing. His lips were covered in grease, along with a satisfied smile. This is the kind of meal people should eat. Qin Shen sincerely sighed in his heart. Since they had ordered quite a lot of dishes and couldn't finish them, Qin Shen decided to pack them. Young man, the total bill is 1,532 copper coins, so let's make it 1,500 coins for you. Qin Shen took out a silver coin. Please give me the change. I would need to give you over 10,000 copper coins, I can't come up with that. Do you have an electronic account, sir? Our restaurant also accepts transfers. Qin Shen shook his head. No, this is given to me by the management bureau. They haven't provided me with an electronic account, so I only have cash. The restaurant owner looked helpless, then turned to Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing impatiently said, open an account, I'll transfer 12,000 copper coins to you, then you can pay. Give me the silver coin. How do I open an account? Log in on your phone to the Godslayer Camp forum. At the bottom of the forum, there's a link to Sun Bank. You can quickly open an account with your Sequence Ability account. Okay, I got it. Qin Shen took out his phone and followed Zhou Xing's instructions to register an account at Sun Bank. Zhou Xing took his silver coin, then transferred 12,000 copper coins to him as agreed. Qin Shen then transferred 1,500 coins to the restaurant owner. Alright, money received, have a good day. Welcome back next time. Goodbye, boss. Qin Shen and Zhou Xing left the Hongyun restaurant. Uncle Zhou, where to next? First, come with me to the Education Bureau. I'll recommend you for the special admission in front of you, so rest assured. Then tomorrow, I'll go to your school, and you give me the sequence magic medicine. Our deal will be complete. Okay. Qin Shen followed Zhou Xing and took a bus to the Education Bureau. Outside the Education Bureau, the lights were on. Qin Shen stood in front of the Education Bureau, able to clearly see the silhouette of his own shadow under his feet. Looking up, the streetlights not far away shone like the sun, making it impossible for him to look directly at them. The appearance of the Education Bureau was not much different from that of the police station, both looking quite imposing. Besides being very square, the exterior walls were made of granite, giving it an ancient texture. It lacked the mystery of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. Perhaps to let others know that the Education Bureau was related to education, there was a huge book-shaped white stone sculpture placed in front of the door, surrounded by a man-made pool bubbling with water. Qin Shen followed Zhou Xing into the Education Bureau. The interior of the Education Bureau was also brightly lit by ceiling lights, tastefully decorated, but not as awe-inspiring as when Qin Shen entered the Management Bureau. Following Zhou Xing, he walked through the lobby's spiral staircase to the second floor and entered an office. The office was not particularly spacious, but having a separate office area within the Education Bureau was not something that a low-level employee would have. Zhou Xing sat in front of the computer and opened the website recommended for special admissions. He entered his personal information and the source of his special admission quota, then entered the page for recommending special admission candidates. Next, you need to enter your information. Qin Shen stood behind him, watching Zhou Xing input his information. Sequence ability number? 00009527. Address. Homeless. Homeless? Yes. You don't have a place to live? Uncle Zhou, when it comes to my special admission, I won't tell you lies. Qin Shen was getting a bit annoyed by Zhou Xing's questions. Since it was business, the essence was to deal with money and goods, so why ask so many questions? Zhou Xing stopped asking and filled in the rest of Qin Shen's information and submitted it. Recommended successfully. Qin Shen has obtained the 2010 University Special Admission Qualification. Alright, I have successfully recommended you. You can log into the Godslayer camp to check your account, where you will see a special admission icon, indicating that you are a student eligible for special admission this year. Qin Shen opened the forum and indeed found a green, special admission, icon in his information. Okay, thank you, Uncle Zhou. Have the sequence magic potion ready tomorrow. By the way, Uncle Zhou, can you lend me 5 copper coins for the bus? You have no money? I only have 10 copper coins on me. I was planning to go back, but ended up coming to the Education Bureau with you, so now I really have no money. Zhou Xing opened a drawer and counted out 5 copper coins for him. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Not long after Qin Shen left, the phone in Zhou Xing's office rang. Hello, this is Zhou Xing. What's up? My brother is looking for me? Okay, I got it. Let him come up. Alright, thank you. After a while, a middle-aged man with a weather-beaten face knocked on Zhou Xing's office door. Ah Xing, sorry to disturb you at work. Zhou Xing didn't have much affection for his brother Zhou, especially after being embarrassed by Qin Shen. His mood was not great. What's up? Well, that little brat Zhou Yang came home and told me about what happened in the classroom this morning. I was so angry I gave him a beating, and now I'm dragging him here to apologize to you. Little brat, get in here and apologize to your uncle. When Zhou Yang came in, his cheeks were swollen from congestion, and his eye sockets showed the redness of crying. Uncle, I'm sorry. Zhou Xing didn't dare provoke Qin Shen. Zhou Xing was diplomatic with his colleagues. Zhou Xing was deferential to his superiors. But his caution was only for those with status. The polite Zhou Xing was not his true nature, he had to behave that way. So, when facing Zhou Zhe and Zhou Yang, who could only be pleased, he released his repressed emotions without any restraint. Even if he scolded them harshly, they could only nod in agreement. Close the door. Yes, yes. Zhou Zhe quickly turned around, gently closed the door, and then continued to smile at Zhou Xing with a bowed body. Zhou Xing turned his neck and said to Zhou Yang, "Didn't I tell you not to do as you please at school just because you're my nephew? I didn't." Bang! Zhou Xing suddenly slapped the table hard. You say you didn't? If you didn't, how could Qin Shen's call have reached me? Zhou Zhe also quickly patted Zhou Yang's head. Listen to what uncle says, dare you talk back? Zhou Yang felt wronged, but could only endure it. I'll tell you, you were just lucky today. Qin Shen decided to give me face, so he didn't do much to you. Otherwise, if he had killed you, I wouldn't have been able to seek justice for you. Do you understand? Zhou Yang stared at Zhou Xing in disbelief. Zhou Xing snorted, looking furious. Zhou Zhe tentatively said after hearing this, axing, isn't Qin Shen just a student? How could he possibly kill someone? Zhou Yang's disobedience is all because of your indulgence. Zhou Xing coldly pointed at Zhou Zhe. Although you are my older brother, when it comes to matters of sequence abilities, if you don't know, then don't speak out of turn. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. I've already warned you all, Qin Shen is not someone you can provoke. Today he mentioned having a deadly grudge with that girl, and that girl won't live much longer. Stir up trouble again, and if you lose your lives, don't expect me to help. This, axing, it's my fault. Please save us. Blood is thicker than water, Mother said before she passed away. Stop talking nonsense. Zhou Yang, if anyone asks you about Qin Shen in the future, there's only one answer. I don't know. But, uncle, Qin Shen is my classmate. If I say I don't know, no one will believe me. Are you stupid? Just say you don't remember. Don't know, not sure. Who can do anything to you then? Whether they believe it or not, the most important thing is to stay alive. Yes. After Josha took Zhou Yang away, he sternly admonished along the way, listen to your uncle, never provoke Qin Shen again, do you understand? I understand. You're old enough to understand some things. Your mother is in the hospital being treated for stomach cancer. She needs connections to arrange for a doctor and money for the surgery, all of which rely on your uncle. If it weren't for him, your mother would just be waiting to die, do you understand? I'm hitting you today not because you did something wrong but because you didn't listen to your uncle. Dad, I know I was wrong. Alright, go home and fix yourself something to eat. I'll go to the hospital to take care of your mother. I heard someone paid more for the surgery fee, so the hospital arranged for that person to go first. I need to see what's going on. Your mother has been waiting for surgery for almost half a year. How could we let someone cut in line? Zhou Yang became anxious upon hearing this. Dad, let me go with you. We've been waiting in line for so long, and with uncle's connections, why should someone cut in line? You go back, I'll call a few friends to go with me. If that lousy hospital dares to let someone go first, I won't let it go. Dad, let your parents worry less in the future, that's better than anything. Today's beating, it's on your face but it hurts in my heart. I hope you remember this. I understand. Zhou Yang returned home dejectedly. He didn't believe Zhou Xing's words. He always felt his uncle was exaggerating. Qin Shen was in the class next to his, and he had known him for almost 3 years. He was just an ordinary 17-year-old boy who had recently awakened his sequence abilities and suddenly turned his life around, rising like a phoenix. What's so special about that? It was just a bit of luck. If he awakened his sequence abilities, he was sure he would be even more powerful than Qin Shen. But reality quickly showed him that Zhou Xing's words were not groundless. The next day, when he went to school, there were 2 police cars parked at the school gate. When Zhou Yang saw the police cars, his heart skipped a beat and he felt a sudden emptiness. As he walked further, he saw Li Tianming at the school gate, talking to a detective wearing a scarf and smoking a cigar, discussing the case. However, as he passed by the two, he heard 6 words that made his blood freeze instantly. Li Jingwen has gone missing. In that instant, Zhou Yang's soul seemed to leave his body, wandering aimlessly like a god in the night sky. He didn't know how he made it to the classroom. His mind was filled with thoughts of the word Qin Shen used to describe his relationship with Li Jingwen yesterday. Mortal enemies. Qin Shen. Did he really kill Li Jingwen? Zhou Yang's body broke out in a cold sweat, his body starting to shake uncontrollably, to the point that even when Olive called his name 3 times at the classroom door, he didn't hear it. Olive stepped forward. Zhou Yang, are you okay? Zhou Yang stared blankly at Olive, shaking his head. Well, we want to ask you about Li Jingwen. We heard that she was your girlfriend. I don't know anything. Zhou Yang hastily shook his head. Don't ask me, I don't remember anything. Olive frowned. Zhou Yang's demeanor clearly indicated that he knew something. Li Jingwen was Qin Shen's classmate. His intuition told him that this matter was closely related to Qin Shen. Don't worry, I'm asking you, where were you from 7 to 7:30 last night? I was talking to my uncle Zhou Xing at the Education Bureau. There's plenty of evidence that I wasn't there. I don't know anything else. You were at the Education Bureau? Okay, do you know where Li Jingwen might have gone? I don't know. I don't know anything. My uncle is the director of the Education Bureau, you can't interrogate me. I don't know anything. Zhou Yang refused to cooperate, giving Olive a headache. Zhou Yang was right, his uncle did have some connections, so it wasn't easy to question him. Forget it, better go directly ask Qin Shen. Qin Shen, who was sleeping in the principal's office, was awakened by a knock on the door. He was too lazy to attend the early self-study, planning to go to class for the first period and just go through the motions. Qin Shen got up wearily, opened the door, expecting to see Li Tianming outside, but to his surprise, it was an old man with white hair. Taking a closer look, it was Olive. Qin Shen frowned. Inspector Olive, why do we keep meeting? Do you think our school is a police station office? You come here every day. Olive ignored Qin Shen's unwelcoming attitude, walked into the principal's office, and sat on the sofa. I'm here today to ask you about something else. Qin Shen looked disgusted, spit it out. What's the matter this time? Li Jingwen went missing last night. Do you know anything about it? Li Jingwen went missing? Qin Shen furrowed his brows. Yes. Qin Shen was puzzled at first, wondering who could have done it. Then he thought again. Something's not right. She went missing last night. It's only been a little over 10 hours. Why is Olive so anxious to come over? Inspector Olive, how come I heard that the police station only files a case after 48 hours of someone missing? Yes, that's why I'm just here to gather information. Qin Shen snorted. The police station must be really bored. Li Jingwen has only been missing for a dozen hours, and you're already here asking questions. Maybe by the time you finish talking to me, Li Jingwen will have reappeared. Qin Shen sat on the principal's office chair. Inspector Olive, just because Li Jingwen is my classmate, you don't need to make a big deal out of it. I'm starting to suspect if you're abusing your power for personal reasons. I know the police station's regulations better than you, so you don't need to worry about it. Qin Shen. I just want to ask, where were you from 7 to 7:30 last night? I was on the bus. How can you answer so quickly? Of course, I left the Education Bureau around 7. Where else could I be from 7 to 7:30 if not on the bus? You went to the Education Bureau? Director Zhou Xing of the Education Bureau appreciated me and insisted on giving me a special admission quota. The two of us had a meal at the Hongyun restaurant, then we went to the Education Bureau, and he recommended me for the special admission in front of me. Olive frowned upon hearing this. It was Zhou Xing again. The development of the situation was different from what he had anticipated. Olive visited Qin Shen's classroom and learned from his classmates that the relationship between Li Jingwen and Qin Shen was extremely poor, confirming what he had suspected. Li Jingwen had already been killed by Qin Shen. However, Qin Shen seemed to have a solid alibi. When Olive scrutinized him suspiciously, Qin Shen retorted impatiently, Detective Olive, the Education Bureau is several bus stops away from the school. How could Li Jingwen's disappearance have anything to do with me? Do you suspect me of having a clone technique? A clone sequence? Is there such a sequence? Did you really go to find Zhou Xing? You can ask Zhou Xing. Director Zhou might have mistaken someone else for me. Can I ask the Education Bureau? After hearing this, Qin Shen's tone turned even more unfriendly. Sure. Why don't you have someone from the Education Bureau check the surveillance footage from last night? See if I went to the Education Bureau? The surveillance footage could have been manipulated by someone else to make it look like you. Detective Olive, you're getting a bit boring now. I have alibis, and you say they're fake. I have physical evidence, and you say it's not mine. I'm puzzled. Why are you so insistent that Li Jingwen's disappearance is related to me? Do you know how we found out about Li Jingwen's disappearance? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Because Li Jingwen's house caught fire last night at 7:30, and her whole family perished in the fire. Only her body couldn't be found. We searched the area but found no trace of Li Jingwen. However, someone saw her near the school between 7 and 7:30 in the evening. So we narrowed down the time of Li Jingwen's disappearance to between 7 and 7:30. Qin Shen was immediately stunned. The whole family burned to death. Li Jingwen missing? Why does it sound familiar? Where have I seen that before? After Olive finished speaking, he closely watched Qin Shen's reaction. From his expression, it seemed like he truly didn't know that Li Jingwen's entire family had been murdered. But Olive already knew Qin Shen's background and didn't see him as an ordinary student. So even though Qin Shen's reaction was flawless, Olive still firmly believed he was the culprit. Killing and burning the bodies, does this modus operandi sound familiar to you? Qin Shen nodded. Indeed, it does. It bears resemblance to the two cases you told me about yesterday. Exactly. In my opinion, these three cases should be the work of the same person. Qin Shen looked in agreement. That's what I think too. You were behind the first two cases, and we both know it. So, how did you manage to kill Li Jingwen's entire family and make her disappear this time? Detective Olive, you've misunderstood me. What I mean is, I couldn't have committed the murders of Li Jingwen's family. I have a solid alibi for that. Their deaths and her disappearance have nothing to do with me. All three cases were committed by the same person, so the other two cases are also unrelated to me. I am innocent. Qin, this conversation is going nowhere. I came to you voluntarily because I wanted to help you. Detective Olive, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm doing fine on my own. If you have the energy, perhaps you could help the orphan children near the safe zone. You're an orphan too. If you insist, then so be it. By the way, may I ask if Li Jingwen's family was burned alive or killed first and then burned? We can't disclose those details. Qin Shen shrugged. Alright, then I wish you success in solving the case. Olive didn't obtain any useful information from Qin Chen. The main reason being he couldn't explain how Qin Chen could commit the murders from such a distance. All signs indicated that Qin Chen was definitely involved in Li Jingwen's disappearance. Olive found himself in a deadlock. He had begun to ponder whether Qin Chen's sequence was related to timed killings or doppelgangers. After Olive left, Li Tianming entered the office. "Is Olive still keeping an eye on you?" Qin Chen leaned back with his eyes closed, twirling a ballpoint pen in his hand, feeling quite a headache. "That old man insists on linking Li Jingwen's disappearance to me, even though I have an alibi and there is both witness and physical evidence. The people at the police station are all like this. They've read too many detective novels, always looking for trouble. The less suspicious you are, the more they suspect you. There was even a blonde policewoman before, insisting on suspecting me of having improper relationships with many married women. It's simply outrageous. I think what happened to you is very likely true." "Nonsense. Am I that kind of person?" Qin Chen gave Li Tianming a meaningful look and continued to rest his eyes. The only person who had a grudge against Li Jingwen was himself. After all, she had sent her uncle Kuan Changlong to hunt him down in the past, a grudge that would never die. Besides himself, who else would want to harm her whole family? Suddenly, a long-haired, big-eyed, delicate beauty flashed through Qin Chen's mind. Her sweet smile made Qin Chen shudder all over. "Ha!" Like being electrocuted, he immediately sprang up from the chair. Qin Chen stared at Li Tianming in disbelief. Li Tianming was unnerved by his gaze. "What are you up to? Don't tell me one of those married women is your relative?" Ignoring Li Tianming, Qin Chen continued to ponder the possibilities of the matter. Did Wen Shu commit the murder? Li Jingwen had been cornered by him, with no way out. Perhaps she would resort to threatening him by targeting Wen Shu. Thinking back to when he killed Li Jingwen's uncle Kuan Changlong and his cronies in the abandoned yard, Wen Shu's unusually calm demeanor and skilled odor removal techniques stood out. It all seemed too complicated. But he never thought Wen Shu could be this complicated. A plain girl like her actually managed to kill Li Jingwen's entire family. It was a bit far-fetched. How did she do it? He should go and confirm with her. If Wen Shu didn't kill Li Jingwen's family, things would get complicated. Qin Chen got up from his chair, ready to get some answers. Li Tianming asked, "Where are you going? Didn't Teacher Zhu take a leave?" "She left the library to me. I need to tidy up." "You're quite responsible." Qin Chen arrived at the library and saw Wen Shu still quietly doing her homework. When she saw Qin Chen, she smiled and looked up. Qin Chen walked up to her, pulled out a chair and sat down. "I have something to ask you." "It was me," Wen Shu directly replied, calmly looking at Qin Chen. Seeing Wen Shu's indifferent demeanor as if nothing had happened after committing murder, Qin Chen felt somewhat astonished. "So calm after killing someone? Are you asking me how I can kill someone so calmly?" Kind of. She wanted to harm me, so I killed her. Any problem with that?" "Well, no problem. Her whole family kept causing trouble for me, so I killed her entire family. Any problem with that?" "No problem either." "That's it. Why should I be uneasy about it?" After chatting briefly with Qin Chen, Wen Shu continued to focus on her homework. Qin Chen still felt curious. He didn't know how Wen Shu did it. Li Jingwen's family, at least 5 or 6 people, were all killed by her, and she seemed unharmed, which surprised Qin Chen even more. But as the question was about to come out, Qin Chen thought again, why bother asking so much? Although they were friends who had killed together and were extremely close in Li Tianming's words, they still needed to maintain a certain distance, because Qin Chen himself also had secrets that could not be revealed. Qin Chen wouldn't invite trouble upon himself. He got up and started tidying up the somewhat messy books in the library. Wen Shu glanced at Qin Chen's back and smiled gently. Just as Qin Chen was about to go to class, he suddenly heard crying. He turned around and saw a round-faced little girl at the library entrance, crying with a runny nose, asking, "Excuse me, who is Brother Qin Chen?" Sniff. Qin Chen walked over, squatted down, and aligned himself with the little girl who had just passed his knees. "I am Qin Chen. What's the matter?" I am Yi Chanqian. My grandmother is Julie. She was beaten in the hospital and robbed. She asked me to take the bus back to find you." Qin Chen's face turned cold. He lifted Yi Chanqian with one arm and let her sit on his shoulder, then turned to Wen Shu and said, "I have to go see Teacher Zhu. You'll have to take care of closing the library today." "I'll go with you." "No need. I am a sequence ability user. If I can't solve Teacher Zhu's problem, it's useless for you to go. Besides, don't you need to go home to take care of your grandmother?" After that, Qin Chen ran out of the small gate with Yi Chanqian in his arms. "Is Teacher Zhu okay now?" "I don't know. My parents have gone to work and can't be reached. My grandmother gave me money to take the bus and told me to go to school to find Brother Qin Chen." "Are you in school?" "Not yet. I'm in kindergarten nearby." Qin Shen looked at the palm-sized Yi Qianqian's head and suddenly thought that he too had been that small once. But that was already an extremely vague memory. Don't worry, Teacher Zhu will be fine. And when I go, I will definitely help you solve the problem. It was already time for class, and one couldn't enter and exit the school at will. When Qin Shen walked out of the school gate, the guard recognized him but didn't dare to stop him, pretending not to see. At the bus stop, Qin Shen suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to bring copper coins, but going back to get them would take a lot of effort. When the bus arrived, he got on first and then casually found a sequence ability user wearing a frostproof suit. Friend, do you have cash? I forgot to bring money, could you give me 10 copper coins, I'll transfer the amount to your electronic account, thank you. The sequence ability user looked at Qin Shen with a hint of annoyance. If you didn't bring money, why are you taking the bus? You might as well. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Shen stared coldly at him, his palm already squeezing the alloy bus handle flat. The person swallowed and said, you might as well just tell me directly, I'll give it to you. 10 copper coins, no need to transfer, it's too much trouble. With that, he nervously took out his wallet, counted out 10 copper coins, and gave them to Qin Shen. Thank you. Qin Shen took the copper coins, paid the fare, and then sat at the back with Yi Qianqian. Meanwhile, the sequence ability user's heart was still pounding. That was close, this kid's basic strength is so strong, and he doesn't seem to have a good temper. 10 copper coins, just give them, it's not worth getting beaten up for this little money. Yi Qianqian whispered to Qin Shen, Brother Qin Shen, I have money, my grandmother gave me some copper coins, if you don't have bus fare, you can tell me. Qin Shen was taken aback, why didn't you tell me just now? I saw you jump on the bus and go straight to the back to find someone, I thought following you on the bus wouldn't cost money. Alright, the road to the hospital was long. The hospital was 5 stops away from exit 38324 of the safe zone, and it would take over 2 hours by bus. Yi Qianqian seemed too tired and soon fell asleep leaning on Qin Shen's arm. Qin Shen looked at the rapidly retreating street scene outside the window, thinking about how to handle things once they arrived at the hospital. In this area, there weren't many ordinary people who could afford medical treatment. Although the hospital was an ordinary one, there were no ability users among the medical staff except for the director. However, it was estimated that one could find ability users among the acquaintances of the people inside by turning around. Those who caused trouble for Teacher Zhu definitely had some background. If the background on the other side is too tricky, it's better to settle the matter and focus on getting Teacher Zhu treated. If it's a background similar to Zhou Yang's, then don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Shen brought Yi Qianqian to the hospital. The smell of disinfectant hit their noses. It seemed no different from the hospital in their memories. However, the biggest difference from the hospital in their past life was that there were not as many people here. The empty reception desk, the empty corridors. Even if doctors or patients' family members occasionally passed by, their steps were orderly. Indeed, when the cost of treatment skyrocketed, making it no longer affordable for ordinary people, the hospital also became luxurious and elegant. But Qin Shen didn't like it. He still preferred the noisy and lively hospitals from his past life. Do you remember where your grandmother is lying? I remember. Good, then take me there. Yi Qianqian held Qin Shen's hand and navigated through the hospital. Perhaps triggered by some unpleasant memories associated with the hospital's disinfectant smell, Yi Qianqian was no longer clueless. Her little short legs ran swiftly, her small face filled with anxiety. Qin Shen walked beside her, comforting her, don't worry, your grandmother is fine. Finally, after turning a corner, Yi Qianqian pointed ahead panting, my grandmother. Cough. My grandmother is there. Qin Shen looked up and saw a group of doctors and nurses surrounding the area, with a few plain and sturdy men standing nearby. He once again lifted Yi Qianqian, letting her rest on his shoulder. Then he walked up and said, I am Julie's family, please make way. The doctors' faces turned grim. Although they didn't recognize Qin Shen, they recognized the little girl on his shoulder, so they stepped aside. Qin Shen glanced and immediately covered Yi Qianqian's eyes. Qin Shen, why are you covering my eyes? Qin Shen looked at Teacher Zhu, covered in blood, clenched his teeth, and didn't answer Yi Qianqian. Qin Shen handed Yi Qianqian to a nearby nurse. Please take her aside and don't let her see what's happening here. The nurse hesitated a bit, seeing Qin Shen looking like a student, afraid that he might end up like the old lady lying down, beaten half to death by the group of men nearby without a word. She kindly asked, you're still young, don't be too impulsive. While speaking, the nurse signaled to the sturdy men nearby, indicating that they were not easy to deal with. Qin Shen nodded at the nurse, thank you, don't worry, I'm fine. The nurse noticed that Qin Shen seemed composed when speaking, unlike an ordinary high school student, and curiously asked, who are you? Qin Shen looked at the rough-looking men and said, I am the one who can kill them without facing consequences. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. There was only one type of person who could kill without consequences: an ability user. Upon hearing this, the nurse knew she couldn't intervene in the situation and didn't want to get involved, so she quickly carried Yi Chanshan away. I want to see my grandmother, I want to see my grandmother. Ignoring Yi Chanshan's cries, the nurse ran all the way to the end of the corridor until they disappeared. The sturdy men beside them looked at each other in horror, not daring to move. The doctors nearby also wanted to leave but were stopped by Qin Chen. Doctors, please don't leave yet. A bespectacled doctor with a drooping mouth said, This friend, we are here to assess the injuries, it has nothing to do with your family. Another doctor added, Yes, we haven't even had a meal because we've been here to check on your grandmother's condition. Please don't misunderstand our intentions. Qin Shen's face darkened as he calmly said, It's okay, I don't blame any of you for what happened. I want to ask, is there still a chance to save her? Upon hearing this, the doctors exchanged glances inside. There is a chance to save her. However, the old lady is advanced in age. Even if she survives, she might end up bedridden. Moreover, she was supposed to undergo stomach cancer surgery, and with this injury, the surgery could cost her life. We don't know when she can undergo surgery again. Perhaps, while she's recovering from her injuries, she might pass away due to stomach cancer. Do you have that expectation in your mind? Qin Chen nodded. So, if she hadn't been injured, she would have been able to recover after the surgery, right? More or less. The old lady came to the hospital yesterday, and all her test results were good. If we remove the cancerous part of her stomach, she should be able to recover easily. A burly man nearby immediately pointed at the doctor and angrily shouted, Nonsense! Just now you clearly said that this old lady wouldn't survive, regardless of her injuries. The doctor looked somewhat scared at the burly man. You were the one who asked me to say that. I never said such a thing. It wasn't that the doctor wanted to offend these burly men, but he dared not offend a sequence ability user even more. To avoid further anger, he just said whatever came to mind. The burly man glared, You're talking nonsense, you're asking for a beating. He raised his fist, ready to strike the doctor. Boom! Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the burly man, who was then sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a row of shelves in the corridor. Qin Shen retracted his fist, glanced at the burly man lying on the ground, and then continued to watch Teacher Ju's chest rise and fall slightly. The onlookers stared in horror at the burly man. His once thick left chest muscle seemed deflated, as if all the air had been sucked out of it. There was now a cup-sized cavity in his left chest, indicating that his heart might have been ruptured by the punch. The burly man's mouth trembled a few times, then opened wide as if he could swallow a fist. His body convulsed uncontrollably, twisting into a strange angle before falling silent. Suddenly, the burly man twitched again, and then bright red blood gushed out of his mouth, pooling on the floor. This young man was indeed a sequence ability user. He went all out from the start. Everyone was stunned, too afraid to move or speak. Qin Shen paid no attention to them, his gaze fixed on Teacher Zhu, whose face was now covered in blood, as he slowly clenched his fists. He said to the nearby doctors, Please go and save her, money is not an issue, I will take care of it. The doctors, relieved, quickly responded, All right, we will go and save her. With somewhat comical postures, the 5 doctors pushed a not-so-wide hospital bed together and left the corridor. As they left, one doctor tripped over the burly man's body, staining his white coat with blood. However, without stopping, he nervously smiled back at Qin Shen, nodded a few times, and then chased after the other doctors. Qin Shen shook his neck, hearing his joints crack like a funeral bell tolling. He scanned the pale-faced burly man and finally locked eyes with a slightly shorter middle-aged man. Although this middle-aged man seemed fearful, he still dared to meet Qin Shen's gaze directly, as if he had some support. You are different from them, you look the least capable, so you must be in charge, right? The middle-aged man straightened his body forcefully and said, So what if I am? Don't think you're the only sequence ability user. The safe zone is full of hidden talents. You can't just do whatever you want. Qin Shen nodded, That's right. I acknowledge what you said. That's why I haven't laid a hand on you guys yet. But you've hurt her like this. At this point, just making some noise won't cut it. Tell me the name of your backer. With that, Qin Shen took out his phone and skillfully opened the Godslayer camp. Whether you guys live or die, it all depends on how impressive the name you give me is. Qin Shen held the phone, looking coldly at the middle-aged man in front of him. Suddenly, a sense of unease crept into his heart, a foreboding feeling lingering in his mind. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll be held accountable too. Qin Shen simply said calmly, Name. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, about to speak when Qin Shen's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it, it was a call from Zhou Xing. Qin Shen answered the phone, his tone not particularly friendly. "Hello, Director Zhou, what's up?" Zhou Xing on the other end of the line sounded slightly angry. "Xin, didn't we agree to meet at the school today? You got the special admission spot, and now you're backing out? Even changing how you address me?" It was then that Qin Shen remembered he had promised Zhou Xing yesterday to give him the sequence magic potion today. However, it was a widely recognized rule not to discuss confidential matters over the phone to prevent eavesdropping. So Zhou Xing didn't explicitly mention the matter of getting the sequence magic potion. "Sorry, Uncle Zhou, I'm currently dealing with some matters at the hospital. Can I give it to you tomorrow? Is that okay?" "You're at the hospital? What, got injured while hunting gods?" "No, a relative was attacked at the hospital. I'm here to check on the situation." Zhou Xing found it somewhat amusing. "Attacked your relative? That's really asking for trouble." "Fine, I'll wait until tomorrow." "Brother, save me." Just then, the middle-aged man in front of Qin Shen panicked and shouted into the phone. "Brother, save me. It's me. I'm at the hospital treating your sister-in-law, accidentally injured someone, please come and save me." This middle-aged man was none other than Zhou Xing's brother, Zhou Zhe. He thought that revealing Zhou Xing's name would intimidate the young man in front of him, but he didn't expect Zhou Xing to call first. Zhou Zhe could clearly hear the voice on the other end of the phone. It was his own brother, Zhou Xing, the director of education. Suddenly, Zhou Zhe's body went weak, knowing that this matter was probably beyond redemption. Not only did this young man know Zhou Xing, but he seemed to be on equal footing with him. Zhou Zhe quickly sought help from his brother over the phone. After a moment of silence, Zhou Xing said, "Xin, please pass the phone to that person." Qin Shen said, "Director Zhou, this matter is not as easily resolved as last time. You should have an idea in your mind." "I know." Qin Shen handed the phone to Zhou Zhe, his gaze still cold. Zhou Zhe looked at Qin Shen with a pleading expression, took the phone with both hands, and said, "Hello, brother, it's me. I just told you yesterday not to provoke Qin Shen." "What do you mean? Are you deliberately causing trouble for me? When I scolded Zhou Yang, you didn't hear anything?" I didn't know that old lady was related to Qin Shen. Wasn't he supposed to be an orphan? How could I have known? Whether he is or not, since he's here, it means he is. Are you so full that you went and hit an old lady?" "No, brother. You know, I've been waiting in line for nearly half a year to have surgery for your sister-in-law. Suddenly, someone paid a lot of money to jump the queue. Of course, I couldn't just let it go. With the little money you have, you could only get in line because of my connections. And you dared to pick and choose to make money at the hospital? Who gave you the courage? Even the hospital director wouldn't dare to offend the regional director." I know I was wrong. Don't say such nonsense. How is that old lady now?" "Got injured quite badly." Qin Shen snatched the phone. "The old lady should have recovered after the surgery, but now she's on the brink of death." Zhou Xing fell into silence once again. "Xin, he's my brother, and also the father of your classmate Zhou Yang, do you understand? What does Zhou Yang's father have to do with me? Do you think Zhou Yang and I are close? Fine. If I want to save my brother's life, what are your conditions?" 5. I asked for conditions, not jokes. Qin Shen cautiously mentioned the number without specifying it was sequence potion, but Zhou Xing understood his meaning. 5. Uncle Zhou, I believe if the price is too low, you won't realize the extent of my anger. I've already acted, just killed one of your brother's men. What? Zhou Xing heard that Qin Shen had actually killed someone, realizing he wasn't just bluffing with threats. Zhou Xing couldn't agree to Qin Shen's demands. 5 bottles of sequence potion were his best chance to advance in the sequence and his career. He couldn't give that up. Qin Shen was determined to take his brother's life. But ultimately, Zhou Zhe was also his brother. He couldn't let Qin Shen slaughter him like a chicken. Uncle Zhou, I'll give you another offer. As long as you stay out of Zhou Zhe's affairs, I'll give you one more. Another bottle of sequence potion? Now Zhou Xing hesitated. He tried again. After all, he's my brother, my kin, can't you? No more additions. Just one, take it or leave it. Although Zhou Zhe didn't know what deal they were discussing, he sensed his brother was bargaining with his life. Zhou Zhe immediately shouted, "Brother, have you forgotten what Mom said before she passed away? She asked you to take care of me. You can't do this." Zhou Xing had long been fed up with his elder brother's family. They were like a tumor clinging to him. But out of respect for his mother's wishes, he hadn't pushed Zhou Zhe's family away. Now, with the father and son causing him trouble one after another, if he didn't cut them off, they might spread like cancer throughout his life. He had worked hard, studied diligently, climbed to his current position, not to be dragged down by his elder brother's useless family. Thinking this, Zhou Xing no longer hesitated. Deal with it yourself. Tomorrow, the management bureau and the police might come looking for you. The day after tomorrow, I'll see you again. Alright, goodbye. Qin Shen hung up, looking at Zhou Zhu, pale as a sheet. Your brother isn't very cooperative. Besides Zhou Xing, do you have any other backing? If so, speak up quickly. Zhou Zhu was stunned for a moment, then knelt down with a thud, desperately kowtowing to Qin Shen. Please spare me, I really didn't know the old lady was your relative. The first time Qin Shen killed someone, he was nervous and excited, like feasting on delicacies. The second time he killed, he was nervous but slightly excited, like having a big meal. Countless times later, when he killed, he was calm, like eating bread. His fists were dripping with blood. The blood on his fists wasn't his own, but from several people. Looking at the lifeless bodies scattered in the hospital corridor, Qin Shen took a deep breath. Finally, the weight on his heart lightened a bit. He first searched the pockets of the dead for money. There were 3 silver coins and a few hundred copper coins. These 3 silver coins should be the ones he gave to Teacher Zhu, taken by them. Clutching the 3 silver coins, Qin Shen felt a mix of emotions. After entering high school at Zhuan School, Teacher Zhu had been working as a librarian. The position of working in the library for tuition fees had always been kept for him by Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu's care for him had always been in his heart. So when he heard that Teacher Zhu needed money for treatment, he decided to rely on hunting and killing gods to raise the surgery fee for her. However, unexpectedly, while the surgery fee was raised, Teacher Zhu encountered an undeserved disaster. He didn't know whether the 3 silver coins he gave Teacher Zhu were for saving her life or for taking her life. Sighing, Qin Shen walked to the nearby restroom and washed the blood off his hands. He glanced at the mirror and saw bloodstains on his face and body. He cleaned the blood off his face but had to leave the stains on his clothes for the time being. Qin Shen took out some tissues, wiped his hands and face clean, silently praising himself, I'm becoming more and more composed. He took out his phone and dialed the number of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. Hello, I just killed a few people and I want to surrender. It's because they hurt my mentor, and I couldn't control myself and took action. Yes, they were all ordinary people. No other Sequence Ability users were involved. I'm at the hospital in Zone 14121. Alright, I'll wait here for the bureau personnel to come and charge me. After making the call, Qin Shen returned to the corridor, quietly waiting for the bureau personnel to come and convict him. He carefully reviewed the punishment for Sequence Ability users killing ordinary people. Killing an ordinary person required earning 2 Hunt God points within 6 months to atone for the crime. Because it was atoning to the Hunt God, these 2 Hunt God points would not receive any monetary reward. However, the deserved Hunt God points and Sequence Elixirs were not deducted. For Sequence Ability users, the most important aspect of hunting and killing gods was the points and Sequence Elixirs, with money being just an extra. This kind of punishment could be described as neither severe nor lenient. Moreover, even without punishment, he would continue to hunt and kill gods to improve his ranking and strive for admission through special recruitment by the top universities. Atoning was just a side issue. That's why he didn't hesitate when he killed Zhou Zhu and the others. Not long after, hurried footsteps could be heard outside the corridor. Soon, 2 personnel dressed in formal attire approached. They looked at Qin Shen with some surprise. It seemed they hadn't expected that the perpetrator of so many deaths would be a young man. Did you kill all these people? Yes. Hey, you're still young, how could you commit such a crime? I just couldn't bear it, they almost killed my mentor. Your mentor? Is he also a Sequence Ability user? An ordinary person. An ordinary person? Well, I really can't understand you now. One of the bureau personnel took out a tablet. We need to record your information. Name: Qin Shen. Upon hearing Qin Shen's name, the 2 men were taken aback. You're Qin Shen? Yes. The 2 exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. Since he was Qin Shen, there was nothing strange about him committing murder. Qin Shen's name was well known in Zone 14121 as a Sequence Ability user in the safe area. First, he had suddenly gained 1,600 Hunt God points. Then, he had defeated John, a Sequence Level 2, in a battle arena. He seemed like someone not to be trifled with. Many even thought he was not quite right in the head. Now, he had killed 6 or 7 ordinary people. In comparison, killing these few ordinary people seemed like the most ordinary thing he had done. Sequence Ability user number? 00009527. Alright, it's been recorded. You've killed 7 people, which is a very serious security incident. As a punishment, you need to earn 14 Hunt God points within 6 months. While earning points, you will only receive Sequence Elixir rewards and won't be eligible for monetary rewards. Do you understand? Understood. After obtaining 14 Hunter God points, your sins will be automatically offset, no need to do anything else. If you can't get 14 Hunter God points within half a year, Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. You can easily get 1,600 Hunter God points at once, how could you not get a mere 14 Hunter God points? Shinshin spoke up, I still want to know, what will happen if I can't complete this punishment task? Alright, if you can't complete the punishment task, the Management Bureau will impose stricter penalties on you. It will deduct the future sequence magic medicine rewards you will receive based on the Hunter God points you owe. Okay, I understand, thank you for answering. We will notify the staff to clean up the scene here, you can go now. Sorry to trouble you both. A staff member from the Management Bureau said solemnly, it's good that you know it's troublesome. In the future, restrain yourself, don't act impulsively. Although sequence ability users are different from ordinary people, they ultimately come from ordinary people and should still maintain a certain reverence for life. I understand, I will remember. Alright, you can go now. Qin bowed to the two and left the corridor. After Qin left, the two showed a helpless expression on their faces. I've been paying attention to Qin recent activities, always feeling like this kid, Qin, is like a black box, no one knows what's inside. Why bother with so much, black box or white box, it's none of our business. Call old you and tell him to come collect the body. Okay. Qin leaned against the wall again and found the emergency room where Teacher Zhu was located. The doctor at the door saw him covered in blood and had already guessed what had happened. Qin approached respectfully and asked, Doctor, how is the patient? The patient's condition is not very good, we have done our best and tried to inform her family, they are on their way to the hospital. Qin knew the doctor was referring to Teacher Zhu's daughter and son-in-law who were working. Doctor, is there really no hope for the patient? The doctor sighed, I'm sorry, we have done our best. As for how far the patient can go, it all depends on her. Upon hearing this, Qin suddenly felt empty inside. At that moment, the doctor added, by the way, we are ordinary doctors, we are indeed powerless to save her. But if the hospital director is willing to intervene, there may be more opportunities. The hospital director? Yes. Our hospital director, like you, is also a sequence ability user. Her sequence ability is medic. Qin immediately felt hopeful. How can I contact your hospital director? After some thought, the doctor said, but our hospital director hasn't performed surgery in a long time. Even when the former director of the Sequence Ability Users Management Bureau came to the hospital for treatment, she just sent him to other areas of the hospital and didn't intervene herself. The former director of the Management Bureau couldn't do it? Qin's fleeting fantasy was shattered once again upon hearing this. He didn't think he could get something that the former director of the Management Bureau couldn't. Money? The director of the Management Bureau surely had more than him. Sequence magic medicine? The director of the Management Bureau probably had their own quota, not worse than his. And money and sequence magic medicine were Qin's only two supports at the moment. It seemed that the hospital director couldn't be swayed by these two things. The situation with Teacher Zhu remained unresolved. Just then, the doctor's phone rang. Hello, director, it's me. You want Qin to come to your office? Yes, he's right next to me. Okay, I understand. The doctor looked at Qin with some surprise. The director wants you to come to her office, I'm not sure why. But maybe, she's willing to help you? Qin was also surprised. What did this director see in him? Could it be that she knew his secret like Orloff did? But Olive has been investigating the case all along, so he can guess his own details. How does the hospital director know? Could it be that the director and Olive are in cahoots? However, since the director took the initiative to find him, Qin had to go and find out. He took the elevator to the 5th floor of the hospital. This floor could only be reached by elevator, and the entire floor was where the director's office was located. Qin first registered at the front desk next to the elevator, waited for a moment, and was then led into the director's office. As soon as Qin entered the office, a faint fragrance hit his nose. A similar scent, he had smelled it when he met Roylina before, but Roylina's perfume seemed more intense than the one in the director's office. The scent in the director's office was slightly more mature and stable. Qin looked around the director's office and found many medical instruments he had never seen before, with some unique designs, probably modified according to the director's sequence ability. Is Qin here? Come in. A mature and gentle female voice came from inside the compartment. Okay, director. Qin walked to the compartment and pushed the door open. He saw an intellectual beauty with long hair sitting in front of a computer, typing away. She was wearing a loose professional suit, but it couldn't hide her impressive figure. The charm accumulated over the years made Qin tremble. The director smiled and said, please have a seat first, I'll finish up what I'm doing in a moment. Okay. Qin sat on the sofa, pondering how things would unfold next. Hopefully, it wouldn't take a strange turn. Soon, with a crisp press of the enter key, the director finished her work and turned to look at Qin Shen. Adjusting her thin-framed glasses, the director revealed a mature smile. You are Qin Shen? A student from the Juan school? Yes, that's me. Is that Ju Li your relative? No, she's my teacher. Your teacher? You care so much about her just because she's your teacher? Before I awakened my sequence, my teacher took good care of me. So, I want to repay her kindness. But her kindness to you shouldn't be worth so much from you. I heard you just killed someone in the hospital for her? Qin Shen calmly replied, I will repay both my friend's kindness and my enemy's grudges twofold. The director chuckled, you're quite an interesting kid. Alright, I accept your reasons. I am Chen Fenghe, the director of the 14121 Safe Zone Hospital. Hello, Director Chen. Here's the deal, I am willing to arrange and personally treat your teacher's surgery. Of course, I have conditions. Qin Shen remained silent, gazing quietly at Chen Fenghe, waiting for her to make her request. Chen Fenghe was somewhat surprised to see Qin Shen so composed. Why, aren't you curious about my conditions? I heard that even the director of the management bureau was politely refused by you for treatment, so I believe your conditions should have nothing to do with sequence magic or money. Your conditions should be very difficult to fulfill. So, rather than curiosity, I am more concerned. You're quite a clever one. Chen Fenghe smiled again. There were already slight traces of age around her eyes, but it only made her more charming. Actually, my request is not difficult to meet, at least for you, it's a piece of cake. Qin Shen swallowed nervously. Your glorious deeds of hunting down gods outside the safe zone have already spread. Everyone knows that there's a formidable young man in our safe zone. You flatter me. So, do you want me to go hunt down gods? Of course not. What do those monsters outside the safe zone have to do with me? I'm just a healer, not a ruler. Qin Shen was puzzled, so what do you mean? When you were hunting down gods outside the safe zone, either you had a guarantor or your principal, Li Tianming, with you, right? Yes, that's right. He's willing to be your guarantor, so you must be very close. Well, I guess. Qin Shen didn't want to commit too much, in case he couldn't refuse Chen Fenghe's request later. Since you're close to him, you should know about the injustice he's facing, right? Li Tianming is being wrongly accused? Qin Shen's heart tightened at the news. Chen Fenghe wasn't targeting him, but Li Tianming instead? Qin Shen wasn't sure how many people knew about Li Tianming's situation, nor was he sure if Chen Fenghe was a friend or a foe. Cautiously, he shook his head. I don't know. Chen Fenghe said, use your phone to call him. Call Li Tianming? Is Chen Fenghe going to talk to him personally? Well, that could work. Since he wasn't aware of the situation, it would be troublesome if he said something wrong and harmed Li Tianming. Qin Shen dialed Li Tianming's number and handed the phone to Chen Fenghe. On the other end, Li Tianming answered, out of breath, hello? What do you want now? I'm busy, spit it out. Chen Fenghe's eyes welled up. Li Tianming. You heartless man. Li Tianming, caught off guard hearing Chen Fenghe's voice from Qin Shen's side, hesitated for a moment, then hung up the phone. Li Tianming sat on the folding bed, bewildered, trying to find a cigarette but realizing he was naked. Delicate fingers crawled up his back to his shoulders. A soft voice lightly bit his ear. Principal, what's wrong? Li Tianming stood up, took a pack of cigarettes from his formal wear on the chair, and lit one. That's it for today. Go freshen up and leave. The woman leaned against Li Tianming. Principal, I haven't had enough yet. Get lost. The woman noticed the sudden change in Li Tianming's demeanor, from warm to cold as ice, sending shivers down her spine. He was a sequence ability user. If he lost his temper, he could be deadly. So the woman didn't argue further, obediently freshened up and left. Shortly after the woman left, Li Tianming freshened up as well, tidied up the office, changed the bedding on the folding bed to the one Qin Shen usually slept on, and sat on the office chair lost in thought. Qin Shen, you sure know how to get me into trouble. Meanwhile, in the hospital director's office, Chen Fenghe angrily threw his phone on the ground upon hearing the beeping sound. Qin Shen hurried to pick up the phone and checked it. Although he had plenty of money, he didn't believe in wasting it on things like phones used only for communication and forum browsing. Fortunately, the phone was known for being durable. It only had minor scratches on the back, with the camera and screen intact. He glanced at Chen Fenghe, who was still upset, with a hint of resentment. Why fight and throw my phone? It's like robbing my nephew. If you can snatch it with your skills, then it's mine. Qin Shen gently wiped his phone and put it back in his pocket. Chen Fenghe wiped his face, seemingly drying the tears at the corner of his eyes. Qin Shen, I have a condition for treating that old lady. If you can meet it, I'll perform the surgery now. Go on. I want to have a meal with Li Tianming at the Hongyun restaurant. Help me bring him there. Hongyun restaurant again. It seemed like the top dining place in this area. Qin Chen frowned. Director Chen, if you want to have a meal with Principal Li, just ask him directly. Why involve me? He hung up without saying a word. Do you think he'll agree to go on his own? I can't order him either. I don't care, if you promise to bring him over, I'll perform the surgery, otherwise, forget it. Qin Chen sighed at Chen Fengha's uncompromising attitude. Women, no matter how old they are, just can't be reasoned with. He didn't rashly agree but pondered whether he could fulfill Chen Fengha's request. After all, Li Tianming was his ally and had helped him a lot. He couldn't take Li Tianming to see Chen Fengha just to save Teacher Zhu. He knew that if he agreed to Chen Fengha's request and didn't follow through, even if she performed surgery on Teacher Zhu, she could still find a way to let Teacher Zhu die in the hospital without anyone knowing. This woman, Chen Fengha, didn't want money or magic medicine. She seemed to have a soft spot only for Li Tianming, that big-bellied Mediterranean man. He didn't know why. Qin Chen pursed his lips. He had thought that Chen Fengha was interested in him. He had even considered accepting the deal of using his charm to save Teacher Zhu. But he never expected this. Sigh. In front of Chen Fengha, Qin Chen dialed Li Tianming's number once again. Li Tianming hesitated but still answered without speaking. Old Li, it's me. What do you want? Chen Fengha wants to have a meal with you. If you don't agree, she won't save Teacher Zhu. Right now, Teacher Zhu is on the brink of death. If she doesn't intervene, she could die at any moment. Do me a favor, just have a meal with her. Zhu Li has nothing to do with me. Let her die. I know she has nothing to do with you, but she has something to do with me. How can an ordinary person like her have anything to do with an orphan like you? Qin Chen, don't take advantage of my good temper and push me too far. I haven't settled the score with you for making her call me just now. Old Li, Teacher Zhu is indeed an ordinary person, but she was the only one who treated me well before I awakened my sequence ability. Sequence ability users are not beasts, they should repay kindness. Kindness? The kindness of 10 copper coins a week? Isn't repaying her with a few silver coins for the surgery fee enough? Old Li, you're not right about this. Back then, I had nothing. Teacher Zhu refused the benefits offered by other students' parents and insisted on giving me this part-time job. If it weren't for those 10 copper coins every week, I might have starved to death during the school holidays. So, I have the ability to repay now. I must save Teacher Zhu's life. Furthermore, Old Li, if you ever find yourself in trouble and need my help, would you prefer me to settle the debt with a few bottles of sequence magic medicine, or would you want me to help you wholeheartedly like I'm helping Teacher Zhu? Listening to Qin Chen's reasoning, Li Tianming was indeed moved. The current Qin Chen was soaring high, with limitless potential in the future, coupled with his strong background. He might really need to rely on him in the future. At that time, he would certainly hope that Qin Chen could provide him with full assistance. He was willing to continue cooperating with Qin Chen because Qin Chen was indeed a person of loyalty and righteousness. Fine, you've convinced me. I agree to have a meal with Chen Fengha. However, this matter is a bit troublesome. You'll have to compensate me with 10 bottles of sequence magic medicine. Before Qin Chen could speak, Chen Fengha snatched the phone back and said, Li Tianming, you're asking for compensation even when having a meal with me. What do you mean by that? Am I that unbearable? Beep beep beep. Li Tianming hung up again. Seizing the opportunity before Chen Fengha could explode, Qin Chen quickly took back his phone and said, trying to please her, Director Chen, you heard Principal Li's words. He agreed. Could you please help perform the surgery on Teacher Zhu? Chen Fengha clenched her fists in anger and squeezed out through her teeth. I know. I'll go prepare for the surgery now. Qin Shensheng was afraid that she would blame Teacher Zhu during the surgery, and said, Director Chen, you must calm down, so your hands won't shake when you hold the scalpel later. Chen Fengha glanced at Qin Chen impatiently. I don't need a scalpel for the surgery. Oh, okay, that's good then. But you still need to calm down, it's not good for your health. Leave me your phone number, I will send you the results of the surgery and the time booked at the Hongyun Hotel. Remember to inform Li Tianming. Alright, thank you, Director Chen. Qin Chen happily left the hospital, humming a tune as she boarded the bus back to school. Not long after Qin Chen left, the police received a report of a homicide and rushed to the hospital. Olive led the team to the corridor where Qin Chen had committed the murder, only to see personnel from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau processing the scene. The bureau personnel looked up and said, Colleagues from the police station? You don't need to handle things here, it's a Sequence Ability user committing the murder, we'll take care of it. Olive nodded, thank you. Can I ask who the victim and the perpetrator are? Oh, no problem. The murderer is Qin Chen, a newly awakened Sequence Ability user, and the victims are several bullies, as well as Zhou Xing's elder brother, Zhou Jia. Olive's eyes lit up. Qin Chen again? Why is he everywhere? Zhou Jia? Why was he killed by Qin Chen? The bureau personnel also seemed helpless. It's because Joja injured Qin Chen's teacher. In a fit of anger, Qin Chen killed them all. Olive thought for a moment and asked, does Joja have a son named Zhou Yang, who attends Juan school and is Qin Chen's classmate? We don't know about that, but he seems to have a son who is currently studying. Joja was at the hospital to accompany his wife for treatment, and sometimes his son would come too. You can ask the attending doctor. His wife's name is Wu Jie. Okay, thank you. No problem. It's not easy for you guys from the police station to run back and forth. After inquiring about Wu Jie's hospital bed location, Olive hurried to the corresponding ward. He leaned against the window of the ward, quietly observing what was happening inside. It was a single-room ward. The woman inside was lying on the hospital bed, and a young man was sitting beside her packing things. Olive had seen that young man before. He was Zhou Yang. Both of them looked extremely pale, as if they had already learned of Josh's death. Zhou Yang was packing miscellaneous items in the ward into a large backpack, seemingly preparing to leave the room. Olive understood with a slight frown. Joja was killed, yet Zhou Xing did not seek revenge on Qin Chen, clearly reaching some kind of agreement with him. Zhou Xing, who had reached an agreement, would no longer care about Joja's family, so Zhou Yang's mother lost her support and source of income. She was then kicked out of the hospital room. Watching the pitiful mother and son, Olive felt no sympathy. He had seen too much of this kind of thing and had long been numb to it. Moreover, the fact that she was able to enter the hospital for treatment already made her better off than 99% of the people in Safe Zone 14121. Olive's attention was now focused on one thing. That was Qin Chen's secret. He could no longer gain Qin Chen's trust, as every conversation was met with rejection. Therefore, the only way to make Qin Chen confide in him was to find leverage. The more leverage he had, the stronger their relationship would be. Then he could extract more information from Qin Chen. Olive was convinced that Qin Chen carried a secret that could change the world. Lorelei, could you do me a favor? Olive left the door of the ward and said to the blonde policewoman behind him, Detective Olive, what's the matter? Please keep an eye on Zhou Yang and his mother. If someone tries to harm them, make sure to document the scene, preserve the evidence, and then hand it over to me. When someone is killing them, should I quietly record on the side, or should I intervene? Before you have sufficient evidence, there's no need to take any action. The lives of these two individuals are not that important. If you can exchange their lives for solid evidence to identify the murderer, then you will have completed the task satisfactorily. Olive lit a cigar, adjusted the angle of the scarf around his neck, and continued, If you can accomplish this task, I will consider transferring you to the Sigma district when I return. Yes, I will do my best. Also, I hope you won't try to outsmart me again. If you make any mistakes along the way, I can't guarantee that I will continue to conceal the fact that you are part of the deceiver sequence. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Olive believed that Roylina would know how to choose wisely. He deduced that Qin Chen was someone who took decisive actions, eliminating all threats without hesitation. This meant that he would find a way to kill Zhou Yang and his mother. Zhou Yang was just a student, and even if he had special abilities, killing him would lead to consequences. This was the first leverage he needed to catch Qin Chen. However, Olive, who was deeply immersed in his thoughts, failed to notice the complexity in Roylina's gaze. She had learned from Olive's conversation with the bureau personnel that Olive was setting a trap for Qin Chen. To make Roylina obedient, Olive used her secret as a threat. It seemed that Olive's plan was foolproof. Unfortunately, Olive was not the only one who knew that Roylina's sequence was fake. Qin Chen also knew. Although he didn't reveal it when they met that night, Roylina had made a rough guess about his identity based on his voice, figure, and attire. It wasn't until a few days ago that Qin Chen made a stunning appearance as the shadow assassin, catching her attention. She was surprised to find that Qin Chen matched several characteristics of the person who had threatened her that night, confirming his identity. However, she had no intention of confronting Qin Chen. Just the thought of their conversation that night made her scalp tingle. It was better to avoid each other. But now, she had to deal with Qin Chen. Roylina was in a dilemma. Both Olive and Qin Chen were like hungry wolves, quickly extracting her secrets like a gentle lamb. What's worse, she had no way to counter them. They were fighting fiercely, leaving her, an ordinary police officer, caught in the middle. This was what they called when giants fight, the little ones suffer. For Roylina, she had no choice. She couldn't afford to offend Olive, and Qin Chen was beyond her league. The only way for her to safely extricate herself was to ensure that Zhou Yang and his mother remained unharmed throughout. If nothing happened, she wouldn't be in a difficult position. The police station was near the hospital. After bidding farewell to Olive, Roylina returned to the police station. Knock, knock, knock. Roylina tapped on the door of the communication room. The guard opened the door. Officer Roylina, what can I do for you? Roylina smiled apologetically, holding her dead phone. I'm sorry, my phone is dead. Can I use the landline here to make a call? Sure thing. Thank you. Following her memory, Roylina dialed the number she had just checked on her phone. Hello, Arlene, it's me. I have to cancel our meeting tonight, sorry. Yeah, there's a case at the hospital, and I have to work overtime. Let's reschedule. Okay, bye. Roylina hung up the phone and smiled at the guard. I'm done, thank you. No problem, you guys work hard with the overtime. Ha, all for the stability of this area. Roylina left with a smile, and the security guard clicked his tongue. If only I could marry a beautiful, generous, warm, and kind policewoman like Roylina. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the phone in the dispatch room rang again. This is the dispatch room of Zone 14121 Police Station, may I help you? Beep beep beep. No one spoke, and the call was hung up. The security guard frowned. Another prank call. I'll suggest in the next meeting to equip the landline with caller ID and investigate those who disrupt my work. When Qin Shen returned to the principal's office, it was already 7 p.m. On his way back from the hospital, he packed 3 dishes for dinner at a restaurant. However, when he opened the door, he found Li Tianming still sitting in the office. Li Tianming held a cigarette, gave Qin Shen a cold glance, and continued to stare blankly. The ashtray on the desk was full of cigarette butts. Qin Shen placed the food on the coffee table next to the sofa, sat down, and picked up the chopsticks. Lao Li, want to eat together? You go ahead. I'm not hungry. Seeing Li Tianming's unusual state, Qin Shen put down the chopsticks. Lao Li, what's wrong? Nothing, just thinking about the past. About Chen Fenghe? Yes. Qin Shen was curious. Speaking of Chen Fenghe, I find it strange. She seems to have a special affection for you despite her good conditions. Why is that? Li Tianming couldn't be bothered to look at Qin Shen. It's none of your business. Qin Shen shrugged. Well, since you're not eating, I'll eat by myself. He opened the lunchbox, smelling the fragrant roasted chicken legs inside, making his mouth water. By the way, I received a call from the police station this afternoon, probably looking for you. With a mouthful of chicken leg, Qin Shen asked vaguely, what for? Not sure, it was a woman's voice. She said some random things, like she couldn't attend the banquet due to a sudden murder case at the hospital. Then she hung up. I called back and found out it was from the police station's dispatch room. Since I didn't go to the hospital, the call was probably meant to remind you. Qin Shen furrowed his brows, pondering the caller's intentions. Hospital murder case. Isn't it about killing Zhou Yang's father, not him? What's there to remind? Realizing this, Qin Shen suddenly understood. I get it. It's probably a warning not to provoke Zhou Yang again. It's very likely that Zhou Yang is already under police surveillance. Understanding the purpose of the call, Qin Shen also guessed who the woman calling Li Tianming was. He only knew one female officer at the police station, Roylina. It seemed that Roylina had already figured out his identity. Perhaps to avoid trouble, she didn't confront him directly. Her call was probably to make him give up the idea of killing Zhou Yang, to prevent any problems that could implicate her when he went to the police station. Qin Shen smiled. She's overthinking it. Zhou Yang hasn't even graduated from high school yet. It would be troublesome to kill him on my own. Even if I want to eradicate the roots, I have to wait until after the college entrance examination. Li Tianming blew a smoke ring. Are you really planning to kill Zhou Yang? Of course. What if he awakens his sequence ability one day, or keeps plotting against me? If I don't kill him, I'll be the one in trouble. Li Tianming shook his head helplessly. You're so young, yet you talk about killing all the time. I wonder who you learned it from. Qin Shen teased Li Tianming. All thanks to the good education at our school. I didn't teach you these things. At that moment, Qin Shen's phone rang. It was a text message from Chen Fenghe. The content was very brief. The surgery was successful. Tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Hongyun Restaurant. Qin Shen said to Li Tianming, Lao Li, tomorrow at 5:30 in the afternoon, go to the Hongyun Restaurant to meet Chen Fenghe. Got it. As agreed before, you are supposed to give me 10 bottles of sequence magic potion. 10 bottles? Qin Shen snorted. Why don't you just go rob them? Li Tianming put out his cigarette. I am robbing them. What are you going to do about it? Lao Li, joking aside, I don't particularly appreciate jokes. Zhou Xing gave me a special invitation for just 5 bottles of sequence magic potion. You are my insurance, so it's 8 bottles of sequence magic potion for you. It's already troublesome enough to have a meal with her. If it weren't for the favor you owe her, I wouldn't see her again in my life. You fickle radish, stop pretending to be sentimental. Qin Shen grew impatient. If you don't have the magic potion, then forget it. Li Tianming asked, Qin Shen, What will you do if you don't give me the sequence magic potion? After all, it seems like you've never used it yourself. Qin Shen suddenly froze, squinting at Li Tianming. What do you mean? Your sequence magic potion is in my office. I can tell at a glance if any is missing. You haven't touched a bottle in all these days. Doesn't that mean you don't really need it? Qin Shen's gaze turned even more sinister. He had bought a box specifically to lock up his sequence magic potion, but Li Tianming had secretly opened it to check. Li Tianming seemed overly clever, making Qin Shen feel uneasy. Li Principal, don't you know you shouldn't tamper with other people's things? Li Tianming calmly waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm not that curious about your secrets. Since awakening your sequence ability, many things are still unexplained, and order has not been fully established. I estimate that for every 10 sequence users, there is one who keeps secrets. Since you don't need it, why not give it to me? After all, you need to perform well in the special invitation, continue hunting down gods, and you also need me as your insurance. I only need a few bottles of sequence magic potion from you, which is not unreasonable. Moreover, I wasn't planning on asking for it in the first place. But since you've caused me trouble with Chen Fenghe, it's only fair that you provide me with some trouble handling fees. Qin Shen clenched his fists slightly. Trouble. His relationship with Li Tianming was too complicated, and killing him wouldn't solve the problem anymore. 10 bottles of sequence magic potion might be acceptable to keep Li Tianming, the greasy middle-aged man, in check. But he was worried that in the future, when hunting down gods again, Li Tianming would push for more sequence magic potion. So, for safety's sake, Qin Shen had to make things clear now. When you act as my insurance in hunting down gods in the future, how do you plan to divide things? Same as before, just give me half the money. This statement surprised Qin Shen. He thought Li Tianming would ask for a lot more, at least half of the sequence magic potion. But he only requested to split the money. Qin Shen asked suspiciously, "Are you serious? Do I need to lie? I told you, the reason I asked for 10 bottles of sequence magic potion for having a meal with Chen Fenghe was to let you know that you've gotten yourself into big trouble. Do you think I'm joking?" Li Tianming's indifferent and calm attitude made Qin Shen somewhat uncomfortable. It seemed like Li Tianming really had a strong aversion to having a meal with Chen Fenghe. Qin Shen couldn't help but ask, "Is Chen Fenghe involved in something complicated?" Li Tianming didn't respond to Qin Shen's question, picked up his clothes, and left the office. Left alone, Qin Shen sat there eating, lost in thought. Perhaps because the food had cooled down, Qin Shen suddenly lost his appetite. He threw the chopsticks down in frustration. Damn it, nothing but trouble. Qin Shen turned and entered the bathroom, taking a shower to relax. When he came out, he suddenly saw over 20 missed calls on his phone. His heart tightened, feeling like trouble was brewing again. These over 20 missed calls were from two numbers. One number had called 21 times, and the other had called twice. He didn't recognize either of these numbers. Can't even have a peaceful shower. He dialed the first number that had called 21 times. "Hello, this is Qin Shen. Who is this?" The voice on the other end sounded urgent. "Qin Shen? It's me. I'm Shen Song." "Shen Song?" Qin Shen pondered for a moment. "I haven't heard of you. Do you remember kidnapping me? I'm Qian Wenda's nephew." So it was that foolish person. "Oh, why are you calling me? What's the matter?" "My uncle is in trouble. He was taken away by the authorities while having dinner at home. I know you've been quite powerful lately, with the insurance man helping you hunt down gods. You must have some connections. Can you help my uncle? Qian Wenda was arrested?" Qin Shen immediately felt uneasy. Why was he arrested? "I'm not sure. The authorities said he was accused of embezzling a large amount of sequence magic medicine. But I know it's definitely false. I'm his nephew. If he had embezzled a large amount of sequence magic medicine, he should have given me at least 1 or 2 bottles. But not only did I not receive any, his own sequence level has always been stuck at level 2. How could he have embezzled sequence magic medicine?" Shen Song's reasoning had no convincing power in Qin Shen's eyes. Who said that if you embezzle sequence magic medicine, you have to use it yourself? Moreover, Shen Song was not very bright. If he was given embezzled sequence magic medicine, he might sell it off at any time. But Qin Shen believed that Qian Wenda would not embezzle sequence magic medicine. It was simple. If he had embezzled sequence magic medicine, why bother earning money by forging sequence identities? Selling sequence magic medicine on the black market was both time-saving and profitable. Why bother sitting in the ASIC virtual chat room every day? Unless Qian Wenda was extremely greedy, accepting anything that came his way. But from Qin Shen's understanding of Qian Wenda, he was extremely cautious, almost watertight. He would never take risks. Embezzling sequence magic medicine from the authorities was a serious crime. He had seen related joint government laws at the god-slaying camp. Embezzling just one bottle of sequence magic medicine was enough to be imprisoned. 10 bottles would lead to immediate execution. Xian Wenda was not someone who would risk his life for money. Shinshir Song, why did you call me instead of seeking help from your uncle's colleagues? My uncle told me before he left to contact you. Xian Wenda said that? But he was taken away. I can't see him. How can I help if you call me? I don't know. Do you have any ideas? Xin Shen cursed inwardly. He had only been to the authorities 2 or 3 times. How could he have any ideas? Xin Shen took a deep breath, trying not to argue with a fool, and gently guided Shinshir Song. First, we need to see Qian Wenda and understand the situation. He is currently detained by the authorities. Do you know how we can see him? Shinshir Song fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Yes. I remember. When my uncle was taken away, it wasn't an arrest warrant, it was an investigation order, which means he hasn't been dismissed yet. According to regulations, family members can visit him. Are you free now? I'll take you to see my uncle at the authorities. Alright, no time to waste, I'll leave now. Meet me at the entrance of the authorities. Okay. Xin Shen hung up on Shinshir Song, didn't even bother drying his hair, grabbed Li Tianming's jacket and left the house. He dialed another missed call while hurrying on the road. Hello, this is Qin Shen. What's up? Hello, this is Olive. As soon as the hoarse voice came through, Qin Shen tensed up again, alert. He couldn't help but slow down, pondering the reason why Olive called him. What do you want from me? Where are you now? What's it to you? I need your alibi. Qin Shen snorted, I'm at school, about to leave. If you don't believe me, you can come to school tomorrow to check the surveillance. You're not outside? Qin Shen was impatient, feeling annoyed at the mere thought of Olive. Are you trying to pin another murder on me? Detective Olive, can't you stop focusing on just me? I took the bus back to school from the hospital, there are plenty of witnesses on it. So, you have no time to commit the crime? Qin Shen chuckled, are my words not clear enough? You tell me, I left the hospital, took the bus, and came back to school, where could I have committed a crime? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Wait. Okay, it seems this time it really wasn't you. Don't set me up. I haven't done anything. Fine, even if what you say is true. But Zhou Yang is dead. He and his mother died together in an alley. What? Qin Shen was dumbfounded. Now you understand why I suspected you, right? After all, you just killed his father. You people from Hua country love to eradicate the roots, so I deduced that you killed him and his mother to prevent any future trouble. You're really accusing me wrongly. I'm not stupid, Zhou Yang is a student. Killing him would bring me trouble too. Although the case has nothing to do with you, we still need your cooperation. You said it has nothing to do with me, why should I cooperate then? Because this case is particularly serious and requires a thorough investigation, I must contact all relevant persons to understand the situation. Just 2 ordinary people died, what's so serious about it? It's not just them. The female officer I sent to protect Zhou Yang and his mother was also killed. Qin Shen was completely stunned, unable to speak. The sound of the wind echoed by the phone. Olive grew impatient. Hello? Qin Shen? Are you still there? Did you hear what I just said? Blue Star Chronicle, January 29, 2010, Friday, Gregorian calendar, 15th day of the 12th month of the Jichou year, suitable for trading, avoid visiting the sick. After hanging up Olive's call, Qin Shen boarded the bus and stared at the Blue Star calendar on his phone for a long time. Avoid visiting the sick. I should check the Blue Star calendar today. Qin Shen put away his phone, looking out the window with some weariness. It seems pointless. I can't just leave teacher Zhu alone in the hospital. If I don't visit her today, she might not make it. Qin Shen agreed to cooperate with the police station's investigation, providing any clues he knew. Even though he wouldn't provide any clues, because Zhou Yang's death was too suspicious. It happened right after he killed Zhou Zhe. Qin Shen even vaguely believed that the person who killed Zhou Zhe did it for some reason, to help him. Killing Zhou Yang alone wouldn't be a big problem. The key was that the person also killed the tracking female officer, Roy Lane. Killing a police officer, especially one with sequencing abilities, was undoubtedly a serious crime. If caught, it meant certain death. According to Olive, after killing the 3 of them, the person burned the bodies, once again eliminating the possibility of investigating their memories before death. In his heart, there was a faint name. Wen Shu. Did she do it? Probably not. After all, Roylina is a sequential ability user, while she is just an ordinary person. To effortlessly kill 3 people, at least a combat-type sequential ability would be necessary. But if it's not Wen Shu, who else would go to kill Zhou Yang? It can't be a case of the thief crying stop the thief, right? Qin Shen's gaze was somewhat vacant. He didn't want to think anymore. Too tired. Too taxing on the brain. He had already expended too much energy today and felt very exhausted. After a while, he would have to muster up the energy to go to the management bureau to meet Qianwenda. Qin Chen leaned his head against the car window and dozed off lightly. Over an hour later, he woke up. After resting a bit more, he arrived at the Sequential Ability Users Management Bureau. He got off the bus, patted his just-awakened cheeks, refreshed himself, and walked towards the tall building. Outside the bureau, he saw Shin Song looking anxious. "Qin Chen, you're here." Shin Song, upon seeing Qin Chen, hurried over as if he had seen a savior. "Qin Chen, we finally caught you. Let's go in quickly." "Okay." The two entered the bureau's gate, and Shin Song identified himself, wanting to visit Qianwenda with Qin Chen. The bureau staff led them to the third floor, in front of a completely sealed room. 4 guards, all sequential ability users judging by their stature, stood outside the room. "Director Qian is inside. You have an hour to talk." "All right, thank you." The two entered the room and saw Qianwenda. Qianwenda's eyes held a murderous intent, his hands folded in front of his chest, and veins bulging on his forehead. Upon seeing Shin Song and Qin Chen, he took a deep breath. "Thank you for coming. Please have a seat. Originally, I didn't want to make our relationship clear. However, this time I got into trouble, and besides you, I really don't have any trustworthy friends, so I had Song call you to think of a solution." Qin Chen walked up to Qianwenda and pulled out a chair to sit down. Shin Song knew he couldn't help much, so he obediently sat next to Qin Chen, silently listening to their conversation. "Director Qian, what's the situation?" Qianwenda suppressed the killing intent. "To make it short, someone in the bureau embezzled sequence magic medicine and framed me." "Is there evidence?" Qianwenda nodded. "Yes. They checked the surveillance footage, and I was the only one who entered and exited the sequence magic medicine warehouse that day. But it's not solid evidence because they didn't find proof of me selling or using the sequence magic medicine for personal gain." "Do you know who framed you?" Qianwenda shook his head. "That's what's bothering me the most. I've never offended anyone in the bureau, just focused on my own tasks. How could I get into this kind of trouble?" "They said you embezzled a few bottles?" Qianwenda smiled bitterly. 10 bottles. "It was well planned, just enough to get me sentenced to death. If this hadn't happened, I would have been promoted to head of the bureau next week." "Here," Qianwenda chuckled, "I heard you went hunting gods and had quite a harvest. I was thinking of benefiting from it. But now, it's a good thing I didn't. Otherwise, I'd be in deep trouble." Qin Chen nodded slightly. Qianwenda probably wanted to ask him for a few bottles of sequence magic medicine, but due to the listening devices in the room, he didn't speak too directly. Qin Chen could earn 1,600 points, mainly thanks to the sandworm scale Qianwenda provided. If Qianwenda asked for 10 bottles of sequence magic medicine, he would probably give them. Even if Qianwenda didn't ask, he still wanted to show his gratitude. However, Qianwenda hadn't spoken all this time, and he had been busy these past few days, so he hadn't found time to see him. Unexpectedly, when they met again, Qianwenda had already been placed under surveillance. Suddenly, Qin Chen's gaze sharpened. "Director Qian, do you think the person framing you has guessed the relationship between you and me, believing that I would definitely give you some gifts as a token of gratitude, and thus conveniently framed you before your promotion?" Qian asked with narrowed triangular eyes. "Makes sense. If you really show your gratitude to me, and they find some incriminating evidence in my house, then my guilt will be confirmed." Qian squinted. "So, our relationship has long been targeted by someone?" "Director Qian, your performance is outstanding, your abilities are strong, advancing steadily within the management bureau, it's likely you've been targeted for a while." Qian gritted his teeth. "I was careless. These bastards, I haven't provoked anyone, yet they want to push me to the brink of death." Qin Chen then asked, "Director Qian, why did you call me here, what's your plan?" Qian didn't beat around the bush. "I was thinking, you could tell the bureau about the 10 extra bottles of sequence potion you mistakenly received last time, return them, and that would clear my name. I'll owe you this favor, to be repaid later." Qin Chen was stunned. Qian's plan indeed had merit. However, with surveillance devices around, once he mentioned it, others would know, rendering the plan unfeasible. Qin Chen looked at Qian in astonishment, not understanding his intentions. Qian sneered, a hint of malice in his triangular eyes. "From your analysis, I understand someone has been eyeing me for a while. Since I haven't misused sequence potion, and there's no evidence in the surveillance proving I took any, whether they test my blood for sequence potion concentration or search my home, they won't find anything. Since they treat me like a pawn, I'll play along. Sweet talk during the day, do they really think I'm a good man?" Qian's teeth creaked. "I want to see who will end up dead in the end." Qin Chen asked, "You'll handle this yourself?" Of course, Qian's face was even more grim than rusted iron. I'll deal with this myself. Thanks for coming, but I appreciate you pointing me in the right direction. You didn't do much for me, just shared your thoughts. No, you're right. I've been targeted for a while. If I compromise this time, there will be a next time. It's better to cut off the problem at its root. Qin Shen and Xin Shirson left the management bureau. On the way, Qin Shen reminded Xin Shirson, remember, don't do anything. If needed, Director Qian will instruct you. If there's an issue, don't act hastily, contact me first, understood? Xin Shirson was older than Qin Shen but still instinctively respected him, nodding, I got it. Qin Shen was very worried that Xin Shirson, not the sharpest tool in the shed, would panic at the slightest disturbance and act rashly, causing more harm than good. Fortunately, Xin Shirson, though a bit slow, listened to advice. He feared his own lack of ability and tendency to be headstrong and not heed advice. Alright, that's settled then, contact me if needed. Okay, thank you. Xin Shirson never imagined he would one day thank the person who kidnapped him, stole his phone and sequence potion. But without a doubt, Qin Shen was now an ally standing on the same front as his uncle. Qin Shen left the management bureau and headed to the police station. He wanted to first meet with Olive to understand the situation and investigate the possibility of Wenshu's involvement. At the entrance of the police station, the guard stopped him. Who are you? What are you doing at the police station? I'm here to see Inspector Olive. He wanted to meet me to discuss the triple homicide case on the streets today. The guard, aware of the major case that had occurred that day, didn't delay and promptly called Olive's office. Hello, Inspector Olive, there's someone looking for you, saying you called him. The guard looked up at Qin Chen. What's your name? Qin Chen. He says his name is Qin Chen. Alright, I got it. Goodbye. Hanging up the phone, the guard pointed, go down the corridor, second office on the left. Inspector Olive is waiting for you inside. Thank you. Qin Chen walked to the office door and knocked lightly. Come in. Qin Chen pushed the door open, once again seeing Olive with his silver hair. His attire seemed unchanged for centuries, with a scarf around his neck and a trench coat. Come in and have a seat. I'll pour you a cup of tea. Olive stood up, placed a teacup on the table, picked up a nearby kettle, and poured a cup of yellow tea. It's different from the tea you Chinese people like, give it a try. Qin Shen sat down, holding the teacup, feeling the warmth. There's no longer a distinction between Chinese and European tea. After the apocalypse, everything is the same, under the jurisdiction of the United Government. Olive picked up a pen and started writing on paper. I didn't expect you to come to me voluntarily. The case is too big, I'm afraid I might really get into trouble, so I wanted to come early to clear things up. Olive smiled, you're quite straightforward. Talking with you, beating around the bush is just a waste of time. Olive nodded, sighed, Roylina once said the same thing. Roylina? Is that the deceased police officer? Yes. You don't know her? Perhaps I've heard of her, maybe seen her, but I don't have much of an impression. Among the people at the police station, only you deal with me every day, I haven't gotten to know anyone else. That's true. Our relationship is already quite deep. I can only say we know each other. As for a relationship, I'm afraid it's not that deep. Olive put down the pen, clasped his hands on the table, looking at Qin Chen. If you didn't have a solid alibi, I would have reported and arrested you directly, then used harsh methods to extract a confession. Inspector Olive, you're being a bit subjective, not something a police officer would say. Olive nodded slowly, let's not talk about this. I'm here to ask you about Zhou Yang. Go ahead. When Zhou Yang left the hospital, where were you? Qin Chen thought for a moment and said, Inspector Olive, I think when Zhou Yang left the hospital, you should have been by his side, right? Otherwise, how could you have promptly sent a female officer to follow him and his mother? Since you were by his side, you should know that I had left long ago, right? Olive picked up the teacup, you're still so cautious. Just a reasonable guess. Alright, I won't ask you about that, after all, you're not a suspect. Do you know if Zhou Yang had any enemies? Qin Chen shrugged, I think his biggest enemy is me, the enemy of his father's murder. Besides me, he probably doesn't have many enemies. Makes sense. Olive sighed, the conversation circling back to the beginning. Qin Chen asked, Inspector Olive, has Li Jingwen been found? Why are you asking about her? You're not related to her disappearance, are you? I just have a bold guess. Let's hear it. Qin Chen moved his chair forward, leaned on the table, and said, do you think it's possible that Li Jingwen's family was killed by Zhou Yang and his father? Li Jingwen witnessed everything, escaped by chance. After escaping, Li Jingwen awakened her sequence ability, then came back to avenge her family, killing Zhou Yang and his mother? Olive snorted. Are you telling me a mythological story? I just think this guess, although bold, is quite reasonable. Think about it, because of Li Jingwen's matter, Zhou Yang offended me, almost had his uncle sever ties with him. Would his father, in a fit of anger, order someone to kill Li Jingwen's entire family to eliminate future troubles? Li Jingwen's disappearance can be explained. She went into hiding to seek revenge. But then she awakened her sequence ability, wanted to come back to kill, only to find out that Zhou Yang's father had already been killed by me, so she decided to deal with Zhou Yang and his mother. Orloff nodded. Your speculation is indeed bold. But there is a question. What question? If Li Jingwen came back for revenge, why didn't she kill you while at it? Kill me? Qin Shen laughed. Why would she be able to kill me? My sequence ability is very strong. Alright, spare me the nonsense. You know it wasn't you who did it, and you have no clues. Go back quickly and don't waste my time. Qin Shen shrugged disinterestedly. I did offer some advice. Throw your damn advice in the trash. Fine, since you're sure this has nothing to do with me and you won't bother me again, I'll leave. Qin Shen pushed the chair aside and left the office. As soon as he left, Orloff's phone rang. Hello? It's me. Good morning, Chief. Yes, I will definitely handle this case. I will do my best to solve it. Currently, there are no clear suspects yet, but rest assured. Yes. Qin Shen listened to a few sentences outside the door and then briskly left the police station. Qin Shen returned to the principal's office, and it was already midnight. He wanted to lie down and rest, but felt a bit uncomfortable on his head. Upon touching it, he realized he hadn't dried his hair properly after showering, and the cold outside had caused ice to form on his hair. Although his body as a sequence ability user wouldn't catch a cold, he couldn't guarantee the health of his hair. If he didn't take care, he might end up bald before becoming invincible with a punch. Qin Shen got up, took another shower, dried his hair, set an alarm for 9 a.m. on his phone, and finally went to bed. Another tiring day. Qin Shen fell into a deep sleep. As expected, he was awakened by the alarm the next day. Qin Shen got up, freshened up, and checked the calendar on the wall. Blue Star Era, January 30th, 2010, Saturday in the Western calendar. Ji Chou Year in the Chinese calendar, the 16th day of the 12th month, suitable for repairing walls. It's Saturday. Zhou Xing seems to have asked me to come today to get the sequence potion. The leftovers from yesterday were cold, but that didn't stop him from eating to fill his stomach. He was confident in his stomach, not worrying about catching a cold or getting a stomachache. If he could digest even the remnants of divine remains, why worry about slightly cold food? After eating, he opened Li Tianming's computer and checked the rankings of various sequence universities on the Sequence Education Forum. Around noon, Qin Shen's phone suddenly rang. Hello? Uncle Joe, yes, I'm at school. Have you arrived? Just tell the guard and come straight in. I'm in the principal's office. Qin Shen opened the box containing the sequence potion, counted out 6 bottles, and then there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, and Zhou Xing, dressed in formal attire and wearing his signature black-framed glasses, walked in. Qin Shen didn't waste time and pointed to the 6 glass bottles containing pale blue liquid on the table. Uncle Zhou, here is the sequence potion I promised you. Our deal is done. Zhou Xing walked over, put the 6 bottles of sequence potion in his pocket, and looked at Qin Shen with a conflicted expression. Qin Shen looked up at Zhou Xing and smiled slightly. What's wrong, Uncle Zhou? Is there something else? You dared to kill Zhou Yang, a student, which was already bold enough. I didn't expect you to dare to kill a police officer. Uncle Zhou, don't speak nonsense. When Zhou Yang and the police officer died, I was already back at school. This has nothing to do with me. Zhou Xing frowned, seemingly not believing Qin Shen's words. Qin Shen shrugged, feet propped up on the table. Detective Olaf has already confirmed that I have nothing to do with this matter. As for who the killer is, it's still under investigation. If you're interested, you can go to the police station and ask. It really wasn't you? Qin Shen raised an eyebrow, disdain evident in his tone. Am I crazy? To kill Zhou Yang, do I need to go kill a policeman? What's Zhou Yang to me that I would take such a risk? Zhou Xing looked at Qin Shen, not seeming to lie, and nodded slightly. Yes, I'm also puzzled. You're obviously very smart. Why would you do such an unreasonable thing? But besides you, who else would kill Zhou Yang? And, to kill the tracking policeman as well, undoubtedly a sequencer was involved. Who knows? You ask me, I ask who. Zhou Xing sighed. To be honest, when the police called me yesterday about this, I was shocked. I thought you were warning me not to act rashly. Qin Shen said, Uncle Zhou, although I'm younger, considering our trade has been very smooth, there's something I want to tell you. Zhou Xing glanced at Qin Shen, with a curious expression. When caution is needed, you're not cautious, and when it's not, you're overly cautious. It's easy to miss opportunities and get into trouble. Zhou Xing narrowed his eyes, not responding. Alright, Uncle Zhou, there are no more deals, I have to attend to my own matters. Goodbye. No need to see me off. Zhou Xing walked away, his footsteps much louder than when he entered, filled with discontent and protest. But Qin Shen didn't have time to dwell on it. In his view, this was the last time he would meet and talk with Zhou Xing. It was more important to focus on the special summoning matter. However, constantly researching could lead to fatigue, so he balanced work and rest, sometimes opening the folder where Li Tianming stored videos to review them. Tisk, Lao Li really doesn't hold back. Unconsciously, it was already night. As he leaned back in the principal's chair, legs crossed, watching a video, the door suddenly pushed open, startling Qin Shen. Li Tianming came in ready to complain to Qin Shen. Xiao Qin, today with Chen. What are you watching? Misunderstanding. You. I went out of my way to sort out trouble for you, and here you are peeking at my hard drive? Qin Shen's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and his hand holding the mouse was unsteady, breaking it in one go. Awkwardness filled the office. He quickly pressed the power button on the computer. I didn't mean to. It's just curiosity. Your habit of peeking will give you eye strain sooner or later. Qin Shen chuckled, placing 10 bottles of sequencer magic potions in front of Li Tianming. Lao Li, we're good buddies. Just watching, what could go wrong? Li Tianming took the 10 bottles of sequencer magic potions, his expression slightly improved. Seeing the situation easing, Qin Shen struck while the iron was hot. Lao Li, I checked. My hunting god ranking is only around 200,000. To ensure a stable special summoning, I need to venture outside the safe zone for some big moves. Can you be my insurance? Li Tianming didn't immediately respond, took out a bottle of sequencer magic potion, drank it in one gulp, then poured some water into the glass bottle, stirred it, and drank it again. Qin Shen, there's something I need to tell you. Li Tianming suddenly called Qin Shen by his full name, not Xiao Qin or Xiao Qin student, making him inexplicably tense. Go ahead. I've acted as your insurance, helped you with points and the special summoning matter. That's keeping my promise, right? Of course, Lao Li, you have nothing to worry about. In addition, I also sorted out Chen Fingha for you. Although I asked for some compensation, I wouldn't have gotten involved if it weren't for you. Do you understand? I understand. Lao Li, you've been good to me. So, what about my request? Li Tianming scrutinized Qin Shen. I didn't do all this just for a few coins and sequence magic potions. You promised me you'd find the deceiver I'm looking for, right? Li Tianming's questioning left Qin Shen speechless. He awkwardly smiled, lowered his head, cursing the person who killed Roylina in his heart. This has really messed up my plans. Qin Shen hesitated. Lao Li, I did hear about someone, but that person is already dead. Li Tianming chuckled disdainfully, sitting on the sofa. Qin Shen, are you trying to amuse me? Can dead people talk? Knowing he was in the wrong, Qin Shen nodded. I understand. I will try to find some clues from this dead person and get back to you. Finding clues from a dead person? Li Tianming looked at Qin Shen strangely. The longer someone has been dead, the harder it is to find any traces. You seem confident, so this person must have died recently, right? Sort of. It wouldn't happen to be the female police officer killed yesterday, would it? Qin Shen glanced at Li Tianming and nodded. Li Tianming's eyes widened instantly, leaning forward on the sofa. He propped his hand on the table, leaning in towards Qin Shen until their eyes met, only a fist's distance apart. Li Tianming asked slowly, so, you knew she was a deceiver all along, didn't you? Avoiding Li Tianming's gaze, Qin Shen licked his lips, remaining silent. You knew all along but didn't tell me. And now that she's dead, you tell me? Li Tianming chuckled self-deprecatingly. I treated you sincerely, and this is how you play me? In this situation, you still have the nerve to let me continue being your insurance? Qin Shen, oh Qin Shen, you really disappoint me. Li Tianming seemed drained of strength, collapsing on the sofa. Qin Shen listened in silence. After a while, Li Tianming waved his hand, not looking at him anymore. Qin Shen nodded. All right. After all, he had indeed let Li Tianming down. He had kept Roylina as a trump card to ensure his negotiating power with Li Tianming. But as they communicated more deeply and cooperated more harmoniously, he no longer saw Li Tianming in the same light. He had planned to reveal to Li Tianming that Roylina was a deceiver in the sequence after hunting down a deity once more. However, he never expected Roylina to be killed. Even someone like him, involved in numerous murder cases, dared not kill a police officer. Otherwise, he would have targeted that old man, Olaf, first. Yet, his hesitation this time cost him the alliance with Li Tianming. Temporarily, he lost Li Tianming as an ally. He picked up his luggage and the box filled with sequence magic potions, leaving the principal's office to find another place to stay. However, in the vast safe zone, there were few truly safe places. After much thought, he found himself back at the warehouse near Wang Defa's internet cafe. Wang Defa was closing the rolling shutter, preparing to go home. When he turned around, he saw Qin Shen standing there. Wang Defa was momentarily stunned, unable to speak. He had heard about Qin Shen's soaring reputation for hunting deities and felt they should not meet again. His emotions were complex at that moment, a mix of relief, regret, joy, and sadness. Seeing Qin Shen again that night, his feelings were once again complicated. He couldn't tell if he was nervous, excited, fearful, or eager. "Boss, you're back. Looking for me?" "Yes, I'll stay in your warehouse for a couple of days." Wang Defa chuckled, "No problem. I set up a folding bed in the warehouse, just thinking that if you come again, you won't have to sleep on the floor." "Thank you, Boss Wang. You are the boss. Just call me Alpha." "Thank you, Alpha." After settling Qin Shen in the warehouse, Wang Defa went home. He could tell that Qin Shen was not in a relaxed mood, so he didn't disturb him too much. Since Qin Shen still cared about him, there was no need to rush things. Qin Shen looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar monitor screen inside. "Ah, Lao Li, I will find the deceiver for you. But, everything has its priorities. Roylina just died, I can't go inquire about her. Besides, among the people I know, only 2 know that Roylina is in the deceiver sequence. One is at the police station trying to catch me every day. One is being monitored at the management bureau. There's no way to proceed with the plan now." So, Qin Shen thought the only thing he could do at the moment was to hunt down the gods outside the safe zone. Without Lao Li as the insurance to provide me with information and help, it might be a bit risky. But if I pay attention, it should be fine. He took out the black bottle containing sandworm scales from his backpack. "I wonder if this thing still works. I'll try again tomorrow." Qin Shen woke up at 5 in the morning. Instead of resting, he put on his anti-freeze suit, grabbed his backpack, and left. This time, he didn't go to the exit of Safe Zone 38324. The commotion he caused in Safe Zone 38324 previously was too noticeable, and he would attract attention as soon as he appeared. He estimated that once he made a move, people would figure out his intentions, which didn't suit his plan. So, this time he chose a detour. He took a bus to leave from the exit of Safe Zone 89757, then walked along the outer perimeter of the safe zone to reach the exit of Safe Zone 38324. It was very dangerous outside the safe zone, so few dared to do so. However, Qin Shen believed that the dangers outside the safe zone could be anticipated, unlike the unexpected dangers inside. With the blessing of the dual metal, he now activated violence, giving him 12 times the strength and agility. Coupled with his already higher basic attributes compared to other sequence ability users, if he were to face a level 3 strength sequence user, taking on 10 opponents wouldn't be a big problem. Qin Shen discreetly left from the exit of Safe Zone 89757. There weren't many sequence ability users here, and it was still early, with only a dozen people lingering at the entrance. Qin Shen's actions didn't attract anyone's attention. After leaving the safe zone, he quickly advanced about 400 to 500 meters away from it. He planned to use the sandworm scales again near the exit of Safe Zone 38324 to see if he could set a trap again. However, there were no landmarks outside the safe zone. He had to rely on his instincts to reach what he thought was close to the exit of Safe Zone 38324. This time, without Li Tianling's protection, he didn't dare to stray too far from the safe zone, fearing he wouldn't have enough time to escape. Less than a kilometer away from the safe zone, he took out the black glass bottle and placed the sandworm scales on the ground. Then, he pulled out the hunting god dagger and the blind knife confiscated from John, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Soon, the ground made a rustling sound, seeming like there were quite a few of them. Qin Shen was delighted, another army of long-legged worms? But upon closer listening, something felt off. The sound of the long-legged worms seemed a bit smaller. Suddenly, he remembered the informational post about the god-slaying camp and shuddered. Could it be Iron Helmet Flea? Then, Qin Shen saw a group of fist-sized creatures leaping out from the distant ruins, swiftly rushing towards him on the ground. Damn, it's really an Iron Helmet Flea. Qin Shen cursed, unsure whether to fight or flee at this moment. According to the introduction in the God-Slaying Camp forum post, the Iron Helmet Flea is not a common type among the sandworm servants. But according to Li Tianming, any information appearing on a public forum like the God-Slaying Camp is considered worthless. In other words, the Iron Helmet Flea should not be considered a rare species. Usually, Iron Helmet Fleas appear in groups, and their numbers are greater than those of the long-legged worms. Often, there are thousands of them attached to a single sandworm at the same time. However, despite their large numbers, Iron Helmet Fleas have a very detestable downside. Not all Iron Helmet Fleas have a round plate armor. Usually, less than 1/10 of Iron Helmet Fleas have a round plate armor with a groove on their lower abdomen. This is extremely rare among the gods. Iron helmet fleas are supposed to be gods, yet most of them lack round plate armor. This means that on average, killing a dozen or 20 iron helmet fleas is required to obtain a round plate armor and earn a hunter god point. However, iron helmet fleas are not like the long-legged worms, which are easy to kill with a single step. Their bodies are covered with scales as hard as iron, making them much more challenging to kill due to their superior attack and defense capabilities. Therefore, iron helmet fleas are recognized as one of the least cost-effective gods. Facing thousands of iron helmet fleas, Shin didn't think he could easily defeat them, especially since he didn't have the invulnerable body quality, and his body had weak points like eyes and lower abdomen. He might be worn down alive. If Li Tianming were with him, he could use the Earthbind skill to control the surrounding iron helmet fleas when Shen's stamina was low, giving him time to escape. If he were surrounded now, he had to be prepared to fight and retreat at any moment, as he might not have time to collect the round plate armor from the remains, resulting in a futile effort. Shen picked up a black glass bottle, hesitating whether to engage in battle. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to confront the iron helmet fleas. Although hunting iron helmet fleas was not cost-effective, he had no better choice. Finding gods to hunt outside the safe zone was not an easy task. As time passed, most of the sandworm servants would find new masters, and the usefulness of the sandworm scale in his hand would diminish. If he wasn't mistaken, this would be his last or penultimate time using the sandworm scale. Take a chance. Shen gripped the hunter god dagger and blind knife, ready for battle, waiting for the iron helmet fleas to arrive. Rustle rustle. The sound drew closer, and the countless figures became clearer. The nearest iron helmet flea had already jumped to a position 3 meters away from Shen. In the distance, countless black dots emerged from the ruins at the edge of his vision, their scales shimmering faintly silver under the starlight. Shen charged forward, slashing at the iron helmet flea in front of him. Ding! After a crisp sound, the vibration of the broken iron spread along the blind knife to his palm. However, the blind knife did not cut the iron helmet flea in half but pierced into its flesh. Shen swung his hand again, flinging the iron helmet flea away. The iron helmet flea rolled on the ground, crawled a few times, then lay dead. There was no round plate armor on its belly. Killed in vain. At this moment, Shen's expression grew even more solemn. His full-strength swing just now failed to kill a single iron helmet flea immediately, or even to cut it completely. It should be noted that even with his full strength, which far exceeded that of an ordinary person and was much stronger than a newly awakened sequence ability user, he still couldn't easily deal with a single iron helmet flea. This means that during the battle, if he doesn't exert more effort, there will be many iron helmet fleas' bodies hanging on the dagger and blind knife. Dealing with the bodies on the weapons will take a lot of time. But if he exerts more effort, he will lose his endurance, not knowing if he can last long enough to kill all the iron helmet fleas. No wonder they say this divine power is not cost-effective. What cost-effectiveness? It's simply a nightmare. Especially when Shen saw the just-deceased iron helmet flea without a round scale on its abdomen, his mood worsened slightly. Even the blind knife, a special metal weapon, required effort to kill. The idea of easily crushing an iron helmet flea with a foot was completely shattered. I don't know if I can hold on, but, as the saying goes, since I'm here, let's try again. Shen rushed into the constantly leaping army of iron helmet fleas and engaged in battle with them. He kept swinging the blind knife and the hunting god's dagger, while constantly changing positions to avoid the iron helmet fleas jumping on him. When Shen was deeply surrounded by the iron helmet fleas, he suddenly realized keenly that these iron helmet fleas seemed to have a common consciousness, attacking him in a coordinated manner. Some specifically jumped on his legs to hinder his fast movements. Some targeted his arms to prevent him from freely swinging to kill enemies. Some crawled in place, waiting for him to turn his back, then jumped to attack his neck and back. Completely unlike the long-legged worms last time, which knew nothing and just rushed towards the sandworm scales. While attacking, Shen also had to be concerned about his defense and attacks from behind, making it somewhat difficult to defend. It was too draining. After more than 20 minutes of fighting like this, Shen's forehead was already sweating. He estimated that at the current rate of killing one iron helmet flea every 3 to 5 seconds, it would probably take 2 to 3 hours to finish the battle. 2 to 3 hours, not to mention fighting here, even Li Tianming fighting on a folding bed wouldn't be able to hold on. He had to think of a way. Run? Shen looked at the ground with hundreds of iron helmet fleas lying on it, along with some exposed round scales, feeling unwilling to give up. He focused slightly. Activate, violence. In an instant, Shen felt as light as a feather. The movements of the iron helmet fleas in his eyes became like a slow-motion movie. He no longer had to worry about attacks from behind by the iron helmet fleas, because they were too slow. The hunting god's dagger and the blind knife in Qin Shen's hands also became as sharp as cutting through mud. With a gentle swing, it was like cutting through soft tofu, slicing an iron helmet flea in half. And finally, he could crush the iron helmet fleas with his feet even if it took a bit of effort. The duration of violence was 10 minutes. Even without a cooldown period for the skill, it was clear that continuously using violence, such a high-intensity skill, would undoubtedly exhaust his physical potential, with less than ideal consequences. So, he had to make every second count. Qin Shen, dressed in an orange and white antifreeze suit, looked like a grim reaper, wielding two short blades, weaving through the iron helmet fleas like a phantom. Before the sticky blood of the iron helmet fleas could splatter on him, he floated away. Wherever he passed, only the bodies of the iron helmet fleas remained. Each iron helmet flea had its head and rear separated. The cuts on the scales were very neat, as if they had been polished. The time for enjoyment was always short-lived. 10 minutes passed quickly. Qin Shen immediately felt as if his whole body had been filled with cement, his movements slowed down significantly, and his perception and strength decreased simultaneously. And the iron helmet fleas, which had just been caught off guard by Qin Shen's peak state, seemed to realize that his peak state had passed, and immediately organized a coordinated counterattack. Qin Shen dealt with the iron helmet flea's resurgence while surveying the situation around him. He had just spent 10 minutes killing over 1,000 iron helmet flea rats. However, he had only managed to eliminate a little over a third of them. 2/3 still remained. At the initial pace, he would need to spend another hour and a half at least to finish them off. But his current state was no longer as composed as before. Sweat dripped from his forehead down his cheeks, falling onto the visor of his antifreeze suit. The mist he exhaled made his visor alternately blurry and clear. He would need to unleash at least 2 more bouts of violence to clear the area. Yet, given his current level of fatigue, it was uncertain if he could handle killing the iron helmet flea rats calmly after the next violent outburst. As for launching 3 consecutive acts of violence, perhaps it would leave him collapsing in exhaustion on this cold wasteland. He had tried. He truly couldn't win. Qin Shen had to accept this disappointing reality. Running away when unable to win wasn't shameful. However, considering the iron helmet flea rats he had just killed, in terms of points for a large solo team, he had earned at least a couple of 100 points. It was regrettable to just abandon them like this. He couldn't leave the bodies here, waiting for the next time to collect the round armor pieces. For some unknown reason, as long as the round armor pieces weren't taken by a sequence ability user, they would disappear just like the bodies of the gods. Qin Shen wasn't someone who would risk his life unnecessarily. Taking advantage of his remaining strength, he planned to carve a path out of the iron helmet flea rats and escape to the exit of safe zone 38324. However, the group of iron helmet flea rats seemed to have anticipated his thoughts, as over 1,000 of them immediately surged towards the direction he intended to flee, blocking any escape route. Qin Shen stepped back, wielding his blind knife and hunter god's dagger, his brows furrowed in frustration. Damn it, have these iron fleas become clever? When browsing the forums, no one mentioned these iron fleas could coordinate attacks. Could it be, like Oldley said last time, that crucial information was hidden again? But upon reflection, he felt it was unlikely. The description of the iron helmet flea rats was officially released by the Management Bureau personnel. Even if there were internal conflicts within the Bureau, scheming against Qianwandao, there shouldn't be any hindrance to sequence ability users like the hunter god on the surface. Could it be that I'm just unlucky, encountering a group of intelligent iron fleas? At that moment, Qin Shen's eyes lit up. Could it be? Among this group of iron helmet flea rats, there was a commanding brain? There was no information indicating that the iron helmet flea rats obeyed a specific leader, but these sandworm minions followed the commands of sandworms. Ordinary sandworm minions had limited combat power, acting mostly on instinct. However, when they served a powerful sandworm under its command, they could leverage various advantages, coordinate their attacks, and become extremely formidable. The sandworm was the brain of the sandworm minions. Since the iron helmet flea rats had organized themselves, there must be a brain among them. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that this possibility could explain his current predicament. Qin Shen suddenly had a direction in mind. He stretched his neck a couple of times, producing a cracking sound, and the sticky blood on his body had frozen under the cold wind, sending a chill through his antifreeze suit to his arms and legs, making him shiver, but also sharpening his focus. Qin Shen continued to ponder. If there was a brain, it would undoubtedly be protected. This meant that it would be relatively easy to locate its position. Qin Shen attempted to break through from various directions. After a thorough inspection, he found a clue. When he charged towards the safe zone, many iron helmet flea rats gathered to block his path, which was understandable, indicating they didn't want him to escape. However, when he charged in the opposite direction away from the safe zone, there were still many iron helmet flea rats gathering, which was somewhat strange. In addition, breaking through in only these two directions would trigger a large-scale mobilization of iron helmet flea. He was even more certain that the brain was right behind him. Moreover, these iron helmet fleas mobilized almost instantly, able to adjust accurately based on his subtle movements, confirming to Qin Shen that their brain should be one of the iron helmet fleas mixed among them. He scanned carefully. Over 2,000 iron helmet fleas, looking similar to poplar leaves, with no obvious differences. Since I can't figure out the target, I'll have to resort to trial and error. He first fiercely charged backward, throwing some iron helmet fleas behind him. Then, while the outer iron helmet fleas were still gathering in front of him, he unleashed violence once again. Kill all these in front of me, I'll surely get to that commander. Qin Shen transformed once more into a reaper, killing all the iron helmet fleas in front of him. As he moved through the iron helmet fleas like cutting grass, a metallic collision sound suddenly rang out. Ding! Then, he felt his blind knife on his left hand being lightly flicked up. Ha! So tough? Qin Shen instantly smiled. 2 rows of silver teeth were striking against the blood-stained mask, quite eye-catching. He quickly turned around and saw a nondescript iron helmet flea, ecstatic. Baby, finally found you. This iron helmet flea seemed to realize it had been discovered, no longer hiding, and suddenly revealed agility beyond its kind, trying to jump away. But Qin Shen kicked it on its body, causing it to uncontrollably crash to the ground. Then, Qin Shen stepped on it, exerting force to stab the blind knife straight into its head, poking out straight from its rear. On the exposed blade, there was a piece of purple intestine hanging. Qin Shen picked it up, staring at the circular plate on its abdomen, his eyes widening like copper bells. How many damn circles are stacked on this iron flea circular plate? On the circular plate, a depression represented a hunter god point, and a circle represented 5 hunter god points. Qin Shen looked at the densely packed circles on the iron helmet flea's circular plate like tree rings, stunned. He didn't bother to count. Anyway, this one couldn't escape. While the violence skill was still active, Qin Shen continued to wield his knife to kill the remaining iron helmet fleas. Not long after, his body suddenly became sluggish again. The reaction after using violence this time was even stronger than the first time. He felt like his body no longer belonged to him, unable to keep up with his mind's consciousness. The movements of the other iron helmet fleas didn't seem swift in his eyes, but he was equally clumsy. It's already the limit. He looked at the remaining 1,000 iron helmet fleas, feeling helpless. No time to clean up the battlefield. Let's take that guy back for the reward. Just as he was about to escape, he noticed that the iron helmet fleas were no longer attacking him in circles. Instead, most of them rushed towards a black glass bottle containing sandworm scales not far away. Only a few iron helmet fleas left around him, blocked by him, attacked him instinctively. The attacks were ineffective, without the brain's command, no longer as threatening as before. After clearing the surrounding iron helmet fleas, Qin Shen ignored the 1,000 or so gathered near the sandworm scales. His clothes were already soaked with sweat. Inside the airtight antifreeze suit, it was already drenched in his sweat. Qin Shen removed his mask, breathing in the cold air deeply. Over 1,000 iron helmet fleas swarmed around the sandworm scales, running back into the ruins. Qin Shen sat on the ground, watching them leave. Let's forget about those sandworm scales. He glanced at the debris all around, preparing to clean up the battlefield. With no one around, the first thing to do naturally was to devour the remnants of the divine beings and enhance his own strength. However, the scales of the iron helmet flea were as hard as metal and impossible to swallow. He had to peel off the spiky hard scales like peeling crayfish to get to the meat inside. Qin Shen casually picked up half an iron helmet flea, cleaned it with the hunter god's dagger, and then he looked at the small piece of meat pinched between his thumb and forefinger, lost in thought. Clearly, this fist-sized iron flea, after peeling off the shell, only leaves this little bit? Not as cost-effective as crayfish. He swallowed it in one gulp. Although the meat was tough and sinewy, it made almost imperceptible improvements to himself. Only a very faint warm flow surged in his body for a moment before disappearing. He tried peeling off 3 or 4 more, even ate the most difficult-to-kill iron helmet flea, but still felt no improvement. However, his fingers were already sore from peeling the shells. Eating this thing is much more troublesome than killing it. He then set his sights on their scales. Qin Shen picked up a piece and examined it closely. Would eating this thing be useful too? One try would tell. He knocked off the sword spikes on the scale with a knife, then swallowed it in one gulp. Puff, he spat out blood, hands clutching his throat, writhing in pain. He had overestimated the hardness of his esophagus. Unexpectedly, swallowing the scale directly cut his throat. Yet, even after the scale entered his stomach, he still felt no improvement. The surge of heat in his body was much weaker than eating meat. What a waste. Qin Shen's voice was hoarse, filled with regret. This made him completely give up the idea of eating iron helmet fleas. Better to honestly collect the round armor pieces. He patiently turned over all the debris, checking if they had any round armor pieces on their bellies. After the final inspection, out of over 2,000 iron helmet fleas, he obtained less than 300 round armor pieces. Not bad, over 500 hunter god points in hand. He then took out the round armor piece of the most difficult to kill iron helmet flea and counted them one by one with his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 17, 18. Wait, which one was 18? Due to exhaustion, he occasionally felt dizzy and failed to count even after 3 or 4 attempts. At least 30 rings less. This trip also earned me several hundred points, barely satisfactory. If I hadn't eaten that damn scale, I would be happier. With each word Qin Shen spoke, he could feel the wound in his throat splitting and throbbing, blood flowing out. He spat out more blood, put back on his mask covered in mucus, and headed towards the exit of Safe Zone 38324 with his backpack. As he got closer to the safe exit, he also saw some hunter god teams hunting down deities. Those people watched Qin Shen's figure from afar, noticing his backpack shaking with each step, speculating about his identity. Who is he? I haven't heard of a solo team of experts appearing here. That blade in his hand, isn't it a blind knife? Besides John, who else has a blind knife? Isn't that blind knife John's? He's Qin Shen? Where's his guarantor? Going on a second trip without a guarantor accompanying him? So bold? Many people recognized Qin Shen's identity, losing interest in hunting down deities for the moment. It seemed more practical to watch the excitement than to wonder if they could hunt down deities. The first time hunting deities solo, he earned 1,600 points. Within 20 minutes, he killed John, who was in the top 5 at the exit of Safe Zone 38324. For this person who had recently gained fame, most of the ranked ability users had only heard of him but never seen him. Today, seeing him return to the Safe Zone exit to hunt deities, they naturally wanted to see if he was as extraordinary as rumored. Captain, I don't want to try anymore. Let's disband the team. Captain, go back and take a look. I heard he directly exchanged a round plate armor worth 800 points last time. Maybe he has made another big harvest this time. Alright. With Qin Shen's appearance, more and more sequence ability users paused their plan to hunt down gods today, silently following him back to the safety zone exit. The safety zone gate slowly opened. Qin Shen walked in, took off his mask, found the team queuing for inspection, and walked over. Just as Qin Shen was queuing, a sequence ability user who followed him back approached him and said with a smile, Qin Shen, you are the highest scorer in hunting down gods at the 38,324 safety zone exit. With the unique privilege of cutting in line, you can go directly to the front for inspection. Qin Shen glanced at the long line and didn't want to waste time waiting. He wanted to finish the inspection quickly, find a nearby inn to freshen up, have a good meal to reward himself for his hard work. His throat was sore, so he didn't want to talk much, nodded and smiled to thank the person. Qin Shen sheathed the hunting god dagger and blind knife back into his waist scabbard, picked up his mask, and walked to the end of the line, arriving in front of the inspection personnel. In his hoarse voice, he said briefly, I, Qin Shen, for inspection. Although his voice was low, the blind knife at his waist made everyone aware of his identity. In an instant, silence fell around. People's shadows under the tree of names. Not everyone had seen Qin Shen, but everyone had heard of his stories. Some people immediately gathered around Qin Shen, wanting to see his hunting god results this time. Why are you squeezing in here? Are you cutting in line? Who's cutting in line? I'm just standing outside the line to take a look. Due to Qin Shen's appearance, the queue for inspection immediately became chaotic, all crowding around him. The sequence user who was supposed to be inspected saw Qin Shen cutting in line and immediately covered his small backpack, seemingly worried about his meager performance in front of everyone. He respectfully smiled at Qin Shen. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. Qin Shen didn't want to speak, nodded in thanks. However, his silence, the sticky blood stains all over his body, and his notorious reputation for killing John made everyone even more fearful of him. When Qin Shen walked up to the inspection counter, everyone automatically stepped back 3 paces. Even Sun Juhong, ranked 5th, no longer displayed his previous arrogance, obediently watching Qin Shen being inspected in the crowd. However, his gaze was meaningful. Nice to see you again. The inspection personnel smiled friendly at Qin Shen. It was the same person who inspected him last time. However, Qin Shen hadn't forgotten that last time, out of unfounded malice. The person had deliberately made things difficult for him during the inspection of the round plate armor. Qin Shen was not one to passively accept mistreatment. Coupled with his sore throat, he was even less inclined to exchange pleasantries. Qin Shen threw his backpack on the ground, unzipped it, then nodded with his chin, indicating that the inspection could begin. Alright, I'll start the inspection for you. The staff seemed not to notice Qin Shen's indifference and remained enthusiastic. With John dead, no one would trouble him anymore. Everyone had turned into friendly people. Qin Shen sighed inwardly. It was interesting in the safety zone. Sometimes you had to go to great lengths to hide the fact that you had killed someone. Sometimes letting others know you had killed was actually a good thing. The inspection personnel opened the backpack and saw countless round plate armors inside, looking at Qin Shen in disbelief. When he met Qin Shen's calm gaze, he swallowed nervously and quickly said, "Truly the top scorer at our 38,324 safety zone exit. Killed hundreds of gods again." As soon as the inspector spoke, there was an uproar around. What? Another few hundred? He poked the nest of the long-legged worms? Whoosh! The inspector emptied the round armor pieces from the backpack onto the ground, then took the inspection device, scanned Qin Shen's hunting god dagger, and began counting the round armor pieces one by one. The crowd looked at the round armor pieces, slightly puzzled. The appearance of these remains. Seems like iron helmet fleas? Iron helmet fleas? He brought back hundreds of round armor pieces of iron helmet fleas? Does that mean he killed thousands of them? It's not impossible. After all, he obtained 80 bottles of sequence magic potion last time, and now his sequence level is probably 3. Even if he's a sequence level 3 shadow assassin, it's not that outrageous, right? But when he was sequence level 1, he already killed the level 2 John. That's true. The crowd immediately understood. Qin Shen is a shadow assassin who can kill people of higher levels, so now he might have the strength of sequence level 4 or even 5. This level has already exceeded everyone's cognition. In the past 5 years, there has never been such a powerful sequence user at the exit of Safety Zone 38324. After more than 10 minutes, the inspector stood up, looked at the 10 neatly arranged rows of round armor pieces on the ground, and said to Qin Shen, "There are a total of 266 round armor pieces. Are you still going solo this time?" Qin Shen did not respond, then took out another round armor piece from his pocket and placed it in the inspector's hand. "One more piece? Alright, let me see." The inspector looked down at the densely packed indentations on the round armor piece in his hand, his eyes almost popping out. This is. He looked at Qin Shen, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The surrounding sequence users also curiously gathered around. Wow! How many circles are these? What kind of deity is so powerful? My eyes are going blurry. It's worth hundreds of points at least. It's almost approaching the level of a medium-sized deity. Wow! I never thought I'd see this kind of round armor piece at our level of the safety zone exit in my lifetime. There was a wave of exclamations around, everyone eager to take a closer look. The inspector licked his lips. Please wait, I really can't see clearly. I need to use the device to count the points of this round armor piece." After speaking, he smiled ingratiatingly, afraid that Qin Shen would get impatient. Qin Shen was truly a natural deity slayer, bringing surprises to everyone every time he appeared. He was just a low-level employee in the management bureau, but if he could establish a relationship with Qin Shen, he might also benefit. However, what he didn't know was that in Qin Shen's eyes, he had long been blacklisted. Qin Shen nodded slightly, indicating his willingness to wait. The inspector quickly took out a device resembling a flashlight from the equipment box. He shone the device on the round armor piece, and subtitles immediately appeared on the side screen. 185. This round armor piece is worth 185 points. Adding the previous one, it's a total of 451 points. Are you still going solo this time? Qin Shen extended a finger. Then I'll have to test you as usual. Qin Shen nodded. After passing the lie detection and memory continuity tests, the inspector posted a report reward in the deicide camp. Alright, your points have been recorded. You can check them. Your rewards are too many for us to distribute here, so you'll have to go to the management bureau to claim them. Qin Shen opened his phone, logged into the deicide camp, and checked his points. Hunting God points, 2502. Hunting God points ranking, 183380. He stared at the screen, a hint of dissatisfaction and confusion in his eyes, furrowing his brows. 2,500 points. This was the score he had painstakingly accumulated, but he never expected to only make it into the top 200,000. What kind of monsters and demons were ahead of him? Treating gods like chickens? If killing gods was so easy, why bother being stuck in the safe zone? Why not launch a counterattack on Blue Star? However, everyone's points and rankings in the Godslayer camp were hidden, and he couldn't view their information. To understand this, he had to ask the knowledgeable Li Tianming. But Li Tianming didn't want to see him now. Tricky. Seeing Qin Shen's face suddenly turn ugly, the inspector asked nervously, "Excuse me, is there anything wrong with your points?" Qin Shen shook his head, gave the inspector a thumbs up, and then walked away. Qin Shen left the inspection platform and headed towards the safe zone. There was still a large group of ordinary people gathered here, waiting for the opportunity to approach the sequence ability users. Since today was the weekend, there were a lot of ordinary people gathered here. Qin Shen glanced around and saw a sea of faces looking around on the empty ground, roughly estimating it to be twice the number of Iron Helmet fleas he had encountered. Looking at them, Qin Shen seemed to see his past self. But now, there was an insurmountable gap between him and these people. However, Qin Shen knew deep down that everything he had now was not entirely due to his efforts. Ultimately, it was thanks to the sequence ability bestowed upon him by the bird's eye outside the corridor that day. Life, luck, and feng shui, the ancient summary, still makes sense. Qin Shen sighed softly in his heart and continued walking forward. When these people saw Qin Shen, they wanted to approach and promote their businesses or ideas. However, as Qin Shen approached, they hesitated and recoiled when they saw the bloodstains on him. It was said that some sequence ability users would take the opportunity to hunt and kill gods outside the safe zone, even killing their own teammates. Qin Shen was covered in blood and returned alone, making others inevitably suspicious. To make money, one must have the courage to spend it. Qin Shen took off his mask, surveyed the hesitant crowd, and raised a finger. Everyone stared at him carefully, trying to guess the meaning of his gesture. A meal, a room. Qin Shen's voice was hoarse, but due to the silence, many people still heard him clearly. He was here to seek services. Two bold individuals exchanged glances, realizing this was an opportunity, and immediately ran to Qin Shen's side. Fortune favors the bold. One straightened his collar, smiled, and said to Qin Shen, "Sir, my inn is nearby. We have a bathhouse and computers, guaranteed to satisfy you. Our inn also has staff for laundry, who can clean your clothes." Another person nervously rubbed his hands, "Sir, my restaurant is next to his inn. If you go there, I can deliver food to your door." Qin Shen nodded and simply said, "Let's go." Seeing Qin Shen didn't even ask about the price, the two knew that the sequence user in front of them must be wealthy. If this arrangement went well, there might be more business opportunities in the future. "Great. I'll lead the way. Sir, please follow me." At this point, others finally caught on. This sequence user had agreed without asking about the price, indicating not only strength but also approachability. Others quickly gathered around. "Sir, my inn is more luxurious than his. The bathtub has automatic massage. There are only 2 in this area. Sir, my dishes have been praised by the bureau director, better than his. Sir, my daughter was captivated by you at first sight. She's naturally beautiful and perfect for serving a distinguished gentleman like you. Sir, if you have a wife, I can be your mistress." Qin Shen ignored all of them. "Make way. Don't block the sir." 2 people, one in front and one behind, cleared the way for Qin Shen. Amid the envious gazes of the crowd, they proudly led Qin Shen away. Others showed regret, cursing themselves for not being bold enough to seize the opportunity earlier. When Qin Shen arrived at the inn, he handed over his clothes and anti-freeze suit to the inn staff for cleaning. After taking a bath, the owner of the nearby restaurant also brought over some food. Qin Shen suddenly realized that his throat was too sore to eat solid food, so he should have informed the restaurant owner in advance to prepare some liquid food. But it was his own problem, and since the restaurant owner had already prepared the food without being asked about the details, he had no reason to reject it. Let's see what food was brought. If it was fried or grilled dishes, he would ask the owner to make another one. When he opened the food container, he found a bowl of noodle soup with tender fish meat. Qin Shen couldn't help but nod in approval. It seemed that the restaurant owner had noticed from his hoarse voice that he might have difficulty eating solid food, so he sent over this bowl of noodles. He had thought that since he didn't ask about the price or make any requests, the restaurant owner would serve him the most expensive dishes to make a profit. Unexpectedly, the owner was so thoughtful and considerate. Those who could attract business at the exit of the safe zone were not simple people. After a while, the inn owner returned with the cleaned and dried clothes. "Commander, there are some cracks in your anti-freeze suit that we couldn't repair, so we won't charge you for cleaning it this time. The cleaning cost for the other clothes has already been included in the inn's expenses. Here is the bill, please check it." Qin Shen took the bill and found it included room charges, clothing cleaning fees, and meal expenses. The total was over 700 copper coins. The affordability greatly exceeded Qin Shen's expectations. He transferred the money to the inn owner through his electronic account and sat in front of the computer, reading the posts on Godslayer Camp while eating the noodles. Today's rest experience was very comfortable, he had to admit. The 2 people were meticulous but not greedy. It seems they want me to come back often and do more business. I still have to stay here for a few months, hunt down the gods, and find a fixed resting place, which will save me a lot of trouble. He picked up a business card from the hotel card box placed next to the computer desk and put it in his backpack. At that moment, he noticed a hot post in the regional inspections section of the forum. Summary report of the outstanding new Godslayer King in the 141st city. Outstanding new Godslayer King? These 7 words seemed tailor-made for Qin Shen. He immediately clicked to view it. The 141st city referred to the general term for the 100 safe zones from 14,100 to 14199. The 14121 safe zone where Qin Shen was located also fell under the jurisdiction of the 141st city. However, with his abilities, he had never interacted with the government officials at the city level. But according to the description in this post, it seemed he had a chance to broaden his horizons. It turned out that next Monday, the municipal government of the 141st city would hold a meeting to commend and reward the new Godslayer King in the 14100 to 14,199 safe zones for hunting down gods. The new Godslayer King was the person with the highest Godslayer points among the newly registered sequence ability holders in that area over the past year. The meeting did not have a physical location, and the new Godslayer Kings from various places would join the remote meeting through the network. Qin Shen would be going to study in another area in the future and would not stay in this place, so he didn't have much interest in the meeting organized by the 141st city. However, one sentence about the meeting caught his attention. Qin Shen looked at the information about the meeting. Participants, Mayor and Deputy Mayor of the 141st City under the United Government, City Hall staff, Director of the Sequential Ability Management Bureau, several Bureau staff members, District Heads, Bureau Directors, 2 Bureau staff members, and the newly crowned King of Hunting Gods in the 141st City, 2 Bureau staff members. Qin Shen immediately realized there was an opportunity here. A city-level meeting with the mayor present meant that the selection of personnel in each district was carefully considered. If one could make an appearance at this meeting organized by the City Hall, it would signify that the participants were clean in their actions and had outstanding abilities. Qin Shen estimated that the district heads and the management bureau would reserve this opportunity for their own trusted circle. Qin Shen was not one to stir up trouble or meddle in unrelated matters. However, whether out of friendship with Qian Wenda or a desire to investigate Roylina's affairs, Qin Shen hoped Qian Wenda could get out of trouble quickly. So he made up his mind to ask Qian Wenda for a spot. The largest exit of the 14,121st safe zone is number 38324, and since he had the highest hunting god points ranking at the 38,324 safe zone exit, he was undoubtedly the king of newcomers in the 14,121st zone, eligible to attend this meeting. However, the post was published last week, and so far, he had not received any calls from the district government or the management bureau. This was a bit strange. Some people deliberately did not want to notify him in advance. Whether it was the district government's people, the management bureau's people, or both sides keeping it from him, he did not know. Qin Shen saw this as a great opportunity to clean up Qian Wenda's reputation. Since neither side had informed him, he decided to first discuss it with Qian Wenda. Qin Shen sent a message to Xin Song, asking him to wait at the entrance of the management bureau for him as he had important matters to discuss with Qian Wenda. He then gave the innkeeper 500 copper coins to get him a set of clothes. He did not want to go to the management bureau wearing a frost-resistant suit with holes. Soon, the innkeeper brought a brand new set of clothes, panting, "Sir, how does this look?" Qin Shen felt the fabric of the clothes and found it very similar to old Li's formal wear, which cost 1,000 copper coins. In other words, the 500 copper coins he gave were not enough for this outfit. Qin Shen asked, "How much?" "Sir, it's not much. Doing business is not easy." Qin Shen handed him another 1,000 copper coins and pointed to the phone number on the innkeeper's business card. "I will inform you first when I go hunting. Remember to come pick me up. Also, I am very satisfied with the cook, don't change." This was the longest sentence Qin Shen had spoken since his sore throat. The innkeeper nodded vigorously. "Sir, rest assured. We are like brothers. I won't change partners. Don't you need more rest? You paid for a day's stay but only rested for a little over 2 hours." Qin Shen shook his head, smiled, and left. As soon as Qin Shen left, the innkeeper immediately made a phone call. "Third brother, we are in luck." The innkeeper had a good eye. Qin Shen's new clothes fit perfectly and were very warm. He took a bus to the management bureau, where Xin Song was already waiting. Qin Shen walked over. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "No problem at all. Qin Shen, thank you for caring so much about my uncle's situation. I received the message and rushed over, afraid of any delays. The two entered the management bureau and were once again led to the office where Qian Wenda was being held. Qian Wenda was lying on a folding bed resting, and upon seeing two people entering, he sat up alertly. It was only when he recognized Qin Shen and Shin Song that he relaxed. Qian Wenda got up and put on his shoes. "Why are you here? Is it about my situation again? I appreciate it, but I can handle it myself. You are too slow." As he spoke, Qin Shen took out his phone, opened the post titled Summary of the Outstanding New Hunter King of the 141st City, and handed it to Qian Wenda. Qian Wenda looked at the post, his brows furrowing deeper as he read. "How did you know about this? I saw it on the forum. No one informed you?" Qin Shen shook his head. "Not even the district government?" Qin Shen continued to shake his head. Qian Wenda looked at him in confusion. "Is your throat uncomfortable? I got injured during hunting." Qian Wenda's expression changed to a knowing look, then returned to his furrowed brows. "This meeting has only been held once 5 years ago. For some reason this year, it's being convened again. Most likely the city hall wants someone to show up at this meeting." Qin Shen nodded. Just as he had expected. He checked the forum posts and realized that such meetings were rare, indicating something fishy was going on. "The documents for this meeting should have been sent out long ago, but I haven't seen them, and you haven't been notified. They're probably trying to catch me off guard while keeping you in check, planning to inform you at the last minute to attend the meeting." Qin Shen nodded. Two officials from the management bureau who will attend have probably already been arranged. Qian Wenda frowned. "Why did you come to me? What's on your mind? If you don't attend, I won't go." When Qin Shen uttered these 8 words, his voice was still hoarse, but it resonated in Qian Wenda's ears like a cracked pot. "You." Qian Wenda slightly lowered his head, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Qin Shen's words meant that in order to protect himself, he was willing to offend both the management bureau and the district government. He intended to leverage his status as the new Hunter King to coerce the district government and the management bureau into pardoning Qian Wenda. Ordinary partners wouldn't go to such lengths for him. Qian Wenda looked deeply into Qin Shen's eyes, and Qin Shen gazed back firmly. Qian Wenda felt he hadn't misjudged him. Qin Shen was a rare find and a respectable person. Initially drawn to Qin Shen for his strong background, now it seemed that Qin Shen himself was worth betting on. He had struck gold. If it were Li Tianming, he would immediately accept Qin Shen's help. But Qian Wenda believed that accepting Qin Shen's help would overdraw their relationship. He could handle this matter himself, there was no need to use favors. So he refused. "Don't do this, you don't need to get involved in this mess. Besides, they have no evidence, they can't do anything to me. I can handle these issues on my own. You're too slow." Qin Shen repeated the words he had said when he first entered. "Old Shen, staying here is a waste of time. Our time is precious." Qin Shen no longer addressed Qian Wenda as Chief Qian but used a more friendly term. He understood Qian Wenda's concerns and hoped he wouldn't take owing him a favor too seriously. Friends owe each other favors to deepen their relationship. Resolving troubles quickly and not wasting time on such trivial matters was more important than favors. Qian Wenda understood Qin Shen's intentions and nodded heavily. His triangular eyes curved into 2 small sickles. "All right, thanks a lot, Xiaochen." Qian Wenda pursed his lips, feeling elated. This was one of his proudest moments in recent years, comparable to when he first awakened his sequence. He was about to return the phone to Qin Shen when he noticed in the personal information at the top right of the forum, Hunter Points, 2502, Qian Wenda was stunned, pointing at the score and looking at Qin Shen in disbelief. "You got another 900 points?" Qin Shen nodded, pointing at his throat. "That's why I got injured." Just as Qian Wenda was about to ask how he did it, Qin Shen added, "Same as last time, thanks to you." "Another sandworm scale?" Qian Wenda couldn't sit still, standing up excitedly and pacing around the room. He never expected that a sandworm scale could bring such huge profits to Qin Shen. Qian Wenda's face was filled with excitement, seemingly happy for Qin Shen. He asked, "Xiao Qin, have you found the special admission quota? With such high scores, you can definitely get into a good school through special admission. Moreover, special admission students have many privileges in universities. Great benefits." After speaking, Qian Wenda looked a bit disappointed. "Unfortunately, I don't have any special admission quotas. Our region is too remote, and only the bureau chief has them, and I heard they've already been given out." Qin Shen said, "I have a special admission." "You got the quota?" Qian Wenda was even more surprised. "Who gave it to you?" "Zhou Xing." When Qian Wenda heard Zhou Xing's name, the excitement on his face faded a bit. "Him? Well, it's good that you got the special admission quota." It seemed that Qian Wenda didn't really like Zhou Xing. Qin Shen didn't inquire further. Firstly, it might involve personal grievances, and secondly, their conversations were being monitored, so it wasn't suitable for private chats. Xinshen said, I'm a bit tired, I'll go back to rest. Okay, take care. Xinshen smiled slightly, see you on Monday. See you on Monday. After Xinshen went downstairs, he went to the lobby and found a bureau staff member, claiming the reward. The staff member recognized Xinshen. He still remembered when Xinshen claimed 80 bottles of sequence magic potion last time. How come he was here to claim a reward again in just a few days? Oh, okay, please wait. He checked the information, Mr. Xinshen, congratulations on earning 902 points? His exclamation echoed through the empty hall, and all the staff members turned their heads to look here. Yes. The staff member glanced at the number again, feeling extremely shocked. You can exchange it for 45 bottles of sequence magic potion and 45,100 copper coins. But because you killed 7 people in Area 14121 hospital before, you need to deduct 14 points from the monetary reward, so in the end, you can receive 45 bottles of sequence magic potion and 43,700 copper coins. Thank you. Soon, the staff member came over with 43 bottles of sequence magic potion and a money pouch. You have privileges at the exit of safe zone 38324, so there is an extra 10% cash reward. Therefore, there are 48 silver coins in this money pouch, and the remaining 1100 copper coins have been transferred to your electronic account. Thank you. Holding the items, Xinshen left the bureau under the envious gazes of the crowd. Shin Song beside him stared at Xinshen as if he was seeing a monster. He joined the hunting god squad, usually taking 2 to 3 days for 5 people to earn a few points. Not a single point ever came to him. Who else was like Xinshen, returning from hunting gods each time like a wholesale round armor, going crazy shopping at the bureau? He really wanted to hold on to Xinshen's thigh and soar into the sky. But Xinshen always went solo, having him around was useless, not to mention it would reduce half of the points. So, he could only keep this envy in his heart. Hunting gods together was out of the question, but having a good relationship with Xinshen was also a good choice. After bidding farewell, Xinshen took the bus back to the internet cafe's warehouse. Outside the warehouse, a new small house had been built. Xinshen walked over and found a brand new bathroom. It seemed that Wang Defa had built it for him. Xinshen smiled gently, Boss Wang is really considerate. He entered the warehouse, locked the sequence magic potions in the box, and then went to bed to rest. He slept soundly, his body recovering quickly. However, his body suddenly shuddered, waking him up from a pleasant dream. He rubbed his head, not understanding what was happening. Glancing at the time on the monitor screen, it was 2:30 in the morning. Ever since his sequence level had been elevated, his body had become unusually alert, always able to sense subtle changes and impending danger. However, this was the first time he had been jolted awake while sleeping. Xinshen was very cautious about this, believing it was not just a false alarm. Suddenly, he heard a hissing sound coming from the warehouse roof. Xinshen looked up and saw a red dot appearing on the roof. The red dot slowly enlarged, and a gradually descending object emerged. Upon closer inspection, Xinshen realized it was a red-hot iron cone. The iron cone slowly burned a hole in the roof before being retracted. Xinshen looked at the edge of the hole in the roof, where the bricks and tiles had all melted into black sticky liquid, dripping onto the computer desk and floor. This was definitely the ability of a sequence user. Xinshen immediately sat up from the bed. At that moment, some fluorescent green liquid suddenly dripped from the hole. Some fell on the computer screen, emitting black smoke. Some dripped onto the floor, instantly sprouting long vines. The vines kept thickening, snaking on the ground like snakes, entwining the table and computer, emitting some black smoke. The black smoke, a mixture of canteen food and burning plastic, was pungent and unpleasant, prompting Xinshen to put on a face mask from his freeze-proof suit. Yet his vision was still slightly blurred. The smoke was toxic. Someone was trying to kill him. Xinshen glanced at the box full of sequence magic potions, knowing that the intruder was probably after them. He had been warned by Li Tianming before that carrying dozens of bottles of sequence magic potions would surely attract attention. That's why he had chosen to settle in a school where surveillance was everywhere. Unexpectedly, just 2 days after being kicked out of the principal's office by Li Tianming, someone came to kill him and steal the sequence magic potions. This bastard has probably been watching me for a long time. He kicked the box of sequence magic potions under the warehouse shelf, grabbed his hunter god dagger and blind knife, and ran towards the door alone, ready to confront the enemy in the warehouse. As for running away, with Xinshen's experience in killing, running away would only delay the time of death. Only by killing the enemy could he survive. Just as he was about to push open the warehouse door, his eyes flickered and he withdrew his hands. Something was wrong. The person who melted the roof just now and the one who sprinkled the poisonous vine growth potion were not the same person. In other words, There were at least 2 people on the roof. Since there were 2 people even on the roof, the enemies must have come in a group to kill him and steal the magic potions. There must be someone already ambushed at the door, waiting to strike a fatal blow as soon as he pushed the door open. Sequence users had many ways to kill, and strength was the most direct but not the only way. Qin Shen didn't have the confidence to withstand the ambush of the sequence user waiting at the door. But as the vines continued to grow, the black smoke in the warehouse became thicker and thicker. If he didn't escape soon, he would be poisoned and faint here. Qin Shen pondered for a moment. He had no idea what ability the sequence user ambushed at the door possessed, but he already knew the sequences of the 2 people on the roof, forger and toxicologist. These 2 sequence users shared a common weakness: they were weak in close combat. Qin Shen looked up, a slight smile playing on his lips. On the roof, 2 people dressed in black and masked were in conversation. One of them asked anxiously, "Why is there suddenly no movement inside? Has he passed out already?" The other patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. My poisonous vine growth will keep emitting poisonous mist. If he hasn't left the warehouse, wait another 20 minutes, he will definitely pass out. By then, we can go in, kill him, and steal the sequence magic potions. I feel like it's a bit dangerous standing here. Let's go down and meet the other 3. Meet up? There is no safer place than here. This warehouse is 10 meters high. Even if Qin Shen is a level 3 sequence of the Phantom Assassin with the sacrificial strike activated, he can't jump up here. They are down there, maybe they still have to fight Qin Shen. What could be safer than here? Alright. Bang! Before the 2 could finish their conversation, a fist suddenly burst through the roof beneath their feet, smashing straight into one person's chin. The person immediately fell back like a piece of wood. The other person, who hadn't had time to escape, was swept off his feet by Qin Shen's whip kick and crashed onto the roof. Qin Shen then kicked the man's head, smashing half of his face in, and then grabbed one person and threw them through the hole in the roof into the warehouse. The 3 people lying in ambush outside the warehouse heard the commotion on the roof and inside the warehouse, all taken aback. What's going on? What happened to Bob and Fuyang? Did they miscalculate the position of the roof and fall into the warehouse? Who knows? Captain, what should we do? Should we go in and check? No. Just now there was movement inside the warehouse. Qin Shen has woken up. If we go in now, it will be dangerous. We must wait for him to pass out completely. Remember, he can even kill John. Alright. The 3 people nervously waited at the door. No one could have imagined that Qin Shen could jump onto the warehouse roof and quickly take out 2 people. Meanwhile, Qin Shen leaned against the edge of the roof, listening to the conversation of the 3 below. Bob and Fuyang? He opened his phone and checked on these 2 in the Godslayer camp. Coincidentally, in Zone 14121, there was a poison master named Bob Hunter and a forger named Fuyang, and the 2 of them now belonged to the same hunting team. Captain, Sun Juhong. Qin Shen immediately pictured the man with a long scar on his face. So it's him. Sun Juhong's team consisted of 5 people. Besides Bob and Fuyang, who were thrown into the warehouse by him, there were 3 others. Binder Huang Qizheng, Warrior Johnson Smith, Thrower Sun Juhong. Qin Shen already understood their plan. It seems they want Huang Qizheng to bind me, then have Johnson engage in close combat, while Sun Juhong attacks from a distance. He had to quickly eliminate the 3. When he jumped onto the warehouse roof just now, he had already activated violence. If he delayed any longer, it would wear off. This was the 3rd time he had used violence within 24 hours, and after the skill ended, he would be exhausted and unable to fight. He needed to end this quickly. He glanced over. He knew Sun Juhong. The other 2, the blonde one should be Johnson, and the one with black hair was Huang Qizheng. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped down from above the warehouse and landed on Huang Qizheng's head like a cannonball. With a thud, Huang Qizheng's head was flattened, and he slumped to the ground like a starfish. Qin Shen directly took action, eliminating the most crucial person who could control his movements. Sun Juhong and Johnson were startled by Qin Shen's sudden appearance and were about to counterattack. However, in all aspects, both of them were far inferior to Qin Shen, and their sequence levels were also crushed by Qin Shen, making them no match. Qin Shen first shattered Sun Juhong's skull with a punch, then snatched the long spear from his hand, and with all his might, threw it, piercing through Johnson's nose bridge and exiting from the back of his head. After a while, the violent skill ended, and Qin Shen squatted against the wall, panting heavily. The wound in his throat burst open again due to the repeated use of violence. The cold wind rushed in as he breathed, causing sweat to bead on his forehead. Qin Shen glanced at the 3 bodies at the scene, pondering how to report the case. The toxin emitted by the growth poison vine could erode the human brain, rendering Bob and Fu Yang's memories inaccessible to those with the undying sequence ability. Huang Qijing's head was flattened, Johnson's head pierced by Sun Juhong's long spear, and Sun Juhong's head deformed by a punch, causing brain damage that prevented memory extraction. Therefore, only Qin Shen knew the specifics of the case. He first wiped off the fingerprints on the long spear, then pressed Sun Juhong's right hand onto it to mimic the forceful posture. He opened the warehouse door, let the poison fog envelop the bodies for a while, confirmed the scent was masked by the fog, took 2 deep breaths in the fog until dizzy, and then called the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. "Hello, Bureau? I need to report a case. The deaths of 5 Sequence Ability users marked the most severe incident in the history of Security Zone 14121. Soon, the director of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, Feng Shouben, arrived personally. Also arriving promptly was Olive, who never missed anything related to Qin Shen. At that moment, Qin Shen was being investigated, his face pale with clear signs of poisoning, looking pitiful and helpless. Feng Shouben and Olive stood aside, listening to the bureau personnel interrogating Qin Shen. "So, you're saying that while you were sleeping, poisonous vines suddenly grew in the room, emitting black smoke, and then you lost the ability to move?" "Yes. Then a hole suddenly appeared in the ceiling, and 2 people fell from it, both unconscious. You identified them as Bob and Fu Yang. Later, Johnson jumped down from the hole?" "Yes. Johnson stole your sequence potion, intending to escape. Then the door was opened, Sun Juhong and Huang Qijing saw the scene inside the warehouse, Johnson killing his companions, leading to a fight?" "Yes. From the scene, it seems Johnson first punched Huang Qijing to death, then when he tried to attack Sun Juhong, they both perished." "Yes." The bureau personnel bit their lips, looking puzzled. "So, you're saying they were originally a team planning to steal your sequence potion, but Johnson suddenly changed his mind, wanting to kill all his teammates and take it all for himself, resulting in an internal conflict where they all died, and then you retrieved your sequence potion?" "Yes. Does that make sense?" "It's the truth." Qin Shen's voice was hoarse, but his expression was very innocent. The bureau personnel scratched their heads, finding it difficult to conclude the matter. At that moment, Director Feng Shouben said, "Step aside, I'll talk to him alone." "Yes, Director." After hearing this, Olive glanced deeply at Feng Shouben, then also stepped aside. Feng Shouben sat next to Qin Shen. "Nice to meet you, Qin student. Let me introduce myself first. I am Feng Shouben, Director of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau in Security Zone 14121. "Hello, Qin Shen from the Yuan School." Feng Shouben adjusted his tie, his mustache curling up, showing a friendly smile. "I'm here today not only to handle this case but also to discuss other matters with you. Please go ahead." Feng Shouben sensed Qin Shen's discomfort and didn't blame him for being brief. However, Qin Shen inexplicably felt a sense of disgust towards Feng Shouben and was unwilling to engage in further conversation, even if his throat was fine. Smiling, Feng Shouben said, "Actually, I can believe your account of Sun Juhong's case and won't investigate further. I believe to some extent that sooner or later, it is still related to your behavior, Mr. Qin. Just say it." Qin Shen sensed that Feng Shouben had something to say in his words and was unwilling to beat around the bush. "All right. You went to the Management Bureau last night, inquired about the Newcomer King Conference with Qianwendao. I heard about it too." Qin Shen glanced at him. Indeed, conversations within the Management Bureau were closely monitored. However, the 2 personnel from the Management Bureau attending the meeting next Monday have already been decided, and their names have been reported. It will be very troublesome to arrange for others to attend. If you are willing to let us attend the meeting as originally planned, it would be best. Qin Shen chuckled. Changing personnel is troublesome? That's right. More troublesome than me not attending? Qin Shen locked eyes with Feng Shouben, watching the smile in his eyes gradually dissipate like smoke. Although his lips still maintained an upward curve, the previous friendliness was gone. "Mr. Qin, do you really have to do this?" "Yes. If you insist on this, then how did Sun Juhong and the other 5 die remains questionable. After all, you are the only one who knows everything. Leaving aside everything else, can you pass a lie detector test?" Feng Shouben had started to subtly threaten Qin Shen. 5 sequencers died mysteriously in a warehouse, and Qin Shen actually claimed they died from internal conflict. There seemed to be something fishy about it. So, if interrogated, Qin Shen would definitely reveal some unspeakable secrets. This was an important means of coercion for Feng Shouben. However, Qin Shen did not show the fear that Feng Shouben had expected. Instead, he smiled even more. "Interrogate me with a lie detector? Do you think I don't know the law?" Before the personnel from the Management Bureau arrived, Qin Shen had already consulted relevant laws. In order to judicially interrogate a sequencer using a lie detector or memory continuity test, substantial evidence must be available. Otherwise, even the Sequencer Management Bureau could only conduct regular questioning and detainment. Just like how they treated Chen Wendao. It's not that they didn't want to arrest him, but because they lacked evidence. Once caught, it would be troublesome. Due to the involvement of lie detectors and various interrogation sequencers, you might be forced to confess to crimes far exceeding this case. For example, if Chen Wendao was arrested for misappropriating sequencer magic drugs, he would probably not escape further questioning about forging sequencer abilities. There were probably some other shady things that Qin Chen was unaware of that Chen Wendao had done. In short, with multiple charges, Chen Wendao would undoubtedly face death. However, as long as they had no evidence, you were safe. This was the green light given by the joint government to sequencers. The indifference in Qin Chen's eyes made Feng Shouben clench his teeth. He could never have imagined that a mere 17-year-old high school student would have such deep scheming. And Qin Chen also made a simple judgment from the conversation. Whoever wanted to frame Chen Wendao must have Feng Shouben involved. As for whether Feng Shouben was the instigator or just an executor, that remained unknown. He thought to himself, it seems that old Chen didn't do anything, yet he still managed to upset quite a few people. Feng Shouben continued, Mr. Qin, even if you don't attend the meeting, it will still proceed. We can say you have other commitments preventing your attendance and let the second-ranked newcomer take your place. Before Feng Shouben could finish his sentence, Qin Chen burst into laughter. Because his laughter was too intense, it reopened the wound in his throat, causing him to cough and spit out blood. Qin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth in the surprised gaze of Feng Shouben. My throat is not good, don't make me laugh. What's so funny? Qin Chen stopped laughing, his voice hoarse. How many points does the second rank have? Qin, don't think you're the only one who can earn a lot of points. Remember, there is always someone better. How many points does the second place have? Qin Chen asked disdainfully, not even bothering to look at Feng Shouben's changing expression. Feng Shouben's threat was simply insulting to him. He looked up at the starry sky, watching the wandering giant gods, a faint smile playing on his lips. Can the second place even have 1/10 of my points? The largest exit of the 14121 safe zone is number 38324. Apart from Qin Chen, no other newcomer made it to the top 5. Even the 5th place, Sun Juhong, only had a little over 200 points. Feng Shouben's momentum immediately waned. Qin Chen's indifference exuded absolute dominance. His question, carried by the chilly wind, slapped Feng Shouben's face. His calm demeanor made Feng Shouben feel like a clown for what he had just said. Perhaps it was Qin Chen's youthful appearance that made him underestimate, trying to use the authority of the top rank to force him to compromise. However, Feng Shouben suddenly realized that Qin Chen seemed to not care about him or even this entire area. Even Feng Shouben had to admit that Qin Chen had the capital for it. Because in City 141, there had never been a sequence ability user with over 1,000 hunting god points. Qin Chen added nonchalantly, Mayor, you should know me. Don't think too highly of yourself, Qin Chen. Just because you have 2,500 points doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Qin Chen glanced at Feng Shouben, then chuckled. If it weren't for his outrageously high points preventing them from removing him to make room for someone else, why would Feng Shouben bother talking to him? Moreover, as the mayor, if he didn't even know the reigning king of newcomers like himself, there was no point in holding this meeting. At that moment, Qin Chen saw Olive not far away, smoking a cigar and staring at him. Compared to this silver-haired old man with a scarf, Feng Shouben was nothing. If Lao Qian doesn't show up, I won't go. With that, he left Feng Shouben behind and walked towards Olive. Seeing him approach, Olive took a few steps aside to avoid others' attention. Qin Chen, nice to see you again. Olive reached out his hand, wanting to shake Qin Chen's hand. However, Qin Chen kept his hands in his pockets. Olive didn't feel embarrassed and smiled. I'm here this time to show goodwill. Qin Chen believed that goodwill should be shown through actions, not words. So far, Olive had never shown any goodwill through actual actions. I know you killed them. I have evidence, but I haven't told anyone at the Management Bureau. Does that count as goodwill? Qin Chen smiled again after hearing that. Holding on to incriminating evidence and not revealing it, was that considered goodwill? Olive thought Qin Chen was smiling because he didn't believe him and continued. I just saw the long spear stuck in Johnson's head, with Sun Juhong's palm print on it. Shouldn't it be? Olive smiled. There's only his right hand's palm print on the spear handle. But unfortunately, I know Sun Juhong, he's left-handed. Evidence? He posted several videos at the god-slaying camp of himself using his left hand to throw and kill gods, to attract new recruits for the hunting god team. But that doesn't prove I killed him. Sun Juhong is a level 2 thrower in the sequence. But Johnson is a level 2 warrior, with his entire skeleton strengthened by the level 2 passive skill hardening, Sun Juhong's spear could barely pierce through. However, a small part of the spear was exposed at the back of Johnson's head. The force doesn't match the state of Johnson's death a level 3 shadow assassin can achieve when using suicidal strike. I remember, you seem to have obtained 80 bottles of sequence potion. If fully digested, you should have reached sequence level 3 by now? Of course, in my eyes, the phantom assassin is far inferior to you. Qin Shen looked at Olive, nodding slightly without much surprise. The moment Olive appeared here, he had a premonition that this extremely annoying old man could see through the scene set up by him, an amateur. I won't speak of this matter to anyone. I just hope you believe me, that I truly came to you with good intentions. I hope we can become friends. Then, Olive reached out his hand again, smiling faintly. Qin Shen just felt troubled. He didn't lack friends, especially not friends like Olive. But he had to admit, Olive always managed to hit him where it hurt the most. As he hesitated whether to shake Olive's hand, he suddenly heard a cry from behind. Director! 2 tightly wrapped bottles of sequence potion were found in Johnson's backpack, with traces of Charles and Hu's aura on them. It's the 2 who were killed in the secure zones 14130 and 14117 before. The city even offered rewards of 48 Hunter God Points and 50 Hunter God Points respectively to catch the killer. Now it seems, the killer is Johnson. Hearing this, both Olive and Qin Shen's expressions froze slightly. Olive's smile gradually disappeared, appearing on Qin Shen's face. Qin Shen pouted, "Excuse me." He turned and walked towards the personnel of the Sealing and Supervision Bureau, then hoarsely said, "Johnson, I killed him." The 2 looked at him in confusion. Sealing and Supervision Bureau squinted, his face darkening. "Didn't you say they died in an internal fight?" "Johnson killed them, but I killed Johnson." "You killed Johnson? Weren't you incapacitated by the poison fog?" "I was, but not completely." Sealing and Supervision Bureau pointed at the long spear on Johnson's head, solidified with blood, but he was killed by Sun Juhong's long spear. Sun Juhong's palm print is still on the spear. I picked up the spear and killed Johnson. Because I was afraid of being pursued, I wiped off my own palm print. Sealing and Supervision Bureau was infuriated by Qin Shen's insolence. "Where's the evidence? There's Sun Juhong's palm print on the spear. There's only Sun Juhong's right palm print on the spear handle." "But he's left-handed." "He's left-handed? How do you prove that?" Qin Shen opened the Shirshan camp, searched for Sun Juhong, and showed the video of him throwing the spear to Sealing and Supervision Bureau. Sealing and Supervision Bureau gritted his teeth. "That still doesn't prove that you killed him. Johnson's bones were strengthened by hardening. Sun Juhong's spear could only barely pierce through. But a small part of the spear was exposed at the back of Johnson's head. The force didn't match. A sequence level 3 phantom assassin can do that, like me." After Qin Shen finished speaking, he glanced at Olive not far away, nodding slightly in thanks. Olive threw away his cigarette butt and left coldly. Sealing and Supervision Bureau gritted his teeth. "What about the other 4? Did you kill them too?" "No, Johnson did. Just now you said Johnson was being rewarded, and now you can come out without fear of being pursued to claim points?" "Yes." Sealing and Supervision Bureau was so angry that veins popped on his forehead, but he couldn't do anything about it. The evidence Qin Shen provided was flawless. The personnel from the bureau nearby asked, "Director, now that we've caught the wanted criminal, should we report to the city?" "I know." Sealing and Supervision Bureau wanted to find more evidence of Qin Shen's murders, hoping to prove that he had also killed the others besides Johnson. However, ideals are lofty, but reality is often stark. Not everyone is a natural detective like Olive. Feng Shouben personally investigated for a long time, and even called in the Bureau of Immortality and the Scented Person Sequence ability holders, but still found nothing. He couldn't delay solving the major case in the city and had to report it today. Besides reporting Qin Shen's killing of Johnson, he had no other good options. Why was that sequence potion placed in Johnson's bag? It would have been so much better if it was in Sun Juhong's bag. Feng Shouben cursed inwardly. Although he had no evidence, he could guess that Johnson couldn't have committed 2 crimes in such distant places alone and left no flaws at the crime scenes. Moreover, the fact that Sun Juhong and his team came to kill Qin Shen further confirmed this. The 5 of them were most likely a team committing murders for treasures, and they had done such things more than once. So in his view, the other 4 must also be involved and must have received some sequence potion. However, it turned out that the other 4 had already taken the sequence potion. And because Johnson's breakthrough to sequence level 3 was a distant prospect, he was planning to sell these 2 bottles of sequence potion on the black market. This twist of fate not only allowed Qin Shen to regain the leverage from Olive's hands but also earned him nearly 100 Hunter God points. Qin Shen sat outside the warehouse, looking at Feng Shouben's angry face, and smiled faintly. What goes around comes around. With so many troubles surrounding me, it's time for my luck to turn. In the end, to avoid the dissatisfaction of the city hall officials for delaying the report, Feng Shobin chose to report the case on the spot. The culprit of the 2 murders of sequence ability holders in District 141 was Johnson, and it was Qin Shen who brought Johnson to justice. During this time, Feng Shobin's face was grim, but he still had to smile and respond to the inquiries from the city hall. Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's right, your memory is excellent. Qin Shen is indeed the new king of our safe zone 14121. Yes, he is young and promising, not even graduated from high school yet, a genius in hunting gods, and now helping solve major cases. His future is limitless. Well, it's all thanks to your excellent planning, Mr. Mayor. Well, rest assured, he will definitely attend tomorrow. Qin Shen listened with relish to Feng Shobin's report. He walked up to him and bowed. Thank you, Director, for reporting truthfully. But whether I can attend the meeting tomorrow depends on your choice, Director. Feng Shobin was grinding his teeth. But he had no choice. The matter had already been communicated upwards, and he couldn't take Qin Shen's spot away. Moreover, whether out of love for talent or a desire to establish a connection with this rising star, the mayor was indeed very interested in Qin Shen. Feng Shobin, the influential director of the bureau, was played in the palm of his hand by someone without any status for the first time. He suppressed his anger and left the scene, leaving the bureau's personnel to handle the bodies. Not 10 minutes later, Qin Shen's phone rang. Hello? Lao Qian? Ha, Xiaoxin, you are truly amazing. I've been released. Are you free today? Let's have a meal together and catch up. Not today, maybe tomorrow. I have other things to do today. By the way, I have a question for you. Go ahead. Do you know about a female police officer who was killed earlier? After hearing Qin's question, Shen immediately felt uneasy. Qin Shen must have something to say, but it wasn't convenient to discuss it over the phone. The matter of Roylina forging sequences was something he had handled. Xian tried to confirm, do you know that female police officer? I've heard of her. Xian understood immediately. Qin Shen found out about his involvement in forging sequences through Roylina. But for some reason, Qin Shen had never mentioned this before. I've heard about it too. What do you want to talk about? No, just curious. I wonder who would dare to kill her. Even the police couldn't find out who she was close to. And as you may know, the person who killed her also killed my classmate and tried to frame me. So, I really want to solve this case. Xian Wendao fell silent for a moment after hearing this, pondering the hidden meaning behind Qin Shen's words. Qin Shen had a bad throat, he knew that. He could hear the trembling sound of Qin Shen's voice, tinged with blood, as he spoke so much in one breath. But Qin Shen still finished speaking. There must be important information. There was no need to discuss whether to solve the case over the phone, it was probably a cover-up. So he wanted to know who was familiar with Roylina? Xian Wendao's triangular eyes suddenly lit up. He understood. Qin Shen wanted to know who introduced Roylina to the fake sequence. Xian Wendao said, I really don't know about that. After all, I'm not familiar with the female police officer who died. By the way, I must treat you to a meal tomorrow. I heard you had braised pig's trotters with fermented bean curd at the Hongyun restaurant with Director Zhou from the education department last time. How was the taste? Do you want to have it again? Qin Shen was taken aback. It was good. Alright, after the meeting tomorrow, we'll have that. You must come. Okay. Qin Shen hung up the phone. Zhou Xing was actually the one who introduced Roylina? Didn't Zhou Xing just awaken his sequence ability recently? Could it be that Zhou Xing, like himself, had awakened his sequence ability long ago but only registered recently? Li Tianming had said that the fraudsters would have their own organization, helping each other internally. In that case, Zhou Xing was very likely a fraudster sequence just like Roylina. This time, he couldn't delay anymore and miss the opportunity. He had to inform Li Tianming immediately. Since that was the case, could he return to the principal's office to stay? Soon, Wang Defa hummed a tune as he arrived at the entrance of the internet cafe, ready to open for business. As he turned around, he saw a crowd gathered near the warehouse. Could it be that the boss is in trouble? He ran over, pushed through the crowd, and saw Qin Shen standing there holding a box and a backpack. Wang Defa jogged to Qin Shen's side. Boss, what's going on? Oh, you're here. I was waiting for you. What's happening now is just a small matter. A few sequence ability users tried to rob me, then turned on each other over the spoils, and the last survivor was killed by me. Wang Defa's mouth twitched. And you call that a small matter? Qin Shen patted his shoulder. Fa, as long as people are safe, it's not a big deal. By the way, the roof of your warehouse is damaged. Please have it repaired as soon as possible. There are some toxic substances inside. It's a mess, so get a professional to fix it. With that, Qin Shen tossed a silver coin to Wang Defa, then carried the box of sequence magic medicine, put on his backpack, and left. Wang Defa hurriedly shouted after Qin Shen's back, "Boss, you don't need that much money even if you sell the warehouse." Qin Shen didn't turn around, just waved his hand. "The rest is a token of friendship." Qin Shen walked to the school gate. He could see the light still on in the principal's office. Lao Li was still there. He just didn't know if he was doing something right or wrong. He greeted the gatekeeper, who immediately opened the school gate and let him in. Qin Shen arrived outside Li Tianming's office, took out the key, pushed the door open, and entered. Li Tianming was sitting slouched on a folding bed, looking gloomy, lost in thought. Qin Shen casually placed the box in the corner of the office, sat at the computer desk, and browsed through the posts of the Shrine of the Gods. Li Tianming tilted his head in confusion and looked at Qin Shen. "Why are you here again? Didn't I say we shouldn't meet anymore?" "Zhou Xing." Li Tianming frowned. "What about him?" "The person you're looking for is very likely Zhou Xing." After saying that, Qin Shen continued reading the posts. He didn't enjoy browsing forums, but it was currently the only way for him to access information about sequence adepts. After listening, Li Tianming sat still for a moment, then chuckled. "Alright, I got it." By the time Li Tianming finished washing up, got dressed, his face no longer looked gloomy but radiant. "Xiao Qin, I heard you went on another killing spree by yourself yesterday?" With just a mention of Xiao Qin, the rift between the two seemed to dissipate. Qin Shen wasn't too surprised. Li Tianming was a smart person, so this reaction was expected. "Aren't you supposed to have no good relations with sequence adepts? Who told you about my hunting of the divine beasts?" "Originally, I didn't. But a few days ago, thanks to you, I met someone." It turned out Chun Fengha had informed him. "Yes, I killed a group of Iron Helmet fleas, but unexpectedly, there was an Iron Helmet flea king among them, almost played me to death." "Iron Helmet fleas, and a king too? That thing's round armor is close to 200 points, would you call that a king?" Li Tianming nodded. 200 points, already considered a medium-sized divine beast, indeed worthy of being called a king. "When I was doing research in university before, I never heard of an Iron Helmet flea king. It seems human understanding of divine beasts is still quite superficial." "You've been out of university for 2 years, maybe the versions have changed, you wouldn't know." Li Tianming smiled slightly, not arguing. "You said Zhou Xing is a deceiver? How certain are you?" 90%. "He's acquainted with Roylina." "If you say they have their own organization, then he should also be a deceiver." "Alright, this information is crucial. I know. I'll make a plan in the next few days. I might need your cooperation." "Cooperate with you for what?" "To hunt down Zhou Xing." Qin Shen stumbled upon hearing this. "Lao Li, are you out of your mind? He's a government official, director of the education department. A female police officer was killed, causing a huge uproar. If you kill Zhou Xing, it will cause a huge commotion. You can rest assured. I have experience in these matters." "You have." Qin Shen suddenly paused for a moment, slowly turning to look at Li Tianming. Li Tianming casually took out a cigarette and lit it. Qin Shen didn't press further on this matter but asked, "You found the deceivers, isn't it to interrogate them? Why do you want to hunt down Zhou Xing? Interrogate? Too troublesome." Li Tianming shook his head. "Killing him, finding a friend with undying sequence, and probing his memories will do. Saves time and effort." "Undying sequence adepts? Isn't it said they can only probe memories before death?" "That's for level 1, undying. My friend's level is higher, naturally able to see more. 2 or 3 years of memories, no problem. How come you have a friend again?" Li Tianming tidied his sparse hair, smiling proudly. "You think I've been a pushover from start to finish, without any tricks up my sleeve? If you're so awesome, why do you need me?" Seeing Qin Shen somewhat displeased, Li Tianming chuckled again, stood up, walked behind Qin Shen, and gave his shoulder a squeeze. "Those tricks are of no use. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be sitting ducks. After you've fully thought through the plan to hunt down Zhou Xing, you must show it to me. I don't want to get into trouble for helping you, understand?" "Understood. No problem. By the way, before hunting down Zhou Xing, accompany me outside the safe zone again." "Again? Didn't you just go yesterday?" "Yesterday, I went alone. What's it got to do with you? I've done you such a big favor, don't you have any gratitude? Don't you feel guilty? You're really an early bird only when there's profit involved." "Of course. What's the point of being an early bird without profit, drinking the northwest wind?" Li Tianming glanced at him disdainfully, then turned around to boil a pot of hot water. "When? Tomorrow?" "Not tomorrow. I have a meeting to attend tomorrow. How about the day after tomorrow?" "You? What meeting are you attending? Senior class meeting?" Qin Shen chuckled. "Who do you think you're looking down on? With that, he opened the post titled, Report Summary of the 141st City Outstanding Hunting God Newcomer King, and then turned the monitor towards Li Tianming. See that? Organized by the City Hall. Li Tianming disdainfully blew a smoke ring. Just a bunch of small fries, look at how proud you are. After saying that, Li Tianming put on his coat. I'm going to buy some food. Li Tianming brought back some food, ate it, and then went home, leaving Qin Shen alone. Qin Shen spent the whole day on the forum again, then went to bed early. That night, no one disturbed him, so he slept soundly. He even felt a continuous stream of vitality surging from his body in his dreams. Early the next morning, Qin Shen was awakened by the phone ringing. He looked at the clock on the wall. It was only 6 o'clock. Hello, Lao Qian. Why are you calling me so early? Qian asked cheerfully. Shao Qin, are you ready to wash up and go to school? We're almost there. See you at the school gate in a while, then we'll go to the city hall together. So early? Wasn't the meeting scheduled for 9 o'clock? 9 o'clock is when the mayor and others join the meeting. We can't keep the city leaders waiting for you, right? Oh, okay, see you later. Qin Shen was surprised to find that his throat was almost healed. I was coughing up blood yesterday, and today I'm fine. Does my sequence have extraordinary recovery abilities? Qin Shen rubbed his face and looked at the Blue Star calendar on the wall. Blue Star Era, February 1st, 2010, Gregorian calendar, Monday, Chinese lunar calendar, year of Jichou, 18th day of the 12th month, suitable for praying for blessings. Pray for blessings? Then let's pray that I have a smooth day today. After washing up, he arrived at the school gate. In the cold wind, Qin Shen yawned. Lao Qian, it would have been more convenient to meet directly at the administration bureau gate, saving you the trouble of taking the bus back and forth. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and his yawning mouth opened wide. Shao Qin, let's go. Qian's smiling face did not bring Qin Shen back to reality. His heart was still deeply shaken. Qian furrowed his brows, his head poking out from the back window. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a sedan before? You're 17 now. You should remember the scenes of sedans all over the streets before the apocalypse, right? Qin Shen had indeed seen sedans, but he had never seen one in the safe zone after the apocalypse. But he didn't say it out loud, because in Qian's eyes, he had a big backing. Revealing his lack of knowledge would easily arouse suspicion. Qin Shen smiled faintly. I just didn't expect to see a sedan here. In this area, only the district chief has a sedan. He specially sent this sedan to take you and me to the district government for the meeting today. After saying that, Qian put on an exaggerated fake smile. The district chief takes good care of us. Qin Shen nodded slightly. It seemed that Qian was not very fond of this district chief. Qian was framed, and the district chief was probably involved. Well, then I should thank the district chief properly. With that, he opened the rear door and got into the sedan. With a loud engine roar, the sedan started and headed towards the district government. Due to the bumpy road construction at the edge of the safe zone, he could still feel the bumps while sitting in the car, but it was much more comfortable than taking the bus. Qian patted Qin Shen's back of the hand. Thank you. Qin Shen nodded gently. You're welcome. The driver seemed to have received an order from the district mayor to rush to the district government as quickly as possible, so he drove recklessly all the way, honking the horn continuously to make pedestrians dodge. Qin Shen couldn't help but shiver with fear, afraid that the car would lose control and explode by hitting the roadside. Even though both he and Qian Wende told the driver to drive safely, the driver just lightly acknowledged and continued driving as he pleased. The two exchanged a glance, showing a helpless expression. An hour later, they arrived at the district government. The district government building was neat and square, without any fancy decorations, just as Qin Shen had imagined. They got out of the car, and someone immediately came forward to greet them, leading them into the district government building. They took the elevator to a meeting room on the top floor of the building. This meeting room was not particularly eye-catching either. There were French windows, a long oval table, a large LCD screen on the wall, and a few people sitting around quietly waiting for the meeting to start. A middle-aged man with a slick side parting waved to Qin Shen from the center. Shao Qin, come, sit next to me. Okay. Qian Wende had the lowest position, so he sat directly at the end. Qin Shen sat next to him, and a fresh scent of hair oil wafted over. The middle-aged man with the slicked hair smiled kindly. Shao Qin, I am Pan Yoguang, the mayor of our 14,121 district. Hello, mayor. Well, I must apologize for something. I forgot to inform you about the city's new Talent King meeting due to my busy schedule. I hope you don't mind. Qin Shen smiled. It's okay. Not to mention mayor, even Director Feng forgot to inform me about this due to his busy schedule. Your forgetfulness is understandable. After hearing this, Feng Shouben stared at Qin Shen with a very unpleasant expression. Pan Yoguang chuckled twice and said nothing more. The meeting room fell into an awkward silence. However, Qin Shen didn't feel embarrassed at all and didn't bother to flatter Pan Yogwang. His confidence lay in the 2,500 hunter god points he possessed, coupled with the special admission qualification he obtained from Zhou Xing. As long as he stayed alive, he could go to a top university and completely break free from the control of the 14,121 district's education system and other departments. He was now like a dragon entering the sea. He didn't need to care about the district government and the management bureau, but he also didn't have the power to demand anything from them. It was like two parallel tracks, each living their own lives. So, Qin Shen leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and relaxed. However, others were not as comfortable. For example, Feng Shouben. Originally, the two people besides him who were supposed to attend the meeting were arranged by the district mayor. But Qin Shen suddenly intervened, taking away a spot and giving it to Qian Wenda, whom he wanted to get rid of. Naturally, Pan Yogwan wouldn't look kindly upon him. He wanted to get rid of Qian Wenda, and now that Qian Wenda had escaped, he was naturally keeping a close eye on him. As for Qin Shen, that goes without saying. He sat there with an air of superiority, looking down on them. Feng Shouben felt extremely uncomfortable in this meeting room, as if sitting on pins and needles. After another hour, Pan Yogwang gently patted Qin Shen's shoulder. "Xiao Qin, wake up, the meeting is about to start." "Ha? Oh." Qin Shen wiped his mouth, sat up from the chair. Although he looked listless, he still had to put on a serious look to attend the meeting. Soon, the screen turned on, joining a remote meeting. He could see about 100 cameras densely arranged on the screen. The backstage staff adjusted it, reducing the size of the other cameras and enlarging the one showing the mayor. A middle-aged man with a neat crew cut and a mole on his chin warmly greeted in the video. "Our new kings in each region this year, colleagues from each region, good morning to all of you. I am Chen Zhongming, the mayor of City 141. Pan Yogwan led the applause in the meeting room, and Qin Shen also symbolically echoed twice. "Today, it is a great honor for us to hold the report and summary meeting of the outstanding new kings of the hunting gods in City 141. The mayor then summarized the hunting god achievements of City 141 this year, highlighting the new kings of the hunting gods in each region. He then mentioned some plans and goals regarding the hunting gods in the future. After about a dozen minutes, the mayor finally finished his lengthy speech. Next was the speech by the chief director of the Municipal Bureau of City 141. Another 10 minutes passed. Then the representative of the district chief of District 14100 gave a speech, summarizing for nearly half an hour. Qin Shen yawned endlessly, but out of politeness, he covered his mouth when yawning, not showing it on the video. Next, let's welcome the new king of City 141, Chen Gongrang from District 14100, to speak on behalf of the new kings. The city hall was in District 14100, so Chen Gongrang directly took the mayor's microphone and began to speak. Qin Shen looked at Chen Gongrang, who was of similar age and appearance to himself, and scratched his chin. Chen Gongrang? Surname same as Mayor Chen Zhongming? No wonder. This meeting was probably set up for Chen Gongrang to make an appearance. All for this bit of jealousy. A whole plate of dumplings was served. Qin Shen clapped twice without saying anything. He wasn't naive enough to stand up and question why Chen Gongrang was chosen to speak on behalf of the person with the highest points. He just wanted to quickly end this meeting, go back and catch up on some sleep. Tomorrow he had to go hunting with Li Tianming. But the tree desires tranquility, but the wind keeps blowing. Qin Shen did nothing, yet Chen Gongrang's speech pointed directly at him. Chen Gongrang's initial speech was normal, summarizing his experiences during the hunting of the gods. But as it went on, things started to go awry. Although my hunting god points are not the highest among the new kings, they were all earned through my own efforts bit by bit. Unlike some people who rely on hunting down a large number of creatures like the long-legged worms, which are not even considered gods, and rely on luck to skyrocket their points, I believe that this kind of shortcut-seeking approach won't get you far, and it's shameful. As soon as these words were spoken, Mayor Chen Zhongming's face changed drastically, looking incredulously at Chen Gongrang, who was still speaking. Obviously, he didn't expect Chen Gongrang to say such things during his speech. Pan Yogwang, who was next to Qin Shen, also realized that something was wrong and hurried to try to stop Qin Shen. Qin Shen had a reputation for being quick to resort to violence, and Pan Yogwang had heard about it. No matter what grudge he had with Qin Shen, he couldn't let him cause trouble at a meeting presided over by the mayor. He wanted to find an excuse to pull Qin Shen out of the meeting. However, Pan Yogwang couldn't possibly hold back the strong Qin Shen. With a slight swing, Qin Shen's hand pushed Pan Yogwang's hand away. Bang! Qin Shen slapped the table, causing it to crack and break into several pieces. Since there was no soundproofing, everyone could clearly hear the sound of Qin Shen smashing the table. Chen Gongrang, who was speaking, also stopped talking. Qin Chen sneered. You, a second-generation official, just speak your words properly, why drag me into this? Truly ungrateful. Qin Chen stood up, pointing at the camera, zoom in on the camera in area 14121. But the camera was not adjusted. Pan Yoguang's face had turned pale, and Mayor Chen Zhongming in the video also looked somewhat surprised. Qin Chen said, "What, in a meeting, I can only listen to him insult me, and I don't have the right to speak? If that's the case, why did you invite me to the meeting? It's more comfortable for you to lock yourselves in and belittle me?" At this point, Chen Zhongming spoke up, enlarge his camera. Qin Chen watched the videos on his side and the mayor's side, nodding. Chen Zhongming continued, "Qin Chen, what Chen Gong said just now was indeed inappropriate. I apologize on his behalf. Not only did you receive the highest points in history, but you also handed over a round plate armor comparable to a medium-level deity, and yesterday you killed a wanted sequence ability user. Both in strength and character, you have gained everyone's recognition. I hope you won't act impulsively." Qin Chen coldly said, "Since you acknowledge me, what does it mean for him to insinuate during this meeting? If I don't speak up, do I have to let him talk nonsense?" Chen Zhongming said, "Qin Chen, I hope you believe that the City Hall organized this meeting with absolutely no intention of publicly belittling anyone. I'm speaking the truth. What is there to be afraid of?" Just then, Chen Gong interrupted again. "You gained all your points by luck, the round plate armor was a fluke, and you accidentally killed the wanted person, right?" It was clear that Chen Gong was very jealous of Qin Chen. However, upon hearing Chen Gong's words, Qin Chen disdainfully smiled. Other government officials, upon hearing this, covered their heads, feeling helpless. Naive. Is there really someone in this world with such good luck? Even a child could figure it out. Qin Chen appears lucky. That's because he wants you to think he's just lucky. Why does he have to flaunt his background and strength every day for everyone to know? Not to mention Pan Yoguang, even Chen Zhongming is unwilling to provoke someone like Qin Chen. But like a newborn calf not fearing the tiger, Chen Gong insisted on pulling the tiger's whiskers. Qin Chen looked at Chen Zhongming. "Mayor Chen, if he insists on insulting me like this, then I'll have to take him to the battle arena to settle it." "Go ahead. Can't I defeat a grass bag like you, shadow assassin?" With that said, no one else wanted to speak. Too young. Qin Chen is a rank 1 who can kill a rank 2. After consuming 80 bottles of magic potion, his current strength is unknown to anyone. Go fight him in the arena? Are you asking for death? Chen Zhongming sighed, helplessly pointed at Chen Gong, and said, "Old Su, do me a favor and make him stop talking." A government official in the video raised his left hand, which suddenly turned into a clock. The moment the clock appeared, Chen Gong immediately fainted. Then, the official picked up Chen Gong and left the meeting room with him. "Qin Chen, on behalf of the City Hall and Chen Gong, I apologize to you for the unpleasant incident just now." Throughout, Chen Zhongming remained calm and there was no need to escalate the situation. "Mayor, you don't need to blame yourself. This incident was not caused by you. Thank you very much for being willing to have a calm conversation with me. I was also impulsive just now, and I apologize to you and all the participants." Qin Chen said no more, bowed, and sat back down. Pan Yoguang saw that Qin Chen had stopped causing trouble and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Qin Chen wasn't impulsive. If he had pursued Chen Gong to the battle arena, then killed the mayor's son, he would have been in trouble. Chen Zhongming continued, "Qin Chen, you are the king of kings in our 141st city. I had Chen Gong speak on behalf because he is in the area next to the city hall, so I arranged for him. Originally, I planned to praise your deeds after his speech and let everyone learn from it. Unexpectedly, some unpleasantness arose. How about now, you share some insights with everyone?" Qin Chen knew that Chen Zhongming was just being polite and trying to save face. If they had planned for him to speak, they would have informed him earlier, not at the last minute. But Qin Chen did not refuse Chen Zhongming's good intentions. "All right, since Mayor praised me so much, I can't be impolite." Qin Chen stood up, pondered for a moment, came up with a good topic, and began speaking. "Those who are familiar with me may know that I am an orphan. If it weren't for the government setting up free canteens in schools, I would have starved to death long ago. So, I have always been grateful to our government. A true master shows his hand at the first move." Qin Chen's words were appropriate, dignified, and straightforward, not something a high school student could easily say. Not only Pan Yoguang was surprised, even Chen Zhongming's expression suddenly changed. Qin Chen's prowess seems to extend beyond hunting gods and killing people, while Chen Wenda just smiled and shook his head. He had witnessed Qin Chen's ability to bluff people. It was truly authentic. Needless to say, this kid must be holding another big move behind. Qin Chen passionately declared, "It can be said that without the government, I wouldn't be where I am today." At this point, it would be inappropriate not to applaud. This time, Chen Zhongming led the applause, showing an approving smile. Others also joined in with their applause. Xin Chen nodded in gratitude, then shifted the focus of his speech. Later, I luckily awakened my sequence ability, but due to my humble background, I had no way to understand the channels of sequence abilities, and I was left in the dark. If this continues, I'm afraid I can only be an ordinary sequence ability user, unable to achieve any new King of Rookies, let alone the current King of Rookies. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the video. May I ask how many points you have now? Government officials could see their own points, but the other rookie kings attending the meeting were unaware. The confrontation between Qin Chen and Shen Gong just now left them completely puzzled. However, since it had nothing to do with them, they simply watched quietly. But the title of King of Kings of Rookies meant that his points surpassed everyone else's, which naturally sparked curiosity. Qin Chen opened his phone and saw that his points had reached 2,600. The 98 reward points he earned from killing Johnson yesterday had been credited. Qin Chen put away his phone and smiled faintly. Just reached 2,600 points. What? 2,600? All the rookie kings were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The person who had just asked said, Xinge, I spoke too loudly just now and interrupted your speech, please don't mind. Among sequence users, hunting god points symbolized status. It's okay, no one can see each other's points, so it's normal to ask. Qin Chen continued, just now, I mentioned that I had no way to access information due to my background. However, fate opened a door for me and at the same time opened a window for me. Just when I needed help, I met a benefactor in my life. Qin Chen pointed his finger, it's Mr. Xian Wenda, the head of Sequence Ability Users Management Bureau, number 14121. For a moment, all the screens focused on Xian Wenda. Xian Wenda had never expected that Qin Chen's big move would fall on him. His eyes narrowed. Me? After learning about my sequence awakening, Chief Qian took the initiative to help me, teaching me how to use Godslayer Camp and Sequence Forum, telling me how to hunt gods and how to get rewards. Without Chief Qian, I probably wouldn't have been able to smoothly obtain even 26 hunting god points, let alone 2,600. When I was ignorant, Chief Qian was like a guiding light, teaching me to see the world clearly. And when I made mistakes, accidentally killing ordinary people, he took the time to patiently teach and guide me forward. The effort he put into me is even greater than what he put into his own family. It can be said, my parents gave me life, the government raised me, and Chief Qian taught me. Director Qian's great kindness and virtue will be remembered in my heart for a lifetime. Today, taking advantage of this occasion, this opportunity, please allow me to say a word to Director Qian. You have worked hard. With that, Qin Chen bowed to Qian and asked. Qian hurriedly got up and returned the gesture. Sitting down, Qian scratched his thigh, looking bewildered. Goodness! Qin Chen is really praising him to the skies. But those who know Qin Chen well know he is just talking nonsense. How can a guy who brought a backup person the first time he hunted gods, setting such a high starting point, have the face to say he knows nothing about this world? Moreover, that backup person is not even Qian. Qin Chen's purpose in blabbering like this is simple: to flatter Qian. But as a student, it's hard to flatter a government official. So, Qin Chen continued with deep emotion, if in the future, I get into a good university through special admission, and continue to shine in the cause of humanity's counterattack against the gods after graduation, when I achieve something, I will definitely remember your kindness, Director Qian. I will find a way to repay you. Of course, I will also thank the joint government for nurturing me, and Mayor Chen, for giving me this opportunity to speak my mind. Qin Chen couldn't have made it any clearer. I am a stock with potential. Invest in me, and in the future, there will be substantial returns. Listening to Qin Chen, Chen Zhongming began to look at this high school student with more respect. So young, yet so thoughtful? As an excellent politician, Chen Zhongming also accepted Qin Chen's suggestion in his heart. Helping Qian with his intentions seemed not so difficult. Whether there are dates or not, it's like making an investment for the future. Qin Chen indeed has the potential to soar. If he becomes successful in the future, wouldn't it be nice to catch up with him? Chen Zhongming smiled and said, Qin Chen, just for your quality of gratitude, I am very pleased. I make a statement on behalf of the City Hall that workers like Director Qian are role models for the rest of us. If we have a few more mentors like Director Qian, our city might also have more outstanding newcomers like Qin Chen. At this point, the deputy mayor next to Chen Zhongming understood his intentions. Mayor, we haven't finalized the agenda for next month's City Hall meeting. I suggest we let Director Chen discuss how to discover and support promising god-hunting talents. Chen Zhongming immediately agreed, good. This is a good suggestion, let's go with that. Qin Chen smiled brightly, thank you, Mayor. I'm I am also considering our city. Hearing these words, Pan Yogwan and Feng Shouben's faces almost fell to the ground. They couldn't even force a smile, just keeping their mouths twitching upwards. The content of this meeting far exceeded their expectations. They never imagined there would be a speech by Qin Chen. What's even more outrageous is that Qin Chen, on the spot, staged such a drama. What they couldn't accept the most was that Qian was praised by Qin Chen, and Chen Zhongming, on behalf of the city hall, accepted it. From then on, Qian caught the eye of the city hall, just like Qin Chen, completely breaking free from their control. And Qian, gritting his teeth, felt immensely grateful to Qin Chen. He was not just turning his luck around, he was leaping to success. All thanks to Qin Chen. However, repaying Qin Chen was not urgent. Qian looked at Feng Shouben and Pan Yogwan, his gaze extremely cold. He knew he hadn't offended anyone before, yet he was almost killed by their joint efforts. This grudge must be settled. The meeting ended successfully. Although some people were very dissatisfied with this meeting, like Chen Gongrang, Pan Yogwan, and Feng Shouben. But Qin Chen felt very satisfied. Chen Zhongming also felt very satisfied. If they both felt satisfied, then it was indeed satisfactory. Qin Chen and Qian Wenda left the meeting room one after the other, walking out of the district government building chatting and laughing. Xiao Qin, shall we take the bus back together? Ha! Pan Yogwan's car isn't giving us a ride anymore? What are you thinking? Didn't you see how green his face was? Greener than the four-cornered green jelly we had? He didn't lay a hand on us, which is already showing restraint, and he even sent a car to pick you up. You're really something. Lao Qian, I'm doing all this for you. I know. Rest assured, Chen Wenda always distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. I'll remember this incident. Qian Wenda glanced around, then asked in a low voice, are you planning to deal with Zhou Xing? Yes, I have that intention. Qian Wenda's triangular eyes suddenly turned serious. Zhou Xing has some background, you better be cautious. Background? I've had dealings with him before. He was the one who arranged the special admission quota for me. I feel like he's just an ordinary person? Qian Wenda shook his head. Don't underestimate him. For a director in the education department to secure a special admission quota is no easy task. I sense that he must have some significant backing. Moreover, when he asked me to forge the sequence, the introducer was a big shot from Sigma District. I couldn't refuse. Sigma District? Aren't districts usually identified by numbers? Oh, Sigma District is the 18th district, a very special area with many talented individuals. We usually don't refer to it by numbers, we just call it Sigma District. Qin Chen pondered and asked, Zhou Xing's background. Could he be related to the fraudster sequence? What do you think? He's a fraudster? How do you know? I threatened Roylina before and found out her sequence is fraudster. Zhou Xing, who you introduced to Roylina, is likely a fraudster as well. Qian Wenda nodded slowly, that's very likely the reason. I don't know much about it, but I've heard that sequences like fraudster seem to have their own organization, specializing in how to disguise and survive in safe zones. But why they gather together, I'm not sure. Alright, I understand. If you really want to deal with Zhou Xing, it's best not to choose the weekend, because you never know who we might need on weekends, which could lead to bigger trouble. Okay, thanks. You and I don't need to be so formal. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal at Hongyun Restaurant. Okay. The two of them happily boarded the bus and arrived at Hongyun Restaurant. The boss immediately recognized Qin Chen and greeted him warmly. Qin Chen didn't hold back and ordered a dish of braised pig trotters with fermented bean curd, treating Qian Wenda generously. After the meal, he took Qian Wenda back to the school with him. Qian Wenda didn't know why, but he thought Qin Chen wanted him to escort him. He didn't refuse and followed Qin Chen all the way to the campus. Qin Chen said, Lao Qian, wait here for a moment. Okay. Qin Chen returned to the principal's office, took out a bag, filled it with 10 bottles of sequence magic potion under Li Tianming's gaze, then went out and handed it to Chen Wenda. I made a little fortune with that sandworm scale of yours. This is your reward. No, this is too much. That thing isn't worth that much. You earned it yourself. Chen Wenda felt he owed Qin Chen a big favor just now and couldn't accept more from him. However, Qin Chen placed it in his hands, one good turn deserves another. Without your sandworm scale, I'd still be playing with mud at school. Take it, it's what you deserve. Qian Wenda was a bit embarrassed, but Qin Chen directly stuffed the bag into his arms and pushed him away. Contact me if you need anything. Alright, thank you. Qian Wenda held the bag in his arms, nodded heavily, and turned to leave. Back in the office, Qin Chen sat on the sofa, pointing to the packed meal and said to Li Tianming, Lao Li, I specially packed braised pig's trotters with red fermented bean curd for you to taste, want some? Li Tianming curled his lips, You give him 10 bottles of sequence magic potion, and give me the leftover pig's trotters? You really have thick skin. Hey Laoli, you're being unreasonable. Didn't I give you your share? Yes. Li Tianming was not pleased. I didn't expect Xianwenda to be in cahoots with you. When he and Olaf came to ask questions that day, I didn't see it at all. There are plenty of things you didn't see. Qin Shen looked at the tidy and odorless office, curious. Laoli, why does it seem like you haven't had anyone come to the office to exercise for days? Poof. Li Tianming silently typed, ignoring Qin Shen. It shouldn't be like this. Your TB hard drives update faster than when Shu's practice questions. How come you can quit this? Qin Shen suddenly sat up. Could it be that you were criticized by Dean Chen Fengha and turned over a new leaf from then on? Li Tianming's face became even more unpleasant. He scratched his bald head and continued typing. Qin Shen pondered, it's really like one thing leads to another. Unexpectedly, you were reformed by Chen Fengha. Alright, stop making sarcastic remarks. If I talk about this, I'll blame you. Blame me for what? I helped you turn over a new leaf, and you don't even thank me, but instead turn against me? Li Tianming sighed, I'm in big trouble myself. I've been avoiding contacting her all this time because I'm afraid of implicating her. I haven't even told her about the plan to kill Zhou Xing. Qin Shen tilted his head, looking dissatisfied, so you're not afraid that your actions have harmed me? You not only told me, but also dragged me into it. Lao Li, are you even human? Look at you, a few words and you're already impatient, speaking so rudely. Calling your superior mother ******. It's not my fault, blame the former moral education director for not teaching me well. He's already resigned, and you're still blaming him, that's not right. If you think I'm not right, then don't involve me in killing Zhou Xing. Go find your Dean Chen. Look at you, getting impatient again. The conversation between the two ended on a sour note. The atmosphere was initially harmonious. Until Qin Shen said, Dean Chen has a lot of charm, and was kicked out of the office by Li Tianming. Qin Shen rubbed his buttocks as he walked away. What kind of person kicks someone for a single comment? He glanced at the time, realizing it was almost time for school to end. Going back to class would be meaningless. So he went to the library to tidy up the books. The library was very quiet, with only Wenshu doing exercises, and she didn't seem to pause to think at all. This amazed Qin Shen. For top students, doing exercises was as easy as chatting, they could solve them effortlessly. Thinking back to his own struggling study habits, he felt like they were worlds apart. Moreover, Wenshu was as steady as a rock, spending the whole day in the library. Qin Shen really doubted if she could finish all the exercise books on 2 shelves in the library before the college entrance exam. Otherwise, how could she have been admitted to Qingbei University in her past life? Qin Shen tidied up the scattered books and sat down next to Wenshu. He hesitated whether to ask Wenshu about the deaths of Zhou Yang and Loliana. He felt it was a bit absurd to connect this matter with Wenshu. But besides Wenshu, he had no other target. He had to figure this out because he had just killed Zhou Yang's father, Zhou, and then Zhou Yang died, which seemed too coincidental. He had to be wary of someone watching him. Just as he hesitated, Wenshu's gentle voice sounded in his ear, it was me who killed them. Qin Shen widened his eyes. He didn't ask Wenshu who she killed because it was obvious. I was worried about you and teacher Zhu that day, so I followed to the hospital. On the way back, I took care of it. After speaking, Wenshu gave Qin Shen a sweet smile, no need to thank me. Then she continued to lower her head to do her work. Wenshu's contrast did not make Qin Shen feel fearful. He already knew Wenshu was not a simple high school girl. He just didn't expect it to be this complicated. Qin Shen was very puzzled and asked, why did you kill Loliana? Wenshu put down her pen, raised her chin and thought, Loliana? The blonde policewoman? Yes. I had no choice, she was watching too closely. If I didn't kill her, I might not be able to escape, and even if I did, the police would catch me. How did you kill her then? It's hard to explain. If you're interested, you can check a book called 100 Ways for Ordinary People to Kill Serial Killers, combining the 7th, 15th, and 82nd methods. That's how I killed her. Sounds very complicated, only you would read such a book. It's not that bad, practice makes perfect. Wenshu's eyes suddenly became deep. For example, if I wanted to kill you now, there would probably be 9 ways. Qin Shen shrugged. What would you gain from killing me? If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have killed Zhou Yang. Wenshu had no grudge against Zhou Yang. The only reason she killed him was to eliminate a future threat to Qin Shen. Qin Shen knew she was helping him. That's why Wenshu said, no need to thank me at the beginning. Then why did you kill Zhou Yang? Wenshu smiled, because I like you. Qin Shen's mouth twitched. If you want to deceive me, come up with a more plausible reason. This statement is an insult to my intelligence. Wenshu pouted. I heard teacher Zhu say that when Li Jingwen talks to you like this, you always listen obediently. Times have changed. Okay. You should know that I killed Zhou Yang to help you. I know. I just don't know why you had to kill him. After graduation, I could have taken care of him for you. It would just be killing one more minor deity for atonement. Wenshu calmly said, we can't wait until then. If you hadn't killed Zhouja, I wouldn't have killed Zhou Yang. But you already have a deadly feud with Zhou Yang, so I had to kill him. Otherwise, you would be in big trouble. Why? Because he would awaken his sequence ability that night. Xin Shen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Wenshu again, not knowing what to say for a moment. His whole body tensed with shock. He never expected that Wenshu's reason for killing Zhou Yang was this. Zhou Yang was going to awaken his sequence ability? How did she know that? Did she have research on sequence ability users so she could predict who would awaken their sequence? Impossible. She was just an ordinary high school student. Even if she had good grades, she definitely didn't have the qualifications to participate in research on sequence ability users. So, this was her sequence ability? Thinking of this, Xin Shen glanced at Wenshu again. Wenshu was staring back at him. From the look in your eyes, it seems you figured it out. Xin Shen shook his head. No, I'm even more puzzled. What can't you figure out? Since you have awakened to a sequence, why not apply to university instead of preparing for the college entrance exam like an ordinary person? Wenshu smiled slightly. Are you suggesting that I make my sequence public so that everyone can find out? You must have used the God-slaying camp to learn about various sequences. Have you seen any sequence abilities similar to mine? Xin Shen thought carefully for a moment and shook his head. He had never seen a skill that could predict sequence awakening. That was quite powerful. Since there is no information about my sequence, I might be unique. How could I dare to disclose it? Xin Shen nodded lightly after hearing this. Worried about being taken away for research? It was the same concern he had initially. If he hadn't found Xian Wendao to forge a sequence, he probably wouldn't know what to do. Anyway, my grades are good. I can get into college. It's better to just leave it at that. Living quietly with my grandmother is also nice. After thinking for a while, Xin Shen asked again, why did you tell me all these things? And why are you helping me like this? Except for the part about her sequence, when Shu almost poured out all her secrets, laying them out in front of Xin Shen one by one. When Shu whispered, just felt like you were more familiar to me. This reason seems a bit far-fetched. Believe it or not. When Shu's tone was slightly cold. After saying that, she continued to lower her head and work on the questions. Xin Shen was stunned for a moment, feeling a bit at a loss. He stood up to clean the library floor. Xin Shen. When Shu called out to him again. What's up? Xin Shen leaned on the mop, looking at Wen Shu. Don't tell anyone what I just said. Of course not. If you tell others about my affairs, I will also tell others about yours. Xin Shen looked at Wen Shu with some confusion, not knowing what she meant by his affairs. He seemed not to have told Wen Shu his secrets. I have seen many sequencers, but I can't figure out the time when you awakened your sequence ability. So, you must also have secrets unknown to others. Xin Shen pondered with lowered brows for a moment and nodded. That's a reasonable reason. What reason? The reason you dared to tell me your secrets. Xin Shen lowered his head and continued mopping the floor. When Shu watched his back, smiled helplessly, and continued to focus on her questions. Xin Shen and Wen Shu didn't chat anymore. Wen Shu concentrated on her questions. Xin Shen, on the other hand, was contemplating what Wen Shu had said. The two of them were quiet and harmonious. When understanding was mutual, there was no need for too much idle talk. The same was true for Xin Shen with Xian Wendao, Xin Shen with Li Tianming, and Xin Shen with Wen Shu. Xin Shen's unlucky nephew, Xin Shisong, was not like that. Every word had to be clearly stated for him to feel at ease. By the way, Teacher Zhu's granddaughter came to the school this morning, saying that Teacher Zhu is recovering well and will be discharged soon. Their family wants to thank you in person. Xin Shen had great confidence in Chen Fenghe's abilities, so he was not surprised to hear Wen Shu's words. There's no need for thanks. Just let Teacher Zhu recover well, no need for these formalities. I don't have a phone, and neither does Teacher Zhu. You'll have to tell her yourself. Xin Shen reluctantly took out his phone and called the hospital reception. Hello, I'm Xin Shen. Xin Shen? Who is this? Oh, I have a friend who had surgery with the help of Director Chen. The tone of the female nurse on the other end of the phone immediately became extremely humble. Oh, Mr. Xin, what can I do for you? Well, please tell my friend that I've been busy lately and may not be able to visit her. Let her recover well, and we'll meet at school after she's healed. Okay, I got it. Is there anything else? No, thank you. You're welcome. Qin Shen hung up the phone, contemplating the arrangements for hunting down the gods tomorrow. When Shu teased, "Your social network is really wide. It's useless. Once I leave this area, I'm blind. But in order to learn about sequences at university, I have to go. Aren't you curious? You want to improve yourself. I haven't publicly revealed my sequence ability, nor do I rely on it for a living, so why should I be curious about such things? True. Have you decided which university to go to? Not yet. I'll see where the special admissions end up. And you, are you still planning to choose the last 2 colleges in the rankings? I heard that the higher the ranking of the college, the more prestigious the government department you can be assigned to after graduation." When Shu pouted helplessly, "I'm not like you, I don't have a quick way to make money. Other colleges don't have single rooms, and I can't afford the rent. I can't just abandon my grandmother for the sake of studying." Qin Shen nodded. "Your situation is indeed tricky. But it's really absurd that students in colleges are all young masters and misses, yet there isn't even a single room available. It seems you really haven't taken the voluntary application class. Huh? What's wrong? Those colleges do have single-room dormitories, but they are only provided to alumni's children. Students like me who got in through exams don't qualify. So, if you can find an alumni to sponsor you, you can choose any college you want? Not just any alumni can do that. It probably takes a few exceptional alumni to get a single-room quota." Qin Shen thought for a moment and said, "The rent for houses near the college is too expensive. Even if I hunt down gods every day, I can't afford it. I'll keep an eye out for any college alumni who can help you out." "Thanks for that. You're quite accepting. I thought you would be more polite." When Shu tilted his head, "I helped you kill Zhou Yang, solving a big problem, so it's only right for you to thank me. How could I feel unworthy?" "No problem." After cleaning up the library, Qin Shen said to Wen Shu, "I'm going to have dinner. You decide what time to close the school. Anyway, you have the library key." "Okay, goodbye." Qin Shen walked out of the library, ready to go to the staff area of the cafeteria for dinner, but the phone rang again. "Hello, Lao Qian, what's up?" "Shao Qin, I have some news to share with you. The municipal hall just assigned me a task." "Oh, so soon?" Just finished the meeting in the morning. Qin Shen had just delivered a speech titled "My Benefactor, Director Qian," and didn't expect Chen Zhongming to arrange something for the afternoon. The speed was indeed fast. Mayor Chen is still giving face, probably also to appease him, to prevent him from getting into trouble with Chen Gongrang again. "Yes, there's something you may not know. The garbage bin where the remains of the gods were placed in safety zones 114514 and 89757 had a problem. The remains of the gods inexplicably disappeared. Although the remains of the gods are unusable garbage, the theft has never happened before. The city asked me to take over this case and come up with some results." Qin Shen's heart suddenly tightened. This matter hasn't passed yet? Just because some unwanted remains of the gods were stolen, they're making such a big deal out of it? Suppressing his inner dissatisfaction, Qin Shen asked, "Are the city leaders taking this matter seriously?" "Not really. I heard someone pulled some strings, contacted the leaders in the Sigma region, and then pressured the city." "You know that person, Detective Olive?" Qin Shen clenched his fists slightly. "It's Olive again. He's like a band-aid, showing up wherever there's trouble. Can this task be completed? If not, what do you plan to do?" Qin Shen believed that as long as Olive kept his mouth shut, no one would know he was involved in this matter. And since he and Olive had leverage over each other, he wasn't worried for the time being. But if Qian Wenda made it clear that the task couldn't be completed, wouldn't it leave a bad impression and affect his career prospects? Qian Wenda chuckled, "You're still young. It's normal not to understand. Don't worry, there won't be any issues. If you're really concerned, go ask Li Tianming." "All right. Well, I called you just to talk about this matter. Mayor Chen personally assigned me this task, and I thought it was necessary to inform you." "I understand what you mean." Chen Zhongming extended an olive branch, and Qian Wenda immediately passed it on to Qin Shen. The purpose was still to hope that Qin Shen would no longer have any estrangement with Chen Zhongming. Qin Shen also understood tacitly. "That's it. Let's chat again when we have time. I have to get busy for now." "All right, goodbye." Qin Shen hung up the phone, went to the canteen to have a stir-fried purple-eyed snail, and returned to the office. Li Tianming was still there, so he recounted exactly what Qian Wenda had said on the phone and asked Li Tianming why Qian Wenda wasn't worried about not being able to solve the matter. Li Tianming smirked. "That's because you lack experience. If a task needs to be supervised, there will be strict orders and a deadline for completion. Qian Wenda's task doesn't have a time limit. In other words, there's a lot of flexibility." "Flexibility?" "Yes. You can fail to complete it. As long as there is progress, it can be counted as an achievement. If it's not completed, how can there be progress? Have more meetings, organize more actions, then report upwards that some progress has been made. Isn't that enough? This is common in the joint government. If a case is important but has no deadline for completion, it's just a way to polish the executor's resume, making it easier for promotions. So you can rest assured, he's about to be promoted soon. Xin Shen smirked. It's really complicated. Fortunately, I don't have to mix in the joint government, otherwise I'd be exhausted. You already have a lot on your plate now, and you're thinking of stirring things up in the joint government? I advise you to take it easy and not work yourself to death. I understand that. Xin Shen knew that the outcome of the case wouldn't affect Shenwenda, which made him slightly relieved. But the fact that the case was still ongoing made him uneasy. If the case wasn't closed, the old man Olive would continue to cause trouble. Now that the case was in Shenwenda's hands, it was a good opportunity for a bait and switch. He planned to come up with a feasible plan to conclude the case, allowing old Xian to successfully complete the task while also removing this time bomb. But he didn't have any ideas for the time being. He was experienced in committing crimes but clueless when it came to closing cases. However, he couldn't discuss this matter with Li Tianming and Shenwenda yet. They didn't hold any significant leverage over him, and they might take credit for themselves. Human nature couldn't withstand temptation. He would ask Wen Shu another day. She had a wild way of thinking and might provide some advice. Most importantly, like him, she carried many secrets that were better kept hidden. Very reliable. Setting this matter aside for now, Shenwenda would take months to handle the case, even if it was just a formality. Tomorrow's hunt for the god of hunting was more urgent. By the way, Laoli, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Shall we go hunting for the god? Li Tianming looked at him puzzled. You're going to hunt down a god, and you're asking me? I have no idea about the outside of the safe zone. What about the sandworm scale? I lost it after killing the iron helmet flea last time. Mainly because you weren't there, I couldn't handle it alone. If you were there, we could have used the scale again. Li Tianming snorted. Without bait, what are you going out for? I estimate that even if you hunt gods for half a year, you won't have as much success as the first 2 times. That's why I'm seeking your advice. Is there any way? None. Xin Shen put his arm around Li Tianming's shoulder. Lao Li, do you think the 2 of us, with our combined skills, can handle a medium-sized deity? Li Tianming squinted at Xin Shen. You go out a couple of times, get lucky and score some points, and suddenly you think you're invincible? Lao Li, you're underestimating me. Last time, I hunted down the Iron Helmet Flea King. The king of Iron Helmet Fleas is nothing. Its round armor wouldn't even stand a chance against a medium-sized deity. Exactly, I want to hunt down these underestimated medium-sized deities. It's safe and rewarding, isn't it great? It's too reliant on luck, hard to come by. You have to venture deep into the unsafe zones. If you encounter a stronger medium-sized deity, I'll have to collect your corpse. The deities at the exit of Safety Zone 38324 aren't that strong. It's safe for us to venture out. Besides, you have the Earth Bind. No way. Xin Shen, I'm telling you, going deep into the unsafe zones is too dangerous. I absolutely won't do it with you. Give up on that idea. The next day, outside the safety zone, 2 figures clad in anti-freeze suits walked side by side deep outside the safety zone. Xin Shen had a smile on his face. Thanks, Lao Li. You're really thoughtful. Li Tianming remained indifferent. We agreed that only you and I know about killing Zhou Xing. You can't threaten me with telling Chen Fenghe about it to make me do anything. Xin Shen nodded earnestly. Yes, I understand. We're friends, I won't threaten you twice over the same matter. Hold on, Lao Li, there's a black-footed ant with eagle eyes over there. I'll go kill it. You want points for just 1 kill? Even if it's small, meat is meat, can't let it go to waste. You're really stingy. Xin Shen swiftly decapitated the black-footed ant with eagle eyes, removed its round armor, and stashed it in his bag. Too bad, Lao Li's around, can't eat meat. He glanced regretfully at the remains of the deity, then continued walking deeper into the unsafe zone with Li Tianming. Perhaps because the farther they ventured from the safety zone, the stronger the deities became, and human traces were easier to erase. After walking about 3 to 4 kilometers, the ruins and debris gradually disappeared from view. They were met with vast plains, occasionally dotted with distant mountain ranges. Massive sinkholes appeared near them from time to time, likely the dwelling places of certain deities. When they looked back, the safety zone's gate was no longer visible. Li Tianming remarked, "It feels desolate here. We've walked for a while, and you've only killed 2 small deities. Maybe that's why the number at the safety zone exit is so high. Indeed, there's not much here." Li Tianming sighed. "Looks like we won't have any gains today, let's head back." Don't go back. Let's keep going forward and see. We've walked almost 5 kilometers, there are no signs of people nearby, it's completely within the realm of deities. Moreover, the shape of that sinkhole we just passed doesn't match the characteristics of any deity's dwelling place that I know of. Are you suggesting we face an unknown deity? Qin Shen pondered and agreed with Li Tianming's reasoning. He had come out with the insurance man to increase safety. Taking further risks now seemed counterproductive. Alright, we'll return empty-handed today. Just then, a massive black shadow swooped down from the starry sky, swallowing Qin Shen whole and flying back into the sky. It was a bird several stories high. With just one glance, Li Tianming recognized the demonic face of the bird. Ghost-faced heron? Li Tianming watched the ghost-faced heron in alarm. I told you not to venture this deep, but that kid just had to come over. Surely encountered a medium-sized deity. Deserved to be eaten. Although Li Tianming cursed, he did not abandon Qin Shen. A colorful mask appeared on his face. Then Li Tianming activated the small beast spirit summoning. 4 wild beasts resembling hunting dogs appeared in the air and plummeted straight down, landing perfectly on the huge wings of the ghost-faced heron. The 4 hunting dogs, as if they had found prey, crazily tore at the ghost-faced heron's wings. The interference of the 4 hunting dogs not only slowed down the flying speed but also reduced the altitude. It seems that the strength of sequence level 3 is not enough to suppress the ghost-faced heron. I have to play some trump cards. All because of this kid Qin Shen. Li Tianming quickly scanned around, confirmed that there was no one observing him, then bit his finger, smeared the blood on the mask. The originally colorful shaman mask was immediately dyed deep red. The shape of the mask also changed, turning into a terrifying ghost face even more frightening than the ghost-faced heron's head. Li Tianming stared at the ghost-faced heron's position and chased after it at high speed. Despite his originally bulky body, Li Tianming, like a ghost, turned into a shadow, moving as fast as the ghost-faced heron flying in the air. He ran after the ghost-faced heron, closing the distance gradually. He clasped his hands together and shouted, "Rise!" The ground in the distance suddenly cracked, and several thick vines like thighs emerged rapidly. As the vines shot out from the ground, their tips swiftly swung in the air, blocking the path in front of the ghost-faced heron. The ghost-faced heron tried to dodge, but due to the distraction caused by the hunting dogs, it couldn't move as agilely as before and got hit on the paw by one of the vines. Like a shark smelling blood, the vine instantly wrapped around its paw like a suction cup. No matter how the ghost-faced heron struggled, it couldn't break free. Other vines seemed to have found their target, quickly entwining around its legs and pulling it back to the ground. With a loud thud, the ghost-faced heron fell to the ground like a collapsing statue. It let out a long howl, and the green eyes on its ghost face suddenly burst into a terrifying cold flame, its feathers bristling, unleashing even stronger power, seemingly about to break free from the vines. At this moment, Li Tianming had reached a position about 10 meters away from the ghost-faced heron. The distance is enough. Li Tianming placed his hands on the ground, summoning a huge crimson circular array around him. It was the Earth Bind. However, it was much more powerful than the one he used against Qin Shen in the office. The Earth Bind circle, with a diameter of tens of meters, bound the entire ghost-faced heron, rendering it immobile. Li Tianming gritted his teeth. Damn it, this trash shaman sequence, besides auxiliary control, has no attack methods at all. With my sequence level, if I had switched to a warrior or a poison master, I could have killed this ghost-faced heron without all this effort. A drop of sweat rolled down Li Tianming's forehead, flowing through the eye sockets of the ghost-face mask, finally falling on the cold ground. The veins on Li Tianming's hands pressed against the ground bulged, trembling slightly. He looked at the ghost-faced heron lying beside him. The pair of green eyes on the ghost-faced heron stared tightly at Li Tianming, as if saying it would kill him once it broke free. Li Tianming snorted coldly, "Bird beast, have you never seen your father? What are you looking at?" In the face of danger, Li Tianming burst out with a fierce aura, showing no trace of a school principal or former university researcher. He looked at the ghost-faced heron's gray furry belly, hoping that Qin Shen would turn the bad luck into good. Another drop of sweat slid down from the mask. Li Tianming took a deep breath. "I can hold on for 5 minutes at most. If you don't come out in 5 minutes, I'll have to retreat. Kid, I won't be buried with you." At this moment, in the belly of the ghost-faced heron, Qin Shen was fighting in darkness and stickiness, wielding his dagger. The place he was in was filled with thick mucus, wrapping around his calves. How did this bird suddenly fall to the ground? Almost killed me. It must be that Mediterranean old silver stick playing tricks. I'll settle the score with him later. The bird is not moving. Could it be controlled by his earthbind? Forget it, let bygones be bygones. Qin Shen muttered to himself, then wielded his dagger again, killing a small deity that was attacking him. He didn't know what deity had swallowed him, but faintly heard Li Tianming shout "Ghost-faced heron." Qin Shen swung his dagger and blind knife, cutting down 3 more small deities attacking him. No wonder it's called ghost-faced heron and not ghost-faced bird, this thing can actually raise fish in its belly. Constantly attacking him were fish-shaped deities with legs that could bounce. Although he couldn't see anything in the darkness, his keen perception allowed him to still capture the shapes and movements of these fish-shaped deities. If it's just these fish, it's not a big deal, I can kill them all and escape soon. Ha! How did the antifreeze suit leak? The mucus wrapped around his calves. At first he didn't pay much attention. However, as the insulating layer of the antifreeze suit was damaged, his ankles felt a warm flow surrounding them, realizing that the inner layer of the antifreeze suit was also about to give way. Is the mucus highly corrosive? Although Qin Shen's body was strong, it might not be more resistant to corrosion than the antifreeze suit. After all, the antifreeze suit could undergo high temperature and high pressure anti-corrosion treatment with special materials. If the antifreeze suit leaked, he wouldn't last long. Can't deal with these fish, I must get out as soon as possible. He intended to leave the way he came, but found that the passage he had slipped through had disappeared, replaced by thick flesh walls. Without hesitation, Qin Shen immediately used violence and struck the flesh wall with all his might. He felt his arm pierce into the flesh wall, feeling delighted, there's a chance. However, when he pulled out his fist and punched the same spot again, he found that the wound he had just made had completely healed. This punch created a new wound. Less than 3 seconds between 2 punches, the forearm-deep wound has healed? Qin Shen was somewhat horrified. Indeed, medium deities were in a league of their own, completely different from Iron Helmet Fleas and Distorted Armor Sickle. The deity's wound healing would certainly consume its own energy, and recovery was not limitless. But Qin Shen couldn't afford it. Through the breathing mask, he could smell the strong acidic scent around him, and the antifreeze suit was slowly being corroded. Before the deity's recovery power disappeared, he estimated that he would be turned into nutrients by the mucus under his feet. Although a feast was right in front of him, preserving his life was obviously the top priority. Qin Shen immediately ran to another spot on the flesh wall, while also killing several fish-shaped deities attempting to attack him. He struck the flesh wall at this spot with a punch, and when he punched a second time, the wound healed completely again. The same result. Qin Shen tried several positions and found that no matter where, there was the same astonishing speed of recovery. As he pulled his fist out of the wound, new flesh walls immediately grew, filling the wound as if nothing had happened. No part was weaker, no breakthrough point. What to do? Qin Shen's forehead was sweating. Meanwhile, outside, Li Tianming was already sweating profusely. His 10 fingers pressed against the ground, began to tremble uncontrollably. He anxiously looked at the belly of the ghost-faced heron. This kid, it's been 2 minutes, and there's no movement at all? At this moment, Li Tianming suddenly remembered a research paper he had read several years ago about the ghost-faced heron. It seemed to mention that after being swallowed by the ghost-faced heron, the only way to rescue the person inside was to kill the ghost-faced heron. Because the ghost-faced heron's body has a very strong recovery ability, it is impossible to break out from the inside. If outsiders cannot help kill the ghost-faced heron, the person swallowed can only wait to die. Li Tianming recalled the content of the thesis, his eyes becoming extremely solemn. Kid, you won't fail here, will you?